Su Qin was selected to enter the interstellar battlefield, struggling for survival amidst one life-and-death battle after another. Possessing a unique supportive talent, he received a mysterious gift while assisting others in their evolution. This moment marked the opening of a new world, guiding him onto an unorthodox path of strength enhancement. In the first trial of fortune, Su Qin clung to the powerful female constable in a desperate bid for survival. In the second trial, through cunning strategy, he directly captured the aloof saintess of the Holy Land. The third trial commenced in a desolate wilderness temple, where he unexpectedly encountered an extraordinary lady seeking a child. After failing to persuade her, he chose to fulfill her request, only to discover that she was not of this world. The fourth trial awaited in the vast and profound expanse of the starry sky. A series of bizarre worlds unfolded in continuous spectacle. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qin traversed the stars, creating terrifying entities one after another. Chapter 1. The Interstellar Battlefield. Talent. Sacrificial flow. When faced with indecision, take bold action, sacrifice intelligence to gain strength, live for battle, and only cease when intelligence is extinguished. Ding. Your world has been captured by higher dimensions, and a group of pioneers will soon be selected to enter the interstellar battlefield. Pioneers of the Blue Star human race, please prepare yourselves. Unified transmission will commence in 10 breaths. Strive to elevate your world as much as possible, and do not succumb. In this moment, in various places across Blue Star, those who heard this voice paused their actions, astonished as they looked around. After a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted in fervor. Is this for real? Hey, did you all hear that? Is this just an illusion? Damn it, finally, I don't have to be a corporate slave anymore. Someone exclaimed, smashing their computer in excitement. The monotony of their predictable lives contrasted sharply with the impending unknown, evoking an inexplicable thrill. The day has finally arrived, my friends. Watch me showcase my talents. The interstellar battlefield, I wonder what dangers await. Some were elated, while others felt trepidation, but for Su Qin, none of this occupied his thoughts. All he wished to express was, please grant me just a little more time. What to do when faced with a transcendence event while in the midst of a restroom visit? Su Qin calmly advised, do not panic. First, pull up your pants. And what if one neglects to wipe? Su Qin replied, apologies, there's no time. Regardless of belief or skepticism, the chosen individuals had little time for contemplation. 10 seconds later, all selected fell into darkness, losing consciousness. When Su Qin awakened, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Before him, suspended in the void, loomed a massive blood-red wheel. While he was taken aback by the sight, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Surveying the surroundings and ensuring he was alone, he promptly lowered his trousers and retrieved some paper. One must maintain dignity. After all, once he had addressed the urgent matter, Su Qin began to scrutinize the star wheel. It was adorned with a myriad of markings, indicating numerous regions filled with both familiar and unfamiliar items. A dazzling array, the center. The words first-order star will stood out prominently. Could there be second and third orders? Su Qin pondered silently. However, he did not dwell on it for long, as his attention was quickly captured by the items displayed on the star wheel. Gene potions, limit-breaking elixirs, Shumi rings, talent stones, attribute points, cutting-edge technology, strange artifacts, initial mechas. The list is endless. Su Qin was dazzled by the sheer variety. Even at the first order, it featured many items that existed only in imagination on Blue Star. While Blue Star was still in the lunar exploration phase, the technologies present here could lead to monumental advancements for humanity, potentially enabling them to venture beyond their planet and exploit the vast resources of the solar system. However, compared to talent stones and the like, technological advancements garnered little attention, including from Su Qin, who was eager to spin the wheel for a chance at fortune. How was he to spin such a massive wheel? System, let me draw. Ding. Due to insufficient luck points, you are unable to engage in a draw. At that moment, a panel appeared in Su Qin's mind. This was impossible. Surely there must be a beginner's gift? Game novels always promised such, yet here he was, with no initial draw. In that instant, many, including Su Qin, expressed their frustration, lamenting the absence of even a basic reward. What use was this system? How to acquire luck points became the burning question on many minds. A colossal treasure lay before them, yet they lacked the key to access it, leaving them in dismay. Su Qin examined the panel in his mind. Host, Su Qin. Age, 20. Remaining lifespan, 57 years. Strength, 5. Speed, 6. Physique, 5. Spirit, 7. Note. The maximum limit for an ordinary person's four-dimensional attributes is 10. Is it truly 10? After enduring prolonged modifications through technology and harsh experiences, my current attribute points still fall significantly short. This limit of 10 points suggests that transcending it might grant extraordinary powers. Although my other attributes are rather lackluster, the commendable score of 7 in spirit provides me with a modicum of comfort. Indeed, as a university student with clear and bright eyes, this 7 points in spirit is truly well-deserved. Moreover, I am elated to discover that my lifespan bar indicates an impressive 57 years remaining, implying that as long as I do not engage in reckless behavior, I could live to the ripe age of 77. How splendid. Ding. Your initial talent has awakened. You may spend fortune points or talent stones to upgrade. Su-Chin quickly glanced at the attribute panel, where he noticed the emergence of an initial talent section below the four-dimensional attributes. Initial talent. Random evolution can enhance others' talents. Randomly acquiring unexpected gains. Enhancing others' talents? I am merely a support character. This is not what I desired. A talent that strengthens oneself would suffice. Su-Chin's expression soured. This was not his aspiration. He yearned to stand out, to proclaim boldly that he does not consume beef. Yet, with this talent, let alone avoiding beef, even the green onions and bowl must be licked clean. A chat box appeared at the bottom of the panel, allowing communication with nearby individuals. Su-Chin opened the chat box. Messages had already reached 99. Many were venting their frustrations. My apologies, everyone. I can no longer pretend. I am the protagonist of destiny. Awakened talent. Crazy chicken, possessing the spirit of Zhengkuan, reducing damage from the opposite sex by 90%. Note, this applies to the kidneys as well. A timid inquiry. Is the chicken brother above a genuine chicken brother? I am merely a soft girl, with no ulterior motives, just curious. Miss, whether chicken brother is genuine or not, I cannot say, but I assure you, I am serious. Sister, please share a photo of your alluring self. Do not misunderstand. It is merely for research purposes. Everyone, please help me figure out how to utilize this talent effectively. Talent. Sacrificial flow. When in doubt, charge forth, sacrificing intelligence for strength, living to fight, and dying only when intelligence is exhausted. The esteemed individual above, this talent is quite commendable. Sacrificial flow, sacrificing intelligence. Let us pretend I did not say that. Dear, I suggest you retain a modicum of intelligence, sacrificing the rest. Just charge forth. Envy towards the sacrificial flow above, unlike my talent, which is merely persistence. Talent. Persistence. You can endure 5 seconds longer than others each time. Sympathizing with the individual above for those 5 seconds. Being a true man for 5 seconds is not so bad. It is merely a talent. I, with my wild bull charge, refuse to yield. Attached below is a video. A woman emits a voice as solid as steel, howling towards the heavens. With nearly 300 tons of weight, she charges forth like a wild bull, raising clouds of dust and leaving behind a series of shattered footprints. Su-Chin watched in awe, filled with envy. This talent is incredible, covering several meters in a second. Coupled with that significant weight, she is undoubtedly a road hazard, faster than a speeding car. Beneath the video of the wild bull charge, silence prevailed. However, some remained unconvinced. Talent. Obedience. Those who understand, understand. Envy 1, Envy 2, Envy 99. Everyone, please help me. I cannot comprehend this talent. Talent. Dominance. In critical moments. Shouting these 2 words will yield unexpected rewards. Note, the tone of the shout alters the effect. As they say, experience brings true knowledge. I recommend you practice more. I have always enjoyed helping others and am willing to assist you in understanding this talent. By the way, do you know how to acquire fortune points? I am eager to showcase my abilities. Ding. At that moment, a voice resonated in everyone's minds. Slaughter and plunder will yield fortune points, including but not limited to all individuals. Furthermore, participating in fortune battles will also grant fortune points. Fortune battles occur every week, and you are required to partake. Please prepare yourselves, as in half an hour, you will enter a random fortune battle arena. Once this announcement was made, silence enveloped all. Those near one another exchanged discreet glances of caution. Slaughter, plunder. People gradually recognized the brutality of the interstellar battlefield, a place where the law of the jungle prevails. Many regretted their choices, realizing that being a 9-to-6 office worker might not be so bad after all. Su-Chin sighed. His talent would undoubtedly complicate his survival in the coming days. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, quickly regaining his composure. Talent is not the sole determinant of survival. Fate governs life and death. Each relies on their own abilities. Chapter 2. The fortune battle commences. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the fortune battle began. In the confines of his room, Su-Chin vanished, transported by an unseen force to an unknown location. Ding. Welcome to the Lu family. You will now participate in a 100-person fortune battle, landlords and slaves. Task objective: survive for over 72 hours. Background: Apocalypse Continent, Li Mountain City, Lu family. Cause: last night. The patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Xiong, returned home with his illegitimate daughter, Lu Li, but unexpectedly perished in the night, allegedly due to a mysterious calamity. With the eldest son, Lu Lin, absent, the second son, Lu Chao, was hastily appointed as the acting patriarch of the Lu family. In contrast, the third son, Lu Yang, harbored resentment, believing himself to be superior in every aspect to Lu Chao. Why should he not be the patriarch? In this battle, 100 participants will be randomly assigned identities, 2 stewards, consisting of the original steward and Lu Chao's newly appointed steward. 18 managers to assist the stewards in overseeing the Lu family and instructing the slaves, and 80 slaves, who, having long suffered oppression from the Lu family, are discontent yet powerless to change their circumstances. The sudden demise of the patriarch has ignited feelings of unrest and opportunity among many. A friendly reminder: the patriarch holds the power of life and death over the stewards, who may eliminate the managers, while the managers possess direct authority to slay the slaves. Conversely, the slaves, having endured prolonged oppression, are granted the right to retaliate against the patriarch. Notably, killing a slave yields 10 fortune points, killing a manager nets 100, killing a steward grants 500, and killing the patriarch awards 1,000 fortune points. A gentle reminder: for each individual slain, all their fortune points may be acquired. Ding. Identity matching successful. Your identity is that of a slave. Upon hearing this, Su Qin's expression faltered. Indeed, he had drawn the short straw. Assigned to the lowest tier as a slave. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a dilapidated room housing a dozen individuals. A long row of large bunks occupied nearly 90% of the room, while a small wooden table was cluttered with various odds and ends. Su Qin's position was conveniently next to the wooden table. At that moment, he noticed a rusted dagger partially obscured by clutter on the table, with only the handle visible. Observing that no one was paying attention to him, Su Qin discreetly pocketed the dagger, feeling the blade, which was nearly corroded by rust. He estimated that this dagger would struggle to even peel an apple. However, it was still the only weapon in the room, its mottled rust potentially serving as a biological weapon if wielded adeptly in a crucial moment. In this unfamiliar environment, the hidden dagger provided Su Qin with a semblance of security, prompting him to examine the others more closely. The dozen individuals in the room were dressed variably, and their skin tones differed, suggesting they hailed from more than just Blue Star. At that moment, one individual captured his attention. This was a robust young man clad in a gray cloak, revealing powerful arms. His skin bore a dark yellow hue, a testament to years of labor under the sun. Sensing someone observing him, he turned his head, following the gaze, and upon seeing Su Qin, a hearty smile spread across his face. Su Qin reciprocated with a smile. This person exuded an aura of strength, as if he possessed an innate pressure from a higher realm of existence, likely having awakened formidable talents. Su Qin glanced at the chat box, which was enveloped in silence. It seemed he was the only individual from Lanxing participating in this event involving landowners and slaves. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Perhaps others were adopting a survival mindset, opting for a quiet evolution. The room, filled with a dozen individuals, bore a tense atmosphere. The rules did not prohibit violence among slaves. Suddenly, a Caucasian stepped forward and spoke. There is no need for suspicion among us. As slaves, we are already at the lowest rung of this world, our lives subject to the whims of others. To survive, we must unite. Without unity, we shall perish. Only together can we forge a path to victory. The man spoke with the fervor of an orator, raising his arm passionately, continuing. You should have heard the system prompt. Slaves have the ability to retaliate against their masters, meaning we hold significant power. By killing a master, one can earn 1,000 fortune points. Are you not tempted? Our lives are valued at merely 10 fortune points. Even if one could eliminate all slaves, it would yield just 800 fortune points. Who dares claim they can kill everyone here? The crowd exchanged glances, the shared language allowing all to comprehend his meaning. Seeing his words take effect, the Caucasian smiled warmly and continued, I trust you all see the merit in my argument. We must stand united. Our greatest advantage lies in our numbers, vastly outnumbering them. If we do not unite, we shall become mere grains of sand, easily manipulated. Only by binding together can we claim victory. As fellow slaves, we are all comrades in adversity. Let us lower our guard and trust one another. Just as the Caucasian finished speaking, many faces displayed signs of contemplation, his argument holding merit. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air. Very well. Remarkably well said. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you the most brutal form of death. The crowd turned to see a young man in a green robe, his countenance shadowed, striding forth with an air of authority, flanked by 3 attendants in gray robes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Baitsong, the newly appointed steward of the Lu Chao family. I overheard your loud conspiracy to incite rebellion, which displeases me greatly. You 3, deal with him immediately. Baitsong's face wore a mocking expression as he gestured, and the 3 attendants advanced, encircling the Caucasian from 3 directions. The Caucasian's face paled with panic, not from regret over speaking out, but from failing to consider the external situation and being caught off guard. His talent lay in personal charisma, subtly influencing others to believe in him. Given more time, he was confident he could sway them all. Unfortunately, he had been caught in a life-threatening predicament. You cannot kill me, spare me, and I can help you strategize, even slay the master and take his place. The Caucasian's aptitude was ill-suited for combat. While the 3 attendants seemed to possess combat-oriented talents, an oppressive aura emanating from them that made him feel suffocated. At this moment, he could only attempt to persuade Baitsong and slowly plot his escape. How absurd. The master has shown me immense favor, and yet you dare incite rebellion before me. Wishing to take his place? You deserve to die. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Baitsong, once a mere dock worker in his world, now reveled in his newfound power as a steward, relishing the authority over life and death. He relished the feeling of being above others, controlling their fates, even contemplating a life spent in such power. Seeing no chance to convince Baitsong and constrained by his status as a slave, the Caucasian decisively turned to flee. Unfortunately, the 3 attendants did not grant him the opportunity, swiftly closing in and delivering fatal blows. Witnessing the Caucasian's demise, Baitsong clapped his hands, satisfied as the crowd's attention shifted towards him, nodding in approval. He then proclaimed, "What just transpired has left me quite dissatisfied. To quell my anger, I shall randomly select 2 of you to be executed." Upon hearing this, all present slaves felt a surge of fear and anger. Yet the authority of Baitsong silenced their protests. His indifferent pointing signified the imminent loss of a life, and the individual chosen turned pale with dread. Observing this, Baitsong's excitement grew. He reveled in the power of determining life and death, finding it thrilling. He strolled through the crowd, each individual trembling, praying they would not be the next. "Ah, and you." He pointed again, this time selecting Su Qin. "I despise pretty faces. Your appearance fits my disdain perfectly. If you must blame someone, blame yourselves." With this, he waved his hand, a sinister smile creeping across his lips, relishing the authoritative power of life and death. Su Qin's expression soured. Was it a crime to be handsome? But there was no room for passivity. In this life and death moment, Su Qin seized the initiative. "Wait, esteemed steward. Upon your entrance, I was captivated by your handsome visage and commanding presence. Please grant me the opportunity to serve you." Su Qin bowed and hurried forward, feigning servility with a sycophantic demeanor. "Oh, you wish to serve me?" Baitsong tilted his head, squinting at him. "Through fire and water, I will follow you, my lord. Please, grant me the chance." Su Qin nodded eagerly, desperation evident on his face. Suddenly, Baitsong erupted in laughter, nearly brought to tears by his amusement. Then, with a dismissive sneer, he declared, "You are utterly worthless. You cannot even aspire to be my subordinate. Thus you shall die." At that moment, Su Qin summoned every ounce of strength, driving the broken dagger across Baitsong's neck. Blood splattered forth, mingled with rust. To ensure success, Su Qin wasted no time. Swiftly maneuvering behind Baitsong, seizing his head, and thrusting the blade into his throat once more. "Help me," Baitsong gasped, clawing feebly at the air, realizing too late the gravity of his situation. The others, shocked by the sudden violence, struggled to comprehend the transformation of the once obsequious figure into a ruthless attacker. Having slain the steward in a heartbeat, the 3 attendants, horrified, were taken aback, unable to fathom that their steward had been killed under their watchful gaze. Leaving them with a loss of face, they advanced, preparing to retaliate against Su Qin. The butler, Baizong, extended his right hand feebly towards the front, seemingly attempting to grasp something. However, as the light in his eyes gradually dissipated, his hand ultimately fell limply. Baizong was dead, and at that moment, Su Qin received a system notification. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the butler and earning 500 fortune points." As he observed the 3 approaching stewards, Su Qin took a deep breath, ensuring his voice would not tremble. Then, A cold smile graced his lips as he addressed them, esteemed stewards. Do you wish to kill me in revenge for the butler, or do you covet the 500 fortune points I acquired upon slaying him? Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, and one burly man stepped forward, declaring, Kid, it is your impulsiveness that has led to this. You killed the butler, and now we are free to act as we please. Su Qin retorted, Act as you please? I believe you are speaking too soon. Allow me to share some unfortunate news. After slaying the butler, I have inherited his position. I am now the butler, and the roles have reversed. The three stewards exchanged uncertain looks, each detecting the skepticism in the other's eyes. Let us not be deceived by this boy. He is lying. The burly man glared fiercely, advancing slowly. In response, Su Qin forcefully cast aside Bai Zong's corpse, spreading his arms wide in challenge. Now, I grant you the opportunity to kill me. Come, test whether my words hold truth or falsehood. However, before you act, I must inform you of a fact. The rules will retaliate against you before you can strike. The burly man continued his advance, his right arm shimmering with a bluish light. Su Qin was gambling, a smirk of subtle mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. The man was also gambling, his pace slow yet deliberate as he drew closer. The atmosphere grew tense, with each individual holding their breath in anticipation. 1 step, 2 steps. The mockery on Su Qin's face deepened. Soon, with only 3 steps remaining between them, the burly man suddenly halted. A stiff smile contorted his face as he proclaimed, Congratulations on acquiring the butler's position. I, Wu Qi, shall serve you henceforth. Su Qin's lips curled in disdain as he replied, It appears you are not entirely foolish. Do you not realize that the 2 stewards behind you are poised to strike at any moment? Among stewards, there is no prohibition against killing. The burly man, upon hearing this, swiftly turned around, and indeed, he found the other 2 stewards glaring at him menacingly. A cold sweat broke out over him, and he quickly retreated, widening the gap between himself and the others. Seeing this, Su Qin chuckled, In truth, you should thank me for eliminating Bai Zong, this unstable factor. At this point, he turned to address all the slaves present. Bai Zong's perversion is evident to all. Had I not stepped forward to eliminate him, you would have been left to endure a tyrant's reign. With his nature, who could guarantee that he would not kill again on a whim? How would you fare when the blade falls upon you? I know many among you wish to emulate my previous actions, to kill me and seize the butler's identity. But I assure you, it is impossible. Firstly, I will not be as foolish as Bai Zong to grant you such an opportunity. Secondly, even if one of you were to succeed in killing me, how can the assailant ensure that others will not follow suit? Consider carefully. Whoever dares to strike first will become a target for all. Thirdly, while I have assumed the butler's identity, I can guarantee that I will not engage in mindless slaughter like Bai Zong. As the previous speaker pointed out, our common enemy is the master of the house. Fourthly, I have wonderful news. My talent can facilitate the evolution of others' abilities, and this enhancement is permanent. Should anyone stand with me, I will grant them an evolution of their talent. Su Qin's words were clear, stirring the desires of those present. At that moment, the previously unassuming burly youth stepped forward and declared, This young brother has rid us of the perverse Bai Zong. I, Tu Luo, hereby declare that anyone who wishes to harm him must first contend with me. Tu Luo's imposing figure shielded Su Qin, and his fierce aura left everyone awestruck. Young brother, I will support you unconditionally for eliminating that monster. I too shall stand with you. I too. With Tu Luo leading the charge, the remaining slaves eagerly voiced their support. The 3 stewards, witnessing this shift, promptly declared their allegiance to the new butler. Su Qin nodded, acknowledging it was Tu Luo who first offered his support. I, Su Qin, am a man who values gratitude. Let his evolution commence first. Su Qin deliberately chose not to evolve the steward's abilities first, for his position as butler was a facade. Empowering them would be detrimental to his interests. His choice of Tu Luo was strategic, signaling that he would remember those who actively assisted him. Seeing no opposition, Tu Luo spoke, Su Qin, please proceed. My talent is blood devour, allow me to demonstrate. Tu Luo approached Bai Zong's corpse, placing his hand upon it. Instantly, the body shriveled at a visible pace, and Tu Luo's complexion flushed, as if he had consumed a potent tonic. What a powerful talent. The onlookers expressed envy and jealousy. Su Qin was also astonished, having initially believed Tu Luo's ability enhanced strength, only to discover its true nature. Forgive me for the spectacle. Currently, I can only absorb 1% of the vitality. As the crowd turned their gazes upon him, Tu Luo grinned sheepishly. This fellow is quite the opportunist. Seeing the envious expressions, Tu Luo shrank back, hastily changing the topic. Su Qin, how do we proceed with the evolution? Simply extend your hand, Su Qin instructed. grasping his arm as a peculiar energy surged within him. Soon, a notification appeared in his mind. Talent blood devour absorbs vitality from corpses, enhancing oneself. Currently, it can only convert 1%. Would you like to evolve? Evolve. Suchin confirmed. In an instant, a wondrous power surged within him, beginning the transformation of his talent. Evolution successful. Post-evolution, talent blood devour absorbs vitality from corpses, enhancing oneself. Currently, it can convert 1%. Each absorption carries a chance to seize the original owner's talent as nourishment to strengthen one's own abilities. Congratulations on utilizing talent evolution. You have gained 3 points in freedom attributes. A pleasant surprise illuminated Suchin's eyes. He suddenly recalled the introduction on the talent panel. Was this the unexpected reward? Truly, it was beyond his expectations. This was indeed the correct approach to unlocking his talent. It seemed that his ability was not merely useless, rather, it held great potential. By helping others evolve, he too would grow stronger. With this thought in mind, he prepared to assist others in evolving their talents. However, the panel indicated that his talent was currently on cooldown, with an 8-hour countdown. Regrettably, Suchin sighed, but soon he realized that his desires were overly ambitious. He could indeed wait the 8 hours. Your talent has evolved, and you can now observe the changes on the panel. Suchin urged Tu Luo to take a look. Chapter 4. Contest for the position of family head. Tu Luo was momentarily taken aback upon reviewing the changes in his attributes. It was nothing short of an epic enhancement. His original talent was already formidable, and now it had been further amplified. One could easily foresee a bright future ahead. How is it? Has the talent evolved? The crowd inquired eagerly. Strong. Too strong. Brother Suchin, from now on, you are my true brother. Tu Luo declared, sharing the details of his talent's transformation. Instantly, the gazes of those around Suchin shifted to one of fervent admiration, as if they beheld the flesh of a revered monk. Those who had previously harbored ulterior motives cast aside their thoughts. Compared to the advantages of talent evolution, a mere 500 points of fortune were utterly trivial. Brother Suchin, you must help me, exclaimed a burly man, his face adorned with flattery as he looked at Suchin with eager anticipation. Everyone, I understand your sentiments. But the talent evolution is currently on cooldown, which will last for 8 hours, Suchin interjected. Hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of regret. Yet their faces soon transformed into ones of earnest enthusiasm. They began to vie for the next opportunity. Even the 2 other overseers were no exception. For such an evolution of talent was indeed a rare chance. Missing it would be a substantial loss. Only the robust man appeared troubled. His earlier actions had thoroughly offended Suchin, and he could not help but feel some regret at this moment. Just as they were competing for the next slot, news suddenly arrived from outside. The elder master was returning, and the family head summoned everyone to the main hall for a gathering. Elder master? Who is that? Someone questioned. Perplexed. The eldest son of the Liu family, Liu Lin. Who else could it be? What should we do now? Should we go or not? The crowd turned to Suchin, seeking his counsel. At this moment, Suchin had gradually become the pillar of support for these individuals. Naturally, he welcomed this development. For he was still quite weak, and gathering allies was essential for his survival in this battle of fortune. Recalling the 3 free attribute points he had earned from assisting Tu Luo in his advancement, Suchin pondered briefly and decided to allocate them entirely to strength, for now. Enhancing his power for self-preservation was paramount. In an instant, a tremendous force surged through his limbs, and as he clenched his fists, a surge of might coursed through him. He could now easily overpower 3 or 4 versions of his former self. Upon opening the panel, he found the following. Host, Suchin lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 57 years, strength, 8 speed, 6 constitution, 5 spirit, 7 initial talent, random evolution, which can enhance the talents of others, yielding unexpected rewards. After contemplating for a moment, Suchin resolved to attend the meeting. As the steward, it was imperative that he be present. However, he added, regarding the death of Baitsong, I hope everyone will keep this matter confidential, and we must also dispose of Baitsong's body. Rest assured, Brother Suchin, we are completely unaware of Baitsong's demise. If anyone inquires, we will simply feign ignorance and refuse to cooperate. The crowd responded in unison. Leave the disposal of Baitsong's body to me. My talent is fireball technique, which is perfectly suited for incinerating evidence. A golden-haired, blue-eyed youth spoke up, a ball of flame suddenly manifesting in his hand, radiating an intense heat. That is excellent. If you can properly handle Baitsong's remains, I will ensure you receive credit, granting you priority for the next talent evolution. Suchin's eyes brightened. He had been contemplating how to deal with Baitsong's corpse. and the fireball technique provided a timely solution. I am Yodel. Brother Su can rest assured, I will leave no trace behind, Yodel responded enthusiastically. Baizong's already withered body was quickly reduced to ashes by the flames, scattering into the air with the wind. Before departing, Su Qin meticulously cleaned himself of any bloodstains. Upon arriving at the Lu family's main hall, Su Qin and the others found that a considerable number of people had already gathered. Looking up, they saw a middle-aged man in a dark green robe seated at the head of the hall. This was Lu Chao, who had recently ascended to the position of family head. Look over there. Tu Luo subtly gestured to Su Qin. Following his gaze, Su Qin noticed a woman in white seated quietly in a remote corner. Her ethereal beauty was unmarred, reminiscent of a lotus flower rising unsullied from the mud. This must be Lu Li, the illegitimate daughter of the former family head, Tu Luo whispered. How do you know? Su Qin inquired, astonished. This woman is formidable. I have a gut feeling that she could easily take my life. I sense a similar aura from Lu Chao, but this woman exudes even greater strength. Tu Luo's expression turned serious. Upon hearing this, Su Qin understood his implication. Among those who had emerged from the interstellar battlefield, it was unlikely that such a powerful woman existed. Thus her identity was all too clear. Perhaps sensing their scrutiny, Lu Li glanced over. Her cold gaze like a tranquil pool, evoking a subtle chill. What keen intuition she possesses. Tu Luo could not help but murmur. Su Qin nodded in agreement. This woman was indeed extraordinary. As more people arrived, the hall soon filled to capacity. At this moment, Lu Chao turned to the steward beside him and asked, Is everyone here? Returning to the family head, everyone is present except for Steward Baizong, the steward replied. What has become of Baizong? Does he no longer wish to serve? We need not wait for him. I will deal with him later. The three stewards beside Su Qin exchanged glances. Their expressions laced with confusion. They began to harbor doubts about Su Qin's identity once again. Noticing their demeanor, Su Qin smirked and said, What? Do you have more thoughts brewing? Hearing this, the three stewards hesitated, unsure of Su Qin's status, and collectively bowed their heads, murmuring, We dare not. Seeing this, a murderous intent rose within Su Qin. These three could not be allowed to remain. However, the timing was not right for action, and determining the means to eliminate them posed a challenge. At the main seat, Lu Chao stood up and addressed the assembly. All of you are members of the Lu family. As I step into the role of family head, I will require your support to ensure the continued prosperity of the Lu family. I hereby promise that those who contribute to the Lu family will receive ample rewards. While Lu Chao continued his lengthy oration, Su Qin found himself growing drowsy. The art of drawing grandiose visions was a skill encountered everywhere, with many promises made yet little tangible benefit in sight. As long as we unite our efforts, I believe the Lu family will grow ever stronger under my leadership. Lu Chao's lengthy speech finally approached its conclusion. Just then, a dissenting voice unexpectedly arose. Brother, you are droning on with trivialities. I am nearly falling asleep. Moreover, who granted you the authority to become the head of the Lu family? Traditionally, the position is passed down to the eldest son, and now that I, Lu Lin, have returned, it seems you ought to relinquish that title. The speaker was none other than Lu Lin, the eldest son of the Lu family, who had just returned. He strode in with vigor, exuding an imposing presence. Behind him, there followed another person. I inquired as to their identity, only to discover it was Daxiong who had returned. Previously, my father had passed away unexpectedly, appointing me as the head of the Lu family in his final moments. I had been reluctant to accept this burden, yet my father's dying wish compelled me to take on the role of family leader. As Lu Chao spoke, his tone suddenly intensified, declaring, Since it was my father's last request, I must honor it. Having accepted this position, I shall see it through to the end. Would you challenge our father's wishes, Daxiong? Lu Lin remained composed, yet his demeanor was undeniably firm. You speak nonsense. Father's death was abrupt, and he left behind no instructions. This is all your orchestrated charade. A young man behind Lu Lin retorted sharply. Lu Yang, are you truly going to defy our father? Lu Chao sneered. If you genuinely received our father's appointment, I would have no objections. Alas, everything is merely your fabrication. I advise you to be sensible and relinquish the position of family head, lest you provoke the wrath of your brother. Lu Yang, I did not anticipate your complete allegiance to Lu Lin. You have forsaken the joys of wealth and glory, seeking your own demise. Then I shall grant your wish. Ha ha ha, Lu Chao, what grandiose claims you make. Everyone knows within the Lu family that among the three brothers, you are the most ineffectual. You cannot even rival me in daily matters, yet you dare to speak so boldly. Lu Yang laughed uproariously, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. You will soon understand, Lu Chao replied with a cold chuckle. Ignoring Lu Yong, he turned to address the crowd. Today, you have witnessed that there can only be one family leader. Those who support me, stand behind me. Those who do not, shall be treated as rebels. Now, commence your choices. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the faction battle. There are 3 factions, Lu Lin and Lu Yong, Lu Chao, and Lu Li. Each may choose one faction, and the surviving faction will reward each member with 500 luck points. Chapter 5. Lu Li. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. They had been enjoying the spectacle. Yet suddenly they were compelled to choose sides. Their sole desire was to survive the next 72 hours to complete their task. Indifferent to the title of family head after their departure, come what may. However, now that the system had issued a task, everyone was obligated to make a choice. Whom should they choose? Based on the information at hand, Lu Lin and Lu Yang's side appeared to have a high probability of victory. Yet, Lu Chao's demeanor exuded confidence, suggesting he possessed some secret strategy for success. Lu Chao's assuredness left others uncertain. Did he perhaps possess some unknown means? Meanwhile, Lu Li garnered little attention from the crowd. As thoughts swirled, individuals began to make their selections, the majority siding with Lu Lin, while only a few chose Lu Chao. Brother Su Qin, whom do you believe we should select? It seems that Lu Lin's side has a greater chance of winning. Should we not align with him? A few of Su Qin's companions whispered, unable to come to a consensus. Whom to choose? Su Qin furrowed his brow, pondering which faction might ultimately triumph. Perhaps neither would. His gaze landed on Lu Li, where he found her expression serene, her eyes like autumn waters, devoid of any tumult. It appeared as if the fraternal conflict before her was merely a jest, unworthy of her concern. This woman exuded an unsettling calm, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that obscured her true nature. Logically, the former family head had died on the night of her arrival, casting doubt upon her innocence. Yet, no one suspected her. Had some untold story unfolded in between? Or had she already proven her innocence? From previous discussions with Tu Luo, Su Qin had an instinct that if a choice had to be made, selecting this woman might yield greater odds of success. Let us choose her. Su Qin pointed towards Lu Li, making his decision. Choose her? With such a frail frame? Some questioned Su Qin's judgment, suggesting his choice was superficial, based solely on her beauty. Following my choice will not lead you astray. This woman is extraordinary. The sudden emergence of the faction battle opened numerous opportunities for Su Qin. Perhaps he could leverage Lu Li's influence to eliminate some of the more troublesome individuals. He explained that ultimately, their lack of power was the core issue. Had he been sufficiently strong, he would have preferred to venture alone. I support Brother Su Qin's choice. Upon my arrival, this woman exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, indicating her formidable strength, far surpassing our own. Tu Luo stepped forward to endorse Su Qin. Why do we not feel this pressure? Some voiced their discontent. Perhaps it is due to your own weaknesses. Meanwhile, Brother Su Qin's decisiveness is unexpected. I had presumed his 4-dimensional attributes to be below 10 points. Yet he made the most astute choice, proving him to be a true intellect. Su Qin felt a rare blush rise to his cheeks. Not from Tu Luo's praise, but rather from the acknowledgement of his paltry 4-dimensional attributes, none exceeding 10 points. After enduring the rigors of technology and harsh realities, his physique had only reached 5 points. From Tu Luo's remarks, it was clear that his attributes must be exceptionally high, possibly exceeding 10 points. Tu Luo, do you imply that your 4-dimensional attributes have indeed surpassed 10? Some were dissatisfied with Tu Luo's statement, perceiving it as an affront. In truth, my 4-dimensional attributes have long surpassed 10 points. My physique has even reached 15, Tu Luo stated calmly, leaving the crowd in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances. They were all newcomers to the interstellar battlefield. How could he be so advanced? It is known that reaching 10 points in 4-dimensional attributes is the limit for an ordinary person capable of lifting 1,000 pounds. Now that Tu Luo had exceeded 10 points, he was akin to a superhuman. Su Qin could not help but be astonished. He felt fortunate that Tu Luo had not chosen to strike against him earlier, for he would have perished without a chance to resist. Regarding Tu Luo's remarkable attributes, Su Qin speculated they might be linked to the world he hailed from, potentially a martial realm. Alternatively, it could be attributed to his innate talent, the ability to absorb vitality, thereby enhancing one's physique. With Tu Luo's support, the crowd largely agreed with Su Qin's choice. They approached Lu Li to express their intentions. You wish to follow me? Lu Li's cool demeanor revealed a hint of surprise. However, aside from him, who possesses the slightest utility, the rest of you are utterly ineffectual, and I have no desire for such company. She gestured towards Tu Luo, emphasizing her point with a delicate finger. The crowd grasped her implication. It was indeed a mere trifle. Her candid remarks stung, yet they only solidified their resolve. If even someone with attributes exceeding 10 points like Tu Luo was deemed of limited use, it reinforced their belief that their choice was sound. This woman's strength was undeniably formidable. In truth, we are not as useless as we may appear. Our talents are rather unique, and might yet be of assistance to you. Su Qin sought to persuade her. Indeed, my talent is the little fireball, which can aid you in incinerating corpses. My talent is swift steps, enabling me to gather intelligence. And mine is long-range vision, also useful for reconnaissance. Others chimed in, unable to suppress their embarrassment at the overlap in their talents. Oh, there is some merit, albeit begrudgingly, Luli replied with disinterest. What about you? She pointed to Su Qin, recognizing him as the de facto leader among the group, even having Tu Luo, who was stronger, looking to him for guidance. This dynamic piqued her curiosity. My talent is random evolution, which allows me to permanently enhance others' abilities. Oh, are you speaking the truth? Luli suddenly leaned forward, scrutinizing Su Qin from head to toe, her eyes filled with skepticism. You are not deceiving me, are you? She clenched her fists, assuming a threatening posture. I am not lying. They can vouch for me. Su Qin retreated a step. Indeed, not long ago, I helped advance my talent. Tu Luo stepped forward to validate Su Qin's claim, recounting the changes in his own abilities. Wait, are you saying he added a characteristic to your talent? Luli's large eyes widened in surprise. Yes, I assure you, Tu Luo nodded. Are there any restrictions on this talent evolution? Can any talent evolve? Luli suddenly jumped in front of Su Qin, grasping his arm with wide, sparkling eyes. Ouch! Su Qin grimaced in pain. This woman had an incredible grip, making his arm feel as if it were ensnared in iron, gradually losing sensation. It's true. Just let me go. Su Qin quickly nodded, signaling her to release him. I apologize for my rashness. Luli immediately loosened her grip, realizing her behavior might have been offensive, and hastily apologized. She then eagerly inquired, can any talent evolve? Yes. Any talent can, Su Qin affirmed, feeling a sense of intrigue about this woman. When she was sitting alone earlier, she exuded an aura of aloofness that made her seem unapproachable. Chapter 6. The Strange World. To his astonishment, her personality was quite different upon closer interaction. He felt compelled to suggest she return to her previous demeanor of coldness. However, he dared not voice this thought, for her formidable strength was intimidating, and he feared the consequences of displeasing her. At that moment, she circled around him, muttering under her breath. This shouldn't be, such evolution exists, after all. Talents are innate, and changing them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. How does talent evolution work? She seemed convinced of Su Qin's abilities. It can be done with a mere touch. Then please help me evolve. Luli suddenly thrust her fists before Su Qin. I just helped someone awaken theirs. And it's still in cooldown, which lasts 8 hours. Oh, I see. Well, that's unfortunate, Luli replied, somewhat disappointed. By the way, is it really difficult to strengthen talents? We have something called talent stones that can also upgrade abilities. Su Qin voiced his curiosity. He refrained from mentioning another method. Luck points could also facilitate talent upgrades. However, he believed it was better to pursue talent stones, for he had recently observed that upgrading his talent required a staggering 10,000 luck points, while he currently possessed only 500. You treat talent stones as common goods. They are quite rare. Luli rolled her eyes. Su Qin exchanged glances with those around him. Anyone familiar with the star chart knew that talent stones could be drawn from it, and if memory served, one could draw once for every 100 luck points. At that moment, they also realized that the star chart was a highly advanced tool, far superior to the world they inhabited. In truth, they were unaware that although talent stones were present on the star chart, the odds of drawing one were slimmer than winning the lottery, a fact they would soon learn, as some would gamble away their fortunes in pursuit of talent stones. Furthermore, even talent stones were categorized by rank. Certain talents required extraordinary or even top-tier stones for upgrades, and the chances of enhancing characteristics were minimal, often merely amplifying existing traits. Luli's explanation made Su Qin realize that his talent was not only functional, but somewhat sophisticated. After all, he could assist others in evolving their talents while potentially gaining unexpected rewards himself. Thus, his talent could indeed be considered top-tier. Your name is Su Qin, correct? From now on, you shall be with me. Luli suddenly wrapped her arm around Su Qin's shoulder, pulling his head against her impressive chest, resembling a big sister embracing her younger brother. Ahem. Su Qin's face flushed suddenly, feeling slightly overwhelmed. He inwardly scoffed at such intimate behavior, wondering if it was a bit too forward. Sister, while you may be charming, Such public displays could be deemed inappropriate. Only then did Lu Li realize her conduct was somewhat unrefined, a blush creeping across her face. Releasing Su Qin, she casually adjusted her hair, gesturing for the others to follow her. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, and out of Lu Li's sight, they discreetly gave Su Qin a thumbs up. In the arena, everyone quickly made their choices, most opting for the brothers Lu Lin and Lu Yong, while few sided with the family head Lu Chao. Indeed, only Su Qin and his group chose Lu Li. Lu Chao did not hinder these choices, though a chilling smile occasionally flickered across his face. Lu Chao, did you see? Most people possess discernment. There are more supporters for the elder brother, so those with insight should promptly relinquish the position of family head to save their own skins. Lu Yong taunted, pleased with those who showed discernment. What is there to be smug about? I hope you can still be laughing later, Lu Chao retorted, gesturing to those who had chosen him, saying, you all, go and take them down. The few who had chosen Lu Chao exchanged anxious glances, feeling as if they were in a scene from Journey to the West where the nine-headed serpent commanded the boar to eliminate the 4 disciples of the Tang monk. Faced with the overwhelming crowd opposite them, they regretted their earlier decision. Given another chance, they would undoubtedly choose the opposing side without hesitation. Noticing the hesitation in the crowd, Lu Chao grew irritated and could not refrain from scolding. Were it not for the concern that I would have no one left to use, I wouldn't even spare a glance at any of you worthless fools. Observing this, Lu Lin could not help but scoff. Lu Chao, if this is your only tactic, you might as well kneel before me in submission. Perhaps I will be in a good mood and spare your life. Truly, competing for the position of family head against someone like you is beneath my dignity. Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish. As Lu Chao spoke, he pulled out a pitch-black object and uttered strange incantations. In an instant, the sky above the Lu family darkened at a visible speed, and outside, dark mist churned and rapidly spread. Here it comes, Lu Li remarked cryptically. What is coming? Su Qin asked, puzzled. Just then, Lu Lin shouted in anger. Lu Chao, how dare you collude with the bazaar? You deserve to die? He charged toward Lu Chao with astonishing speed, so swift that Su Qin could barely perceive it. Ha ha. Too late. This place is about to transform into a realm of the uncanny. Lu Chao's maniacal laughter echoed. The dark mist soon enveloped the entire Lu family, swallowing everyone whole. Within the shroud of darkness, Su Qin experienced an unprecedented clarity of thought. He could not help but sigh. Plans rarely survive contact with reality. He initially intended to leverage Lu Li's abilities to eliminate certain individuals, but the sudden emergence of this anomaly thwarted his plans, leaving him to navigate the unfolding events step by step. At that moment, he gradually unraveled some of the conjectures swirling in his mind. Initially, when he received the system prompt, everyone merely needed to survive for over 72 hours to clear this luck battle. He had thought it wouldn't be too challenging. Now, it seemed to be an ordeal akin to hell. Here, the mutual restraint between the landlord and the slave is merely an appetizer. The candidates for the head of the Lu family are far beyond their capacity to contend with. The speed at which Lu Lin struck was such that he could barely comprehend it, far from being something they could compare to at their current level, which explains the value of 1,000 fortune points. Aside from the known dangers on the surface, there are also strange occurrences lurking in the shadows. He suddenly recalled the cause of the death of the elder head of the family, Lu Xiong, a demise wrought by a malevolent entity? Could this indeed be a world of the bizarre? Such entities have always been synonymous with difficulty in dealing with and eliminating. Is this something that newcomers like them can confront? A notification chimed, revealing that a strange entity had been detected and that slaying it would yield 5,000 fortune points. This announcement startled everyone. They were left speechless by the belated warning. Had it come sooner, they might have escaped the Lu family long ago. Could they truly contend with such entities? In the darkness, where one could not see their own hand before them, it felt as though they were trapped in a pitch-black world, their senses rendered mute, devoid of light. Gradually, indistinct sounds began to emerge around him. In the dark, Su Qin groped his way forward, his subconscious urging him that danger lurked here, compelling him to hasten deeper into the shadows. Chapter 7. The slaughterhouse not far behind him. A muffled grunt followed by the sound of a body collapsing echoed, suggesting that someone had been ambushed and had fallen. Su Qin quickened his pace, the oppressive darkness instilling a sense of insecurity, akin to being confined in a dark room, his heart racing with unease. As he moved faster, even resorting to crawling, he followed the instinctive prompts within him, traversing onward. Time elapsed, and it felt as though he had walked for quite some time, drawing closer to his destination. But then, something felt amiss. Mid-stride, Su Qin abruptly halted. Why was I moving forward? Was it because someone had fallen behind me, and remaining still would result in an ambush by the shadows? Or was it that my subconscious assured me the way ahead was safe? Furthermore, how could I perceive that I was nearing my destination in this pitch darkness where nothing was visible? Was my subconscious so potent? Why had it never manifested before? Su Qin found himself ensnared in self-doubt, sensing something was awry yet unable to pinpoint the source of his disquiet. Must I proceed forward? Perhaps I should change direction. Who knows what lurks behind me? It may be wiser to venture left. Let me try an alternate path. Su Qin began to feel increasingly resolute in his decision as he explored the left side. The conviction that his previous choice to move forward was misguided solidified, leading him to conclude that his subconscious was malfunctioning. With this realization, anxiety surged within him. The environment felt sinister, as if some unseen force was manipulating his thoughts. He needed to escape quickly. Fortunately, he had chosen the right path this time. Had he continued on his previous course, he might have fallen into a trap. With this thought in mind, Su Qin hastened leftward, eager to vacate this perilous zone. However, as he continued, he suddenly stopped again. Something was amiss. In the darkness, Su Qin's expression twisted in confusion. Why was he so certain this route was correct? Damn it! He realized he had once again been unwittingly influenced. This path was also incorrect. What to do? Neither the front, back, nor left seemed viable. It appeared he could only venture right. Let me try the right side. Su Qin turned, retracing his steps, and groped his way toward the right. Before long, he halted once more, plagued by self-doubt. The cycle of affirmation and negation left him uncertain of which thought was accurate. A deep-seated unease gnawed at him. He initially believed this disquiet stemmed from the enveloping darkness, but now he sensed it was more complex. There was danger behind him, which he could not approach, and the path ahead was also flawed. Though his subconscious urged him forth, it seemed influenced by some unknown force. The left was not correct, nor was the right. None of the directions seemed right. Su Qin felt akin to a fractured psyche, continually questioning and answering himself. There was danger behind him. He could not go there. Wait. What led me to judge there was danger behind? He suddenly remembered the muffled grunts and the sound of a body falling, which had led him to conclude danger lurked behind. Perhaps I should attempt the rear route. No, there is danger behind. Just as Su Qin made a decision, a voice echoed in his mind, persistently urging him. I must go back today. Su Qin resolved to press on, even as his subconscious protested vehemently. He steeled himself and proceeded. It was akin to a person walking with their eyes closed. Initially, he could stride confidently, but as he progressed, each step became more tentative, ultimately leading him to hesitate, fearing ahead lay a pit that would cause him to stumble. Su Qin found himself in this very predicament. Despite knowing that ahead lay a void, he felt compelled to step forth. The pitch-black ground, devoid of sound, left only his own footsteps echoing in the silence, amplifying the terror within him. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps erupted behind him, accompanied by strange whispers that filled the air. The unexpected noise nearly sent Su Qin, who had been focused on his cautious advance, into panic. In a moment of crisis, he instinctively accelerated, fleeing forward. Yet at that instant, a peculiar whistle reached his ears. Concurrently, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and before long, he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed, and Su Qin jolted awake, reflexively sitting up and surveying his surroundings. It remained a dark world, though now it was no longer entirely devoid of sight. His eyes strained to penetrate the shadows, revealing the environment around him. He found himself in a vast slaughterhouse. At the forefront, a shadowy figure stood wielding a cleaver, chopping at the carcasses on the table. Behind him stood rows of varying-sized iron cages, each containing an animal, some unconscious, others awake and surveying their surroundings. The creatures varied widely, from a rooster as tall as a man to a pitch-black goat, a boar with tusks, and a water buffalo adorned with massive horns. Additionally, there were rabbits, hens, white horses, and large yellow dogs, an assortment of shapes and sizes. Su Qin's gaze returned to the cage directly in front of him. It stood approximately a meter high, secured with chains, and within it was none other than himself. As he surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly caught a glimpse of his own form, a flash of yellow fur. Su Qin was taken aback. What was happening? He extended his hand, only to find that his once slender, fair fingers had transformed into yellow, fur-covered claws, the tips sharp as daggers. Looking down, he saw that his long legs had shortened, now covered in thick fur, appearing muscular and powerful. Su Qin's expression turned grim. These were certainly not the legs of a human. He then turned to look behind him, where a furry tail swayed involuntarily. Su Qin was certain he had changed, having unwittingly transformed into an unknown creature. Standing up, he realized his line of sight barely reached a meter in height. He hastily extended his claws to touch his face. It resembled that of a dog, covered in fur, with ears that stood erect, occasionally twitching. What on earth had transpired? What have I transformed into? Suchin's expression was one of dismay. When did I become a monster? Contemplating this, he suddenly recalled that in the darkness, he had moved using both hands and feet. Could it have been during that time that the transformation occurred? By piecing together his vague memories, he surmised that he must have become a large yellow dog. At that moment, a faint voice interrupted his thoughts. Stop touching. You are now a mutated yellow weasel. Suchin turned to see that the speaker was a large black bull. Are you Tuluo? Suchin recognized the voice. Suchin, we meet again. The black bull nodded in acknowledgement of his identity. What is our current situation? Suchin inquired softly. Under the influence of the local rules, we have all transformed into animals. Animals? Which family's yellow weasel has grown so large? He quickly dismissed these questions and asked, do you have a way to escape? The black bull shook his head. Just as Suchin was about to pose another question, a figure clad in black, who had been chopping body parts, suddenly turned, his gaze piercing and fixed upon them. Suchin was startled and immediately lay flat on the ground, motionless. The black-clad figure stared for a long moment before finally turning away. What a close call. Suchin sighed inwardly. The black figure had instilled in him an immense sense of pressure. Dear friends, after reading, please give a free vote of love. A simple click could allow me to enjoy a meal with an egg, as I haven't had one in ages. I implore you to fulfill this small wish of mine. Chapter 8. The Rules of Slaughter Before Long. The black-clad figure ceased his butchery and began to slowly patrol with a slaughtering knife in hand. Just then, a voice echoed unexpectedly. In front of him, a giant rooster, half the height of a man, suddenly emitted a human-like voice, roaring, "Where is this? Which fool locked me up? Let me out." It appeared he had just awakened and was still disoriented, calling out unconsciously. At that moment, the black figure appeared before the cage like a wraith, his previously expressionless face suddenly lighting up with joy. He brandished the slaughtering knife, severing the iron chain of the cage, then seized the rooster by the neck and yanked it out. The rooster, realizing its predicament, struggled fiercely, flapping its wings and kicking its claws wildly. The nearby cage rattled from the impact. Unfortunately, the black figure's grip was like iron, and it could not escape. Soon, the rooster was pinned to the chopping board, and with a swift motion, the knife fell, its head severed. The head tumbled to the ground as the black figure tossed the body into boiling water. Suchin silently gasped. If his conjecture was correct, those caged were humans transformed, and the black figure's swift actions meant a life had been extinguished. From the looks of it, they were already fish on the chopping block. The only solace was that, although transformed into an animal, his talents and strength remained intact. The black figure exhibited considerable prowess, as the rooster had shown no resistance and was swiftly dispatched. The slaughtering knife was extraordinary, slicing through the iron chain with ease. Suchin sat up again, carefully surveying his surroundings, hoping to discover an opportunity for escape. Before long, the black figure finished with the rooster and resumed his patrol along the cages. Suddenly, he quickened his pace and stopped in front of a dog cage. Inside, a large yellow dog seemed terrified, leaving a puddle of urine on the floor. Suchin watched intently as the black figure again took action, severing the iron chain with a single stroke, then reached in, grabbing the dog's head and stabbing it in the skull. The knife pierced smoothly. The hard skull offered no resistance. Suchin was certain that the knife was indeed exceptional. Moreover, he noticed that the black figure was not slaughtering indiscriminately. The rooster was in the second row, while the yellow dog was in the third. If it were random slaughter, they would be taken one by one, not in such an order. He must have been following some predetermined rules. What could those rules be? Suchin began to recall that the rooster was killed for suddenly speaking human language, and when he and the black bull had whispered, the black figure had turned abruptly. Thus, speaking human language violated the rules. But what about the yellow dog? As the black figure continued onward, he passed by several cages, moving faster with each row, heading toward the back. Who was he targeting next? Suchin, curious about who might be unfortunate, suddenly felt a chill. Oh no, he is coming for me. The black figure's lips curled into a smile, the slaughtering knife glinting ominously in his grip. What should I do? I have been singled out. What are the rules of killing? Have I violated a rule? This time, Suchin's mind raced to its limits. The rooster was killed for speaking human language. It was not allowed to do so. Thus, the transformed humans must behave according to animal instincts, and any deviation would result in slaughter. However, that did not explain the dog's fate. How does one interpret a dog's behavior? Dogs typically urinate by raising a leg. So perhaps the dog was killed for not conforming to that manner? But there are also dogs that squat to relieve themselves. Su Qin could not delve deeper into the reasoning as time was running out. The black figure was drawing nearer. What about the weasel? What are its behavioral rules? As the black figure approached, Su Qin strained to think. The sitting posture. The dog's sitting position was incorrect. Its hind legs were on the ground while its front limbs were wrapped around itself, much like a human who often folds their arms. In this identity shift, it had failed to adapt. My sitting position is also flawed. Su Qin suddenly realized why he had drawn attention. At that moment, his hind legs were on the ground, and his front limbs lay flat on his chest. Recognizing the issue, Su Qin promptly lowered his front limbs and lay flat against the ground. The black figure, observing his movement, displayed a look of disappointment, halting his approach before slowly moving on to other areas. Shortly thereafter, a pig was also slaughtered. It had seemingly grasped the slaughtering rules, and as the black figure passed by, it began to grunt like a pig. However, whether due to nerves or not, it imitated the sound poorly, and the black figure recognized the deception, swiftly seizing it and plunging the slaughtering knife into its neck, blood gushing forth. It died unjustly. It could have escaped had it remained silent, but its cleverness had led to its demise. Su Qin began to ponder the lifestyle of a weasel. What should it typically do? Steal chickens, catch mice? Or perhaps play the role of a trickster, approaching humans to ask if they were human or divine? No. It couldn't even stand without violating the rules, so playing tricks seemed impossible. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. His current form was not that of an ordinary weasel. He stood nearly a meter tall, with sharp claws and teeth. Su Qin found himself at a loss. Soon, the darkness began to fade into a gray dawn, and many roosters were inexplicably slaughtered. This sudden turn of events left many confused, but Su Qin had already deduced the reason. Dawn had arrived, and the roosters had failed to crow, thus violating the rules. Before long, villagers began to awaken in succession, gathering to select the animals within. Su Qin observed that some individuals opted for larger animals, such as cattle or horses, selecting only one to take away. In contrast, those who chose smaller creatures could select 2 or 3, such as 2 chickens and a pig, or a chicken, a pig, and a dog. However, what perplexed Su Qin was that the villagers, while choosing, passed by him multiple times without a single glance. The large black bull had already been taken away. Su Qin began to worry that those animals left behind might soon meet a grim fate at the hands of the cloaked figures. Fortunately, his fears did not materialize. Eventually, a frail, disheveled old man arrived late, and by then, most animals had been selected, leaving only one chicken and Su Qin, the yellow weasel. The old man, grumbling, took them both away. To Su Qin's surprise, the thatched cottage stood at the very edge of the village. This was fortuitous for him, as it provided the ideal escape route should he need to flee. Compared to the village center, his chances of escaping from this location were significantly higher. Once back home, the old man confined Su Qin in the pigsty while the hen was housed in a nearby coop. After completing these tasks, the old man returned to his dwelling. The pigsty appeared neglected, suggesting it had not housed pigs for a long time, though it was not excessively filthy. With the old man's door shut, Su Qin began to ponder his escape. Hey! Su Qin quietly attempted to communicate with the hen nearby. To his surprise, the hen remained silent, engrossed in settling into its nest to lay eggs. Remarkably cautious, Su Qin could not help but marvel at how quickly it had grasped the rules and taken action, far superior to him. He was curious if the hen could truly lay eggs, but refrained from speaking further, not wanting to draw the old man's attention. Chapter 9. Mental corruption. Su Qin contemplated his escape strategy. Remaining here was untenable. With a proper approach, the likelihood of fleeing into the nearby woods was substantial. Yet, amidst his thoughts, an unexpected craving surged within him. He suddenly yearned for chicken. Especially when he glanced at the hen, an insatiable urge stirred within him. What was happening? Su Qin quickly recognized the danger. He jolted to the realization that here, in this form, he would progressively lose his human thoughts, ultimately becoming a mindless beast, completely devoid of self. At that moment, he understood that it wasn't the hen's vigilance, but rather her consciousness that had been corrupted, her human thoughts extinguished. He could not remain here. It was far too perilous. Desperately seeking an escape, Su Qin crouched at the gate, surveying his surroundings for an opportunity. The gate faced the village entrance, beyond which lay the forest. He began to mentally simulate his escape route. Before long, the old man emerged, approached the hen's coop, and, upon discovering no eggs, erupted in fury, seizing the hen and striding toward the kitchen. Soon, accompanied by the hen's anguished cries, everything came to a halt. Su Qin realized the hen was lost. Flee now. Seizing the moment, Su Qin leapt through the gate and dashed toward the woods at the village's edge. "You beast! Dare you flee?" the old man shouted as he pursued him with a kitchen knife. Su Qin ran for his life. Fortunately, the old man was not particularly swift, a stark contrast to the cloaked figure wielding a butcher's knife. This presented Su Qin with an opportunity, and soon, he found himself at the edge of the forest. Meanwhile, other villagers, alerted by the commotion, raced over, their speed far exceeding that of the old man, rapidly closing in on him. Using every ounce of strength, Su Qin fled desperately, soon plunging into the woods, not pausing to catch his breath. "Where do you think you're going?" At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed nearby. Su Qin nearly had his soul frightened from his body, but quickly halted upon recognizing the voice of Lu Li. "Great One, save me." Su Qin turned to cry for help, spotting a 4-meter-tall silly roe deer concealed among the trees, curiously observing him. "Are you Su Qin?" Lu Li recognized him as well. "Yes, I just escaped from being pursued." Su Qin briefly explained, then continued to flee. "Don't run, I shall deal with them," Lu Li declared. Upon hearing this, Su Qin felt a surge of joy and paused, saying, "That would be perfect." Lu Li charged forward, and the pursuing villagers were swiftly dispatched beneath her powerful hooves. Incredible. She was truly a force to be reckoned with. Su Qin resolved to cling tightly to this powerful ally. As the old man, witnessing Lu Li's ferocity, promptly turned to flee, Lu Li prepared to chase after him, but Su Qin called out to her. "The village has strict rules. We should not enter for now. We must consider our next steps carefully." Lu Li complied and returned, asking, "You just escaped from there. Tell me what the situation is like inside." Nodding, Su Qin replied, "The rules are stringent. All transformed animals must behave according to their instincts, and the environment can corrupt one's mind. Prolonged exposure will turn one into a true beast." Turning around, Su Qin saw that the area he had just escaped from was a small village, with rows of indistinct houses silhouetted against the dim light, each emanating a faint yellow glow in the murky surroundings. "From what you say, this village is entirely governed by its rules," Lu Li mused thoughtfully. "You seem familiar with the bazaar?" Su Qin inquired. "Of course. In our world, the bazaar is omnipresent, and even cities constructed by humans frequently suffer incursions from the strange. However, I did not anticipate that this time the bazaar would be so formidable, having evolved into a realm of its own." "Do you mean to say you were aware of the impending emergence of the bazaar?" "Indeed. In truth, I am not the illegitimate daughter of Lu Xiong. My true identity belongs to the demon-catching division of Lishan City, specializing in dealing with monsters and the bazaar." "What is your name?" In fact, Su Qin had speculated about Lu Li's identity not long before, and her explanation dispelled the doubts within him. "My surname is Li, and my given name is also Li, as it was bestowed upon me by the division chief. What do you think? Is it a lovely name?" "Indeed, it is beautiful," Su Qin replied, nodding in agreement. "What of your parents?" "They perished during a bazaar incursion shortly after my birth. I apologize for bringing up your painful memories." Su Qin felt a pang of guilt. "It's all right. This is the reality we live in. We constantly battle the bazaar, and any day could be our last. Besides, I have the division chief. He has promised that when he retires, I shall be the next chief." "Quite impressive, I assent it." "Very impressive." Su Qin nodded, offering his praise. When Li Li was silent, she exuded an air of aloofness, but her words shattered that impression. "Did you come to the Lu family because of Lu Xiong?" Su Qin shifted the topic. "Yes, indeed. Due to Lu Xiong's early detection of the peculiar occurrences surrounding the Lu family, he reported to the Demon Catching Bureau. The head of the bureau instructed me to impersonate Lu Xiong's illegitimate daughter to investigate the Lu family. To my shock, on the very night of my arrival, he was murdered. As you have seen, Lu Chao colluded with the Eerie forces, resulting in the death of his own father, Lu Xiong, in a bid to usurp the position of the family head. My only curiosity now lies in the nature of the countermeasures that Lu Chao possesses, which emboldens him to conspire with the Eerie, a perilous endeavor indeed." Li Li spoke with indignation, clearly displeased with Lu Chao's collusion. "Now that we find ourselves trapped in the Eerie domain, do we have any means of escape?" Su Qin inquired. "Unfortunately, I too am experiencing this Eerie domain for the first time. I have never encountered anything like it before. What about you? Do you have any solutions?" Su Qin shook his head with a bitter smile upon hearing this. "Then we must take it step by step. Why don't we first scout the village? I heard the head of the bureau mention that to unravel the rules of the Eerie domain, we must first identify and comprehend them before devising a means to break free. Isn't it dangerous in there?" Su Qin shook his head, recalling how he had just escaped from within. To re-enter would be akin to walking into a trap. "I do not sense any threat. Those villagers cannot harm me." Su Qin suddenly remembered that Li Li possessed immense strength, far beyond his capabilities. Perhaps while it posed a danger to him, it would not threaten Li. Realizing this, Su Qin felt a spark of hope. He must cling tightly to Li, as she might be their only chance of survival. However, he was reluctant to rush back inside, recognizing the peril involved. Even if they were to enter, he should first enhance Li's abilities by utilizing his rewards, making himself stronger in the process. This way, if they did venture in, they would have a greater assurance of safety. With this in mind, Su Qin suggested, "Why don't we find a place to hide around the outskirts of the village and observe the situation? Let us proceed with caution." Li agreed, not in a hurry. The two, now akin to two beasts, concealed themselves within a nearby grove. As the afternoon approached, the village began to bustle with activity. Villagers were seen busily preparing. Some lighting fires, others moving pots, and still others boiling water, all while exchanging jokes and laughter, their faces alight with joy, as if today were a rare festive occasion. What are they up to? Su Qin wondered, sensing that the village seemed to be celebrating something. Before long, several villagers, armed with iron hooks, rushed into the pig pen. Moments later, amidst the agonizing cries akin to a slaughterhouse, a black pig was pulled out and placed on the chopping block. This scene was not isolated. As the figure in black moved from one household to another, finishing one slaughter before proceeding to the next, while other villagers executed chickens and sheep, creating a scene of frenzied activity. At that moment, Su Qin broke into a cold sweat. He was grateful to have escaped, for otherwise, he too would have been nothing more than meat on the chopping block. To think that they had begun to disregard the rules and engage in mass slaughter at midday. Observing the figure in black wielding the butcher's knife with ease, effortlessly dispatching those transformed humans into livestock, Su Qin's expression darkened. If the rules could not be broken, he feared he would ultimately meet the same fate. That butcher's knife is exceedingly peculiar. It penetrates effortlessly, seemingly ignoring any form of defense. Su Qin murmured softly. That knife is a magical artifact, Li explained beside him. A magical artifact? Su Qin echoed, intrigued. It is an object imbued with the unique rules of the eerie domain, possessing unfathomable power, Li elaborated. Even in her world filled with the eerie, magical artifacts are rare. They are born from the eerie domain and are difficult to extract. Even if one manages to bring one out, using it incurs a significant cost. If we could obtain that butcher's knife, could we not turn the tables on these villagers? Su Qin proposed. It is possible. But acquiring a magical artifact is no simple task. Li shook her head. Every use of a magical artifact comes with a price. She was not particularly interested in it, preferring to rely on her own strength. Let us see if we can find an opportunity to acquire it. Su Qin thought to himself. The two continued to observe the village closely. Just then, they witnessed a pig pen being opened, and a large black bull suddenly bolted out, sprinting towards the distant woods without a glance back. The butcher is fleeing as well. Is it still possible to escape? Su Qin could not help but doubt. However, contrary to his expectations, the butcher ultimately dashed into the forest, his strength far surpassing Su Qin's, which explained why he had not yet succumbed to complete ideological assimilation. A few villagers charged into the woods in pursuit of the bull, while most returned to the village to continue their earlier tasks. We should help him. Li expressed her interest, shaking her hooves on the ground. Since he has managed to escape, we ought to lend a hand. Su Qin readily agreed. Upon finding the butcher, he was already engaged in combat with 7 or 8 villagers, but was clearly at a disadvantage, as several of the villagers were extraordinarily strong, causing him to grimace in pain. Li joined the fray. Although she was currently in the form of a roe deer, she was remarkably agile, standing upright to kick. The villagers struck by her kicks had their heads smashed, dissipating into black smoke. In that moment, Li showcased her extraordinary power. The 3 villagers who had previously overwhelmed the butcher were swiftly dispatched by her single kick. Su Qin squinted, realizing that Li's strength offered him a glimmer of hope for escape. How are you faring? Li inquired. You are Li? The black bull recognized Li's voice. Seeing him glance at the nearby yellow weasel, Li explained, This is Su Qin. I know him. I never expected he would escape. The butcher could not contain his astonishment. Your strength is remarkable. Having witnessed Li's earlier battle, the butcher understood she was far stronger than he. After a brief conversation, the trio returned to the vicinity of the village, seeking a concealed spot to hide. The village was now exceedingly lively, with villagers banging and clanging as they transported the majority of the slaughtered meat to the temple at the village entrance, reciting ancient incantations before a statue within. The statue was an unsettling blend of human and beast, reminiscent of a cyborg. After the worship, all the villagers returned to their homes to continue the slaughter, leaving the offerings displayed before the statue. The 3 of them observed from the shadows. It appeared that there was no daylight here, as even after the roosters crowed, the sky remained perpetually overcast. Time passed without their notice, and gradually the darkness enveloped the land, diminishing the visibility of the three. Suchin's gaze remained fixated on the figure in black wielding the magical butcher's knife. After the figure had finished slaughtering all the livestock, he sheathed the knife and placed it into a basket he carried on his back. Subsequently, Suchin watched intently as the figure returned to his dwelling and casually set the basket against the wall, seemingly unconcerned about anyone taking it. If this butcher's knife were to fall into our hands, our chances of success would be significantly greater. Suchin gestured towards the knife to convey his thoughts. What do you intend to do? Tu Luo expressed a hint of intrigue, recalling a previous encounter with another formidable artifact. We shall steal it. Suchin articulated his plan. He intended to act once the villagers had succumbed to slumber. Since the eerie domain had manifested itself as a village, certain fundamental rules must surely exist. At night, the villagers would likely be resting. Beyond the butcher's knife, there exists another artifact within the village. Tu Luo suddenly interjected. It is a whistle that, when blown, induces unconsciousness. Tu Luo revealed that he had been captured after succumbing to the whistle's sound, though his unique constitution had prevented him from falling into a complete stupor, allowing him to discreetly observe the whistle's location. Upon hearing this, Suchin realized he had indeed fallen prey to the very whistle Tu Luo described. The three planned to steal both artifacts. As time passed, the dim oil lamps within the village houses gradually extinguished, and all the villagers seemed to have descended into deep sleep. Let us commence our endeavor, Lili declared, sensing the opportune moment. Her eagerness palpable as she appeared quite taken with the prospect of battle, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wait. Suchin suddenly halted her. What is it? Lili inquired, puzzled. My ability has fully cooled down. Allow me to assist you in your evolution first, which will enhance our odds of success. Of course, he harbored his own intentions, anticipating the advantages that might come from aiding Lili's evolution, thereby increasing his own chances of survival. Has it cooled down already? Then let us proceed, Lili exclaimed, raising her front limbs. Suchin found her fluffy legs amusing, unable to resist scratching his head with a paw before seizing her furry limb, at which point a change stirred within his mind. Discover whether the talent combatant may evolve. The talent combatant experiences a rapid enhancement of power when engaged in battle. Suchin glanced at Lili, marveling at yet another potent talent. Such a gift would undoubtedly lead to exponential growth in strength with frequent combat. Now he understood why Lili was so enamored with fighting. It was indeed due to her talent. How is it? Can it evolve? Lili's gaze brimmed with anticipation. It can. Suchin nodded, subsequently opting for evolution. A surge of mysterious energy coursed through him, initiating the transformation. The talent combatant has successfully evolved, resulting in the talent combat warrior experiences a swift augmentation of power in battle. Provided your conviction in victory is sufficiently strong, you can engage evenly with anyone. You assisted another's talent evolution and gained 5 freedom attributes. Gazing at the evolved talent of Lili, Suchin could not help but feel a twinge of envy. The ability to contest evenly in battle renders this talent nearly invincible. Even a deity would find themselves evenly matched. Of course, this is a theoretical state. The reality requires a robust conviction. How could a mere mortal possess such an invincible belief when facing a god? Nonetheless, this notion of an even match is not without merit. In reality, it is exceptionally powerful, rendering one nearly undefeated among peers, and easily overcoming those of lower tiers as if it were second nature, provided the disparity is not too vast. Suchin quickly quelled his inner excitement. Recognizing that he had not left empty-handed, 5 points of freedom attributes were indeed a cause for great joy. He believed that with the passage of time, he would not be inferior to anyone. When Lili discovered the circumstances surrounding her evolved talent, she was nearly taken aback. Once she regained her composure, she rushed towards Suchin, eager to shower him with affection. However, Suchin promptly halted her, joking that a silly doe should not take advantage of him. Once she transformed back, perhaps then, Lili was quite displeased, her gaze towards him tinged with reproach, but within moments, she was bounding about joyfully, elated by her extraordinary talent. Tu Luo, watching from the side, felt a pang of envy, but upon reflecting on his own talent, he regained his composure, reminding himself that he was not lacking in strength. Regardless of their thoughts, Suchin soon immersed himself in the distribution of his 4-dimensional attributes. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to allocate 2 points of freedom attributes to strength, aiming to reach the limit of a normal person's capabilities first. With the addition of those 2 points, his strength attribute finally reached 10. It felt immensely powerful. A single-handed swing unleashed nearly 1,000 pounds of force. Even the champions of the Blue Star would likely crumble before his might. The sudden influx of power left his body struggling to adjust, an overwhelming sensation washing over him. This body remains too fragile. With only 5 points in physique, wielding 10 points of strength would surely prove arduous. He had previously contemplated allocating all his attribute points to strength, but now he realized that such a choice would render his body as fragile as porcelain, unable to withstand the immense power. It seems physique and strength are indeed complementary. Su Qin resolved to allocate the remaining 3 points of freedom attributes entirely to physique. The moment he completed this adjustment, a warm sensation enveloped him, invigorating his being, revitalizing his body with a surge of vitality. Chapter 11. The sculpture comes to life. Indeed, with the enhancement of his physique, the prior sensation of being overwhelmed dissipated. His body felt invigorated and entirely comfortable, and his control over strength became effortless. This time, his power had augmented considerably. Let us proceed. After the evolution of her talent, Lily brimmed with confidence, her eagerness palpable as she sought a worthy opponent. Feeling well prepared for a confrontation with the lurking anomaly, Su Qin and Tu Luo offered no objections as the three stealthily approached the village. Just as they passed the temple at the village entrance, they were suddenly startled by a sound of chewing. What is that? The trio looked up, astonished to see that the statue upon the altar had come to life, feasting ravenously upon the offerings, its mouth emitting an eerie chuckle as it devoured greedily. Is this creature alive? The statue noticed the three of them, its eyes gleaming with excitement. You two split up. I will hold it off, Lily declared, racing forward with exhilaration, eager to test her newly evolved talent. Su Qin wished to call out to her, but Lily was soon embroiled in combat with the bizarre statue. Seeing this, Su Qin could only manage a wry smile. Very well, with the main force engaged, I must rely on myself. He glanced towards the location of the butcher's knife, which was not far from here. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could call for help, and Lily's assistance would likely arrive in time. With this thought, Su Qin exchanged a knowing glance with Tu Luo, and both stealthily moved towards their respective artifacts. Su Qin swiftly infiltrated the village, turning to observe the temple direction where Li Li was dominating the encounter, suppressing the sounds of battle to avoid awakening the villagers. This sight brought a sigh of relief from Su Qin. He continued to navigate past several houses, having meticulously memorized this route in his mind, making the journey feel effortless. Without disturbing any villagers, he arrived at the butcher's doorstep and located the knife within the basket. However, just as he grasped the butcher's knife, an unexpected surge of chilling malevolence coursed through the handle and into his body. Su Qin was taken aback, quickly channeling his internal energy to suppress it. Inwardly reflecting on the narrow escape, he realized that had he not augmented his constitution with 3 attribute points prior to this encounter, he might very well have succumbed to the chilling malevolence that threatened to infiltrate his being, resulting in severe illness or even grievous injury, temporarily suppressing the malevolent energy. Su Qin noticed a notification on his interface regarding a peculiar weapon, the slaughtering knife. The description read, "A single thrust penetrates effortlessly. Note, prolonged use may lead to a shortened lifespan." Startled, Su Qin contemplated the ominous implication that such an object could siphon the life force of its wielder. Yet, upon further reflection, this seemed entirely logical. Otherwise, what merit would the term weird artifact hold? The attributes of this weapon were undeniably formidable, effectively disregarding defense, though its limits remained a mystery. It was prudent to vacate the premises. With the strange weapon in hand, he turned to leave. Suddenly, a large black and white dog sprang forth from an unknown location, barking ferociously at him. Su Qin's heart raced. If this dog awakened the slumbering villagers, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Hushing it with a finger to his lips, he considered that this creature was likely a transformed human, as all animals in this village had once been humans themselves, shaped by the prevailing rules. Thus, they should theoretically understand him. Yet, the dog continued to bark heedlessly, suggesting its mind had been tainted. Resolute, Su Qin brandished the slaughtering knife, intending to intimidate the beast. However, he dared not harbor any murderous intent. Should this creature be a transformed overseer, it would spell disaster for him. Upon seeing him charge forward, the dog appeared startled and attempted to flee, only to be halted by the iron chain around its neck. Now aware that it was tethered, Su Qin noticed a bell dangling from its collar. As he approached, the dog suddenly spoke. "You cannot kill me. I am the head of the Lu family, Lu Chao. Quickly free me, and I shall grant you endless wealth and honor." "You are Lu Chao?" Su Qin's face lit up with surprise. Indeed, the dog proclaimed with a hint of arrogance. Ah, Lu Chao, then this will be straightforward. Su Qin declared as he plunged the knife into its skull. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the head of the Lu family, Lu Chao. You have gained 1,000 luck points. Unable to contain his excitement upon receiving the notification, Su Qin felt compelled to express gratitude for nature's bounty. Nonetheless, he was perplexed by Lu Chao's weakness. It seemed incongruous with what he had anticipated. Based on Su Qin's estimations, the head of the Lu family should possess a strength beyond his capacity to confront. Curiously, he noted that the bell was also a weird artifact, capable of sealing one's power. Weird artifact, dog bell. The wearer will have their strength sealed and gradually become subservient, obeying their master without question. Note: frequent use may result in inexplicable kidney discomfort. A strange expression crossed Su Qin's face. Was this truly a legitimate dog bell? After all, it was a weird artifact. He decided to stow it away for future use. Perhaps it would prove beneficial later. You truly are a good dog. He scoffed at Lu Chao's lifeless form, unable to suppress his disdain. In collusion with the bazaar, he had initially believed Lu Chao possessed some means of retaliation, only to discover his utter foolishness. Time was of the essence. Su Qin wasted no time in hastening towards the village's outskirts. However, he was too late. Having barely made any distance, the door to the butcher's residence swung open, the earlier barking having roused him from slumber. Noticing an intrusion, the butcher emitted a peculiar howl. And in an instant, the once tranquil village erupted into chaos, doors opening one after another. Feeling a surge of dread, Su Qin sprinted towards the village entrance without a glance back. Yet, as he approached the vicinity of the temple, a frail old man suddenly appeared, blocking his path. It was the same elder from before. Behind him, the butcher was drawing near. Su Qin understood the urgency. He could not afford to be detained. The elder was not particularly strong, and armed with the slaughtering knife, alongside his enhanced strength, Su Qin surmised he might have a chance. With that thought in mind, he swung the knife at the old man. With a swift thrust, the blade penetrated the heart. The force of 1,000 pounds combined with the slaughtering knife, making the act seamless. The old man's body was dragged several meters away. He had indeed grown stronger. The old man who once pursued him was now the victim of his counterattack. Perhaps, previously, he too might have turned the tables. But the fear instilled by the cloaked figure had misled him into underestimating everyone. Some villagers were not so formidable, at least not stronger than himself. A sigh of relief escaped him. However, the elder did not succumb easily. His gnarled hands reached out, attempting to grasp Su Qin by the throat. Was the vital point not the heart? Su Qin pondered, withdrawing the slaughtering knife and delivering a decisive blow to the head. Moments later, the elder dissipated into wisps of smoke. What was that sensation? He recalled experiencing something similar when he had pierced the dog's head, though at the time, he had paid it no mind. Su Qin vaguely sensed a diminishment of his lifespan. It was an obscure intuition that each time the slaughtering knife pierced a solid object, it cost him a fragment of his vitality, with harder materials demanding even greater sacrifices. No wonder the interface warned of a shortened lifespan. Should the slaughtering knife penetrate something sufficiently durable, it could potentially result in his own demise. Just as he dispatched the old man, an alert from the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 10 luck points. Did slaying these villagers also yield luck points? Or was it? Suddenly, a realization struck Su Qin. The system had previously hinted that killing others would grant him all their prior luck points. These villagers, transformed by the bazaar, originally possessed no luck points of their own, yet they had previously slain others, thus preserving some luck points. Consequently, by eliminating them, he could potentially acquire those points indirectly. With the butcher closing in, Su Qin recalled that he had already slain numerous individuals. He glanced towards another direction, where several villagers were besieging a large black bull. The bull, amidst their onslaught, suddenly produced a whistle and blew into it. Instantly, the attacking villagers seemed to be struck by an enchantment, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, the butcher transformed into a frenzied beast, trampling the fallen villagers, their heads bursting and turning to black smoke. It appeared that the butcher had also found a means to prevail. That whistle seemed extraordinary. As for the butcher, Su Qin could only wish him luck. He was not a foe he could contend with. Without a backward glance, he fled towards the village entrance. While running, he called out for Li Li, hoping to attract her attention. The disparity in strength was too great. He and the butcher operated on entirely different levels. Fortunately, Li Li responded promptly. She appeared shortly after he had not gone far. Beneath her, the statue-like figure descended like a boulder upon the butcher. Realizing the imminent threat, the butcher swiftly dodged. Alas, he was up against Li Li, who, with ferocity and agility, leapt behind him, delivering a powerful kick with her furry legs. Caught off guard, the butcher fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Truly formidable. Su Qin marveled. The black-clad butcher, seemingly so powerful, faltered against Li Li's might. Observing her imposing presence, he could not help but wonder when he would attain such strength. Su Qin, are you all right? Li Li inquired, turning to him. I'm fine, he replied, shaking his head to indicate he was unharmed. That's good to hear, she said, eyeing the fallen butcher, preparing to deal with him. Seeing this, Su Qin immediately intervened, insisting he would handle it. After all, these were luck points he did not want to miss out on. Do you want it? Here, take it. With a resounding thud, Li Li delivered a powerful kick, sending the butcher flying. Take it easy, will you? Su Qin could almost hear the sound of his heart shattering. He hurried over, fervently hoping that the butcher wouldn't succumb too quickly. Fortunately, there was still a breath left. Su Qin's anxious heart finally settled, and he drew the butcher's knife, plunging it into the butcher's skull. Soon, he heard the notification chime. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 790 fortune points. So much. Su Qin was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that this fellow inadvertently eliminated a steward? A decent haul indeed. Su Qin nodded, beginning to tally his gains. With the recent acquisition, he now possessed a total of 2,300 fortune points, a substantial income. He opened his status panel. Host, Su Qin lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 56 years, strength, 10 speed, 6 physique, 8 spirit, 7 initial talent. Random evolution can enhance others' talents, randomly yielding unexpected rewards. Fortune points, 2,300 weapon, enigmatic tool, butcher's knife items, enigmatic tool, dog bell. Compared to before, the attribute panel had significantly expanded. Yet the lifespan section sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. What was going on? His lifespan had decreased by a year. This butcher's knife was a treacherous item. It seemed he should use it sparingly in the future. Su Qin felt a pang of regret. After all, that was a matter of life. Thankfully, the loss wasn't too grievous. He consoled himself. Not far away, Li Li approached, kicking a sculpture along the way. Having no hands is quite troublesome, she remarked, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Su Qin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was that really your justification for turning the sculpture into a ball? What was the situation with that sculpture? I don't know. It seemed to have been altered by something. Its body neither human nor entirely metallic. And its consciousness was utterly chaotic, babbling about eating flesh. I had to knock it out since I couldn't communicate with it. What about these villagers? Should we eliminate them all? Li Li inquired eagerly. Her strength could easily dominate here. Chapter 12. Chaotic slaughter. Initially, she thought to integrate herself into the village to understand the rules before seeking a way to break the cycle. However, it now appeared that the known rules could not penetrate the enigmatic realm. She resolved to try a different approach. Perhaps exterminating all the villagers would provide a new route. Su Qin pondered for a moment and did not oppose. After all, those were fortune points. He only had one stipulation. He wanted to deliver the final blow himself. Li Li agreed, promising to assist him. Soon, Li Li unleashed a crushing onslaught, effortlessly incapacitating the villagers as Su Qin busily collected heads behind her. Of course, he refrained from using the butcher's knife again, opting instead for a brick, mercilessly hammering the heads of the defenseless villagers. The continuous swinging of the brick left his arms sore. A yellow weasel wielding a brick to smash heads would surely terrify anyone from Blue Star, leaving them sleepless for nights. Yet, Su Qin remained oblivious, tirelessly swinging the brick. Li Li's strength was formidable. She dominated the scene. However, when they reached the heart of the village, they encountered some trouble. Before them stood a grand mansion draped in white silk, its opulence starkly contrasting with the surrounding dilapidated straw houses. Strangely, the mansion's decor resembled a massive grave, with its entrance resembling an unmarked tombstone and all the rooms adorned with white silk and black cloth. As they approached, 2 old men emerged from the mansion. These individuals appeared bizarre, their bodies seemingly stitched together from various severed limbs, lacking any semblance of humanity compared to the other villagers. Tu Luo, witnessing this, acted first. He coveted fortune points, enviously watching Su Qin reap rewards. However, without a close bond with Li Li, he couldn't benefit as Su Qin did. Thus, he decided to claim a head for himself. Unexpectedly, the 2 old men proved to be exceptionally fierce, easily sending Tu Luo flying with a single kick. Ultimately, it was Li Li who intervened, and after enduring several exchanges, the old men could no longer resist. In the end, Su Qin crushed their skulls, earning 200 fortune points. After passing the mansion, they encountered no stronger foes. Under the chaotic slaughter led by Su Qin and Li Li, they swiftly eliminated all the villagers. Naturally, Tu Luo contributed. But Su Qin shamelessly claimed that his role was negligible, crediting the success primarily to himself and Li Li. At that moment, Su Qin's total fortune points reached 3,000. As the villagers perished, the rules binding them suddenly dissipated, and the trio reverted to their human forms. They exchanged glances of joy. Could it be that they had chosen the correct path? However, reality did not unfold as they had envisioned. The village remained shrouded in darkness. And apart from the three of them, no other living souls remained. During their exploration of the homes, they found no surviving animals, suggesting that apart from Tu Luo and himself, all others had perished in this encounter. Yet, Su Qin realized something crucial. If everyone else was dead, the system's notification regarding the faction battle should have concluded, since only he and Tu Luo would belong to the same faction. Moreover, Su Qin recalled that aside from Lu Chao, whom he had accidentally killed, Lu Lin and Lu Yang had been missing for some time. Where could they be? Had they met their demise as well? He inquired about them, but Tu Luo had not received any notifications of their deaths. The two felt that something was amiss. The enigmatic realm has not vanished, Li Li's voice echoed. She had scoured the village, finding no escape. Darkness continued to envelop the village, seemingly intent on consuming all life. What now? It seemed their path to breaking the enigmatic realm had also been obstructed. The three exchanged glances in the darkness, unwilling to concede as they searched the village once more, but found only the endless void. Wait, the sculpture was missing. Su Qin suddenly recalled that the sculpture had been discarded on the ground, yet they had not seen it during their previous search. Could it be the temple? Su Qin and Li Li exchanged glances, both having arrived at the same conclusion. The trio quickly made their way to the sacrificial temple, where they found the previously dilapidated and chaotic structure now transformed. The once pitch-black temple was now suffused with blood, as if it had come alive, morphing into a monstrous entity that preyed upon the unwary. What should they do now? Su Qin and Tu Luo turned to Li Li, who, as a native of this world, undoubtedly possessed a deeper understanding of the bizarre. This entity was not particularly strong, it merely hid in the shadows, making it difficult to locate. If they could find it, he was confident in their ability to defeat it. Now, it seemed highly likely that it was concealed within the temple. Li Li paced in front of the temple, analyzing the situation thoughtfully. Observing her demeanor, Su Qin felt a twinge of doubt. Are we compelled to venture inside in search of it? Tu Luo asked. What if we destroy the temple? Could that force it to reveal itself? Su Qin proposed another theory. Useless. The temple is a manifestation of rules. Only rules can counteract rules. Currently, we have not dismantled the temple's regulations, and our only choice is to enter. Thus, let us venture into this temple. Su Qin has no other recourse at the moment. Once we enter, both of you must stay close to me so that I can protect you in case of danger. The two nodded eagerly, knowing they must cling to this sturdy support. The trio swiftly entered the temple. As they crossed the threshold, a blinding white light flashed before Su Qin, nearly rendering him unable to open his eyes. After a few moments, he gradually acclimated. The previously dark world had vanished, replaced by a vibrant little village where the sun shone warmly and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Is this within the temple? Su Qin pondered, surveying his surroundings. Slowly, he discerned that the environment mirrored the village outside, albeit one was shrouded in night while the other basked in daylight. Moreover, there was a distinct difference. The former village exuded a sinister aura, whereas this one radiated tranquility. Come along, everyone. Let us hurry to the Yu family's grand residence. Today marks the auspicious occasion of the ailing Yu Jing's wedding, a celebration to dispel misfortune. It is said that the bride, Su Yun, has fled here and is a celestial beauty. We must hasten to catch a glimpse and perhaps bask in some of the good fortune. A throng of villagers called out to one another, forming groups as they sprinted toward the center of the village, the Yu family's estate. Erwazi, why are you dawdling? Hurry along. If you tarry, you may miss even the leftovers. Su Qin, lost in confusion, was pulled along by a middle-aged man who grasped his sleeve and urged him forward. Me? Erwazi. Su Qin pointed to himself, utterly bewildered. When did he acquire such a rustic name? Are you envious of Yu Jing, the sickly lad marrying a celestial beauty? Do not forget, different individuals have different destinies. Though Yu Jing is frail, he comes from a wealthy family, while you, with your dilapidated thatched hut, can hardly compare. If you are truly discontent when the bride appears, take a good look. It may inspire pleasant dreams tonight. Su Qin remained silent as the middle-aged man continued his tirade, leaving him exasperated. Fortunately, he gleaned valuable information from this man, piecing together clues that hinted at his current environment. This place must be the same village, albeit in a different time. The man revealed himself to be He Dan, the nominal cousin of Wazi, who lived across from him. Upon seeing Heidan's face, Su Qin felt a twinge of familiarity and suddenly recalled that he had once slain this villager who had obstructed his path. What a twist of fate. Having just dispatched him, he now found himself subjected to his relentless chiding. Unbeknownst to Heidan, he was in the presence of his cousin whom he held in low esteem, an idle young man who, at nearly 30, had yet to find a bride. Su Qin, however, remained indifferent to his cousin's opinions. He was no mere Wazi but an ambitious youth. As they arrived at the Yu residence, a lively crowd had already gathered. Firecrackers rang out, and vibrant red silk adorned the beams, heralding a day of celebration. Upon entering the grand estate, Su Qin noted a significant transformation. Where there had been black and white fabrics, now hung resplendent red decorations. Surely, this change bore special significance. As they squeezed through the entrance, Su Qin recognized many familiar faces among the bustling villagers. Most were those he had recently operated on, and he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, especially as some seemed to share a camaraderie with this body. Their banter brimmed with teasing remarks directed at him. Su Qin understood now. Wazi's former identity was that of a village guardian, prompting jests from villagers passing by. He chose silence, responding only with a stiff smile. For he lacked Wazi's memories and found this situation exceedingly peculiar, wary of saying too much. Look, Wazi has arrived. This time, let us hope to share in the bride's good fortune and perhaps find a wife next year. Wazi, heed my advice. Do not be too picky. Widow Li from the West Village is not a bad choice. Just look at her robust figure. If you're bullied outside, she could help you regain your dignity. How practical. Indeed, Wazi. Although Widow Li has 2 children, her demands for a bride price are minimal. Just a small tile house and 3 acres of land with 2 oxen. Surely, you can manage that. Besides, she doesn't even expect you to take her children's surname. I foresee you destined to remain single all your life. Su Qin felt his scalp prickle. He could not endure this any longer and retorted, if you are so fond of Widow Li, perhaps you should let your son marry her. That is out of the question. My son is destined for greatness, to become a scholar and an official. He could never marry a second-hand woman like Widow Li. With your son's current state, aspiring for greatness is but a dream, perhaps in the next life. Su Qin scoffed. Wazi, you ungrateful wretch. I offer you a kind suggestion, and instead, you curse my son. It is no wonder you shall never find a bride. Widow Li is indeed a fine match. Leave her for your son, for I am unworthy. Su Qin gazed at the man's face, regretting not having dealt with him more harshly previously. Before long, salvation arrived in the form of the elderly man he had first operated on. As he entered, all teasing remarks shifted their focus onto him. Look, it's old Zhang from the boiler room. What brings this old bachelor here? Old Zhang, do you wish to share in the good fortune? At your age, marriage is no longer a possibility. Old Zhang, did you receive an invitation from the Yu family? Unthinkable. Your presence would only dampen their joy. The villagers hurled their barbs, some laden with personal attacks. Go away. Just because you can come, does it mean I cannot? Old Zhang's thick skin seemed impervious to their mockery. He dug in his nose and flicked the residue at them, occasionally flashing his yellowed teeth, appearing quite lecherous. The villagers distanced themselves, their disdain evident. In that moment, Su Qin realized old Zhang must also be a former guardian of the village. Enough of this. Let us all speak kindly. We are all from the same village and should support one another, a familiar voice interjected. It was the butcher, wearing an expression of righteousness as he defended old Zhang. Ah, Ba Ge has arrived. Ba Ge, come join us for a drink. My pig will soon need your assistance for the slaughter. Once the butcher spoke, the teasing subsided. During festive occasions, families often sought his services, and his words carried weight. Even the Yu family treated him with utmost respect, inviting him to the seat of honor. Su Qin glanced at his waist, realizing that the pig-killing knife was not with him. At this moment, he became aware that the 2 peculiar items he had carried since entering were nowhere to be found. The village chief arrived, and someone shouted a greeting. At the entrance, a sprightly old man stepped inside. Su Qin narrowed his eyes. This man was one of the 2 strange old men he had encountered earlier. However, he now appeared as an ordinary human, devoid of any peculiar patchwork aura. This elderly gentleman was formidable, having held his ground against Li for several rounds. Greetings, village chief. Greetings. The villagers greeted him with nods as they passed by. From within the Yu family mansion, an elderly man clad in a brocade robe emerged to welcome the village chief inside. This man was likely the head of the Yu family, a figure Su Qin remembered having to overcome considerable challenges to subdue. Soon, most of the attendees had gathered, with the head of the Yu family seated at the main position, responding to the well wishes of others. In Chapter 14, The Wedding Night. Su Qin and He Dan arrived at the West Wing. According to He Dan, the two of them had come to scout the location in advance, ensuring a smooth experience during the wedding festivities later that night. If they could find an excellent vantage point, they might witness a grand spectacle. Su Qin, however, was not in agreement with He Dan's plan. He believed that given the groom's frail constitution, he would likely spend the night fully clothed and asleep. The show that He Dan anticipated would probably not unfold. Noticing that they were alone, the two stealthily entered the courtyard. Upon their arrival, Su Qin was met with a pungent herbal aroma, and from the adjacent room, he could hear a hoarse coughing sound. Unsurprisingly, this was the groom, Yu Jing. The intermittent cough, which sounded like it could cease at any moment, confirmed his frail health. It was no wonder he had chosen to marry for good fortune. It seemed he had little time left. As Su Qin pondered, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. He and He Dan quickly sought refuge. A steward entered, approaching the door to the room with a look of disdain. Eldest young master. The second young master is concerned about your mobility and has sent me to inform you to rest well in bed. The wedding will be conducted on your behalf. As soon as the steward finished speaking, the coughing from within grew much more pronounced. After a long pause, a hoarse voice responded, "Ha, conduct the wedding on my behalf. Does he wish to take my place even in the bridal chamber?" The second young master means no offense. He merely worries for your health and is willing to take on the task. The steward replied, though he rolled his eyes. Even though the eldest young master was gravely ill, it was not within the steward's place to insult him, and thus he could only engage in subtle manipulations. Tell him that my wedding does not require a substitute. The eldest young master's tone, though weak, was resolute. Understood. The steward did not press further. But as he departed, he spat disdainfully at the door. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The unfolding drama was becoming increasingly captivating. He and He Dan returned to the front courtyard, and it wasn't long before the bride arrived. The bride is here, everyone. Let us go out to welcome her. At the entrance, the sound of firecrackers erupted once more, and a grand red bridal sedan chair was lowered before them. Dressed in wedding attire and veiled in a bridal headdress, the bride descended from the sedan, assisted by the womenfolk. All present craned their necks to catch a glimpse of her, eager to behold her beauty. It was said that the bride's hometown had been struck by strange phenomena, causing all the living to flee, eventually leading them to settle here. Rumor had it that the bride, Su Yun, was extraordinarily beautiful. Before the bizarre events unfolded, the Su family had been a prominent household, their wealth vast, and their lands extensive. In those days, she was indeed a proper young lady. The crowd's anticipation was met with an unexpected turn. As she crossed over the fire basin, her veil fell, revealing her stunning visage to all. The beauty was breathtaking, leaving many men in awe. Even Su Qin, who was accustomed to the many beauties showcased on social media, found himself momentarily entranced, thinking to himself, "What a splendid flower amidst the muck." He was not alone in this sentiment. The other men present shared similar thoughts, feeling envious of the ailing Yu Jing and wishing they could take his place. Old Zhang, a village elder, was particularly taken aback, drooling and nearly losing his composure. What kind of mismanagement is this, that such a mistake could occur? A young gentleman rushed over, grasping the bride's arm. The bride, feeling the touch of an unfamiliar man, flushed and struggled to break free. "You should quickly cover her veil properly. Be cautious of the family rules," the young gentleman admonished. "Yes, second young master." The maidservants hurriedly replied, flustered as they readjusted the veil. Yu Hang let out a long sigh of relief. In his heart, he had already claimed the bride as his possession. With his frail elder brother on the brink of death, he believed this beautiful sister-in-law would soon belong to him, and he could not allow others to covet her. With this thought, he shot a fierce glare at old Zhang, who seemed utterly mesmerized by the bride. Yu Hang had no intention of letting this old man off easily. He would deal with him in due time. However, Yu Hang's glare went unnoticed as old Zhang fixated on the bride, seemingly enchanted. Yu Hang did not release the bride's arm as they entered. Just as the maidservants were assisting the eldest young master into the ceremony, Yu Jing, frail as he was, caught sight of the scene, and a sickly flush spread across his pale face. "Yu Hang, what are you doing? I am not dead yet. What nonsense are you speaking, brother? On this joyous occasion, why mention death? I merely came over to assist after the mishap with the fire basin." Yu Hang replied playfully, brushing off his brother's words. "Can I let go now?" Yu Jing gasped, needing to catch his breath. Of course. Yu Hang reluctantly released the bride, his face still revealing reluctance as he inhaled deeply, savoring her fragrance. Yu Jing nearly erupted with rage at this action but restrained himself, recognizing his half-brother's intention to provoke him, perhaps wishing for his demise. He was all too aware of his siblings' antics aimed at getting under his skin. Soon, the bride and groom, supported by the maidservants, completed their vows and were led into the bridal chamber. Su Qin observed closely from the side, intent on uncovering the hidden strangeness, though he had yet to discern any anomalies. At this moment, he harbored another suspicion. The story unfolding here might very well be the genesis of the bizarre occurrences. As the banquet commenced, guests celebrated joyously. As the protagonist of the day, Yu Jing, assisted by the maidservants, offered tea in place of wine to toast the guests. Su Qin searched diligently, but found no sign of Li Li or Tu Luo. As night fell, the groom entered the bridal chamber with assistants. Seeing this, Dan pulled Su Qin to their previously scouted spot. To Su Qin's surprise, he discovered another figure lurking in the shadows, none other than the lecherous old Zhang, who had somehow climbed to the rafters, a lascivious grin plastered across his face. How this old man, who usually walked with a tremor, had managed to ascend so high was beyond comprehension. Dan muttered under his breath, feeling a deep sense of disgrace at the actions of this old man, unaware that he was engaged in the same conduct. Meanwhile, the groom, Yu Jing, had just pushed open the door to the bridal chamber, and the sight before him ignited a fiery rage within him. Inside, the bride lay unconscious on the bed, her face flushed, the bridal veil on the ground, and the room in utter disarray. Chapter 15. The tragedy. Who could it be? Yu Jing's eyes widened in fury. His bride had been violated on their wedding night. It must be Yu Hang, that beast. I shall kill him. Yu Jing was engulfed in sorrow and rage, despite all precautions taken. He had failed to guard against this damned occurrence. Outside, Su Qin and Dan were bewildered, questioning the situation. Had they arrived too late? Had old Zhang secretly witnessed this debacle? Soon, news of the incident spread, and both the head of the family, Yu Yi, and the village chief arrived. The small courtyard was crowded with onlookers, eager to witness the spectacle. The Yu family had suffered a tremendous disgrace. They beheld Yu Jing, disheveled and in a pitiful state, his pale face even more ashen, trembling as if he were on the verge of collapse. How unfortunate for Yu Jing. His marriage intended to bring joy had turned into such a tragedy. The crowd could not help but cast sympathetic glances. The bride, Su Yun, had awakened and was now weeping profusely, her once lovely visage now marred by despair. Who could have done this? The village chief inquired sternly. As the village leader, it was his duty to investigate such matters. Su Yun merely shook her head in confusion, having lost consciousness after drinking a cup of wedding tea, and was unaware of who had perpetrated this act. It was Yu Hang. It had to be that beast. Yu Jing's voice rose in madness, suspecting his own younger brother first. Shut your mouth. How dare you falsely accuse your brother, making a fool of yourself? A middle-aged woman stepped forward to chastise him. The wife of the family head, and the mother of Yu Hang. Falsely accuse? He committed such vile acts. I need not frame him. It is evident he is responsible for this, yet you stand here defending him. You and your son are no good. You ungrateful wretch. I've treated you well, yet you've turned out to be such a scoundrel. You must speak on my behalf. My hanger would never do such a thing. Treated well? Yu Jing scoffed. Did they think he was unaware of their covert scheming? Enough. Send someone to fetch Yu Hang. The family head, Yu Yi, finally spoke, remarkably calm, exuding the composure of a patriarch. Before long, Yu Hang arrived, escorted by the steward. Upon seeing the bride in tears, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Truly, in such a state, she was captivating. Yu Hang, how dare you show your face? She is your sister-in-law. Yu Jing rushed forward, seizing Yu Hang by the collar. What do you want, you sickly wretch? Yu Hang forcefully pushed Yu Jing away. Yu Jing stumbled back and fell to the ground, struggling to rise, but failing. Yu Jing, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me? Yu Hang pressed forward, intent on attacking his elder brother. Stop. The voice of the family head, Yu Yi, rang out. Father, you saw it. He struck first. This sickly fool doesn't even know his own strength, yet he dares to raise his hand against me. I must teach him a lesson today. You beast, how dare you defile my wife on my wedding night? I will kill you. Yu Jing struggled to his feet, determined to make Yu Hang pay for his transgressions. Yu Jing, what are you saying? I defiled Su Yun? Who is it? Who could it be? Yu Hang's eyes were filled with rage. Su Yun was his intended, and he had yet to claim her. The thought of her being sullied filled him with fury, and he felt his youth slipping away. It hurts so much. His jealousy drove him to madness. Yu Hang, stop pretending. Who else could it be? Yu Jing remained steadfast in his belief that Yu Hang was the culprit. It wasn't me. I have an alibi. The steward and the maid can attest that I was at home the entire time. In truth, he had just returned, consumed with thoughts of Su Yun's beauty, and had momentarily indulged himself, only to discover that the woman he had only fantasized about had been taken by another. Yu Hang's vehement denial began to shake Yu Jing's unwavering suspicion. If it wasn't he, then who had the audacity? Yu Jing was at a loss. Whoever it is, I will ensure they pay. Yu Hang gritted his teeth, his anger surpassing that of the victim, leaving Yu Jing momentarily speechless. Anyone unaware might think you're the one wearing the green hat. Yu Yi commanded firmly, we must conduct a thorough investigation. Steward, secure the estate. No one is to enter or leave until we uncover the truth and provide an explanation to the newlyweds. He cast a caring glance at Su Yun, reassuring her. Su Yun, still silently weeping, her eyes swollen from crying, was the true victim in this ordeal. Alas, Yu Yi sighed, Yun'er, do not worry, this is not your fault. You are still the bride of the Yu family. Having married into our household, you are one of us. Rest assured, we will find the perpetrator and deliver justice. Yun'er, you have suffered. Trust that since I, Yu Jing, have married you, no matter what happens, you shall always be my wife. I will not fail you. His resolute voice echoed through the room, revealing his character as a good man. Despite his inner turmoil, he understood that Su Yun was not at fault and remained steadfast in his support of her. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's previously numb expression transformed as she suddenly embraced Yu Jing, sobbing on his shoulder. You all should help Yun'er and the eldest son to rest. Yu Hua waved his hand, and several maids assisted them. In light of this incident, the Yu family locked their doors, leaving Su Qin and others confined within the estate. The men were furious at the perpetrator, their teeth gritted in anger, with many feeling jealousy over the bride's beauty, which had suffered such indignation, an unforgivable act. Su Qin observed the unfolding events with an objective perspective, sensing that the perpetrator could not remain concealed. Perhaps old Zhang, lurking in the rafters, had witnessed the entire incident. 3 days passed, and the Yu family diligently pursued the assailant, yet their efforts yielded no results, and the perpetrator remained at large. Fortunately, the Yu family was affluent, providing for everyone's needs, and the villagers were in no rush to leave, enjoying the food, drink, and lively atmosphere. Who could resist such a pleasant situation? During these days, Su Qin had not encountered Li Li or Tu Luo, leading him to surmise that he might be the only outsider in this village. At that moment, he suddenly realized he was ensnared, tightly bound within this village. If he could not break free, he might remain trapped here until death. According to reason, his mission was to survive here for 72 hours. However, 3 days had already passed, and adding the 2 days he had previously spent outside, the task should have concluded by now. Yet, he had not received any notification from the system. Su Qin had 2 primary conjectures. First, that he was ensnared in an illusion, and second, that the passage of time in this world was different from the outside world. He leaned towards the first hypothesis, believing himself to be trapped in a phantasm from which he could not escape. He speculated that Li Li and Tu Luo might be in a similar predicament, unable to break free. He admonished himself that he must strive for self-rescue. Becoming increasingly cautious, he surmised that as the story progressed, this place would become increasingly perilous. On the night of the 3rd day, after everyone had fallen asleep, Su Qin observed the old man Zhang stealthily rising from his bed and making his way outside. Noticing this, Su Qin discreetly followed. He saw old Zhang carefully avoiding detection until he finally arrived at the western courtyard. Upon reaching this location, Su Qin experienced a vague realization. This was Yu Jing's small courtyard, and now also the residence of the bride Su Yun. Old Zhang's furtive approach indicated the presence of some unspeakable secret. As he had anticipated, old Zhang cautiously surveyed the surroundings, and upon confirming that no one was present, he inched closer. Inside the courtyard, Yu Jing, whose health was poor, had already succumbed to a deep slumber. Su Yun, however, remained awake, lost in thought in the pavilion. Over the past few days, Yu Jing had treated her with kindness, harboring no resentment over the events of their wedding night, and instead displaying great tolerance. For 3 days, he had refrained from physical intimacy, behaving with utmost politeness, and noticing her distress, he had been attentively by her side, striving to lift her spirits and help her overcome the shadows cast by their wedding night. Yu Jing seemed to be a ray of sunshine that had penetrated her dim world, albeit a feeble one, yet it infused her life with a hint of color. She felt gratitude as she glanced at the sleeping Yu Jing, her eyes softening. Often, she felt ashamed, believing herself unworthy of Yu Jing. But he reassured her that marrying her was a stroke of fortune, emphasizing that it was not her fault, but rather the misdeed of the beast who had tarnished her purity. Indeed, it was not her fault. She was the greatest victim. During these 3 days, a vague image of the person who had insulted her had begun to surface in her consciousness, a face indistinct yet eerily reminiscent of another. She quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. It was impossible. If it were that person, it would be terrifying. She needed to cast aside this dangerous notion. Glancing again in the direction of the room, she mused that if things were to continue like this, it would be acceptable, for she had encountered a man who wholeheartedly cared for her. However, his health was deteriorating. A sense of melancholy washed over her. Yu Jing's condition worsened day by day, and he might soon leave her. Just as she found herself lost in sorrow, an unexpected figure appeared stealthily. It was a filthy and lecherous old man. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Su Yun regarded the newcomer with suspicion. "Who am I? Merely an unrelated person. As for why I am here, it is undoubtedly due to the young madam. For the past few days, I have been entranced by the wondrous form of the young madam, unable to find peace in food or drink." Old Zhang took a deep breath, his face alight with a look of infatuation. "You, shameless lecher. Someone." Su Yun trembled with fury, ready to call for help against this old scoundrel. "Shoo, young madam, perhaps it would be better not to call out. Do you not wish to know who it was that sullied your purity that day?" Old Zhang's eyes gleamed with an inexplicable excitement. "You know who that person is?" Su Yun's mind became a whirlwind. "Madam speaks as if I do not know. I witnessed the entire incident unfold. What was meant to be seen and what was not." "Heh." Old Zhang chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "You are despicable." Su Yun trembled with indignation. "You speak of that old scoundrel Yu Yi, who appears so virtuous, yet engages in such shameless deeds behind the scenes. Truly a beast." Old Zhang feigned regret, his eyes roving restlessly. "It truly is him." Upon hearing Old Zhang mention the name, Su Yun's heart fell. The man in her mind and the one Old Zhang described were one and the same. At that moment, she was rendered speechless, grappling with the incomprehensible reasons behind his actions. Confusion, resentment, and a myriad of emotions swirled within her mind, leaving her in a state of numbness. Unbeknownst to her, she suddenly felt something unusual at her waist, and in an instant, she realized the filthy old man was embracing her. "Get away." Su Yun struggled in fury, desperate to cry for help. At that moment, Old Zhang's hand swiftly covered her mouth, leering as he said, "Young madam, it would be wise to remain quiet. The young master is currently asleep. If he were to awaken and witness this scene, what would happen? Furthermore, if Yu Jing were to learn the truth about the events of their wedding night, how would he respond? And at that point, how would you conduct yourself?" Upon hearing this, Su Yun's struggling body suddenly froze, as if deflated, and she slumped in submission. "Madam, come with me. Let us relocate to another place, so as not to disturb the young master's slumber," Old Zhang concluded, guiding the dazed Su Yun away. In the shadows, witnessing this unfolding scene, the justice-seeking Su Qin could hardly stand idly by. He prepared to confront Old Zhang and offer solace to Su Yun's wounded spirit. However, just as he was about to act, his body was suddenly immobilized, and he lost control over his physical form. "What is happening?" Su Qin gasped, wondering if that strange entity had targeted him. After waiting for a while, the anticipated scenario did not materialize. He discovered that as long as he did not intervene with Old Zhang, the constraints would not manifest. However, should he entertain the thought of stopping Old Zhang, he would lose command over his body. It seemed that the events here had already transpired, merely being replayed, with him as a spectator unable to alter the course of the narrative. With this realization, Su Qin's expression darkened. The lurking presence could freely restrict his actions, which implied it could easily snuff out his life. He sighed, feeling like a fish at the mercy of the knife. Thus, he resolved to play the role of an observer. Chapter 17. Just escaped the wolf's den. Only to enter the tiger's lair, Old Zhang cautiously led Su Yun out of the small courtyard, intending to fulfill his long-held desires in the nearby bamboo grove. Unfortunately, they had barely stepped outside when they were intercepted by a figure. "Village chief, what brings you here?" Old Zhang's sudden panic was evident as he grasped Su Yun, attempting to flee in another direction. "Old Zhang, how dare you engage in such activities? The matter is now exposed. Come with me to the ancestral hall for punishment." The village chief spoke in a composed tone, his face etched with righteousness. "No, I won't go. I didn't do anything." Old Zhang, in a state of alarm, waved his hands repeatedly and turned to escape. Yet, after only a few steps, the village chief seized him, delivering a resounding slap that knocked him unconscious. Seeing the village chief subdue Old Zhang, Su Yun felt a slight sense of relief. Her eyes shone with gratitude. The village chief's timely arrival had saved her from a dire fate at Old Zhang's hands. However, her relief was short-lived as concern crept in. She feared whether the village chief had overheard Old Zhang's earlier revelations. If the truth of their wedding night were to spread, would it create difficulties for her husband? At this moment, she remained unaware that she had unconsciously begun to care about Yu Jing's thoughts. Little did she know that a man being cuckolded on his wedding night was one of the most humiliating events imaginable. I implore you, madam, to accompany me as a witness, so that this old beast may pay the price for his actions. I shall also provide you with an account of the misdeeds of that old villain, Yu Hua, the village chief declared solemnly. Thank you, chief, Su Yun replied, hesitating. What is it? The chief inquired. I hope this matter can remain confidential. I do not wish for more people to know. She felt a twinge of anxiety. If this news were to spread, how would Yu Jing face his father? Rest assured, madam, for the sake of your reputation, everything will be conducted in secrecy, and this matter shall not leak. Thank you for your righteousness, chief. Su Yun expressed her gratitude with a deep bow. The chief naturally assisted her to her feet and said, let us proceed to the ancestral hall and bring the old Zhang to justice. Such vile individuals must not be allowed to roam free. Su Yun nodded appreciatively at this sight. Soon, the chief, holding onto the unconscious old Zhang, led Su Yun to the ancestral hall. Upon their arrival, he threw the dazed old Zhang to the ground and closed the hall's heavy doors. Witnessing this scene, Su Yun's expression changed, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. She observed the chief's previously righteous demeanor shift dramatically, his gaze fixated on her, resembling that of a predatory wolf. Chief, what do you intend to do? Su Yun could not suppress her mounting anxiety. I did not inquire before, but now I must ask, having aided you so significantly, how do you plan to express your gratitude? What do you want? Fear surged within Su Yun as the once kind chief now appeared as a menacing figure, making her feel as though she had just escaped a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's lair. What I desire is quite simple, and you can easily comply, the chief said, approaching to grasp her delicate hand. No, I must leave. This matter does not require your assistance. Su Yun struggled to break free, but the chief seized her firmly. How beautiful you are. No wonder that old fellow Yu Hua would resort to such actions. Even his daughter-in-law, though she is not truly his daughter-in-law. How cunning he is, the chief muttered, uttering words that were perplexing. Get away from me. Within the ancestral hall, shadows danced under the moonlight, swaying gently with the breeze, while outside, a sudden chill swept through, muffling some deeper sounds. Su Qin chose an advantageous vantage point, witnessing a grand spectacle unfold. I shall seek you out again. This secret shall be mine for a lifetime. If you obediently comply, your husband will remain oblivious to this matter. After a considerable time, the chief exited the hall, leaving behind his threatening words. Su Yun lay there dazed, staring blankly at the ceiling, with no one knowing her thoughts. Before leaving, the chief took old Zhang away, and from that day forth, he never reappeared. In the following 2 days, after returning home, Su Yun remained despondent. Even when Yu Jing intentionally told jokes to cheer her up, she could only manage a faint smile. Yu Jing clearly sensed something was amiss, but when he inquired, Su Yun merely shook her head. During this time, the second son, Yu Hang, frequently sought opportunities to visit the west courtyard or to encounter her on the road, attempting to engage her in conversation. However, Su Yun always regarded him coldly, leaving Yu Hang perplexed and inwardly cursing her lack of discernment, feeling he was not inferior to that sickly man. That evening, the chief sought out Su Yun again, bringing her back to the ancestral hall. This time, he carried an object that Su Qin recognized as the peculiar artifact, the dog bell. However, this bell had yet to transform into an artifact, remaining merely an ordinary bell. A unique confrontation began within the ancestral hall, but midway through, another figure suddenly barged in. Su Qin recognized him as the head of the Yu family, Yu Hua. How dare you? Upon witnessing the scene, Yu Yi was inexplicably furious. This was his woman, and he had been preoccupied with the events of that night, astonished that this old man dared to intrude. As Yu Hua appeared, Su Yun's pent-up hatred erupted, and she could not help but grit her teeth, realizing that all her misfortunes stemmed from this man. She longed for revenge, wishing for these individuals to pay the price. Although the chief was caught in the act, he displayed no sign of panic. Instead, a mocking smile adorned his face as he said, "Compared to your shamelessness, what I have done is trivial." "How have I been shameless?" Yu Yi retorted. "Is it not shameless to commit such acts on your wedding night? Are you angry? I know what you are thinking. You wish to claim that he is not your son." Upon hearing this, Su Yun, who had been looking down, suddenly raised her head in disbelief. Could it be that Yu Jing was not the son of this old fiend? However, upon reflection, it made sense. One was cunning and deceitful, while the other was kind and sunny. How could they possibly be father and son? At this moment, she connected many dots, and recalling the chief's earlier words, she realized she was inching closer to a colossal conspiracy, with her husband, Yu Jing, at its center. He was the unfortunate soul kept in the dark. Silence. Yu Yi erupted with agitation, his aura escalating, ready to strike. What do you wish to fight? As a guardian, you once turned against your own master, coveting their wealth? Should I elaborate? The chief laughed recklessly, confident in his superiority over Yu Yi. Chapter 18. Hidden Functions, Talent Recovery. How do you know? I executed this plan flawlessly. Yu Yi's fists clenched and released. It unsettled him to hear his concealed secrets laid bare by another. I know far more than you can imagine, including the truth about Yu Jing's declining health over the years. You understand it better than I do. Need I elaborate? No need. I relinquish this woman to you. Yu Yi, feeling cornered, broke into a cold sweat. Although Su Yun had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed by the two men was still shocking. She never imagined that even Yu Jing's frail health was a result of malevolence. Though the two men did not explicitly state it, Su Yun had already deduced the identity of the perpetrator. Heartbroken for Yu Jing's plight, she felt helpless, as she remained a pawn in another's game. Be wise. Come here and assist me. The chief suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Su Yun's face turned pale at his words. In the following days, Su Yun endured torment as the two demons even brought their battleground back to the west courtyard. Her inner hatred intensified, and she yearned to retaliate. To kill. She thought of Yu Hang. If she could incite enmity between father and son, it would be a grand spectacle. She also recalled the butcher. A truly righteous man, rumored to possess great strength and a sharp knife. The seeds of vengeance had been sown, and Su Yun began plotting her revenge. In the days that followed, Su Yun adorned herself beautifully. When encountering Yu Hang, she no longer wore a cold expression, but rather greeted him with a warm smile, her eyes sparkling with life. This transformation astonished Yu Hang, who thought she had finally seen the light. After all, he had to be better than that deadbeat brother. Although Su Yun's change delighted him, it felt surreal. In response, she informed him that she aspired to become the true mistress of the Yu family. And as long as he became the next head of the Yu clan, she would willingly submit to him. Upon comprehending Su Yun's intentions, Yu Hang did not refuse, but seized the opportunity to make a few modest requests. To his surprise, Su Yun acquiesced to all of them, which brought him great joy. However, he still lacked a clear strategy to attain the position of family head. That evening, he approached his mother, seeking her assistance in securing the esteemed role. Naturally, Yu Hang's mother supported her son and discreetly whispered in Yu Hua's ear. Was it Su Yun's suggestion? Yu Yi, being astute, quickly surmised the underlying circumstances. Yu Hang, having been encouraged by his father, did not conceal his aspirations and openly expressed his desire to wed Su Yun. Unexpectedly, without a moment's hesitation, Yu Yi led Yu Jing into a dimly lit room, where he discovered the village chief along with the object of his affections, Su Yun. After his father's explanation, Yu Jing's worldview shattered, and upon regaining his composure, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Thus, Su Yun's plan was thwarted. In the following days, Yu Jing gradually began to perceive the signs. Living under the same roof made it impossible to hide such matters, no matter how cautiously concealed. One evening, he witnessed everything, and the fury that surged within him was unimaginable. Why? Yu Jing stormed in, confronting his father with desperate rage, scarcely able to believe the reality before him. Observe this. He has yet to question whether you are indeed his father or merely the embodiment of his father's murderer. The village chief chuckled nearby, but his words rendered Yu Jing speechless, leading him to doubt his own senses. Ha ha ha, what a pitiful creature. Allow me to enlighten you. This old scoundrel was originally tasked with guarding your father. Driven by avarice for your family's wealth, he murdered your father shortly after your birth, seizing what rightfully belonged to your family. Though he raised you, he secretly administered a form of slow-acting poison, leaving your current state terminally ill, with no remedy in sight. Your life has been akin to that of a pitiable insect, manipulated and toyed with by others. Do you know who claimed your wedding night? It was none other than him. Ha ha ha. The village chief's words were so piercing that Yu Jing could hardly fathom their implications. This is a lie. It must be a deception. Yu Jing turned to Yu Yi, seeking validation, but was met only with Yu Hua's derisive gaze. Ha ha ha. You all deserve death. In that moment, Yu Jing erupted, attempting to attack the two, yet his frailty rendered him powerless. A mere push from Yu Hua sent him tumbling to the ground, unable to rise. At that moment, he was consumed by hatred, resenting the injustice of fate and his own weakness. Why? The heavens are blind. I am filled with loathing. Yu Jing's despair was palpable, yet he felt utterly helpless. Ultimately, the two did not kill him, but rather departed in laughter. From that day forth, Yu Jing underwent a transformation, becoming taciturn, though each night, his room echoed with frenzied laughter. One day he approached Su Yun, imploring her for assistance in his quest for vengeance. He had discovered an ancient method involving the consumption of human blood and flesh, combined with certain secret techniques, which could grant him immense power. Su Yun did not decline. She empathized with Yu Jing's plight and detested her own powerlessness, yearning for retribution. Thus, she unhesitatingly agreed. Consequently, members of the Yu family began to vanish mysteriously, and Yu Jing indeed changed. His physique grew stronger, but he also became something inhuman, at times losing his sanity. Su Yun grew concerned, fearing that if this continued, Yu Jing would lose himself entirely. Recently, he had been inadvertently injuring himself. Yet Yu Jing felt invigorated by his newfound strength, though he recognized it was insufficient to confront the village chief and Yu Hua, that vile creature. He sought allies. Eventually, Yu Jing's gaze fell upon the butcher, and he and Su Yun conspired to find an opportunity to win him over. That morning, as Su Qin awoke, he heard a long-awaited system notification. Ding! Congratulations, your faction has ultimately survived, achieving victory in the faction battle, and you are awarded 500 luck points. In response, Su Qin fell silent. Realizing this meant that apart from him and Tu Luo, all others who had entered were now deceased, with no one escaping. Even the fate of Tu Luo remained a mystery. He might already be dead. This luck battle had proven perilous, and Su Qin was uncertain if he could return alive. However, that night, another notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The talent you have advanced, blood devouring, has become a non-entity. Would you like to reclaim it? Note, upon reclamation, it can be utilized by yourself or others, or transformed into nourishment to enhance your own talents. What? Su Qin was taken aback. This talent he had advanced could actually be reclaimed, and reclaimed for his own use. He had not anticipated such a hidden feature. It was astonishing. His talent was truly remarkable. This implied that while others could possess only one or two talents, he could potentially acquire a multitude of talents, with any unused talents convertible into nourishment to elevate his existing abilities. Chapter 19. The second talent. Although talents can be upgraded using luck points and talent stones, the required amounts are staggering. It is important to note that upgrading his current talent necessitates a staggering 10,000 luck points, and after all his efforts, he had barely accumulated 4,000. To amass the required 10,000 luck points, he would need to endure several luck battles. The mortality rate during the first luck battle had been alarmingly high. If his assumptions were correct, he was the only survivor of this luck battle. With Tu Luo's talent now rendered a non-entity, it was almost certain he had perished. Whether he would live to see another day remained uncertain. Contemplating this, Su Qin's initial exhilaration gradually subsided. Regarding the blood-devouring talent, Su Qin resolved not to dismantle it. Such a valuable ability should not be squandered for mere nourishment. He intended to keep it for himself. As he activated the talent, a tingling sensation coursed through his body. He could distinctly perceive the changes occurring within him as a new talent began to manifest. Soon, the tingling subsided, and he opened his panel, discovering the talent section had transformed. Opening the panel, host, Su Qin lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 56 years, strength, 10 speed, 6 constitution, 8 spirit, 7 initial talent. Random evolution can enhance others' talents. Yielding unexpected rewards. New talent, blood devouring. Devour the blood and essence of corpses to enhance oneself. Currently, only one can be converted, with a chance to seize the original owner's talent for nourishment, enhancing one's own talent. Luck points, 3,500 weapon. Cursed object, butcher's knife items. Cursed object, dog bell. The ability to absorb vitality is of immense assistance to Su Qin, as his combat prowess had been severely lacking. With this talent, his capabilities would experience a significant boost in a short time. However, the second characteristic of the blood-devouring talent coincides with the functionality of his original talent. The reclaimed talents can also serve as raw materials, and the blood-devouring talent offers a chance to seize the original owner's abilities for enhancement. The functionalities overlap. Nevertheless, Su Qin would not complain. Such features were undoubtedly beneficial for him. Having just acquired a new talent, Su Qin was eager to utilize it, but alas, the current environment thwarted his intentions. He seemed to be in a surreal realm, and those corpses, even if he wished to absorb from them, were beyond his reach. In the ensuing days, Su Qin became increasingly vigilant, determined to uncover a means of escape from this place. He harbored grand ambitions and was not willing to perish before he had a chance to rise. Meanwhile, Su Yun began to take action, persuading the butcher with the subtle encouragement of Yu Jing, who hinted that Su Yun might need to sacrifice her own body if necessary. This notion left Su Yun feeling despondent, sensing a change in Yu Jing. Yet ultimately, she acquiesced to his pleas. Upon finding the butcher, Su Yun recounted the misdeeds of the village chief and Yu Yi. Enraged by their vile actions, the butcher fulminated against the two. However, when Su Yun sought his assistance, he hesitated, burdened by the responsibility of caring for his parents and fearing repercussions for his family. Reluctantly, he declined her request. Nevertheless, when faced with Su Yun's selflessness, he eventually consented. Yet, even then, things went awry. On the day they had agreed to act, the butcher failed to appear, citing threats to his family as the reason for his refusal. However, burdened by guilt, he sent a butcher's knife to Yu Jing through an intermediary. This knife was no ordinary weapon. It was extraordinary. Su Qin marveled at its ability to slice through iron as if it were mere clay. Betrayed, Yu Jing was consumed by fury and, eager for revenge, could not wait any longer. Armed with the butcher's knife, he felt a surge of confidence and chose to act independently. With Su Yun's aid, he successfully ambushed Yu Yi and the village chief. However, upon seeing Yu Jing approach with the knife, both men exhibited no surprise, as if they had anticipated this moment, remaining calm and composed. Today marks your demise. You wretched beasts, Yu Jing declared, his face alight with a maniacal thirst for blood. Suddenly, the village chief and Yu Yi erupted into laughter, revealing an ancient tome, the very arcane text that detailed the cannibalistic sorcery Yu Jing had been employing. Do you realize that what you have witnessed was deliberately revealed to you? This tome is not a guide to cannibalism, but rather a manual for the creation of puppets. What? This cannot be. Why would you do this? Yu Jing shook his head in disbelief, realizing he had been ensnared yet again, perhaps from the very beginning. It seemed that Yu Yi had orchestrated this all along, sparing his life initially to fulfill this day. Their intentions were to fabricate a compliant abomination, and it appeared that their experiment had borne fruit. Yu Yi's gaze toward Yu Jing grew increasingly satisfied as he produced a whistle and blew into it. Simultaneously, Yu Jing felt a foreign voice invade his mind, his will slipping beyond his control. I will kill you. Even if I die, I shall take a piece of flesh with me. Yu Jing charged at the two men. But midway, he lost command over his body. I refuse to accept this. I hate this. Suddenly, his body, which had momentarily stopped, lurched forward again. Though this time he did not surge toward his foes, but instead turned to Su Yun, pushing her out the door. Leave, escape this place. The farther you go, the better. I am sorry for you. No, don't. Yu Jing. Su Yun leapt back through the door, but at that moment, Yu Jing had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, his eyes vacant as they gazed outside, filled with reluctance, anger, and an unshakable concern. You two beasts deserve to die. I will slay you. Su Yun seized the butcher's knife from Yu Jing's hand and charged at the two men, unwavering in her resolve this time. With a single, dismissive gesture, the village chief sent Su Yun flying, her body crumpling like a rag doll. A butcher's knife protruded from her chest. Despite sacrificing her life, she inflicted no harm upon them. Consumed by hatred yet powerless, as her life ebbed away, she gazed at the unconscious Yu Jing and murmured, You have wronged me not. It is I who have wronged you. Su Yun perished, and upon witnessing this, Su Qin could not help but softly sigh. They are both pitiable souls. Chapter 20. A desperate struggle for survival. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, and the sky turned crimson with an ominous glow. To everyone's astonishment, Su Yun, who had been lifeless in a pool of blood, suddenly rose. An overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped her, exuding a coldness that seeped into the very bones of those who beheld her. What is happening? The village chief and Yu Yi were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. This overwhelming presence was intoxicating. Su Yun's laughter echoed with an eerie chill as she extended her hand, causing the whistle in the village chief's grasp to fly into her palm. With a single blow, both men fell into unconsciousness. Approaching Yu Jing's lifeless form, she spoke emotionlessly. What a pitiful creature. You shall accompany me. Perhaps this will be your greatest fortune. Following that, Su Yun slaughtered everyone in the village, methodically dismantling the village chief and Yu Yi with the butcher's knife. The scene faded from view. Meanwhile, Su Qin found his surroundings shifting, revealing a blood-soaked, murky path upon which a blood-red bridal sedan chair ambled through the darkness. As he focused, he recognized the bearers of the sedan as the long-missing brothers Lu Lin and Lu Yong, their faces ashen and lifeless, appearing as mere shells of their former selves. Behind them stood Tu Luo and others, familiar and unfamiliar faces alike, all reduced to puppets. A chill coursed through Su Qin. Tu Luo had ultimately met his end here. Despite his suspicions, the grim reality laid bare before him incited a helpless sigh. Such exceptional talent, extinguished before it could flourish, had only benefited him. A genius who never matures is ultimately no genius at all. As Su Qin's thoughts raced, His gaze swept across the surroundings in search of a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he spotted Li Li, her eyes tightly shut, seated in the sedan chair, her expression void of any sign of life. Marla, oh Marla. Su Qin felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated Li Li's downfall as well. With such a formidable presence lost, could he still harbor hope? This battle for fortune among 100 souls was perilously lethal. All had perished, leaving him the sole survivor. No, perhaps there was still a chance. What? Were you lamenting my fate or your own impending demise? A cold voice emerged from within the sedan chair, hollow and detached, yet imbued with an insidious power that gradually tainted one's emotions, rendering them incapable of self-control. Su Qin bit his tongue, striving to regain his clarity. At that moment, he understood how Tu Luo and the others had succumbed. Do you worry for her? The voice continued. Rest assured, she is not dead yet, but her time approaches. This woman possesses great strength and unwavering resolve. I have placed her in Su Yun's role, and as of now, she has not fully succumbed, but fret not. It will not be long before she does. Do you know why I have kept you alive? Su Qin, upon hearing this, began to form a hypothesis. My talent? Indeed. Your talent is remarkable. I have a premonition that it will be of great assistance to me. Now, come, submit to me. As the words left her lips, Su Qin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and a cacophony of voices began to flood his mind, incessantly whispering temptations to him. Su Yun's actions are entirely justified. Her quest for vengeance is a rightful cause, and you ought to contribute your strength in aiding her. This is my ability, empathy, so let it become a part of me. Wait, I believe I can still salvage this. Su Qin suddenly interjected. Oh, do you have more to say? A cold voice resounded. Su Qin chose not to reply, but rather took decisive action. Li Li, join the evolution of light. Su Qin, unwavering in his self-rescue, seized the opportunity to draw nearer to Li Li, who was seated cross-legged. At that moment, he grasped her and activated his innate talent, causing a surge of extraordinary power to flood his being, prompting Li Li's talent to evolve once more. Talent, battle warrior, evolution, war god. In battle, strength increases rapidly. And if the conviction is sufficiently strong, one can engage the enemy on equal footing. In life and death crises, a breakthrough in combat is guaranteed. Congratulations on aiding Li Li in evolving her talent. From now on, each time Li Li achieves a breakthrough, you will receive 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to Li Li for surpassing her current realm. You have obtained 5 free attribute points. Remarkable. Continuous benefits indeed. Li Li. If not now, then when? Rise up. Su Qin exclaimed, for life and death hung in the balance at that moment. Step back behind me. Li Li's ethereal voice rang out, filling Su Qin with exhilaration as he promptly bent low to shelter himself behind her. Your talent is so uncanny. How intriguing. I was right to trust my instincts. But do you truly believe you can rely on her for survival? Allow me to enlighten you. You are gravely mistaken. Su Yun's icy voice echoed, seemingly capable of freezing one's very soul. Su Yun, I concede that your plight inspires sympathy, yet it does not justify your self-destructive choices. This time, I shall show no mercy. Perish. Suddenly, the petite figure of Li Li erupted with an overwhelming force akin to a mountain. Her hands outstretched as she instantaneously tore through the murky domain, sunlight flooding in and dispelling the darkness. You dare to rend my domain with your bare hands? How could you possibly be this powerful? Su Yun gasped in shock. Had I not broken through, I would have needed to employ various tactics against you. Now that I have transcended, you appear to me as mere trifles. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Su Yun shook her head, but as Li Li struck down with a fierce palm, Su Yun's form began to contort in an instant. Let me deliver the final blow. Witnessing Li Li's overwhelming prowess in battle, Su Qin immediately called out, still fixated on those 5,000 fortune points. Ah, come at me all of you. Su Yun narrowly evaded Li Li's assault with a wave of her hand, summoning forth the countless puppets of the Lu family and others, all rushing toward Li Li with reckless abandon. These were puppets Su Yun had gathered over the years, now unleashed in a desperate bid for survival. Unfortunately for them, they faced a Li Li akin to a war god. Her combat style was both grand and brutal, leaving the fallen in tatters. This fortuitously allowed Su Qin to scavenge frantically from the remnants, consuming the relatively intact bodies to fuel his talent, his vitality visibly strengthening. Ultimately, Su Yun was captured by Li Li and dispatched by Su Qin without a hint of hesitation. Was Su Yun pitiable? Perhaps, but one must prioritize their own survival. Once in opposition, mercy has no place. Chapter 21. Cannon fodder. Su Qin and Li Li reappeared in the Lu family courtyard, now a scene of devastation. filled with the scent of decay and desolation. Here, aside from Su Qin and Li Li, no other souls remained. We have survived. Su Qin exhaled deeply, relishing the sensation of having escaped calamity. His body and mind were now profoundly relaxed. A notification of return echoed in his ears, accompanied by the announcement of 5,000 fortune points being credited to him. Though perilous, this experience had yielded substantial rewards. Not only fortune points, but his recent frenzied consumption of vitality had significantly enhanced his physical condition. Upon accessing his status panel, Su Qin discovered his physique had reached 12 points, surpassing the limits of an ordinary human. This was a novel sensation, his blood surging with vitality, filling him with vigor. The enhancement of his physicality allowed him to command his strength with ease, free from the previous constraints. He allocated 3 of the newly acquired 5 free attribute points to his spirit, the remaining 2 to speed. With his spirit now at 10 points, clarity washed over his mind. Even the fatigue from his recent brush with death dissipated, leaving him in excellent condition. Panel overview. Host, Su Qin lifetime. 20, remaining lifespan. 56 years, strength, 10 speed, 8 physique, 12 spirit, 10 initial talent. Random evolution, enhances others' talents. Potentially yielding unexpected rewards. New talent. Vitality absorption, absorbs the vitality of corpses to enhance oneself. Currently can only convert 1%, with a chance to seize the original owner's talent as nourishment to strengthen one's own talent. Fortune points. 8,500 weapon. Eerie artifact. Slaughter knife item. Eerie artifact. Dog bell gazing at his newly elevated attributes. A subtle smile graced Su Qin's lips. At this point, his strength and spirit had reached the peak of human capabilities, while his physique had transcended limits, entering a new echelon of vitality, marking a second phase of growth. The only area slightly lacking was speed, yet it had still achieved 8 points. One could say it was a bountiful harvest. Thank you immensely. Without your assistance, I doubt I would have escaped. Su Qin expressed his heartfelt gratitude, secretly relieved he had chosen Li Li. Otherwise, with his inadequate strength, he would have perished long ago. I should be the one thanking you. After 2 talent evolutions, my potential has ascended to an extraordinary level. Your talent is marvelously unique. I wish to keep you by my side permanently. Li Li's eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, startling Su Qin. Would this woman seek to imprison him? Though she was indeed beautiful and possessed great assets, he still had to decline. Observing Su Qin's wary demeanor, Li Li chuckled, shaking her fist. What are you imagining? I am a person who values gratitude. How could I ever do such a thing? I merely speak in jest. That is a relief. Su Qin exhaled, feeling a weight lifted. Seeing his reaction, Li Li was momentarily vexed. She rolled her eyes and playfully punched him, controlling her strength just enough to avoid causing serious harm. I must take my leave shortly. Su Qin intended to bid farewell to Li Li, having shared a harrowing experience together. You are not from this world, are you? You are likely set to return shortly. How did you know? Su Qin inquired, surprised, as he received a return notification indicating he would be departing in 10 minutes. Of course, I am aware. Our world has experienced such occurrences several times already, Li Li replied matter-of-factly. Since the emergence of the Eerie, humanity here has struggled between life and death. Not long ago, some fortunate souls were selected from our world, just like you, bringing back intriguing high-end goods that garnered considerable attention. Have you been selected? Su Qin asked. No. Li Li sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Perhaps it is for the best. Being selected means placing your life at risk, facing death at any moment. Su Qin reassured her. In our world, regardless of whether one is chosen or not, the specter of life and death looms perpetually. The inhabitants here are akin to curiously cultivated livestock, perhaps hoping to be selected and thus acquire greater strength, presenting an opportunity to escape. Li Li succinctly recounted the circumstances of the Tianqi Dalu, leaving Su Qin in contemplative silence. In comparison to the denizens of this world, the people of Lanqing enjoy a far more fortunate existence, for they are not subjected to the arbitrary loss of life. Even the much-maligned 996 work schedule is a luxury that remains out of reach for those in this realm. Yet, there exists a glimmer of hope, perhaps in the next selection. I may be fortunate enough to be chosen. Li Li laughed with an optimistic spirit. The notion of another selection piqued Su Qin's curiosity. Of course, there will be another selection. Do you truly believe it to be a one-time occurrence? According to reports from those chosen from our side, this is a relentless struggle for survival. Our task is to upgrade our world as much as possible, striving to become stronger and avoid decline. How does one upgrade? And why is there decline? A plethora of questions swirled in Su Qin's mind, as Li Li's words reminded him of the system's notification he received upon being chosen, which also alluded to this concept. I am uncertain about how to upgrade, but I do understand the necessity of preventing our world from deteriorating. Ever since the first batch of individuals was selected, our world has inexplicably experienced numerous unforeseen events, with various portals opening, creating specific zones. You might perceive it as our world being exposed ever since individuals began entering the interstellar battlefield. Those open portals serve as vantage points, allowing our world to be constantly surveilled. Upon hearing this, Su Qin grasped the implication. This aligns with the classic Black Forest principle. Once discovered, if one is not sufficiently powerful, annihilation is the only recourse. Realizing this, a weight settled upon his heart. At that moment, he began to comprehend the significance of the interstellar battlefield. Do you think we, the chosen pioneers, are merely cannon fodder, paving the way for subsequent world upgrades? Su Qin proposed this hypothesis. Your theory may hold some truth, but it is not wholly accurate. According to our world's speculations, those selected pioneers are, in fact, soldiers chosen by the interstellar battlefield, with the purpose of training you to be dispatched to distant battlegrounds to conquer other worlds or to fend off invasions from them. Of course, your assertion of being cannon fodder is also valid. Rather than training, it is more akin to conscription. The interstellar battlefield does not concern itself with your survival. It will thrust you into life and death gambles even when you are weak. Only those who survive will have the opportunity to engage in the star disc lottery. Those who perish are the so-called cannon fodder, while those who endure through the baptism of blood will have the chance to alter their fate and that of their world. Is this not a form of bestowal? It must be said, the interstellar battlefield is unforgiving. Those who cannot adapt will invariably be eliminated. And the fate of elimination is death. After Li Li's explanation, Su Qin's understanding became clear. His singular objective was to survive for as long as possible and grow stronger. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Su Qin prepared to return. He waved goodbye to Li Li, saying, I must take my leave, if fate allows. We shall meet again in the interstellar battlefield. The interstellar battlefield? I shall undoubtedly be there. When we meet next, I hope you have grown stronger. You are still too weak. Li Li nodded matter-of-factly. Su Qin, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of embarrassment. While I may be weak, must you vocalize it? Do I not possess any sense of pride? Furthermore, could you not utter something more flattering before my departure? Chapter 22. The Star Disc Lottery before long. Su Qin found himself back in the room adorned with the star disc. Upon his return, notifications appeared in the chat box on his panel. He opened the chat history and observed that many of the individuals he had conversed with previously now bore grayish-white avatars. This signified their demise. Their bodies left in foreign lands. With many lost, the chat box felt considerably emptier, as those who had returned shared their experiences. Seeking Buddha, I was chosen for the 10-person fate battle, struggling to survive in a world of zombies. After enduring countless hardships, I have finally returned. Looking back, they are all gone. The girl who was with me was dismembered by a mantis. We had promised to be together upon our return, alas. Kneeling before Buddha, in the Beiping massacre, I sacrificed my teammates to secure a chance to survive. Yet, my heart aches terribly. I repent. I am sorry to him. Surviving to become strong. During the faction battle, I hid in a foul ditch for 3 days and nights, finally managing to survive. I will return and tell my mother that I am a coward. Winning through pretension. I have finally returned, earning 2,000 fate points. Not a great deal. But I will strive harder next time. Xiaochang, what? 2,000. Oh, esteemed one above, please tell me how you achieved that. Winning through pretension. It's merely 2,000 fate points. There are no special techniques involved. I only made a slight effort, and that was the limit for this tier. Buddha's blessing. Esteemed one, your bravado is unconvincing. I can only give you a score of 59. Sundara lowly. Woo, I only earned 550 fate points this time. Esteemed one, do you still need accessories? I have an immature idea. Cross-dressing big shot. To the one above, if it is immature, do not speak of it. Wait until you mature, esteemed one. Check my private message. Winning through pretension. Enough chatter. I am about to commence the lottery. Winning through pretension. What a pity. The Star Disc Lottery has major pitfalls. I have drawn thank you for your patronage 5 times in a row. 1 chapter. How delightful. Seeing you waste 500 fate points in such a short time brings me much joy. Water moist. Same here. Esteemed one. Please keep up the good work. Wild Boar Peppa. Hee, esteemed one. Seeing you like this makes me laugh sadly. Winning through pretension. Everyone, pardon me. I just drew a fruit of strength, which increases my strength attribute by 5 points. However, this fruit is somewhat unsightly, and I am hesitating about whether to consume it. 1 chapter. Esteemed one. Please keep such matters confidential. Speaking of them affects my mood. Reward once. Esteemed one, please send me the fruit of strength. I will see if it is edible. Fields of wildflowers. Has anyone noticed that the star disc allows for designated lottery draws? One chapter. Wow, it truly does. That first level gene potion designated draw actually costs 2,000 fate points. Initial body refinement technique. 2,500 fate points for a designated lottery draw. Sui Xin Zhang. 800 fate points for a designated lottery draw. One chapter. What is going on? The designated draw for the talent stone requires a staggering 9,999 fate points. With that many points, I might as well spend a full 10,000 fate points to upgrade my talent. Reward yourself. This designated lottery draw is high consumption. By the way, isn't there something a commoner can designate? What can I designate with 250 fate points? Reward once, to the one above. I have found it for you. Paper doll, crafted by the paper doll master, can transform into the bride of your dreams. Designated lottery draw for 250 fate points. Once more, why not? Allow me to inquire on behalf of my friend about the quality of this paper doll. If, by chance, milk spills upon it, will it be ruined? A true friend echoes the question. Su Qin perused the comments section, relieved to be alive and in a relaxed state of mind. Many engaged in banter in the chat box, with some even having changed their usernames. The conversations were both amusing and delightful, enriching Su Qin with newfound knowledge and a rudimentary understanding of the star chart lottery. Su Qin navigated to the settings page and altered his username to, I can truly evolve my talents. After some contemplation, he decided to promote himself in the comments section. Do you wish to evolve your talents? Message me directly. I offer door-to-door service for a mere 800 per person. Once he sent this message, he risked being labeled a fraud, but if just one individual believed him, he would reap the rewards. Departing from the comments section, he prepared to commence the lottery. With confidence, he initiated a 10 consecutive draws, bolstered by his impressive 500 luck points. With a flick of his hand, the star chart began to spin rapidly. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Stopping short, Su Qin, initially calm, was suddenly overwhelmed by panic. What kind of devilish lottery is this? I am receiving thank you for your patronage notifications. What is there to congratulate? Unfortunately, he had committed to a 10 consecutive draw, rendering any interruption impossible. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn space underwear. This is absurd. What kind of misfortune am I experiencing? Could it be due to my earlier negligence in hygiene? Su Qin began to doubt himself. He exhaled deeply, relieved to have chosen the 10 draws, as there was a guaranteed reward. Otherwise, he would have wept over 1,000 wasted luck points. Nevertheless, what on earth is this space underwear? This is the first I have heard of such a thing. Soon, a pair of dark red underwear materialized in his hands. What in the world? Su Qin was baffled, holding the underwear. The label read, produced by Zhuan Kuan, featuring a 10 cubic space. You won't believe it. My belongings are concealed within the undergarment. Mother no longer needs to worry about me being robbed. Su Qin was taken aback. He had heard of space rings, space bracelets, and space backpacks, but this space underwear was a first. If he ever encountered that Zhuan Kuan, he would undoubtedly deliver a slap across the face for such a perverse idea. The concept of space is splendid. However, the appearance is rather grotesque. After weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided to wear it. After all, a 10 cubic space is too valuable to discard. He soon stowed away his butcher's knife and a dog bell within it. Su Qin accessed the designated lottery section and quickly located the space underwear, discovering it required 500 luck points to draw. What a profit. This is not a loss at all. Su Qin felt a wave of joy. While peculiar, it was undeniably practical. He resolved to keep drawing, confident in his luck. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn Saintess Chun Yunqing's undergarment from the Fan Chu Sacred Land. Chapter 23. Middle School Radio Calisthenics. Suddenly, a pale blue undergarment appeared in Su Qin's grasp. What is happening? Is this star chart engaging in such shameless antics? Su Qin felt a deep disdain. As he detected a faint fragrance emanating from the undergarment, he pondered. This silk quality is quite commendable. I shall store it in the space underwear and return it to its owner when I next encounter them. Continuing with the lottery. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. What the heck? Here we go again. Su Qin's expression darkened as he encountered 3 consecutive disappointments. First, I must wash my hands. He spat into his palm and rubbed them together. Let us keep drawing. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn elementary mecha technology analysis. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn precise and controllable nuclear fusion technology analysis. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn Tang Dao weapon. Not bad. 2 technology-related items were drawn, which he could sell to the state to improve his living conditions. The Tang Dao is quite sharp. It fits perfectly as he had been seeking a weapon. While he possesses a cursed butcher's knife, he does not dare to use it recklessly. He placed the Tang Dao within the space underwear, reminding himself to exercise caution when retrieving it to avoid any unfortunate accidents. He decided to draw a few more times, hoping to obtain something that would enhance his abilities. Talent stones, let me acquire a talent stone. Su Qin prayed fervently. If his talents were to upgrade, he could assist others in evolving and gain even greater rewards. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn middle school radio calisthenics. Set 999. What use do I have for this calisthenics? I want something to enhance my abilities. Su Qin cursed vehemently, frustrated that after all that effort, he received something useless. 500 luck points vanished, leaving him in anguish. He resolved to draw 5 more times. If there were no rewards, he would stop and seek out items that could enhance his abilities. Determined, he carelessly tossed the calisthenics into the space underwear. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn a box of compressed biscuits. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn a box of tissues. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn a dozen pairs of black stockings. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the head of a headless ghoul. What is this? Su Qin was startled as a head suddenly appeared in his hands. The head of the headless ghoul. It will awaken you in the dead of night, allowing you to return to sleep, deeply caring for your slumber, leaving you groggy the next day. Perhaps it is better not to sleep at all. A friendly reminder. The head of the headless ghoul is with you. One day, it will find you and claim its head. What is happening? Su Qin was bewildered. He had thought thank you for your patronage was the limit of the star chart, only to discover its depths had no bounds. I have spent luck points, and you give me something deadly. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Su Qin wanted to file a complaint. This star chart is a scam. He dared not accept the head and promptly tossed it onto the ground to kick it like a ball. Another 500 luck points wasted. And Su Qin decided to cease drawing. He would never draw again. This star chart lottery is a trap. He immediately accessed the designated lottery area, searching for items that would aid his strength. Elementary body refinement technique. Can temper the body and enhance physical attributes. Available for 500 luck points. Tiger swallowing technique. A biomimetic technique that rapidly enhances physique and speed for a short duration. Available for 3,000 luck points. Qi and blood transportation secret technique. When cultivated to perfection, qi and blood flow like smoke, greatly enhancing physique and strength. Available for 8,000 luck points. Middle school radio calisthenics. Set 999. A comprehensive enhancement of 4-dimensional attributes. Breaking through limits yields terrifying improvements. Available for 15,000 luck points. Wait a moment, radio calisthenics? Su Qin felt a sense of familiarity. Unsure, he retrieved the previously drawn calisthenics from the space underwear and compared it word for word. Eureka! It is identical. He casually discarded the broadcast exercise routine as trash, yet it turned out to be an exceptionally rare body refinement technique, the finest of its kind. Refined through generations in the Bogustar region. With 100 draws costing 15,000, this lottery was an extraordinary windfall. Thus, Su Qin resolved to reward himself with 10 more draws. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn thank you for your patronage. Su Qin's previously ardent spirit was suddenly extinguished. Well, let us start with 5 thank you for your patronage to lift my spirits, he shrugged, feigning indifference. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn habitable planet transformation technology. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn Sophie ultra-thin protection box. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn comprehensive guide to the origins and development of martial arts. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn military combat techniques. Not bad. It seems the subsequent draws yielded some valuable items. Su Qin's expression brightened. The habitable planet transformation technology, which encompasses energy utilization and interstellar spacecraft development among other techniques, can create planets suitable for habitation, an excellent find. Though regrettably of no use to him, He would sell it to the state upon his return. As for the Sophie ultra-thin protection, better left unmentioned. The comprehensive guide to the origins and development of martial arts would be read upon his return. The military combat techniques, a lethal skill in the military, was indeed valuable. He would learn it without delay. After this, Su Qin decided against further lottery draws, reserving the remaining 800 luck points to accumulate a full 10,000 for a talent upgrade, which was of utmost importance. He would process the items drawn this time upon returning. He opened the technology section to assess the value of the previously drawn technologies. Precise and controllable nuclear fusion, worth 500 luck points. Basic mecha manufacturing technology, worth 800 luck points. Habitable planet transformation technology, worth 8,000 luck points. Oh, what a high value. Su Qin couldn't help but feel delighted. This last item was exceedingly valuable. A pity he could not utilize it. If only it could be converted into luck points, but alas, the star chart lacks such a function. With the lottery concluded, Su Qin decided to return to Blue Star. After 7 days, he would once again return to participate in the next luck battle. Upon returning to the familiar restroom, Su Qin felt a whirlwind of emotions. Checking the time, 3 days had passed, indicating that the time on Blue Star aligned with that of the interstellar battlefield. Looking around, he silently rejoiced that the school's restrooms were public. Had anyone discovered he had vanished for 3 days and nights, the rumors would be unfathomable. Most would undoubtedly wonder how he managed to cope with hunger during that time. However, as he stepped out of the restroom, one of his concerns became a reality. Hey, Su Qin, look, is that really you? He finally emerged from the restroom. A robust young man pointed at Su Qin, speaking in a frenzy. Su Qin, you're finally out. 3 days. Do you know how I spent those days? The sturdy youth grasped Su Qin's arm, inspecting him closely. This young man was his roommate and close friend, Qin Shuo. The two had become inseparable due to sharing the character Qin in their names. Qin Shuo, true to his name, was exceptionally brawny, nearly 2 meters tall, with a gait reminiscent of a powerful gorilla, and he had a penchant for gossip regarding the school's beauties, earning him the nickname Qin Shou. Prior to being selected for the interstellar battlefield, they were on their way to the library, hoping to catch a glimpse of the campus beauty, Zhang Ruhan. Qin Shuo had reliable inside information, having discovered that Zhang Ruhan frequented the library on that day. En route, Su Qin had made a sudden stop at the restroom, leaving Qin Shuo waiting outside. Chapter 24. Loyal friend Qin Shu, noticing the strange glances from those around, Su Qin hurriedly pulled Qin Shuo away. He was somewhat anxious, wondering what wild rumors Qin Shuo's big mouth might have spread during his absence. Su Qin, I'm so relieved you're okay. I was really worried about you these past 3 days. Qin Shuo circled around Su Qin, his worried expression transforming into a smile upon seeing him unharmed. Seeing the distinct dark circles under his friend's eyes, Su Qin felt a pang of gratitude. It was evident that Qin Shuo had genuinely cared for him over the past few days. Rest assured, I'm fine, Su Qin nodded. I knew you would be fine. But you really treated me like an outsider, hiding your identity without telling me, which made me call the police, Qin Shuo chided. What do you mean? Su Qin was utterly bewildered, feeling lost in the conversation. Stop pretending, I already know. Qin Shuo wore a knowing expression, which only deepened Su Qin's confusion. After you disappeared from the restroom without a word, I was so worried about your safety that I reported it. Then a group of people arrived, claiming to be from the National Security Bureau, saying you were one of theirs, on a secret mission, and instructed me to keep it confidential. Su Qin, I won't say anything further. From now on, I will no longer argue about the title of Godfather. You shall be my godfather, Qin Shuo added, scratching his head, eager to inquire about Su Qin's identity, yet cautious not to breach national secrets. This is what you said. Henceforth, you must address me as godfather every time we meet. And you cannot be unfilial. Su Qin's eyes sparkled. This fellow had always treated him with utmost respect, yet now he was voluntarily claiming the title of father, which was truly a rare occurrence. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuo immediately felt regretful. He had spoken without thinking and regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth. Thinking quickly, he redirected the conversation. Su Qin, come quickly, an old friend wants to see you. Without hesitation, Qin Shuo pulled Su Qin towards a nearby small vehicle. Upon seeing this, Su Qin pondered for a moment and quickly understood. He marveled at how swiftly the state acted. It was likely that many had vanished at that time, and to avoid causing panic, they had employed this method to obscure the truth. However, was this truly a special individual with a concealed identity? This could serve as an excellent excuse. As they approached, the car door opened, and a commanding middle-aged man stepped out. He extended his hand and said, Su Qin, you have finally returned. It has been a long time. Upon seeing this, Su Qin immediately grasped the implication, reaching out to shake the middle-aged man's hand, replying, "Indeed. It has been a while. Can we return to the bureau first?" The middle-aged man inquired, seeking Su Qin's consent. Of course, Su Qin nodded, understanding that it was not convenient to converse here with so many people around. He turned to Qin Shuo and said, "Qin Shuo, you head back first. I'll treat you to barbecue when I return." "Is that true, Godfather?" Qin Shuo asked excitedly. "Why would I lie to you? Now hurry along." Su Qin waved his hand calmly. Understood, understood. Important matters take precedence. I'll leave you to it." Qin Shuo nodded, bowing respectfully as he departed. Once he left, Su Qin entered the car. As the vehicle started, the middle-aged man once again extended his hand and said, "Young brother Su Qin, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zhou Zhongwei, the director of the National Security Bureau." Su Qin was taken aback by this revelation and promptly extended his hand, saying, "It is an honor to be personally received by the director. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Qin, a second-year student at Chuanshu University. Congratulations on your safe return, young brother Su. The National Security Bureau has just been established, and with insufficient personnel, I, as the director, cannot simply remain in the office." Director Zhou stated. Director Zhou's dedication to serving the nation and its people is truly admirable. Ha ha ha, serving the people is our duty. Speaking of which, young brother Su, your return heralds a bright future. After some polite exchanges, Su Qin cut to the chase and asked, "Director Zhou, I would like to inquire about how much you know regarding this incident." Before returning, he had contemplated offering himself to the state, for his unique talent, coupled with the vast support of his nation, would enable him to grow at an accelerated pace. Moreover, regarding the matter of the world's upgrade war, it is undoubtedly impossible for him to handle it alone. It is only when supported by the great tree of the nation that one can find solace. Little brother is indeed a straightforward person. Thus, I shall not beat around the bush. On the very day of your departure, we received the news. Many individuals were selected this time, and some, upon leaving, smashed their keyboards, declaring notions of traversing realms, rising to power, and questioning the nobility's worth. By piecing together these fragments, we deduced an astonishing truth. To prevent this sudden incident from inciting public unrest, the nation promptly established the National Security Bureau, confining those in the know within a limited scope and signing confidentiality agreements. Following that, we stationed personnel at the location of your disappearance. The next day, individuals began to return one after another, from whom we learned about the interstellar battlefield, star charts, talents, destiny battles, and the world upgrade war. Through Zhou Zhongdao's explanation, Su Qin understood that they had essentially grasped the entire situation, silently marveling at the nation's remarkable strength, so swift and decisive. With this thought, he suddenly spoke, "Director Zhou, may I join the National Security Bureau?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhongwei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and extended his hand, exclaiming, "We warmly welcome you, little brother Su, to join the National Security Bureau. To be honest, I have interacted with numerous pioneers. Yet you are the first to proactively express a desire to join the National Security Bureau. Those I encountered before were either conservative, radical, aloof, or indifferent, and most declined our invitations to join. However, I can understand. Having encountered extraordinary powers and survived the destiny battles, their life trajectories have undoubtedly changed, and a bit of temperament and attitude is to be expected. It is refreshing to see someone as approachable as you, brother Su. Take the initiative to request to join the National Security Bureau. Rest assured, the benefits and treatment will be substantial, with a monthly salary of 50,000 being credited to your account on the first day of each month." That sounds wonderful. Upon hearing this, Su Qin's face lit up. 50,000 each month is a sum he could hardly exhaust. To be employed, even before graduation, is truly delightful. "What is your talent, little brother Su? We need to register it here." Su Qin, upon hearing this, immediately straightened his posture and solemnly introduced his talent. "My talent is random evolution, which can permanently enhance the talents of others. Currently, the cooldown period is 8 hours. Is what you said true, little brother Su?" Zhou Zhongwei was taken aback, realizing the extraordinary nature of this talent. If utilized properly, it could cultivate a vast number of talents for the nation. "It is indeed true. But every time I awaken it, I must pay a certain price, so regarding compensation, you understand." Su Qin rubbed his hands together, deliberately mentioning the need for a price, as one must always guard against others. Chapter 25. Taking and receiving together. Although due to the world upgrade war, anyone with a modicum of vision would not come to harm him, one cannot dismiss the possibility of encountering a madman. Hence, a cautious approach is warranted. In this manner, Not only can he earn a considerable income while helping others evolve their talents, but he can also receive random rewards after the evolution, and most importantly, he can reclaim talents after others have made sacrifices. The thought of such a mutually beneficial operation filled his heart with joy. Little brother Su, why don't we head back to the bureau now to test this talent? Director Zhou extended the invitation. There is no need for such formality. Just call me Xiao Su. Of course, we can go right now. Su Qin nodded. Great. I shall call you Xiao Su for a more familiar touch. If you don't mind, you can call me Zhou Bobo. Very well, Zhou Bobo, let us set off now. The National Security Bureau is located within a secluded, vast estate in the west of the city, chosen for its remoteness to prevent public unrest due to the anticipated influx of pioneers. Zhou Zhongwei led Su Qin to the basement level, instructing him to wait for a moment before turning to leave. Shortly, he returned with a young man in haste. Su Qin, this is Zhao Chu, who worked in the police force before being selected for the interstellar battlefield and has now officially joined the National Security Bureau. Zhou Zhongwei first introduced the young man, then added, Zhao Chu, please introduce your talent. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chu began. Name, Zhao Chu, National Security Bureau ID 001. Talent, impulsiveness. In daily life, you are prone to impulsive behavior. Whenever you act on impulse, your attack speed will double, but currently, it can only increase by one-fold. Zhao Chu blushed slightly while introducing his talent, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate, as it could easily be misunderstood. Earlier, Director Zhou had approached him, indicating that he would present him with an opportunity. Although he was skeptical about Su Qin's talent, he was still willing to cooperate as a test subject. Xiao Su, can this talent be evolved? Su Qin nodded in response. It can be evolved, but what would be the compensation? After all, I must also pay a price when helping others evolve. Compensation is negotiable. What do you require, Xiao Su? Zhou Zhongwei nodded. In the past, when I helped others evolve, I charged luck points. Since this person was introduced by Zhou Bobo, I will not ask for too high a price. Let's settle on 800 luck points. Su Qin thought for a moment. Most people should be able to obtain 1,000 or 800 luck points after a round of destiny battles, making this price acceptable to the majority. 800 luck points? Why don't you go rob a bank? Do you even know what 800 luck points represent? You have no idea. Before Zhou Zhongwei could respond, Zhao Chu erupted, knowing that he had fought tooth and nail to earn just over 1,000 luck points, and many had been spent during previous draws, leaving him with very little now. Su Qin was taken aback by his sudden outburst, wondering if he had perhaps overstepped. However, before he could reconsider, Zhou Zhongwei interjected. Zhao Chu, calm down. What are you making such a fuss about? I apologize, Director Zhou. I acted impulsively. But 800 luck points are truly excessive, and I don't have that much on hand. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhongwei couldn't help but frown. Then proposed, Xiao Su, how about this? Since we currently lack luck points, let us exchange it for money. The National Security Bureau will provide you with 1 million. And once we have luck points available, we will make up for it. Cash is acceptable. Su Qin nodded. After all, this was still a test of talent. And with the effect unknown, the willingness to be a test subject was already commendable. In such situations, offering free evolution would be reasonable. Su Qin only set the price at 800 luck points to avoid making the evolution seem too cheap. With this in mind, he turned to Zhao Chu. Please extend your hand to me. Seeing the gaze from Zhou Zhongwei, Zhao Chu finally reached out his hand. Su Qin's talent cooldown had ended, and he felt the surge of mysterious power within him, immediately commencing the evolution. Talent. Impulsiveness evolved into ever impulsive. The moment of impulsiveness opened the floodgates, rendering it unclosable. The talent has transformed into ever impulsive, permanently increasing attack speed and physique, with the current maximum enhancement being double. Congratulations on successfully facilitating the evolution of your talent and receiving 3 free attribute points. Upon completing the evolution, Zhao Chu sensed a change in his body, feeling an inexplicable enhancement in his physique. When he glanced at his status panel, he was astonished to find that his talent had undergone a qualitative change, and the physique stat had doubled. Soon, he reacted and eagerly grasped Su Qin's hand, speaking in a flurry. Xiao Su. Oh no, brother Su. I admit that I raised my voice a bit earlier. I apologize. Rest assured, I will certainly find a way to compensate you for those 800 Qiyan points. Initially, I thought they were excessive, but now I realize that brother Su truly possesses a commendable conscience. Your remuneration has already been settled. Su Qin shook his head. No, I must ensure that the 800 are given. Otherwise, I would feel remorseful. Zhao Chu's tone was resolute. Upon hearing this, Su Qin ceased to contest him. In truth, for him, the Qiyan points were secondary. The paramount aspect was that through this test, His innate abilities had already been revealed. Subsequently, a continuous stream of individuals would come forth to aid in his evolution. Perhaps before the next Qi-Yun battle commenced, his strength would experience a significant enhancement. Very well. Zhao Chu, do you still harbor doubts about me? Zhou Zhongwei interjected. Director, it was my lack of discernment that prevented me from recognizing your worth. I am grateful for the opportunity you have provided. Please, share the changes in your talents. Director, this evolution transformed an impulsive moment into a sustained drive. Not only has my speed doubled, but my physical constitution has also increased twofold, and it is permanent. Such a remarkable enhancement. Zhou Zhongwei was astonished, quickly followed by elation. He suddenly realized that if Su Qin remained with the Goan Bureau, he would become its most significant asset. I wonder if those who previously declined to join Goan will regret their decisions. Should this news spread, they might well come begging to join the Bureau. All of this hinges on Su Qin's complete commitment. Zhou Zhongwei's gaze towards Su Qin grew increasingly radiant. He was indeed a treasure. Little Su, I believe the previous salary arrangement was rather hasty. Given your value, such compensation is far too low. Let us renegotiate your remuneration. Zhou Zhongwei remarked as he retrieved a new contract from the cabinet. Uncle Zhou, let us not rush into the salary issue. I have some matters I wish to negotiate with the nation. Su Qin decided to present the technologies he had drawn to exchange for certain benefits. Oh, what does little Su wish to trade? Zhou Zhongwei inquired curiously. I previously acquired some technological advancements that I intend to offer to the state. This includes precision control of nuclear fusion technology. This pertains to basic mecha manufacturing technology, and so forth. Su Qin was about to elaborate further when Zhou Zhongwei suddenly gestured to interrupt him. Zhou Zhongwei turned to Zhao Chu, saying, Zhao Chu, you may go about your business for now. Understanding the significance of these technologies to the state, Zhao Chu departed, knowing that what Su Qin presented was too crucial for him to overhear. Chapter 26. The sudden emergence of the talent stone. Once Zhao Chu had left, Zhou Zhongwei immediately took the two technical analyses into his hands to review. Excellent, excellent. Precision control of nuclear fusion technology is outstanding. With this, the nation has potentially circumvented a decade of obstacles. If we can thoroughly grasp this technology, it will completely resolve our current energy issues. The application of nuclear energy will permeate various aspects of life, and with a stable energy supply, aerospace technology will see further advancements. Perhaps even enabling Huaxia to enter the era of interstellar navigation sooner than anticipated. Moreover, this basic mecha manufacturing technology proposes an entirely new energy source previously unknown to the Blue Planet. Given the current technological capabilities of the Blue Planet, we can construct the outer forms of mechas. However, the core energy source has been lacking. Fortunately, this issue is now resolved by mastering the nuclear fusion technology. Nuclear energy can indeed be integrated into mechas. If we can produce such devices, it will revolutionize the nature of warfare. And here is the technology for terraforming habitable planets. This asset is incredibly valuable. I have researched it and found it to be worth 8,000 Qi-Yin points. Su Qin voluntarily introduced its worth, thereby ensuring that he would receive greater benefits. Even if the state could not provide what he desired immediately, it was crucial for them to remember his contributions. 8,000 Qi-Yin points? Zhou Zhongwei was taken aback. Through his interactions with the pioneers over the past few days, he had come to understand the significance of Qi-Yun points and knew that this sum was far from trivial. Indeed, most individuals had not even surpassed 1,000 Qi-Yun points in their first battle. He promptly accepted the technical analysis Su Qin offered. As he unfolded the document on terraforming habitable planets, he observed it contained numerous advanced technologies that he could not fully comprehend. However, he sensed that if these technologies were mastered, they could potentially leapfrog several millennia of current advancements. This is exceedingly precious. Zhou Zhongwei's hands trembled involuntarily with excitement. Little Su, these are of immense value. I cannot make decisions regarding them. However, rest assured, I will report this immediately and ensure you do not suffer any losses. Having said this, Zhou Zhongwei hurriedly picked up a dedicated phone to initiate the report, then mobilized all armed forces of the Goan Bureau to safeguard Su Qin and these invaluable documents. The sudden urgency left Su Qin both amused and bewildered. He had indeed underestimated the state's regard for these technologies, or rather, the immeasurable worth of the terraforming technology. After a short while, the sound of helicopters thundered overhead as several landed outside the estate. A large group of individuals, comprising some of Huaxia's highest-ranking leaders and top researchers from various scientific fields, swiftly disembarked. Director Zhou, where are the individuals and documents? Have they been secured? An elderly man, dignified and composed, was the first to speak. Rest assured, Elder Jiang, The utmost protection has been established. Moreover, this is the headquarters of the Goan Bureau. Who would dare to act recklessly here? That is for the best. Take me to meet that young man. Elder Jiang nodded. This is Elder Jiang. This is Su Qin. Upon entering the room, Zhou Zhongwei promptly introduced the two. It is a pleasure to meet Elder Jiang. Su Qin was taken aback. He had not anticipated Elder Jiang's presence. He had only heard of Elder Jiang on television before, being one of Huaxia's most esteemed figures. Young brother, you are truly impressive and distinguished. Elder Jiang praised. You flatter me, Elder Jiang. I have frequently heard of your remarkable deeds. It is a privilege to meet you today, and I am truly honored. If it is not too much trouble, may I address you as Little Su, as Uncle Zhou does? Here are the documents. Su Qin handed over all the technical analyses. Wishing to avoid wasting time, knowing that their urgent visit was not for idle conversation. Little Su, I shall not be polite then. Elder Jiang accepted the documents and began to examine them meticulously before passing them to the accompanying researchers. Before long, the researchers began to engage in animated discussions. Once Elder Jiang confirmed the authenticity of the technologies, he spoke. I am curious what Little Su hopes to receive in exchange for these technologies. Rest assured, the state will endeavor to fulfill your requests. Upon hearing this, Su Qin replied, as a citizen of Huaxia, it is my duty to contribute in whatever capacity I can. Since I have chosen to submit these documents to the state, I assure you it is not for personal gain. I hold a deep love for my country. Zhou Zhongwei, standing nearby, wore an unusual expression, for he distinctly remembered that this young man had initially sought to trade. This clever lad had indeed adopted a strategy of retreating to advance. Young brother, your sense of duty is commendable. In light of this, the state will certainly not neglect you. Elder Jiang patted him on the shoulder. Director Zhou, did not Jiangnan just unearth a talent stone? Please make contact and, regardless of the price, secure it for me. Little Su is truly sincere. We cannot allow him to suffer any loss. A talent stone. Su Qin's eyes lit up. Someone had actually drawn one. This was precisely what he desired most at the moment. He had initially thought his talent would only upgrade after the next Qiyun battle. But unexpectedly, Elder Jiang was arranging for him to acquire one now. This is indeed a serendipitous turn of events, and I am most grateful to Elder Jiang. Su Qin did not decline, knowing he would have ample opportunities to repay the state in the future. At this moment, he found himself once again grateful for the decision he made to dedicate himself to the nation. Indeed, the collective strength of many proved formidable, as he had acquired the talent stone on merely the first day. Xiao Su, let us not stand on ceremony. I have heard from Director Zhou that you possess extraordinary gifts capable of aiding others in their talent evolution. Thus, I propose this. The Goan Ju is about to establish a training base named Tezen Xianfeng, designed to manage and train the human race's pioneers returning from the interstellar battlefield. I intend to appoint you as the chief instructor of this vanguard camp, to assist those pioneers in evolving their talents, ensuring their survival in the upcoming luck wars. Of course, I am aware that each time you assist someone in their evolution, there is a cost involved, so you must act within your means. To compensate you, each evolution will yield a guaranteed 800 points of luck, and for the position of chief instructor, the state shall provide you with a monthly salary of 1 million. Elder Jiang swiftly laid out the terms, a decision not made lightly, but rather after careful consideration during his journey here. Grateful for Elder Jiang's generosity, Xiao Su readily accepted the position of chief instructor, quickly realizing the immense benefits that would accompany it. Upon seeing Xiao Su's agreement, Elder Jiang immediately summoned the prepared contract. As soon as Xiao Su signed the agreement, Elder Jiang could not contain his joyful laughter. The interstellar battlefield had just emerged, and he had taken immediate action to establish the Goan Ju. After days of ceaseless efforts, he had managed to contain the situation within a controllable scope, preventing widespread panic. Now, with Xiao Su's signature, bolstered by his unique talents, he would serve as the steadfast anchor of the Goan Ju. With Xiao Su on their side, how could they fear that the returning individuals would not join the Goan Ju? At this point, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but laugh heartily. Chapter 27. Sudden incident. Xiao Su was equally pleased. It was a win-win scenario. Indeed beneficial to him in every aspect. Soon, the Goan Ju was filled with the cheerful laughter of an elder and a youth. Regrettably, this harmonious atmosphere did not last long before it was shattered. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Elder Jiang, there is an urgent incident. A middle-aged man burst in, knocking at the door. What has happened? Why the panic? Elder Jiang straightened his posture. Elder Jiang, we have just received international news. The Fuji mountain in Sakura country has suddenly collapsed, transforming into a vast expanse of pitch-black marshland, from which chaotic creatures have emerged. resulting in numerous casualties. Sakura country? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang's tense posture relaxed slightly as he spoke slowly. Do not panic. Explain it to me step by step. This morning, it appears that Fuji Mountain in Sakura country was violently squeezed by some terrifying force, erupting suddenly and turning into a sea of black marsh. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of unknown creatures surged forth from the marsh, resembling ghouls from Tokyo, attacking all living beings indiscriminately. Currently, most residents near Fuji Mountain are deceased, with only a few managing to escape, but those who did escape with any wounds quickly transformed into mindless monsters, beginning to attack surrounding humans. Has anything similar occurred domestically? Elder Jiang inquired immediately. There are currently no signs of such events domestically. That is good. Elder Jiang sighed in relief, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Elder Jiang, I have some understanding of this matter, and perhaps I can provide some clarity, Xiao Su interjected, having already begun to speculate on the cause. He had not anticipated that this incident would arrive so swiftly. Oh, Xiao Su, please elaborate for me. Elder Jiang, may I ask how much you know about world upgrades? Xiao Su, do not keep me in suspense. I have only heard the term world upgrade from you returnees, but I am still quite in the dark regarding the changes it entails. As someone who has personally experienced the Luck Wars, you must know far more than we do. Please enlighten us, so we are not left in ignorance when facing such events. Upon hearing this, Xiao Su nodded and said, in that case, let me begin from the interstellar battlefield. The reason we entered the interstellar battlefield was that it was selecting soldiers, not just from our world, but from many others simultaneously. I categorized those selected as mere cannon fodder. Cannon fodder? Elder Jiang, Zhou Zhongwei, and others could not help but exclaim in surprise. Indeed, cannon fodder. This was the conclusion Xiao Su had just drawn. Earlier, Li Li's words had been somewhat inaccurate. The interstellar battlefield is even more brutal than one could imagine. Even newcomers have no grace period. They are thrust directly into the fray. Through what I have witnessed over this period, I have drawn some conclusions. Newcomers are immediately thrust into other worlds, participating in plunder, combat, sieges, and defenses, without the preliminary training process that Li Li mentioned. Take my first experience in the Luck Wars, for instance. I went to the Tianqi continent, which was not a world already conquered by the interstellar battlefield, but rather one that was either being prepared for conquest or currently under siege. It was a bizarre world where humans were merely the cultivated sustenance for the strange entities within. In comparison to the oddities of that world, Xiao Su and his companions were invaders, albeit feeble ones, weak enough that a single strange entity could nearly annihilate them. This serves as the basis for my classification of cannon fodder. Death is simply death, and the dead are buried far from home. Only those who return alive, having fought tooth and nail to earn their luck points, can access the star map and exchange resources to strengthen themselves. Naturally, I do not lament the cruelty of the interstellar battlefield. In reality, no one will assist you without cost. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, remains an unchanging truth. With this in mind, I continued, only those who survive the first Luck War can barely be considered soldiers. However, this is just the beginning. They must endure successive Luck Wars, either growing stronger to become excellent soldiers or more advanced beings, or they will perish, becoming mere dust. Nonetheless, although we are weak, we humans do not shy away from battle, Xiao Su exclaimed, raising his voice. Then, feeling that this sounded somewhat juvenile, he awkwardly scratched his head. Xiao Su speaks most eloquently. Indeed, we humans do not shy away from battle. If others do not provide, we shall take it ourselves. If we lack strength, we must find ways to grow stronger. Previously, I had felt dread towards the unknown of the interstellar battlefield. Today, your words have enlightened me. Since we cannot change it, let us face everything with courage. Elder Jiang laughed heartily. Ah, indeed. You are absolutely right. Xiao Su thought to himself, as long as he did not feel awkward. The awkwardness belonged to others. Xiao Su, I ought to spend more time with you young people. You are full of vitality, daring to dream and act. The future of Huaxia. I, an old bone, must also put myself out there and strive to do more for you. Elder Jiang, do not undervalue yourself. Considering this sudden conscription incident, you have performed exceptionally well. Xiao Su immediately flattered. He was still quite weak, unable to contend with even conventional weaponry, and relying on the state was his best choice. As for becoming stronger in the future, he could only say, I do not eat beef. I am old indeed. Xiao Su, do not mind my ramblings. Let us return to our previous discussion. Hearing this, Xiao Su nodded and said, having understood the essence of the interstellar battlefield, let us now discuss world upgrades. On the day our world was summoned to the interstellar battlefield, our location was inevitably revealed. There is a saying that rings true: when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. I surmise that there exists one or more adversaries opposing the interstellar battlefield. As the battlefield invades, those opposing entities are likely invading concurrently. The world we must confront in this upgraded conflict may arise from within the interstellar battlefield itself, or from its adversaries. In this realm, the law of survival of the fittest prevails. A exposed prey, if weak, becomes a target for many. For instance, if we were to discover a habitable planet still in its primitive era, would we not seek to possess it? The answer is unequivocally yes. Thus, in our quest to conquer a world, our first step is to establish a foothold, followed by reconnaissance and repeated probing. Only if the world proves sufficiently feeble will we mobilize our forces to sweep it clean and claim it entirely. Xiao Su, do you imply that the black swamps appearing on Mount Fuji are, in fact, anchors from other worlds? Old Jiang is correct, and undoubtedly, there are multiple such anchors, perhaps even manifesting suddenly in some part of our Huaxia, and this occurrence will not be prolonged. It might happen in the coming days, or perhaps during the next or subsequent summons of the interstellar battlefield. Xiao Su, are you suggesting that the interstellar battlefield will continue to select humans from our world for the Fate Wars? Zhou Zhongwei suddenly became aware of this pressing question. Chapter 28. Talent Upgrade. Indeed, Uncle Zhou, the selection process of the interstellar battlefield does not conclude after a single instance. It is likely a protracted endeavor. Su Qin speculates that it necessitates the continuous selection of soldiers to plunder the fortunes of other worlds, which explains the origin of these fortune points. However, the precise purpose of these fortunes remains elusive at this juncture. With this thought, Su Qin continued, stating that being chosen, the only course of action available to us is to swiftly evolve from a mere cannon fodder into a competent soldier. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhongwei remarked, does this mean you will perpetually cycle through this process until death? Su Qin nodded in affirmation, stating that indeed may be the case. And perhaps one day we will grow strong enough to escape the clutches of the interstellar battlefield, or perhaps that day shall never come. Regardless, we are both fortunate and unfortunate, unfortunate in our current weakness, yet fortunate in that the emergence of the interstellar battlefield presents an opportunity for the growth of our Huaxia and the entire blue planet. Once Su Qin concluded his remarks, the atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence as everyone absorbed the weight of his words. Old Jiang soon departed, burdened with pressing matters, needing to consolidate opinions and strategize defenses based on Su Qin's revelations. That afternoon, the talent stones were delivered. The talent stone is a white, semi-transparent mineral, utilized to awaken or upgrade one's talents. Upon receiving it, Su Qin felt a surge of energy from his two innate talents. On his panel, both talents displayed prompts indicating their eligibility for upgrade. Su Qin sought the talent stone explicitly to enhance his primal talent, thus refraining from employing it on his blood absorption ability. He accessed the panel and clicked the upgrade button next to his primal talent. Gradually, the talent stone began to dissolve within him. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense transformations occurring within his body. In the void of his mind, numerous foundational points emerged, flickering in and out, expanding and weaving in accordance with a predetermined pattern. As time progressed, these points gradually interconnected, weaving and traversing to ultimately form a grand structure. A tower approximately 2 meters high, exhibiting a deep blue hue. However, this tower currently remained a mere skeletal framework, appearing rather simplistic. The tower stood amidst the void. At its center, a blood-red vortex slowly rotated. Is this the manifestation of talent? Before the upgrade, Su Qin had never perceived the form of his innate talents. Every time he assisted others in their evolution, an inexplicable force surged within him. Now, by merely delving into his consciousness, he could discern the form of his talent, a tower constructed from interconnected foundational points, residing in the ethereal expanse of his mind. Although it remains rudimentary, it imparts an aura of profound mystery. Su Qin's attention was drawn to the central blood-red vortex, hypothesizing that it likely represents his second talent, blood absorption. Soon, the talent upgrade was successfully completed. However, the panel displayed minimal changes post-upgrade, merely confirming the success. Yet, Su Qin sensed that the cooldown period for random talent evolution had diminished from the original 8 hours to 4 hours. The specifics of the changes would only become apparent through practical experimentation. Having achieved his objective, Su Qin expressed his intent to take his leave. Zhou Zhongwei informed him that the Special Operations Vanguard would officially be established the following day, necessitating his presence as the chief instructor. Su Qin nodded in agreement. Before departing, Zhou Zhongwei presented him with the identity badge of chief instructor he had prepared. That evening, Su Qin returned to his dormitory. Upon his arrival, Qin Shua eagerly approached him. As the sole occupants of their dormitory without girlfriends, the others were preoccupied with their romantic partners. With newfound wealth, Su Qin resolved to vacate the dormitory. Intending to rent an apartment to avoid unnecessary complications while traversing the interstellar battlefield. Su Qin, you know I've been waiting for you since noon, and I haven't even eaten. Qin Shua lamented, casting a pitiful look that sent shivers down Su Qin's spine. All right, enough with the dramatics. I haven't forgotten the hot pot I promised you. You choose the place, and we shall dine there now. Then I shall feast heartily. Qin Shua exclaimed with enthusiasm. Nonetheless, he ultimately opted for a familiar barbecue spot that was both delicious and affordable, seated on the second floor of the barbecue restaurant. Observing the flow of students entering and exiting the campus, Su Qin felt a sense of nostalgia wash over him. The campus exudes a unique sense of relaxation, devoid of life-threatening crises, offering comfort and ease. During their meal, Su Qin broached the topic of renting an apartment, enlisting Qin Shua's assistance in scouting for options. Qin Shua, ever the jester, feigned disbelief, questioning how he would survive without Su Qin. In response, Su Qin offered to rent him a room as well. Su Qin, you've struck it rich, Qin Shua exclaimed, astonished. However, considering Su Qin's status, he quickly reconciled his surprise and patted his chest, promising to find a suitable place by tomorrow. As they indulged in barbecue, Qin Shua's eyes suddenly lit up. Su Qin, look, there's the campus beauty, Zhang Ruhan. I didn't expect her to be here dining as well. At this, Su Qin lifted his gaze and beheld a striking young woman with a ponytail, adorned in a JK pleated skirt, gracefully approaching. Her long, fair legs were particularly captivating. Having just arrived at Chuanshu University, Zhang Ruhan was already nominated as a candidate for campus beauty. Coming from a prosperous family and possessing stunning looks, she was the object of desire for many. Winning her favor not only promised romance, but also a shortcut through life's complexities, leading numerous male classmates to designate her as their primary pursuit. Yet, to date, there had been no rumors of her involvement with anyone. Look, who is that person beside him? Goodness, it's Bai Yunkai. And he is actually confessing his feelings to the campus belle, Zhang Ruhan. That scoundrel Bai Yunkai has changed girlfriends numerous times since he arrived at school, earning quite a notorious reputation. However, rather than tarnishing his image, he has garnered widespread acclaim, being regarded as a dream lover by many women. There are two primary reasons for this. First, his family background is exceptionally affluent. Although he frequently changes girlfriends, he always bestows substantial breakup compensations. Second, he possesses striking good looks, embodying the quintessential charming young man. With such beauty and wealth, it is only natural for many to flock to him. Look at the girl standing next to Bai Yunkai. That is the commoner campus belle, Xiao Yun. Observe the longing in her eyes, as if her heart has completely surrendered to Bai Yunkai. Interestingly, Xiao Yun hails from the same place as you and attended the same high school. I once jested about the possibility of you two being a couple, but I never expected Xiao Yun to betray you so swiftly upon encountering Bai Yunkai. Her heart has evidently shifted. She has discarded you as if you were nothing. Su Qin, do not be disheartened. I will surely help you find someone even better. Qin Shua reassured him, patting his chest. I have never had any relationship with her. This is all just your wild imagination, Su Qin replied in a calm tone. Are you truly not involved at all? Qin Shua pressed on, his curiosity about such gossip unusually intense. Chapter 29, Childhood Sweethearts in Truth. Su Qin and Xiao Yun can be described as childhood sweethearts. They attended school together from a young age through high school, returning home together after classes. During high school, Xiao Yun had expressed her dependence on him, yet that thin veil of understanding was never truly pierced. Unexpectedly, in university, once Xiao Yun met Bai Yunkai, she quickly distanced herself from Su Qin as she fell head over heels for Bai Yunkai. Concerned that Bai Yunkai might misunderstand, she deliberately created space between them. Observing her attitude, Su Qin chose not to pursue her either. Ultimately, they drifted apart, leading to an awkward silence when they now meet. Alas, affection freely given is often undervalued. The relationship between Bai Yunkai and Xiao Yun remains in a state of ambiguity. Bai Yunkai neither publicly acknowledges her nor outright rejects her, leaving Xiao Yun to maintain a forced smile while he pursues others. What is it about having a bit of money? Just look at that pretentious face of his. I have heard many women praise him as the most handsome man in Sichuan. Look at his face. He is not even more handsome than I am. Qin Shua remarked passionately. Su Qin was taken aback, thinking to himself, brother, maybe you should look in the mirror more often. Jealousy is altering your perception. If you claim his looks do not match mine, that would be understandable. as I am rather handsome myself. However, my appearance leans more towards rugged masculinity. Unfortunately, today's girls prefer the delicate, youthful charm, so those in school are not drawn to my type. Meanwhile, Bai Yunkai has begun his performance. Holding flowers in one hand and a microphone in the other, passionately confessing to campus belle Zhang Ruhan. Bai Yunkai exuded confidence, believing that he would surely win Zhang Ruhan's heart today. With his handsome visage, talents, and youthful affluence, few girls could resist him. Coupled with this romantic confession, his approach has always proved successful in the past. Accept him, accept him. The surrounding crowd began to cheer. Qin Shuo, standing nearby, felt a surge of indignation. This pretty boy cannot possibly aim to conquer all the campus belles, can he? It seemed unfair that while others could swap girlfriends daily, he remained single. Bai Yunkai, kneeling with flowers in hand, professed, Ruhan, I have liked you for a long time. Please be my girlfriend. However, this time Bai Yunkai miscalculated. Zhang Ruhan did not accept the flowers. Her expression remained calm as she replied, Bai Yunkai, you are indeed exceptional, but we are not suited for each other. My current focus is on my studies, and I will not consider anything else for the time being. Had she not been selected for the interstellar battlefield, she might have chosen to experience a university romance to avoid future regrets. However, after witnessing the wonders of the interstellar battlefield, her priorities shifted. She now contemplated how to enhance her strength, survive the upcoming fortune battle, and grow stronger in pursuit of grander vistas. She harbored her own ambitions. Compared to the bizarre world of the interstellar battlefield, Sichuan University felt too trivial, merely a fleeting memory in her life. Zhang Ruhan's unwavering rejection astonished the onlookers. Yet many male peers felt exhilarated, as she was indeed their goddess, capable of turning down even such an outstanding man. Those who had exchanged glances with Zhang Ruhan pondered whether she might harbor feelings for them, leading her to reject such a remarkable suitor. Bai Yunkai was taken aback by the rejection, but he quickly regained his composure, stating, Ruhan, do you believe in love at first sight? From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was enchanted. Even if you reject me, I will continue to cherish you. You will witness my determination until I win you over. I believe we should value the people around us. Zhang Ruhan frowned slightly, feeling she had clearly expressed her stance. She cast a glance at Xiao Yun before turning to leave. Bai Yunkai watched her retreating figure, his gaze fervent, pondering whether Xiao Yun's presence had led to a misunderstanding. Initially, he had been attracted to Xiao Yun, as being crowned campus belle indicated her beauty. However, once she began to seek his favor, his interest waned. He had little enthusiasm for women who readily offered themselves. He preferred the thrill of conquest, akin to his feelings for Zhang Ruhan. As for Xiao Yun, he decided to keep her at a distance for now, ready to summon her when needed. Bai Yunkai was determined to pursue Zhang Ruhan, aligning with his father's wishes. The Bai family had a project that could significantly advance if a partnership with the Zhang family were established. Yunkai, do not be disheartened. I will always be by your side, Xiao Yun tenderly offered. I will head back now, Bai Yunkai replied curtly, waving his hand dismissively before departing without looking back. Xiao Yun, contemplating whether to chase after him, watched as Bai Yunkai swiftly drove away. Her eyes reddened slightly, overwhelmed by a wave of disappointment. As a fellow campus belle, what made her inferior to that woman? Lost in thought, she inadvertently noticed a familiar figure. It was him, Su Qin. Memories of their past flashed through her mind, and her emotions became inexplicably complex. Having walked home from school together, she had once imagined a future together. However, upon entering university, her deliberate distancing had turned their once close relationship into that of strangers. Watching Su Qin and Qin Shuo laughing together as they left, she ultimately could not suppress her voice. Calling out, Su Qin, long time no see. Su Qin, surprised at her greeting, nodded and replied, long time no see. Are you also eating here? Xiao Yun searched for small talk. We just finished and are about to leave, Su Qin answered, nodding before continuing on his way. Watching Su Qin leave with a calm demeanor, Xiao Yun felt a peculiar discomfort. She could not comprehend why. Had she not made the decision to distance herself? Now, seeing Su Qin's tranquil expression, her heart inexplicably ached. After leaving, Qin Shuo could hardly contain his excitement. Look, she must be regretting it, Su Qin. Why don't you turn back and say something nice? I see hope for both of you. Su Qin shook his head in response, realizing that he had never harbored romantic feelings for Xiao Yun. Xiao Su, Zhang Ruhan is indeed the woman I chose for you. She certainly has character. Su Qin shot him a glance, suspecting that it was Qin Shuo who was infatuated. Before being summoned to the interstellar battlefield, Qin Shuo would always drag Su Qin to find Zhang Ruhan, yet he never had the courage to approach her directly, merely stealing glances. He claimed it was for his own sake, but Su Qin felt his intentions were not entirely pure. Chapter 30. The Path of Martial Arts. After the lively gathering and the barbecue had concluded, Su Qin returned to his quarters and retrieved the comprehensive tome on the origins and development of martial arts, beginning to peruse its pages. Martial arts, a method developed by humanity to combat natural adversities, is a practice that continually explores one's potential. Each breakthrough in martial arts signifies a process of shattering one's own shackles, and with every limit surpassed, one can attain extraordinary strength. This path has been passed down through the ages, its history lost in the annals of time. However, martial arts has evolved into a remarkably refined discipline, manifesting a complete pathway. This is a journey of breaking free from one's constraints in pursuit of extraordinary power, commencing with the transcendence of the physical body. In the stage of physical transcendence, martial arts is categorized into 9 ranks, with each breakthrough elevating one's rank, and beyond the first rank lies transcendence. When martial arts reaches the stage of transcendence, one acquires unfathomable strength, unlocking innate talents and mastering extraordinary powers. Upon reaching this point, Su Qin was struck with confusion. Innate talent? Isn't that something one possesses from the outset? Yet, the text indicated that innate talent only manifests post-transcendence in martial arts. What could this mean? The individuals summoned to the interstellar battlefield seemed to possess talents from the beginning. Could it be that the talent mentioned here is of a different nature than that which emerges after transcendence? Or perhaps the interstellar battlefield is unique, having preemptively opened this path for them? Regrettably, no one could clarify these doubts for him at present. Su Qin could only bury these questions in his heart. Vowing to seek answers later, he set aside the martial arts compendium and took out the 9th set of middle school calisthenics, commencing his study. This set of exercises comprised 81 movements, each accompanied by illustrations and breathing techniques. After memorizing the fundamentals of the first movement, he began to assume the correct posture for practice. However, as he engaged in the breathing technique, he suddenly felt an immense force bearing down upon him, as if the very heavens were exerting pressure. This oppressive force intensified, forging not only his physical body but also his spirit, as if someone were hammering upon him. Su Qin's complexion flushed, and beads of sweat began to dampen his garments. After 3 breaths, he could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. Lying there, he felt a profound fatigue encompassing his entire being, akin to having stayed up for several nights, on the brink of drifting into slumber. After resting for 5 minutes, the weariness gradually subsided. This was exceedingly challenging. Simply assuming the posture and coordinating with the breathing technique felt as though he were bearing the weight of a mountain, the pressure causing his bones to creak incessantly. Even with his current physique rated at 12 points, he could barely last through 3 breaths. Truly, the martial arts training method, refined through 999 iterations, begins at an exceptionally high standard. Had he relied on his former physique of 5 points, he likely wouldn't have completed even a single breath. Nevertheless, the benefits were substantial. As Su Qin lay on the ground, his body began to recover, tingling pleasantly. His 4-dimensional attributes experienced enhancements, albeit slight, and he imagined that with prolonged practice, these attributes would soar. Su Qin mused once more, marveling at the remarkable effects of the calisthenics valued at 15,000 fortune points. However, in comparison to the rapid enhancement from the calisthenics, he suddenly recalled another aspect. Each time he assisted others in evolving their talents, he earned attribute points. The allocation of free attribute points was far swifter than the benefits derived from these calisthenics. When juxtaposed with this methodical practice, the enhancements from his innate talent could be described as akin to having an advantage. Of course, this did not diminish the value of the calisthenics practice. It merely indicated that the benefits from his innate talent were more pronounced. However, if he wished to grow stronger rapidly, he needed to pursue both avenues. He could not neglect the calisthenics. Rather, his progression would primarily leverage his innate talent, with practice as a secondary focus. Reflecting on this, Su Qin suddenly remembered the 3 free attribute points he had acquired while helping Zhao Chu evolve his talent and had yet to utilize. Without further ado, he allocated 2 points to speed and 1 to physique. Upon completing the allocation, the fatigue that had previously beset him was swiftly alleviated by a surge of power. Within him, his vitality surged, and his bones resonated in harmony. His physique reached 13 points. By enhancing his physique, he felt invigorated, all negative effects dissipating. It seemed each allocation was a restoration and enhancement of his body. At this moment, brimming with energy, Su Qin wasted no time and assumed the posture once more. Practicing the calisthenics. This time, he managed to endure for 5 breaths. He He sensed that if he could sustain his practice for over 30 breaths, he would achieve mastery of the first movement, thus breaking through his current limitations and experiencing significant enhancements in his four-dimensional attributes. Su Qin set this as his goal. Moving forward, assisting others in evolving their talents would be his primary objective, yet he could not neglect the practice of calisthenics. The interstellar battlefield was fraught with danger, and he was uncertain what challenges awaited in the next fortune battle. All he could do was strive to improve himself as much as possible to maximize his chances of survival. After resting for a while, Su Qin took out the military boxing set to begin his practice. While enhancing his strength was undoubtedly crucial, mastering combat techniques was equally important. Otherwise, possessing great strength would be of no use if he could not even touch his opponent. To his delight, after the improvement in his physique, he found that many complex movements became surprisingly easy to execute. The military boxing set flowed seamlessly through his practice, as if he had rehearsed it countless times before. Could it be that he was a natural talent in martial arts? Su Qin couldn't help but question himself. He had mastered the calisthenics effortlessly. Others might require months to grasp the basics. The military boxing set was similarly intuitive, and with each repetition, he felt his proficiency increasing. His confidence surged as he became increasingly convinced of his own genius. After practicing tirelessly for dozens of rounds, until his body was utterly exhausted, Su Qin finally ceased. After a refreshing shower, he collapsed into bed. The next morning, upon waking, Su Qin exited his dormitory and made his way to the small lake on the edge of the campus. In the early hours, couples were already beginning to gather, and he even witnessed some engaged in intimate embraces, practicing artificial respiration. He couldn't help but scoff. Are you all so desperate? Coming here so early to practice? Truly an eyesore. He navigated past several couples to a secluded corner, intending to practice his calisthenics. However, as he assumed his posture, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching, none other than the campus belle, Zhang Ruhan. To his surprise, she was jogging in this area. At this very moment, Zhang Ruhan also noticed Su Qin, who was striking an odd and unattractive pose. It was he, with such an unappealing stance. Could it be that he intended to capture my attention? Truly, his persistence is commendable, but unfortunately, I have no interest in that regard, rendering his efforts futile. Zhang Ruhan was unfamiliar with Su Qin's name, yet she was not a stranger to him. In the more than a year since her arrival at Chuanshu University, he had consistently appeared alongside another individual, whether intentionally or coincidentally, in the places she frequented. Initially, she assumed it was mere coincidence, but as the occurrences multiplied, she began to sense something amiss. These two seemed to deliberately seek encounters with her. Aware of her own allure, she had experienced her fair share of serendipitous meetings. However, most individuals would take the opportunity to strike up a conversation, while these two remained peculiarly aloof. They had never approached her, leaving her without an excuse to decline. Was she to walk over and declare her disinterest in romance? What if they responded with arrogance, making her feel awkward? Consequently, she chose to ignore them, treating their presence as if she had not seen them. Nevertheless, given this classmate's relentless pursuit, she felt compelled to find a way to subtly dissuade him, lest he waste his youthful energy on her. As Su Qin assumed his pose and synchronized his breathing for practice, an overwhelming weight enveloped him, nearly causing him to lose his balance. This display prompted Zhang Ruhan, who was not far away, to scoff internally. Was he genuinely attempting to attract her attention? Such tactics were far too cliched. She resolved to hint at her disinterest to dissuade this classmate. What are you doing? Zhang Ruhan approached Su Qin, feigning curiosity. Practicing martial arts, what of it? Su Qin paused his breathing exercises, jokingly responding, perplexed by the school beauty's unexpected approach. During the past year, they had crossed paths countless times, yet there had been no interaction. Zhang Ruhan typically maintained a cool demeanor, making her initiation of conversation all the more puzzling to him. Practicing martial arts? Nonsense. Zhang Ruhan rolled her eyes, unable to suppress her disbelief. An ugly pose like that had little to do with any form of martial arts. She thought, if he wished to capture my attention, he ought to have chosen a more plausible excuse. However, recalling her objective, she patiently inquired, what kind of martial arts is it? Tai Chi. It is not Tai Chi, it is calisthenics. Would you like to learn? I can teach you, Su Qin casually replied. Unsure of her intentions. I won't learn, it's too ugly. Zhang Ruhan waved her hands dismissively, envisioning the embarrassment of being seen striking such a pose. Su Qin had anticipated her rejection, knowing well he was merely jesting. He understood that Zhang Ruhan would not take up the offer, for the pose was indeed not graceful. He simply sought a way to deflect this school beauty, who had inexplicably approached him, allowing him to resume his calisthenics practice undisturbed. Classmate, I believe one should not squander their energy on meaningless pursuits. Instead, it would be wiser to seek a different target. Perhaps then success would follow, Su Qin remarked, bewildered by her sudden lecture. Indeed, we all have our aspirations for beauty, which I can comprehend. However, my focus is primarily on self-improvement. Other matters are not a priority at this time, Zhang Ruhan explained, reflecting on her survival through the trials of fate. Driven by her desire to enhance herself for the next round of challenges, she had heard rumors of a special training program established by the National Security Bureau, gathering individuals like herself to develop combat skills. This prospect excited her, as she had initially considered enrolling in a taekwondo class. But the training camp promised to be far superior, prompting her to abandon that idea. Her unique family background had granted her access to insider information, mentioning a mysterious chief instructor at the National Security Bureau capable of enhancing talents, with successful outcomes already reported. She felt exhilarated at the thought of her abilities evolving, confident that she would face the upcoming challenges with greater composure. However, a piece of accompanying news brought her dismay. Reports indicated that to undergo talent enhancement, individuals already affiliated with the National Security Bureau would need to pay 1,000 fate points, while those unassociated would be required to pay 1,500. She silently congratulated herself for not rejecting the nation's invitation, but the prospect of gathering 1,000 points loomed large. Currently, she possessed merely over 600, a substantial shortfall. Fortunately, her family had begun assisting her in acquiring fate points, and she hoped to amass the requisite amount soon. Observing Zhang Ruhan as she became lost in thought, Su Qin couldn't help but wonder what was troubling her today. She seemed rather distracted. "Hey, wake up," he said, waving his hand in front of her. Suddenly, Zhang Ruhan snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile for having zoned out. However, as long as she did not feel embarrassed, any awkwardness would fall on him. "I believe you understand my meaning now," she stated. What did Zhang Ruhan mean by that? Su Qin found himself perplexed by her cryptic tone. Internally, he mused. The school beauty is indeed striking, yet who would have thought she possessed such a peculiar demeanor? With that thought, he felt a bit irked and casually replied, "You're right. The best way to avoid conversing with a foolish person is to agree with them." Whatever was said, Su Qin merely responded, "You're right." If she could comprehend that, it would be most beneficial. Seeing that Su Qin had grasped her intent, Zhang Ruhan nodded earnestly, then waved her hand elegantly, turning to depart. Watching her retreat, Su Qin shook his head, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Once Zhang Ruhan had distanced herself, Su Qin resumed his practice, this time enduring 6 full breaths before feeling exhausted. Compared to the previous night, he had made slight progress. As Zhang Ruhan completed her lap and passed by Su Qin once more, she noticed him slumped on the ground, head bowed. Was she being cruel? Surely he must be heartbroken over the loss of his pursuit. Would he falter now that he no longer had a goal? Zhang Ruhan felt a pang of sympathy, wanting to comfort him, yet fearing that her gesture might lead to misunderstandings or unwarranted assumptions. Ultimately, she decided that enduring a brief discomfort was better than prolonging it. With a shake of her head, she turned to leave. After resting for a while and regaining some energy, Su Qin stood up and exited campus, eager to grab a bite to eat. His hunger had intensified. Practicing calisthenics demanded considerable physical strength. After devouring 10 baskets of dumplings, he finally felt satiated. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, he ordered 2 more baskets to take with him, intended for Qin Shuo. Upon his return, he found Qin Shuo still deep in slumber. Su Qin, seeing this, promptly delivered a couple of slaps to awaken him, insisting that he eat before returning to sleep. In response, Qin Shuo exclaimed, "You are truly a noble father. I shall repay you with my Fengdian Waji." Su Qin, touched, embellished the tale of his encounter with the school beauty, Zhang Ruhan, who had approached him. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuo's expression morphed into one of despair, lamenting the fortune he felt he had missed out on. At noon, Su Qin received a call from the director of the National Security Bureau, Zhou Zhongwei, informing him that the personnel of the Special Operations Vanguard had assembled and requesting his presence as the chief instructor. Naturally, Su Qin did not decline. After delegating the matter of renting a house to Qin Shuo, he promptly set off for the National Security Bureau. Upon his arrival, he found a multitude gathered, all of whom were pioneers returning from the recent battle of fortune. It can be said that those who emerged alive from the battle were not ordinary characters. Each of them bore unique talents and wielded various extraordinary powers, which had inevitably altered their mindsets. Many began to perceive themselves as the protagonists of destiny, believing the world revolved around them. Consequently, some adopted an arrogant demeanor, looking down upon ordinary individuals, including Director Zhou Zhongwei, whom they treated with little regard. At that moment, they convened at a training facility specifically designed by the National Security Bureau. Some crossed their arms, exuding an air of aloofness, while others appeared approachable yet maintained a subtle distance. There were also those who flaunted a rebellious spirit, disdaining everyone around them. Among these individuals, there were a few peculiar cases. For instance, in the center of the crowd, a remarkably muscular man squatted on the ground, toying with a cricket he had seemingly acquired from nowhere. Dressed in denim overalls, his imposing physique contrasted sharply with the childish attire, creating a striking visual disparity. He played with the cricket with utmost seriousness, occasionally breaking into a goofy grin, reminiscent of a simpleton from a wealthy family. However, the onlookers regarded him with keen vigilance, as the muscular man emanated an overwhelming sense of danger. His unspoken pressure rendered the atmosphere stifling, prompting the crowd to maintain a distance, which alleviated the oppressive feeling somewhat. A curious phenomenon emerged, leaving a considerable space in the center, away from the muscular man. In contrast, a scruffy youth in the corner exhibited odd behavior. His disheveled hair suggested neglect, and his pallid complexion conveyed a sense of recent illness, evoking the image of someone recovering from a serious ailment. His eyes flickered between shrewdness and madness, as if something within his mind was disrupting his thoughts. His lean frame was draped in an oversized hospital gown, creating a stark contrast. At that moment, he was talking to the wall, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. "Dr. Jiang, your medication is quite effective. I feel great now and should be discharged soon. Third personality, please refer to me as Director Jiang. Thank you. Dr. Jiang, that worthless coward is weak and incompetent. What if we were to eliminate him? Dr. Jiang, how can we possibly kill him? Dr. Jiang, once more, please address me as Director Jiang." Aside from these two, a bashful young man squatting at the entrance caught the attention of the crowd. He appeared socially anxious, reluctant to enter, and was currently huddled at the doorway, arms wrapped around himself, gripping his right wrist with his left hand. His right hand, however, was busy, deftly performing intricate gestures. "Hey, little brother, why don't you come in and chat with everyone? Being this shy won't do you any good," a woman approached, unable to resist teasing him. "You'd best not come near me, or something unpleasant may happen," the bashful youth replied earnestly. "Come on, little brother, being so shy is no good. Let me take you inside," the woman persisted, undeterred, reaching out to pull him in. Suddenly, she screamed, crossing her arms over her chest, glaring angrily at the bashful youth. Unbeknownst to her, a ball she had hidden was inadvertently snatched away. "What did you do?" she demanded furiously. "It wasn't me. I truly didn't mean to. I can't control my right hand. It always has a mind of its own," the bashful youth explained anxiously. "I told you not to come near me," he added, feeling quite wronged. The woman ultimately believed him, albeit reluctantly, and accepted her loss. The other women cast wary glances at the bashful youth, on high alert. Additionally, another individual lingered at the back of the group, impeccably dressed in a suit and bow tie, his hair meticulously styled. He remained in the shadows, often fixating on the backs of others, causing an unsettling chill to run down the spines of those he scrutinized. As more people gathered, the atmosphere grew lively, with some early arrivals beginning to voice their complaints. "We've been waiting here for ages. Where is this instructor? What an inflated sense of self-importance." The speaker was a rough-looking young man, his face marred by a scar that stretched from his nose to his mouth, resembling a centipede. His body was adorned with tattoos, the skull on his arm being particularly prominent. Before being selected for the interstellar battlefield, this young man had been an unemployed drifter, having just emerged from a life sustained by state welfare. His first battle of fortune involved a survival scenario, where he survived thanks to his awakened strength and ruthless nature. Having anticipated a prosperous life upon his return, he was unexpectedly apprehended by the National Security Bureau. Given his criminal background, the Bureau extended him a unique opportunity to either join their ranks or face a life of menial labor. With no options before him, he chose to become a law-abiding citizen by joining the Bureau. Alas, on his very first day, the tardy instructor had begun to stifle his aspirations of redemption. He thought to himself, "What kind of instructor dares to act so superior? I will teach him a lesson." Perhaps if he subdued the instructor, others would regard him with newfound respect. After all, if others could occupy the position of chief instructor, why could he not? Feeling defiant, he decided to voice his grievances, hoping to rally others to his cause and create a disturbance to his advantage. However, his grandstanding received no response, as everyone merely regarded him with bemusement. Feeling humiliated by the lack of acknowledgement, he resolved to take action to regain his dignity. Scanning the crowd, he ultimately fixed his gaze on the muscular man, who seemed both strong and somewhat simple-minded, ideal for manipulation. "Hey, Big guy, don't you think I have a point? Our time is valuable too. Why should we be kept waiting? The muscular man suddenly looked up, grinning foolishly, and replied, you just called me big brother. Are you willing to contribute your intelligence to me? What do you mean? When did I ever call you big brother? My intelligence is already stretched thin. Why would I give it to you? The youth was taken aback. I called you big guy, not big brother, he clarified, feeling the need to explain, lest he unwittingly gain an additional title. Since you referred to me as big brother, you ought to contribute your intelligence, the muscular man declared, rising to his feet. No, I didn't call you big brother. The youth protested, growing anxious. You just did, the muscular man insisted with unwavering conviction, adding, if you don't agree, I will hit you. The muscular man brandished a fist as large as a sandbag, and the oppressive aura around him intensified. Well, I just called you big brother. The fierce youth became timid, the bold fear the reckless. This tall individual is evidently a fool, and a true hero must not suffer immediate losses. Are you willing to bestow your intelligence upon me? The muscular man fixed his serious gaze on him as he asked. I am willing. The social youth ultimately capitulated. Ha ha ha, you truly are a simpleton. My mother always said that intelligence cannot be given away, you big fool. The muscular man laughed heartily, his joy akin to that of a child. The onlookers reveled in the spectacle, their faces adorned with mockery. In that moment, the youth's anger flared. Being toyed with by a fool made him feel as though his intelligence was being ground into the dirt, a humiliation he could scarcely endure. He resolved to confront this muscular man in a showdown. However, before he could act, the muscular man slapped him on the shoulder, saying, since you acknowledge me as your big brother and are willing to offer your intelligence, I shall accept you as my little brother. From now on, I will protect you when trouble arises. The force of the muscular man's slap caused the social youth to lose his balance and fall to the ground. That slap extinguished the fire of his anger, and he suddenly realized how beautiful life could be. His own volatility was unwarranted. Yet silence from the youth did not mean others were without grievances. A conscientious and beautiful woman suddenly stepped forward, leading the charge. This has gone too far. I have so many matters at home worth millions, and after waiting so long, that chief instructor has yet to show up. We deserve an explanation. You have a heart of gold. We all support you. You speak the truth. The beautiful woman's words were compelling, and many men echoed their agreement. Indeed, what kind of instructor could possibly teach us, when each of us is a dragon among men? Someone fanned the flames, intending to escalate the situation. I believe this elite training camp should be disbanded. The so-called training is of no use to us. The atmosphere among the 100+ attendees grew increasingly lively. With one person leading, others began to stir, voicing their complaints. However, among the crowd, the school beauty, Zhang Ruhan, remained uninvolved. She had received prior news and knew that the instructor was extraordinary. Should these individuals learn that information, their attitudes would undoubtedly change by 180 degrees. She was one of the few who had received insider information and found herself looking forward to the arrival of the esteemed instructor. Just then, she heard a familiar voice. Apologies for the wait, everyone. I was caught in traffic. Su Qin hurriedly arrived, explaining that an accident had delayed him. As Zhang Ruhan turned to follow the voice, her expression shifted to one of surprise upon realizing it was indeed Su Qin. No way, how did he end up here? Could it be he hasn't given up and came here to chance upon me? Impossible. This is the Goen Bureau. Not just anyone can enter. Unless he, too, is a returnee from the interstellar battlefield? With that thought, Zhang Ruhan's emotions grew complex. She suddenly recalled that Su Qin's tardiness might have been due to her rejection of him that morning, leaving him in low spirits. With that in mind, she decided to greet him. Su Qin, I didn't expect you to be a returnee from the interstellar battlefield as well. What a coincidence. Zhang, the school beauty. It's you. Indeed. What a coincidence. I didn't expect our school to have more than just me selected. Su Qin was taken aback to find Zhang Ruhan, the rather eccentric woman, present. Are you here to participate in the Special Operations Vanguard training camp? Zhang Ruhan inquired. No, I am your instructor, here to train you. Su Qin clarified. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruhan stared at him in shock. You are the chief instructor from the Goen Bureau? She felt incredulous. She never imagined that the mysterious chief instructor would be right beside her, and moreover, he was the suitor she had just rejected that morning. She suddenly felt a sense of honor, even overwhelmed. Who are you to dare impersonate the chief instructor? You look weak and feeble. What could you possibly teach us? Why are you qualified to be the chief instructor? I, Kuang Lang, am the first to disagree. The social youth, previously seated on the ground, finally saw his chance. He believed he could regain his lost face by confronting the chief instructor and perhaps even usurp his position. With that thought, he quickly stood and shoved Su Qin intending to embarrass him. However, upon pushing, he realized something was amiss. The man before him remained unyielding, while he stumbled backward. What is going on? I possess immense strength. Originally rated at 5, enhanced by my talent to 8, allowing me to lift hundreds of pounds effortlessly. There is no reason I can't push over a weakling. He exerted all his strength again, pushing forcefully, yet the other remained steadfast, causing him to retreat once more, nearly losing his balance. Others began to notice the peculiar situation, and the noise gradually quieted as their gazes turned towards the unfolding drama. What are you doing? Su Qin asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Huang Lang then realized he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. This person was no doubt the chief instructor, his strength unfathomable, far beyond what he could contend with. Facing Su Qin's inquiry, he displayed a hint of panic. Big brother. He turned to call for help, only to find his so-called big brother engrossed in playing with a cricket, seemingly having forgotten about him, the newly acknowledged little brother. Instructor, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Huang Lang once again faltered, muttering an apology. Su Qin nodded in response, saying, Young man, you are still too young. It's all right to observe and learn more, speak less, and that is how one can live a long life. In Chapter 34, The Cue for Evolution, Su Qin remarked, patting his shoulder, only for Huang Lang to unexpectedly plop down on the ground. This took Su Qin by surprise. He hadn't used much force. What was happening? Huang Lang, finding the ground cool and grounded, preferred to sit this way. Though Su Qin didn't quite understand, he respected his choice. These were his valued customers, and he would always extend the utmost tolerance. The school beauty, witnessing the comical scene, couldn't help but burst into laughter. As everyone's gaze fell upon her, she shyly covered her mouth, saying, I'm sorry, I simply couldn't help it. You say the young man is youthful, yet you seem even younger. Su Qin waved his hand dismissively, saying, Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. At that moment, Zhou Zhongwei entered, followed by Zhao Chu, who smiled upon seeing Su Qin. Little Su, you're here. Uncle Zhou, I was caught in traffic, so I arrived a bit late. No worries. You arrived just in time. Zhou Zhongwei gestured. He walked over to Su Qin, guiding him to a seat, and then whispered, Little Su, the higher-ups have decided to charge those who have joined the Goen Bureau 1,000 chi points, while those who have not will be charged 1,500. Su Qin was taken aback, then asked, Was this Elder Jiang's decision? Zhou Zhongwei replied, Elder Jiang's original intent was for you to set the amount, but the upper management's decision cannot solely rely on him. Some believe the state should collect a certain amount of chi points as a buffer, lest we find ourselves in need in the future without a means to procure them. Upon hearing this, Su Qin nodded, relieved that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. As for who would ultimately benefit from the chi points, he felt it unnecessary to concern himself at the moment, preferring to focus on becoming stronger in the future. Upon completing the handover, Zhou Zhongwei led Su Qin to the forefront of the crowd and proclaimed, Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. Our chief instructor appointed by the Special Operations Vanguard Battalion, Su Qin. His primary responsibility is to enhance your combat capabilities, ensuring your survival in the forthcoming Destiny War. Furthermore, I bring you splendid news. Your fortunes have arrived. Instructor Su Qin possesses a unique talent that enables him to assist others in the evolution of their abilities. Is that true? Abilities can evolve? I've never heard of such a thing. As Zhou Zhongwei's words fell, the audience erupted into a flurry of discussion. I assure you, this is indeed the truth. We have tested Instructor Su Qin's capabilities, and they are formidable and extraordinary, guaranteed to facilitate your rapid enhancement in a short span of time. Zhou Zhongwei then turned to Zhao Chu, saying, Zhao Chu, please demonstrate your evolved ability to them. Acknowledging the request, Zhao Chu stepped forward and stated, I am Zhao Chu. Some of you may recognize me and recall my previous ability. My former ability was Impulsive Rush, which allowed me to double my speed for 3 minutes with a cooldown following its use. However, after undergoing evolution under Instructor Su Qin, my ability has transformed into Perpetual Impulse, with the original 3-minute duration now replaced by permanence. Additionally, my ability now includes a physical enhancement alongside the speed increase, allowing for exponential growth in both attributes as I further evolve my talent. Is this truly the case? The crowd was no longer composed, their excitement palpable. The notion of such an evolution, which could significantly amplify one's innate abilities, was a transformative revelation. Among the throng, Zhang Ruhan's gaze towards Su Qin grew increasingly fervent. Zhou Zhongwei paused, observing the murmurs of the crowd without interruption. Once their interest peaked, he continued, Please, everyone, quiet down and listen. Instructor Su Qin will not provide assistance in evolving your abilities for free. Each individual he aids will incur a negative effect. Therefore, if you wish to seek his assistance, each of you must contribute 1,000 destiny points. Fortunately for you, as members of the National Security Bureau, you may avail yourselves of Instructor Su Qin's services for just 1,000 points. Those not affiliated with the Bureau will be required to part with 1,500 points. 1,000 destiny points? Many among the crowd appeared troubled. This was indeed a significant sum for them. However, in light of the advantages promised by ability evolution, this price seemed modest, even a bargain. At this moment, destiny points are being exchanged. I possess a cultivation manual, originally worth 800 points, now available for just 500. I also have a premium inner armor, which can be acquired for 300 points. Look here, I am also purchasing destiny points in bulk, offering 10,000 for each point. Anyone with surplus points, please come forward to exchange. A certain lovely lady with a generous spirit made her offer, yet her words fell on deaf ears. The crowd, wise to the value of destiny points in this crucial moment, hesitated to part with them. Those with sufficient destiny points, please register here. Priority will be given to the swift. Zhou Zhongwei added. Furthermore, Instructor Su Qin's ability requires a 4-hour cooldown after each awakening. The first to submit their points may awaken immediately, while the second must wait for 4 hours. I will go first. Instantly, several individuals rushed forward to register, revealing that many possessed the requisite 1,000 destiny points. Huang Lang, who had been seated earlier, sprang to his feet with remarkable speed, eager to be first in line, as he indeed had 1,000 points. Unfortunately, the staff, recalling his earlier altercation with Su Qin, deliberately refused his registration, resulting in him being overtaken by others, ultimately placing him third in line. Third is still acceptable. Should Instructor Su Qin work efficiently, I may still have a chance today. At that moment, regret washed over him as he reflected on his earlier impulsiveness, wondering if Su Qin would deny him evolution due to their prior encounter. This thought made him wish to slap himself. He had resolved to be a better person, yet his volatility often led him astray. From this day forth, I shall temper my arrogance and impulsiveness. Little brother, it's time for you to contribute to your elder brother. Transfer 200 of your destiny points to me. I am in need. A muscular man approached him, demanding. Huang Lang, taken aback by this bold request, felt his previously calm demeanor teeter on the brink of eruption. Who gave you the audacity to speak so brazenly? Where were you when I was being bullied? He perceived this brawny figure as anything but foolish. Rather, he was a master of leveraging his imposing appearance for his own gain. I have no surplus to spare, he retorted, fully aware of the value of his points. Why should he relinquish them without reason? 200 destiny points were worth 200,000. It would be sheer folly to part with such wealth. I will make you regret it. The muscular man brandished his fist, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Chapter 35. Talent. Ultimately, Huang Lang capitulated. With a face twisted in anguish, he felt as if 200 destiny points were being carved from his flesh. He consoled himself with the thought that he still had enough points for the forthcoming awakening. The registration list was quickly compiled. Within a short span, over 10 individuals had inscribed their names, while others scrambled to gather their points. Su Qin remained unhurried. Those on the list had reserved his time for evolution over the next few days, while any additional requests would have to await the return of the next Destiny War. Leading the list was a sharply dressed young man, followed by a scruffy individual, with Huang Lang in third place, while Zhang Ruhan secured the fourth position, her family having gathered sufficient destiny points for her. Soon, the well-dressed youth approached Su Qin, visibly excited and eager for the impending evolution. Please, introduce your ability. Su Qin prompted. In truth, he could have initiated the evolution directly, but he wished to allow each individual to present their abilities, providing a clear comparison of their states before and after awakening, thus justifying the investment. Greetings, instructor. I am Wei Wuwei, and my ability is Behind Steel. I tend to be hot-headed, always desiring to confront adversaries directly, yet lacking strength. I often suffer defeats. Hence, I chose Behind Steel. Whenever I position myself behind an enemy, I can discern numerous flaws in their defenses. As Wei Wuwei elucidated, the audience came to understand why they had felt a chill when he had scrutinized them earlier. Their vulnerabilities had indeed been laid bare. Instructor Su Qin, how should I proceed with the evolution? Extend your hand, Su Qin instructed, nodding in approval of Wei Wuwei's talent. Heeding the command, Wei Wuwei eagerly extended his hand, and as Su Qin grasped his arm, a deep blue light erupted from within him. A prompt appeared, indicating detected ability, Behind Steel. Proceed with evolution. The transformation commenced as brilliant blue radiance enveloped Wei Wuwei, initiating the evolution process. Talent: Homian Gong, Shadow Steel. Evolution successful. Homian Gong. My tempestuous nature often compels me to confront my adversaries head-on, yet my insufficient strength renders me susceptible to relentless beatings. Thus, I have opted for Homian Gong. Whenever I position myself behind my foes, I invariably uncover their numerous vulnerabilities. However, true warriors do not expose their backs to others. In battle, it is exceedingly challenging to find the opportunity to stand behind my opponents. Consequently, I have diligently practiced mimicking movements until I can flawlessly imitate the actions of others. Gradually, I discovered that I could seamlessly merge into the shadows behind them. Presently, I can maintain this ability for half an hour, and as my talent upgrades, its duration will increase once more. Congratulations on aiding others in evolving their talents. You are rewarded with 1 Homian Gong fragment and 2 points in strength attributes. Note: accumulating 3 Homian Gong fragments allows for the synthesis of this talent. Fragments can be decomposed into talent nourishment. Upon hearing this, Su Qin's face lit up with joy. The rewards for helping others evolve exceeded his expectations. Not only could he gain attribute points, but he could also collect talent fragments. Once these fragments were fully gathered, they could be synthesized into a complete talent. Unwanted fragments could be decomposed into nourishment, truly perfect. Having completed the evolution, he urged others to check, as the upgraded talent now possessed an additional capability. Su Qin expressed his anticipation. This talent was impressive. Even if it could not be reclaimed, gathering fragments to synthesize a complete talent later was still a worthwhile endeavor. As for this fragment, he had no intention of decomposing it. Wei Wuwei, upon hearing this, promptly opened his panel, having already sensed certain changes in his body. Gazing at the description on the panel, he found it difficult to remain composed. This enhancement had come at the most opportune moment. With his current talent, he brimmed with anticipation for the impending fortune battle, eager to showcase his abilities. The onlookers were filled with eager anticipation to witness the changes post-evolution. Yet Wei Wuwei stood transfixed, as if entranced. The crowd grew anxious and began to urge him. Finally, Wei Wuwei snapped back to reality, apologizing. My apologies. I was momentarily distracted. The transformation brought by this talent evolution is so significant that it not only retains its original strength, but also adds a new ability. Wei Wuwei personally showcased the changes in his talent to the crowd, then demonstrated the abilities of the evolved talent. Suddenly, he vanished, and after a prolonged search, the crowd discovered him lurking in the shadow behind one of their companions. The individual, upon realizing this, broke into a cold sweat. Such a talent was utterly formidable. Had Wei Wuwei attempted a sneak attack, he would have been utterly defenseless. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He must quickly enlist and seek Su Qin's guidance to evolve his talent. Not only did he harbor this thought, but those who had previously wavered were now resolute, rushing to register for the opportunity. Were it not for the soldiers of the National Security Bureau maintaining order, a scuffle might have ensued. The fortune battles occurred every 7 days. In the following days, if they failed to secure a top spot, they would have to wait until the next return to evolve their talents. The prospect of waiting until the next opportunity was unthinkable. By then, their chances might have vanished. Who could predict whether they would return alive? The thought of perishing in the next fortune battle due to not evolving their talent was utterly unjust. Su Qin, however, remained unperturbed by the thoughts of others, instead focusing on the changes within his own body. His strength attribute had increased by 2 points, resulting in a remarkable enhancement. He felt as if he possessed boundless strength. Upon careful reflection, he realized that with the 2-point increase, his strength had reached at least 1,500 pounds, an increase of 50% from before. This enhancement likely stemmed from surpassing the 10-point threshold. Su Qin opened his panel. Host: Su Qin lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 56 years, strength, 12 speed, 10 constitution, 13 spirit, 10 initial talent. Random evolution can enhance others' talents, randomly yielding unexpected rewards. Upgraded new talent, Qishua Tunshi, blood devouring. Absorb the life essence from corpses to enhance oneself. Currently can only convert 1%. With a certain chance to plunder the original owner's talent as nourishment to enhance one's own talents. Talent fragments, Homian Gong 1 fortune points, 4,800 weapons, Sharp Tongue Dao trick, Pig slaughter knife items, trick, Dog bell. Space underwear. Su Qin was exceedingly satisfied with the benefits conferred by this talent upgrade. He eagerly anticipated the evolution that awaited him in 4 hours. In truth, he was not alone. Everyone present shared in this excitement. However, during this time, Su Qin resolved to take action, unwilling to betray his position as the chief instructor. With this thought, he stood and declared, "Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say." The crowd fell silent immediately, regarding Su Qin as a treasured figure. Seeing all eyes upon him, Su Qin continued, "I am aware that many of you will not be able to evolve your talents in the short term, and the next fortune battle will commence soon. To enhance your survival chances, I have decided to impart some martial arts training methods." Upon hearing this, many faces fell with disappointment. They already possessed martial arts training methods. Before returning, they had expended a significant number of fortune points to exchange for training methods, only to miss this opportunity due to insufficient fortune points. "Instructor, is it possible not to learn? We have our own methods that we specifically selected to suit ourselves, and we do not wish to change." Su Qin nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Whether you choose to learn or not is entirely voluntary. I will not impose it upon you. You may select your own training methods, which may indeed be more suitable for you." Su Qin was willing to offer this broadcasting exercise free of charge. Whether they seized the opportunity was their own decision. He simply wished for these resources, which could aid in his own growth, to not perish in the next fortune battle. Every life saved was a capital for his own enhancement. This set of broadcasting exercises, with consistent practice, could bolster one's strength. Su Qin decided to teach the first movement. Upon hearing that it was merely a broadcasting exercise, many displayed their disappointment, dismissing it as something that could hardly yield significant benefits. Su Qin, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. The opportunity had been presented, and if they failed to grasp it, that was beyond his control. With this in mind, he suddenly addressed Zhou Zhongwei. "Uncle Zhou, you may also learn this set of broadcasting exercises, but be sure to act according to your capabilities. Forcing oneself to practice may prove counterproductive." Given their frail constitutions, it was likely they could not even endure a single breath. "Little Su, I trust your judgment," Zhou Zhongwei replied, nodding, aware that Su Qin's offerings were of quality. Among the crowd, Zhang Ruhan realized that Su Qin had not been attempting to attract her attention earlier. He was genuinely practicing martial arts. Embarrassed, she reflected on her earlier refusal when he offered to teach her. However, witnessing Su Qin once more ready to instruct, she resolved to learn this previously dismissed, unsightly posture. Su Qin began to impart some essential movements and breathing techniques, addressing any issues that arose during practice. In the arena, some individuals followed his lead, while others commenced practicing their own exchange training methods. They brimmed with confidence, even engaging in friendly competition, asserting that their training methods were superior and that their results would undoubtedly overshadow those derived from the instructor's methods. This time, Zhang Ruhan studied diligently, meticulously noting every instruction Su Qin provided before assuming her stance and commencing her breathing exercises. As the session commenced, she immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of this cultivation method, her innate talent swiftly assimilating the posture. It remarkably enhanced her abilities, allowing her talent to actively record the action. Zhang Ruhan felt an exhilarating thrill ever since her awakening. Her talent had been largely unutilized. Despite her previous endeavors to explore various martial arts texts, none had incited any change in her abilities. To her astonishment, this time a reaction occurred, and her talent actively recorded the movement. What a delightful surprise! She silently rejoiced, grateful that Su Qin had granted her another opportunity. Had she missed this chance, she would surely have been filled with regret. In the arena, the first to falter was Zhou Zhongwei. Lacking any innate talent and having never enhanced his physique, he could barely sustain himself for a single breath before collapsing, gasping heavily as if he had just run 10 kilometers under a heavy load. Hunger, fatigue, and soreness surged simultaneously. Su Qin assisted him and instructed the staff to prepare some food, knowing that those who had not eaten before practicing this set of movements would certainly feel ravenous afterward. After 3 breaths, many of the practitioners lay sprawled on the ground like dumplings, sharing Zhou Zhongwei's earlier sensations. However, some managed to endure longer. A particularly conscientious and beautiful sister persevered for 6 breaths, leaving Su Qin somewhat embarrassed, as she had outlasted him by an entire breath. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how she had managed to hold on so long. Nonetheless, his gaze quickly shifted to her prominent features, which were undeniably captivating, a sight few men could resist. Yet, with the students observing, Su Qin struggled to divert his attention. As the practitioners employing their breathing techniques witnessed the dismal performance of their peers, their conviction grew that Su Qin's breathing method was not particularly effective, unlike their own, which they felt had been practiced long enough to exhibit no fatigue. Many managed to endure 6 breaths, with several even reaching 8, leading Su Qin to gradually question his own perceived genius. However, The unfolding events would soon clarify his self-assessment. In the arena, two individuals remained standing. One was the brawny muscle man, while surprisingly, the other was the stunning campus beauty, Zhang Ruhan. How could she be so formidable? Su Qin, observing her slender limbs, found it hard to comprehend. While he could accept the muscle man's endurance due to his physique, Zhang Ruhan's resilience was perplexing. As time passed, Su Qin gradually faced the reality that he was not a genius, and indeed, he fell short of even the majority. Strictly speaking, he belonged to the category of the less gifted. The two continued their practice until the 15th breath, when the muscle man could no longer continue and collapsed. Soon, staff members brought out food, and those who had fallen ravenously stuffed their mouths. Su Qin turned his attention back to Zhang Ruhan, who persisted through 10 breaths, then 20, and finally 25. How was she achieving this? Su Qin was baffled. It was only after 35 breaths that Zhang Ruhan finally stopped. At that moment, she was merely glistening with a light sheen of sweat and slightly trembling, with no other adverse effects. What is the meaning of this? Su Qin inquired, voicing his inner confusion. I have broken through. I feel a significant enhancement in all aspects, Zhang Ruhan replied candidly. After her talent recorded this posture, every time she assumed the stance, her strength surged. Just moments ago, she felt as though she had transcended a certain stage, with all her attributes experiencing a notable boost. Opening her status panel, she was immediately astounded. Her previously average attributes of over 8 points had skyrocketed to 11 within such a brief period. Am I dreaming? She pondered, struggling to believe it. A breakthrough? Su Qin found it difficult to accept, yet he had long suspected that enduring beyond 30 breaths could indeed lead to such a transformation. The question remained, how was she able to endure for so long? What enabled you to persist for such an extended time? Su Qin asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Oh, that relates to my talent, Zhang Ruhan explained as she revealed her innate ability to Su Qin. Talent. Posture equals power. You possess a profound understanding of postures, frequently recording various movements. Each time you adopt these stances, you continually receive enhancements. Currently, you can record 5, with 1 recorded, and it cannot be altered once recorded. This talent was extraordinary. Su Qin found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe it. This ability was astonishingly formidable. He recognized the terrifying potential of this talent, seemingly crafted for the purpose of cultivation. In a world of advanced martial arts, it would be akin to wielding a cheat, akin to enhancing one's power merely through meditation. By merely adopting this posture, one's strength would dramatically increase. News of Zhang Ruhan's breakthrough quickly spread, igniting excitement among those present. They realized 2 things. First, Zhang Ruhan was exceptional, possessing an astonishing aptitude for cultivation. Second, Su Qin's method of training was indeed remarkable, far surpassing their own exchange techniques. Those who had endured 6 breaths or more experienced a direct and visceral understanding of this fact, as they felt their bodies gradually rejuvenate and strengthen. They could sense their growing power, indicating that this method of cultivation was indeed extraordinary. They couldn't help but express their admiration for Su Qin, such a profound training technique. He had unhesitatingly shared with everyone. Had they been in his position, they would surely have kept such a powerful method to themselves, secretly honing their abilities to astonish all. Their inability to do so only served to further highlight Su Qin's noble character. Those who had initially practiced their own methods now regretted their decisions, lamenting how they had felt no connection to their training. It became clear that their own techniques were simply not advanced enough. They began to resent the methods they held, casting pitiful glances at Su Qin, hoping he might teach them once more. To this, Su Qin chose to ignore them, suggesting they discover the way on their own. After consuming food, Zhou Zhongwei approached Su Qin again, expressing his desire to promote this set of calisthenics within the military to enhance soldiers' physical fitness. Su Qin did not oppose this idea, sharing the sentiment that Blue Star would inevitably connect with those advanced martial realms. Thus, elevating the strength of the people here in advance was certainly worthwhile. Xiao Su, on behalf of countless soldiers, I thank you, Zhou Zhongwei expressed joyfully. If this method were to be disseminated, the physical prowess of Huaxia's military would see a tremendous improvement. Your words are overly kind, Zhoubo. This cultivation method is indeed extraordinary. Once someone can endure beyond 30 breaths, bring them to me to receive the subsequent training movements. Xiao Su, I shall refrain from further expressions of gratitude. Rest assured, this contribution will not go unnoticed by the nation. For hours swiftly passed, and Su Qin's talent had completely cooled down. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the disheveled young man adjusted his oversized hospital gown and strode forward confidently. Su Qin recognized him as one who had previously managed to endure 8 breaths. Encountering Su Qin, the young man's face radiated a unique excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he grinned broadly. "Instructor Su, could you assist me in eliminating him?" "Eliminate whom?" Su Qin queried. "That incompetent and foolish waste." "Where is he?" "He stands right before you." The disheveled young man erupted into wild laughter. As the scene unfolded, a voice emerged from the audience. Unable to contain itself, "Instructor Su Qin, why not remove him and bring forth the next candidate? I believe this lunatic is in a state of disarray and unworthy of your evolution." The laughter of the disheveled youth abruptly ceased as he turned to face the speaker, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His expression was truly infuriating. Some individuals in the crowd could no longer restrain themselves, eagerly preparing for confrontation. Su Qin raised his hand to quell the unrest, directing his gaze towards the disheveled youth, and instructed, "Extend your hand for me to examine." The youth complied without hesitation. Offering his hand, Su Qin grasped his arm, and a notification appeared on the interface. Detection of talent, psychiatric disorder series. Evolution possible. Talent, psychiatric disorder series. I have recently encountered individuals attempting to usurp my body. I informed my mother of this predicament, yet she committed me to a psychiatric hospital. He has emerged. He has taken over my body. He is Dr. Jiang. No, not him. He is the madman. Second personality, madman, erratic and domineering in behavior, with an extreme desire to obliterate the primary self and seize control. His combat aptitude is remarkably high, allowing him to master every inch of the body and execute various complex maneuvers. Third personality, Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang constantly fantasizes about becoming Dean Jiang, yet in reality, he is merely a physician. Dr. Jiang possesses the ability to rapidly heal all bodily injuries. Dean Jiang believes that any bodily harm can be remedied with a good night's sleep. Upon grasping this talent, Su Qin finally comprehended the myriad of the disheveled youth's frenzied actions. The so-called madman did not refer to his behavior, but rather to his second personality, the madman. How unfortunate for the original host, whose body was overtaken by the second personality and was subjected to its chaotic whims. Nevertheless, Su Qin had no intention of dwelling on such trivial matters. His sole focus was to evolve the talent. Su Qin initiated the evolution process, enveloping the disheveled youth in a radiant blue glow. Soon, the evolution was complete. Post-evolution talent, psychiatric disorder series. I have emerged from the confines of the dark room and reclaimed control of my body. Second personality, madman, uncontrollable. Third personality, Dean Jiang, controllable, with Su Qin's assistance. Dr. Jiang successfully ascended to become Dean Jiang. You have aided another in talent evolution. Rewards: 1 fragment of psychiatric disorder series, 2 mental attributes, 1 lifespan, 2 mental points. Invigorated Su Qin, though his attention was swiftly drawn to the lifespan reward. This time, a new element had emerged. In addition to the usual attribute points and fragments, there was now a lifespan reward. Su Qin opened his interface. Host, Su Qin lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 57 years, strength, 12 speed, 10 constitution, 13 mental, 12 initial talent. Random evolution can enhance others' talents. Randomly obtaining unexpected gains. Upgraded new talent. Blood and Qi devour. Devour the blood and Qi of corpses to enhance oneself. Currently able to convert only 1%. With a certain chance to plunder the original host's talent as nourishment to enhance one's own talent. Talent fragments. 1 Steel of the Shadow Queen, 1 Psychiatric Disorder Series. 5,600 luck points weapon. Sharp Tang Dao trick. Pig slaughter knife items. Trick. Dog bell. Space underwear gazing at the lifespan section of the interface, which had reverted to the original 57 years. Su Qin could not contain his joy. This signified that he could accrue even more lifespan, making the prospect of living a long life no longer a mere fantasy. Once his excitement subsided, Su Qin turned his attention to the fragment of psychiatric disorder series, which he had no intention of retaining, as he did not wish to become a lunatic in the future. He chose to decompose it directly. The talent that originally required 50,000 luck points to upgrade was now reduced to 47,000. The decomposition of this fragment of psychiatric disorder series saved him 3,000 luck points. Su Qin regarded the disheveled youth, who, having regained control of his body, now exuded an air of refined civility. Mo Yuan, I am grateful to Instructor Su for assisting me in reclaiming my true self, the disheveled youth expressed sincerely. Mo Yuan, there is no need for formalities. It was but a simple task. Su Qin nodded in acknowledgement. After expressing his gratitude, Mo Yuan found a place to sit. But his second personality grew restless, once again vying for control of the body. Useless fool, return to me. This body is mine. Give me back my body. Chapter 38. The school bell approaches. After this awakening, evening had already fallen. Su Qin decided not to remain at the National Security Bureau any longer, as he needed to move that night. Upon returning, he found Qin Shua dragging his weary body as he opened the door. Observing his disheveled appearance, Su Qin could not help but inquire, "Did you just have a health treatment? You look dreadful." "Su Qin, I have been running around all day to secure you a rental, and you, for your part, have not uttered a single word of gratitude. Then let us indulge in some barbecue later." "Su Qin, do not think that a meal of barbecue can compensate for the troubles you have caused me." "Well, after the barbecue, we can arrange for a foot massage." "Su Qin, do not believe that your meager funds can sway me. I will order my favorite technician number 88. "Say no more. I shall bow to you, my adoptive father," Qin Shua mockingly replied, then pulled Su Qin out the door. "In my quest to find you the most cost-effective housing, I compared dozens of options and ultimately settled on the two best choices. One is a spacious 200-square-meter flat in Donyuan, renting for 15,000 a month, while the other is a standalone villa not far from our school, renting for 50,000 a month. I choose the latter," Su Qin decisively stated. "Wait, Su Qin, the latter costs 50,000 a month." "You heard me correctly, 50,000. And it requires a 6-month lease," Qin Shua exclaimed, astonished, as he favored the flat for its superior cost-effectiveness. 50,000 is but a trifle. I currently possess a fortune of 1,000,000. It's time to enjoy life. Money can always be earned again, but what use is wealth without life? How about we first check out the 200-square-meter flat? I believe it is well decorated and the environment is pleasant. 15,000 is truly a bargain. Enough. Let us not waste time. We shall go directly to the villa. I ask you, are we still going for barbecue and foot massage later? If we delay, they will close. Of course we are going. Let us sign the contract for the villa now, and afterward, we shall feast on barbecue." Qin Shua's stance was decidedly flexible. "I must remind you, Su Qin, you promised to keep a room for me. I have chosen the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, and the second bedroom on the 1st floor is reserved for you. You sly beast. How dare you be so presumptuous?" Su Qin exclaimed, shocked by his audacity. The pair hastily gathered their belongings, which were few in number. Su Qin grabbed some change of clothes and stuffed them into his space underwear. "Goodness, a 7-dimensional space!" Qin Shua exclaimed in astonishment. "Su Qin, what sorcery is this? Where did your belongings go?" He rushed over, attempting to peek into the space. "Get lost." Su Qin swatted his hand away, exasperated at his lack of discretion. "Su Qin, tell me honestly, has the world secretly evolved without my knowledge? The spiritual energy has revived, and you all have evolved while I remain an ordinary person." Qin Shua suddenly recalled a news report he had seen earlier about the eruption of Mount Fuji in Sakura country, which resulted in numerous casualties. Initially, he had not paid it much attention, but now it seemed suspicious. The world had quietly evolved, and his roommate harbored a mysterious space between his legs. Qin Shua began to indulge in his thoughts. Ever since he discovered Su Qin's unique identity, he found his world increasingly unfamiliar. "Bring your luggage over. I will help you pack it," Su Qin offered, without providing any further explanation. "No, I'd rather carry it myself. Leaving it with you and retrieving it later feels uncomfortable," Qin Shua replied reluctantly, hoisting the suitcase onto his shoulder and stepping out. The two of them exiting in single file. Having arranged everything in advance, upon arriving at the villa, Su Qin and Qin Shua swiftly signed a 6-month contract and paid over 300,000 in rent before settling in. Qin Shua wasted no time, heading straight for the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, but was halted by Su Qin just as he reached the stairs. Su Qin effortlessly lifted his nearly 200-pound frame and tossed him into a room on the 1st floor. The master bedroom was his exclusive domain. Qin Shua's worldview had already been shattered multiple times today, so he wasn't overly surprised by Su Qin's display of strength. Instead, he looked around, pondering his next move. It must be said, the villa, costing 50,000 a month, was tastefully decorated, pleasing to the eye. The view outside was equally enchanting, with various potted plants arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, showcasing a refined taste. After a brief rest, the two ventured outside, where the city was nearby, making it easy to find good food. However, as soon as they stepped out, they encountered a familiar face, the campus beauty, Zhang Ruhan. "Instructor Su, is that really you? I've been searching for you, and I never expected to find you here," Zhang Ruhan exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. Having just returned, she had intended to visit Su Qin in his dormitory to discuss whether he could teach her the next part of the calisthenics routine. That routine was crucial for her future strength. Upon arriving at Su Qin's dorm, she was dismayed to find it empty, just as she was feeling downcast. Fortune smiled upon her, allowing her to bump into him on her way home. Zhang, you were looking for me? Is there something you need? Su Qin inquired. Well, Su Qin, could we speak privately? She proposed. At this, Qin Shua's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? The campus beauty was personally inviting him. It's fine. He is not an outsider. Besides, some matters are inconsequential for him to know, Su Qin casually replied. Hearing this, Qin Shua felt a swell of emotion. His benevolent guardian truly treated him like family. That calisthenics routine is very important to me, Su Qin. Could you sell it to me? I'll do my best to meet your terms. Absolutely not, Su Qin replied without a moment's hesitation. Not only was that routine of immense value, but even if Zhang Ruhan could afford it, he still wouldn't agree, as he hadn't mastered it himself yet. If he gave it to her, what would he practice? Instructor Su, can't we negotiate? I genuinely need it. Zhang Ruhan unwittingly employed her charm, leaving Qin Shua astounded. Was this truly the aloof beauty he admired? Su Qin shook his head, firmly declining. Giving it to you is out of the question. That material is highly valuable, and you currently cannot offer anything of equivalent worth. However, I can teach you the next few moves. Su Qin, I didn't express myself clearly earlier. I thought the entire routine consisted of 4 or 5 moves, but I actually only need the next 4. You know my talent, and I still have 4 vacant slots left. If I can fill these, my strength will greatly improve. Upon hearing Zhang Ruhan's words, Su Qin couldn't help but feel envy for her prodigious talent. He yearned for such an ability. All right, you can propose your requests, and I will accommodate them as best as I can, Zhang Ruhan assured, thumping her chest. Su Qin sized her up thoughtfully. Any request? Zhang Ruhan, sensing the gravity of the moment, gritted her teeth and replied, you go first. I'll agree to anything that isn't excessive. Qin Shua stood nearby in a state of shock. Did he just hear that correctly? His goddess was yielding. This was disastrous. Su Qin was acting like a lecher. After observing Zhang Ruhan's affluent appearance, Su Qin surmised she might be quite wealthy. With this thought, he gestured towards the villa complex behind him. Is your home nearby? Go to my house. Zhang Ruhan's face flushed red, her heart racing. Su Qin indeed harbored ulterior motives. What should she do? Noticing her reaction, Su Qin realized she was misinterpreting his intentions. He interrupted her spiraling thoughts, clarifying, what I meant was, you must come from a wealthy family living here. This calisthenics routine is quite precious. Each move is worth no less than this amount. He held up 5 fingers for emphasis. He believed Zhang Ruhan's talent was highly valuable, and he planned to enhance it further, eventually acquiring it as his own third talent. To prevent her from falling short in the next fateful battle, he intended to pass the routine to her in advance, but he thought it only fair to receive some compensation in the process. All right, 50,000 per move. I'll pay you right now, Zhang Ruhan replied with enthusiasm, pulling out her phone to transfer the funds. Su Qin nodded in agreement. Initially, he had only intended to ask for a small sum, but since she offered 50,000, he decided to go with it. After all, she was quite wealthy. Let us proceed with the transaction, Su Qin declared decisively, leading the campus beauty back to the villa to secure the payment first, leaving Qin Shua to fend for himself. Upon returning to the villa, Su Qin retrieved the calisthenics routine and handed it to Zhang Ruhan for her to peruse. Teaching her? That was comical. He hadn't even mastered the first move himself yet. How did you acquire this calisthenics routine? It contains a staggering 81 moves. Zhang Ruhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a treasure to her. No wonder Su Qin had been reluctant to sell it to her. She wouldn't have wanted to either. This was drawn from my luck. I can't help it if fortune favors me. Do you have any idea how much this calisthenics routine is worth? Su Qin boasted intentionally. How much? Zhang Ruhan asked, bewildered. It's valued at 15,000 luck points. What? 15,000? Zhang Ruhan exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. You must be joking. Why don't I have such luck? She realized Su Qin was merely bragging, and she felt an overwhelming impulse to strangle him. How about your manner of speech? Su Qin retorted, casting a disapproving glance in her direction. After all, he was still her instructor. She showed no respect whatsoever. Zhang Ruhan shrank back, worried that her previous comments had displeased him. However, seeing that he didn't seem to mind, she relaxed and found a spot to begin her practice. Bored, Su Qin decided to teach Qin Shua the first move of the calisthenics routine, observing with anticipation as his roommate prepared himself. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He was about to step into an extraordinary world. However, merely 4 breaths later, Qin Shua collapsed to the ground. Why is my aptitude so poor? I could only endure for 4 breaths. He cried, despairing and filled with regret. His heart sank. and he felt a sense of bitterness wash over him. He lamented his inability to withstand even 4 breaths, missing the opportunity to embrace the world of spiritual awakening. In response, Su Qin chose to remain silent. A Qin Shua, who had never experienced any enhancement to his constitution, managed to endure 1 more breath than him, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Upon witnessing Qin Shua's profound sorrow, Su Qin ultimately offered him solace, stating, "While innate talent is indeed significant, the diligence cultivated through one's efforts is irreplaceable." This was also a mantra he employed to comfort himself. Transitioning from self-perceived genius to experiencing a series of setbacks, he gradually came to terms with reality, his emotions oscillating dramatically. "You are right, Su Qin. I should not surrender so easily. There remains an opportunity for me. If my talent proves insufficient, I shall compensate with 10-fold effort." After declaring this, Qin Shua propped himself up, determined to resume his training. However, he was promptly knocked back to the ground by Su Qin's swift hand. Su Qin cautioned him, "Haste makes waste. Forcing oneself to train may yield counterproductive results." It was then that Qin Shua noticed the rumbling of his empty stomach. "Su Qin, I am so hungry. What is happening? Is it not obvious? Training consumes a great deal of energy." Su Qin replied, "You speak with such wisdom. Let us hasten to find something to eat." Qin Shua nodded vigorously. "We cannot go just yet. We shall wait until the school flower has concluded her tasks. In the meantime, check the refrigerator for something to tide you over." Yes, you are absolutely right, Su Qin. I can hold on until the school flower joins us. I am not hungry. I can endure." Qin Shua eagerly nodded. What a sycophant. Observing Qin Shua rush to the fridge, Su Qin couldn't help but scoff in disdain. Meanwhile, the school flower was wholly engrossed in her training. With nothing else to occupy his time, Su Qin opened his bank account, counting the zeros that followed the substantial figure, which uplifted his spirits immensely. It is undeniable that wealth emboldens a man. Glancing at the additional 2 million in his account, Su Qin felt as though his steps had become significantly lighter. After some contemplation, he decided to transfer 1 million to his parents, who had toiled their entire lives and deserved a more comfortable existence. As time passed swiftly, 3 hours had flown by. During this interval, the school flower had successfully incorporated 3 movements into her routine. Although she wished to continue, she recognized this was her limit. The first 2 movements were relatively easy to master, but the third required nearly 2.5 hours, consuming most of her time. Each posture in the calisthenics demanded specific physical attributes, and given her current condition, barely managing to incorporate the third was indeed her utmost capacity. Chapter Zhang Ruhan felt a sense of incompleteness, but understood the futility of forcing progress. She handed the calisthenics routine to Su Qin, stating, "Su Qin, for the foreseeable future, I may frequently visit you." Upon hearing this, Su Qin immediately assured her that she was welcome at any time. Naturally, he felt compelled to exhibit the appropriate enthusiasm for such a valuable patron. A young and affluent woman, endowed with extraordinary talent, was a prime target for long-term benefits. Su Qin mused that he intended to reap rewards from this opportunity for a lifetime. "Have you gained more strength?" Gazing into her radiant face and sparkling eyes, Su Qin surmised she must have experienced further enhancement during her training. "Indeed, my overall attributes have improved." Zhang Ruhan recounted how the second posture had contributed to her growth. And this was merely the beginning. As her training continued, her enhancements would only increase. Su Qin could only express his envy and resolve to swiftly acquire Zhang's remarkable talent for himself. With this thought in mind, Su Qin proposed, "Zhang, my talent is nearing cooldown. Why not remain here for a while? Once it refreshes, I shall assist in evolving your abilities." "Wonderful." Zhang Ruhan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly accepted. Su Qin's extraordinary capabilities had long been a source of her anticipation. Yet, her expression soon turned complex. She had initially believed she had relinquished her feelings, but now it seemed those sentiments were rekindled. Su Qin's overt enthusiasm was palpable to any discerning observer, revealing that he still harbored feelings for her. "It is my fault for reaching out to him. It appears I have inadvertently reignited his expectations," she lamented. Though she too felt compelled, the calisthenics routine was something she desperately desired. Being beautiful often comes with numerous troubles. Su Qin's affection runs deep. Zhang Ruhan shook her head, reflecting on her predicament. "However, I truly do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship." "Hey, schoolflower, snap out of it. What are you daydreaming about?" Su Qin waved his hand in front of her. "Why such a solemn demeanor? At your young age, do you truly have so many worries?" Zhang Ruhan snapped back to reality, gazing at Su Qin's handsome features with a complicated expression. "Su Qin, what does it feel like to love someone?" "To love someone?" Su Qin scratched his head, realizing this question ventured into uncharted territory for him. Why was the school flower acting so peculiarly? Had she been influenced by Mo Yuan, leading her to ponder such matters? Perhaps you should ask Qin Shuo. He might have more insight on the subject. Su Qin felt that, as a connoisseur of romantic matters, Qin Shuo could provide the school flower with a satisfactory response. Meeting Zhang Ruhan's gaze, Qin Shuo appeared somewhat flustered. Well, loving someone is akin to wedding oneself. It is a warm, heavy sensation that others remain oblivious to, yet one knows the bittersweet struggle that follows that warmth. Upon finishing, he was met with the school flower's reproachful gaze, his face reddening to a comical degree. Let us not delve into these trivial matters. We should eat. I am absolutely famished. Su Qin was not interested in discussing romantic tales. He simply wished to indulge in a meal. At that moment, Qin Shuo found an opportunity to lead the way. Sounds good. I am hungry too. Zhang Ruhan rubbed her stomach. Training requires immense energy consumption. She had just eaten not long ago, yet she was already ravenous again. The three ventured out and found a barbecue restaurant. It must be noted that their appetites were insatiable. During their calisthenics training, their metabolic rates had surged exponentially, creating a tremendous demand for energy. At present, it felt as though they could devour an entire cow. They ordered an abundance of barbecue, complemented by 10 bowls of fried rice, and proceeded to feast with fervor. Their voracious consumption quickly attracted the attention of many diners within the establishment. Are these three food bloggers? Why have I not seen any recording devices? Or perhaps today, as food bloggers can eat this much in person? Nonsense. Food bloggers, even online, pretend to eat. These three are not bloggers. They are gluttons. Look at that woman. How can such a small frame consume so much? I personally witnessed her devour 3 bowls of fried rice alongside the barbecue. Is this the kind of appetite a woman should possess? Nearby, Qin Shuo was bewildered. Wild gorilla? Who said that? Is that polite? Step forward and see if I don't teach you a lesson. Boss, bring 10 more bowls of fried rice and another order of the same barbecue. Su Qin noticed the school flower had already reached for her 4th bowl of fried rice, indicating her genuine hunger. Sure thing. The boss was delighted. Regardless of the peculiarities of their eating habits, he was assuredly profiting. The trio's expenditure nearly matched his entire day's earnings. The manner in which Su Qin and his companions devoured their meal quickly became a spectacle, drawing onlookers who paused to observe. Once they had eaten their fill and settled the bill, Su Qin discovered that their meal had cost nearly 10,000 yuan. This realization struck him with a slight pang in his heart. He would have to find a way to have Zhang Ruhan treat him next time. Su Qin, where shall we go next? Zhang Ruhan inquired as they exited the restaurant. Let us go for a foot massage, Su Qin replied. A foot massage? Zhang Ruhan felt a surge of curiosity. She had never ventured to such places before, as her usual haunts were high-end beauty salons and wellness spas. Do you know where such a place is? Zhang, the campus belle, inquired eagerly. I do know, but alas, the prices there are rather steep. I can hardly afford it. Su Qin replied, somewhat shyly. Since you treated me to a meal earlier, let me treat you to a foot massage this time. Zhang Ruhan generously offered. I was waiting for you to say that, Su Qin responded, and they promptly set off. The trio arrived at a foot massage establishment, a veritable haven for many men seeking relaxation. The lavish decor was visible through the entrance, accompanied by a gentle breeze carrying enchanting fragrances and the soft murmur of voices, evoking a sense of imperial indulgence. Just as they prepared to enter, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air behind them. Turning to investigate, they spotted a luxurious Ferrari halting nearby, from which emerged a striking young couple. To their surprise, they recognized them as by Yunkai and Xiao Yun, whom they had encountered not long ago. The two walked hand in hand. One donned a tailored suit exuding elegance, while the other, in a flowing dress and high heels, radiated beauty, resembling a prince and princess in tandem. Not this pretty boy again. It seems I encounter him everywhere. Qin Shuo muttered discontentedly. For reasons unknown, he felt an aversion towards Bai Yunkai, an impulse to confront him simmering beneath the surface. As the couple entered, they noticed Su Qin and his companions. Upon seeing Zhang Ruhan, Bai Yunkai instinctively withdrew his arm, startled by the unexpected encounter. However, upon noticing Zhang's companions, a wave of anger washed over him. What was Zhang Ruhan thinking? Not only did she reject him, but she was also here with 2 men. Xiao Yun was in high spirits. Bai Yunkai, who had previously shown her indifference, had reached out to her, inviting her to a mysterious place. Although this mysterious location turned out to be a foot massage parlor, she perceived it as a step forward in their relationship. However, their arrival was marred by the unwelcome presence of familiar faces. Bai Yunkai's abrupt withdrawal from Zhang Ruhan's side ignited a sense of inexplicable rage within Xiao Yun. What is so special about her? Why am I deemed inferior? We are both campus belles. Why am I so unremarkable in comparison? What troubled her further was the realization that the campus beauty, whom Bai Yunkai coveted, was now entangled with Su Qin. What did this signify? She felt an unsettling discomfort, grappling with the notion that the one she had cast aside was now associating with Zhang Ruhan. Was her judgment flawed, or did Zhang Ruhan lack discernment? Xiao Yun would never concede to the latter. She believed her pursuit of happiness was undoubtedly justified. Should she not seek a youthful and affluent partner during her prime, only to settle for an ordinary job and an unremarkable companion later on? Such a fate, she believed, would be a disgrace to her beauty and intellect. Chapter 41. Confronting Bai Yunkai. Zhang Ruhan truly lacked discernment. Under the pursuit of Bai Yunkai, the so-called Prince Charming, she chose to associate with someone like Su Qin. Xiao Yun knew Su Qin all too well. They had attended school together from elementary through high school, and she had visited his home numerous times. She was aware that his parents were laborers, lacking status and connections. Even if he graduated from university, his prospects would likely be limited to a mundane job, leading a life devoid of excitement. Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous, as it would allow Yunkai to see Zhang Ruhan's choice clearly and present her with an opportunity. She believed that without comparison, there could be no pain. She would shine brightly against Zhang Ruhan's backdrop. With this thought, Xiao Yun took the initiative to link her arm with Bai Yunkai's, and this time, he did not withdraw his hand. She felt a surge of joy, realizing that Su Qin had inadvertently aided her. However, upon thinking of Su Qin, she felt a tinge of disappointment. She had once regarded him as an ambitious individual, but now she discovered he frequented such places, a revelation that shattered her perception. At that moment, she was immensely grateful for her choice to leave Su Qin behind for Bai Yunkai. All the youthful infatuations and dreams that had once held sway over her were now rendered insignificant. Gazing at the exceptionally handsome Bai Yunkai beside her, she felt assured of her decision. His actions were honorable. Even in a place like this, he had brought her along. Nevertheless, as Su Qin was once her beacon of light, she resolved to offer him a word of caution. It was unwise to indulge in pleasures without the means to support them. His focus should be on his studies, striving for a prosperous future. Su Qin, your education is a sacrifice made by your parents. If they knew you frequented such places, it would surely sadden them, Xiao Yun remarked calmly, linking her arm with Bai Yunkai, believing she had done her utmost. Why should that concern you? Su Qin replied nonchalantly. I am looking out for your best interests. And yet you fail to appreciate my concern? Xiao Yun felt a sense of injustice, convinced that her intentions were genuine, her warnings stemming from a place of care. Your concern? Huh. You lack the standing to claim that, Su Qin replied, his expression unchanging, shaking his head. He was well aware of her ulterior motives. You've changed. Su Qin, become someone unfamiliar, Xiao Yun exclaimed, frustration evident in her tone. It is not I who has changed, but you. I see your true intentions. Do not think you can elevate yourself by stepping on me. Otherwise, do not blame me for severing ties. Su Qin shrugged, adopting a tone of indifference. Su Qin, what do you mean by elevating myself? She retorted, caught off guard by the sudden exposure of her inner thoughts. Very well, if your feelings for him are genuine, then may you both find happiness without disturbing my peace, Su Qin declared, beckoning Zhang Ruhan and Qin Shua to enter the foot massage parlor. Su Qin's indifference left Xiao Yun feeling as though she had struck a pillow with her fist. She hastily turned to Bai Yunkai, explaining, Yunkai, you must believe me. I am not as he claims. Bai Yunkai, uninterested in her defense, abruptly released her arm and called out to Zhang Ruhan. Ruhan, it is fine if you reject me. But how can you associate with someone so lacking in decorum? This is truly disappointing. Why should that matter to you? Zhang Ruhan shot back, her gaze icy. Bai Yunkai found himself momentarily speechless by her retort. And if you are disappointed, so be it. I relish his lack of decorum, she declared, wrapping her arm around Su Qin's. Ruhan, I know you brought this fellow to provoke me. I have already told you that I have no relationship with Xiao Yun. So stop belittling yourself. Bai Yunkai forcefully pushed Xiao Yun aside, sensing with certainty that Zhang Ruhan harbored feelings for him. Her rejection must stem from her anger at his association with Xiao Yun. Am I degrading myself? Zhang Ruhan pointed at her own nose, laughter mingling with her indignation. Bai Yunkai, I remember rejecting you quite clearly. I have no interest in you. I don't understand where you derive your misplaced self-worth, believing I would humiliate myself for you. What is it about you that I could possibly admire? Ruhan, I know you're only saying this out of anger. I refuse to believe it, Bai Yunkai replied. Zhang Ruhan, upon hearing this, could only shake her head in disbelief. She turned to Su Qin and Qin Shuo, exclaiming, "Why don't we give him a good beating? I can't hold back any longer." "Absolutely. I've been wanting to teach him a lesson for ages. Let us do it now." Qin Shuo began to roll up his sleeves. "Hold on. After all, we live in a society governed by law. Violence is never the answer. Let us just endure it." Su Qin intervened, curbing their impulsiveness. Meanwhile, Bai Yunkai, noticing Zhang Ruhan leaning in closely to converse with Su Qin, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He directed a threatening glare at Su Qin, warning, "You, kid, better step away from Zhang Ruhan. She is not someone you can aspire to. I want to move. What will you do about it?" Su Qin replied with a smug expression. "Just you wait. I'll make you pay for this. You shouldn't even bother attending this school. Go home and tend to the fields instead." Bai Yunkai trembled with rage. Upon hearing this, Su Qin exchanged glances with Qin Shuo and Zhang Ruhan, and the three slowly approached Bai Yunkai. "What do you want?" Bai Yunkai could not help but take a step back, fear creeping into his voice. What do we want? We're just here to loosen your muscles." Qin Shuo's face twisted into a menacing grin as his fists cracked ominously. With a sudden strike, he landed a punch squarely on Bai Yunkai's face, the immense force causing his features to contort grotesquely as his body was flung backward, crashing to the ground. Su Qin and Zhang Ruhan then rushed in, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. "Stop! Please stop! Don't hit him anymore!" Xiao Yun cried out in desperation nearby. "Su Qin, make them stop. What you're doing is illegal." She attempted to grab Su Qin's arm. Turning to her, Su Qin shot her a cold, piercing glance. Xiao Yun was taken aback. His eyes were icy and unfamiliar, as though he were gazing upon a corpse by the roadside. How had he become so alien to her? The trio continued their fervent assault for a good 10 minutes, leaving Bai Yunkai battered and bruised, his face severely disfigured. "Now that feels satisfying," Su Qin exclaimed as he shook out his hands. "Indeed, the thrill of striking is rather delightful." Zhang Ruhan gathered her hair, tying it back to restore her demure appearance. "Next time we meet, I'll make sure to hit him again," Qin Shuo declared, wiping the blood from his hands onto Bai Yunkai's white shirt. Having been the most ruthless in their assault, Su Qin and Zhang Ruhan had already exercised restraint. Otherwise, a single punch could have sent Bai Yunkai to his demise. "Let us go. Having warmed up, it's time to indulge ourselves." The three made their way to the foot massage parlor, leaving Xiao Yun and Bai Yunkai in disarray amid the wind. The staff at the foot massage parlor raised curious eyebrows as the trio entered, still appearing relaxed after their earlier altercation. Such audacity was rare. However, in the business of hospitality, they could not refuse customers. Qin Shuo ultimately fulfilled his desire by selecting technician number 88. After 2 hours of enjoying professional service, the trio returned home, satisfied. Back at the villa, Su Qin's talent had fully cooled down, preparing to evolve Zhang Ruhan's ability. "Su Qin, come on." Zhang Ruhan eagerly extended her hand, having waited long for this moment. Su Qin activated his talent, enveloping Zhang Ruhan in a blue glow as he began to modify her ability. Before long, the evolution was complete. Talent. Posture is power. You possess a profound understanding of posture, often cataloging intricate movements. Each time you adopt these poses, you gain a continuous enhancement. Currently, you may catalog 5 poses, for are recorded, and once recorded, they cannot be altered. Post-evolution talent. Posture is power. You possess a profound understanding of posture, often cataloging intricate movements. Each time you adopt these poses, you gain a continuous enhancement, and through your repeated research, the talent gradually evolves. The poses are no longer static. You now have a chance to change them once a month. Currently, you may catalog 5 poses, for are recorded, and they can be modified once a month. You have assisted another in evolving their talent and received a reward. Posture is power fragment 1. Collect 3 fragments to synthesize a complete talent. Strength. 2 constitution, 2 speed, 1 spirit, 1 feeling the comprehensive enhancement of his body. Su Qin could hardly contain his excitement. This was undoubtedly a significant victory for him. This was the most attribute points he had ever gained at once. Su Qin opened his panel. Host. Su Qin lifespan. 20. Remaining lifespan. 57 years. Strength. 14 speed. 11 constitution. 15 spirit. 13 initial talent. Random evolution can enhance others' talents. Randomly obtaining unexpected rewards. Upgraded. New talent. Blood devouring. Devour the life essence of corpses to enhance oneself. Currently, only 1% can be converted, with a chance to seize the original owner's talent as nourishment to enhance one's own talent. Talent fragments. Shadow Actress Fragment 1 Posture is Power Fragment 1 Fortune Points. 5,600 weapons. Sharp Tang, Dao Mystical Tool. Pig Slaughtering Knife Items. Mystical tool, dog bell. Space underpants. Su Qin's gaze towards Zhang Ruhan softened. This woman was truly a hidden gem, one to be cherished. Feeling the weight of his stare, Zhang Ruhan grew somewhat uncomfortable and could not help but interject. Su Qin, how is it? Can it be evolved? It's already complete. Check it for yourself. Su Qin nodded. Zhang Ruhan hurriedly opened her panel. After a considerable time, she finally returned to reality. Unable to contain her excitement, Su Qin, what does once a month mean? Does it imply that those poses which can no longer enhance me can be exchanged for new ones? With one chance to change each month? That is essentially the case, Su Qin affirmed with a nod. This is fantastic. I was worried 5 slots would be insufficient. But it seems this concern has been resolved today. Su Qin, I want to buy 5 more of that set of calisthenics, Zhang Ruhan declared extravagantly. Making a single purchase of 5 more. Have you even recorded one yet? Will buying 5 more be useful? Su Qin hesitated. This woman's talent can continue to evolve and improve. I must ensure she doesn't exhaust herself through reckless training. I'll buy them first and then gradually record them, Zhang Ruhan insisted. Seeing her determination, Su Qin relented. After examining her talent, Zhang Ruhan confirmed her suspicions. She could now modify the initial slot and replace it with a new pose. With her hypothesis validated, she could barely contain her excitement and resolved to continue training. Hard work pays off. After 3 hours, her strength had increased once more, and she successfully recorded the 5th pose into her talent. Realizing it was already deep into the night, she reluctantly prepared to leave. Before departing, she returned the calisthenics to Su Qin. The following day, Su Qin arrived at the National Security Bureau as per his usual routine. As he stepped in, Huang Lang approached with a beaming smile, presenting him with a cup of tea. It was his turn to evolve today, and he worried that Su Qin might still harbor resentment from previous encounters. Thus, he had come early to offer his tribute. Su Qin accepted the cup and drank it in one gulp. He was not a petty individual and had long forgotten about Huang Lang's minor transgressions. Relieved, Huang Lang felt reassured. Huang Lang's innate ability was great strength, which Su Qin had awakened to become Titan strength. After his evolution, not only had his power increased, but his physique had also been enhanced. With the boon of his talent, his physical attributes reached 8 points, and his strength soared to 10 points, allowing him to lift 1,000 pounds. Assisting Huang Lang in his awakening also rewarded Su Qin with a fragment of Titan strength and an additional point in his strength attribute. Finding the talent fragment to be of little use, Su Qin opted to disintegrate it. Elated, Huang Lang left, feeling empowered and resolved to confront that foolish giant. Eager to reclaim his luck points. In the afternoon, Zhang Ruhan, ranked 4th, appeared before Su Qin once more. He performed her evolution again. The talent post-evolution exhibited minimal changes. The original replacement frequency of once a month was reduced to once a week. During this evolution, Su Qin also acquired a fragment while all 4 attributes increased by 1 point. In the ensuing days, Su Qin's schedule revolved solely between the National Security Bureau, his rented apartment, and the school, leaving him with no time to attend classes. This predicament vexed Bai Yunkai, who had been plotting revenge against him. Over the past few days, Bai Yunkai had gathered a group of individuals, intending to ambush Su Qin for a beating. Yet he continually found himself disappointed by Su Qin's absence. Consequently, he shifted his focus onto Qin Shua. One evening after school, he cornered Qin Shua in a dimly lit alley. In truth, Bai Yunkai's animosity toward Qin Shua was even more intense than that directed at Su Qin. He vividly recalled that night when this brute had relentlessly pummeled his delicate face with each blow. Although Qin Shua was trapped, he exhibited no fear, grinning widely. After days of intense training, he had been longing for an opportunity to test his progress, and now it seemed fate had delivered an opponent right to him. Soon enough, in that shadowy alley, Qin Shua, brimming with excitement, pursued and attacked 7 or 8 burly men. Ultimately, even Bai Yunkai, who attempted to flee upon sensing danger, was captured and met with another round of beatings. Chapter 43. The acquisition of talent due to his inability to attend school. Su Qin sought the assistance of Director Zhou Zhongwei, who directly contacted the president of Chuanshu University to advocate for Su Qin as a special talent, securing him the privilege of not having to attend classes. During these days, Su Qin diligently assisted others in their evolutions, amassing a considerable collection of talent fragments. Though all were deemed useless and subsequently disintegrated, his 4 attributes, however, saw significant enhancement, surpassing 25 points, while the luck points required for talent upgrades were notably reduced. Presently, he needed only 28,000 luck points for another upgrade. Furthermore, his current luck points had exceeded 10,000, and each time he helped someone evolve, he reaped 800 luck points. causing his total to ascend rapidly. With only 24 hours left until the next luck battle countdown, he accepted an invitation from Zhou Zhongwei to teach calisthenics to soldiers. These soldiers, accustomed to rigorous training, managed to sustain their exercises for over 2 breaths, with a select few even achieving 5 breaths, which served as another blow to Su Qin's confidence. As time passed, the countdown to the next luck battle dwindled to 12 hours. Zhang Ruhan visited Su Qin's residence, intending to accompany him to the interstellar battlefield. Once again, Su Qin performed her talent evolution, preparing to solidify her ability before the upcoming luck battle. The evolution was successful, yielding the talent. Posture is power. You possess profound knowledge of postures, often cataloging challenging movements. Each time you adopt these stances, you experience continuous enhancement. Through your repeated research, your talent gradually evolves. The postures you catalog are no longer static. They automatically correct and adjust during each recording, accelerating your collection speed. You can currently catalog 5, with 5 recorded, exchangeable. For assisting others in their evolution, you received a reward. Posture is power fragment 1 and 1 attribute point. With the evolution complete, Su Qin turned to Zhang Ruhan and said, "This time, your talent recording will no longer be time restricted and can be exchanged at will. Moreover, this evolution has introduced new changes. You may discover the specifics for yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruhan eagerly opened her panel to check her talent section. Indeed, she found that the descriptions had changed, allowing for adjustments during the recording process. She immediately put it into practice. To her delight, the 6th posture, which had previously eluded her, now exhibited signs of being recorded, thanks to the enhancement of her talent. Over these days, she had trained daily, significantly boosting her strength. With all attributes reaching 15 points, she sensed that if she could record the 6th posture, it was highly likely she would break through her current stage and enter the realm of the 8th rank in martial arts. During this time, Su Qin had shown her the comprehensive martial arts manual, enlightening her about the 9 ranks of martial arts, with the 1st rank leading to transcendence. Seeing Zhang Ruhan immersed in her training, Su Qin eagerly combined the 3 collected fragments to forge a new talent. Soon, he felt a stirring within his body, heralding the emergence of a new talent. Within his inner sanctum, a colorful disc materialized. Could this be the newly acquired talent? Opening his panel, he confirmed the addition of a new talent. Host, Su Qin lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 57 years, strength, 27 speed, 25 physique, 27 spirit, 26 initial talent. Random evolution, can enhance others' talents and randomly gain unexpected rewards. Upgraded new talent, blood devour, devour the vitality of corpses to enhance oneself. Currently, only 1% can be converted, with a certain chance to plunder the original owner's talent as nourishment to strengthen one's own talent. New talent, posture is power. You possess profound knowledge of postures, often cataloging challenging movements. Each time you adopt these stances, you experience continuous enhancement. The postures you catalog are no longer static. They automatically correct and adjust during each recording, accelerating your collection speed. You can currently catalog 5, with 0 recorded, exchangeable. Talent fragment, Shadow Empress Mask 1 luck points, 11. 600 weapons, Sharp Tang Dao tricks, pig slaughtering knife items, trickery, dog bell, space underwear. This data panel was far more splendid than before. Not only had all attributes exceeded 25, but a new talent had also been added. With this new talent, Su Qin no longer felt inferior. He had finally stepped into the realm of genius. With this thought in mind, he resolved to test the potency of his new talent, but just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his father, Su Dingen. As soon as the video connected, his father's stern visage appeared on the screen. "Xiao Qin, tell me truthfully, have you been up to no good outside? How could $1 million come in?" Su Qin never anticipated that they would only just discover it now. He could only blame himself for not mentioning a word when he sent the money. However, he had already concocted a plausible excuse. "Dad, this money has a legitimate source. I won it in the lottery. You can rest assured to use it." Indeed, the simplest method was to attribute it to the lottery, thus avoiding the need for elaborate explanations. "Dad, this time the lottery won 5 million. Later, I will transfer 1 million each to you and Mom, so you can both resign from your jobs and enjoy life." "Xiao Qin, did you really win 5 million? The stern expression on Su Dingen's face could no longer be maintained. 5 million was an astronomical figure for an ordinary family. "Son, you can keep the rest of the money for yourself. We have enough with this million," came the voice of Su Mu, Yi Xinrong, from the side. "Mom, it's better to transfer this money to you. I tend to spend extravagantly, and if it stays with me, It might be gone before I know it. Currently, Su Qin had nearly 3 million on hand. He preferred to leave it for his parents, just in case he didn't return from this trip. They could use the money for their retirement. Once he entered the interstellar battlefield, no one could guarantee his return. Su Mu was also concerned about her son's reasoning. After all, suddenly possessing so much money could inevitably alter one's mindset. She had heard of individuals who had won the lottery, spending money recklessly and exhausting their winnings within a few short years, accumulating substantial debts in the process. Thinking of this, Su Mu changed her tone. Son, let us keep this money for you, and we will use it for your future wife. By the way, son, how is your relationship with Xiaoyun? Have you made any progress? In the past, Xiaoyun frequently visited Su Qin's home, and over time, she had gradually been regarded as a potential daughter-in-law. Is there some conflict between you two? Recently, Xiaoyun's parents have severed all ties with our family, seemingly avoiding us at every turn. Upon hearing this, Su Qin immediately understood that Xiaoyun was eager to reach for higher social status and had thus cut off all connections with his family. Chapter 44. Re-entering the interstellar battlefield. Reflecting on this, Su Qin replied, Mom, after Xiaoyun entered university, she has broadened her horizons and has higher aspirations. If she looks down on us, there is no need for us to cling desperately to her. If the connection is severed, so be it. Upon hearing this, Su Mu fell silent. She still held a favorable impression of Xiaoyun, the potential daughter-in-law. Whatever my son says, just listen to him. Although I, Su Dingen, am merely a low-level worker, I still have my pride. Since the Xiao family is unwilling to associate with us, we should not humiliate ourselves in an attempt to mend things. If the relationship is broken, then let it be. Su Dingen was a sensible man and supported Su Qin's decision. Son, with this money, we can indeed relax a little. However, having worked in that job for so many years, it's hard to just quit suddenly. Perhaps we should continue working. Otherwise, it might feel uncomfortable to suddenly have nothing to do. Upon hearing this, Su Qin ceased his persuasion. After all, with this sum of money, they no longer needed to live in a state of urgency and scarcity. It is akin to possessing 1 million. One no longer works merely for the sake of working. The entire demeanor shifts, allowing one to embrace the courage to leave at a moment's notice. Work then transforms from a monetary necessity to a pursuit of passion and sentiment. Su Qin engaged in casual conversation with his parents, and before they knew it, an hour had elapsed. At that moment, Zhang Ruhan's voice broke in. Su Qin, I have wonderful news. I have successfully recorded a new posture. Zhang Ruhan approached Su Qin, excitement evident in her tone. Upon saying this, she noticed Su Qin was on a call and refrained from interrupting. Hearing a woman's voice, Su Mu could not resist inquiring, Son, is someone with you? Su Qin casually replied, just a college classmate. Seeing this, Su Mu did not press further. After chatting for a while, Su Qin hung up the call. Once Su Qin finished his conversation, Zhang Ruhan approached him, stating that she had successfully broken through to the 8th rank of martial arts. With all 4 attributes reaching 18 points, she expressed a desire to spar with Su Qin under the pretense of guiding him as her instructor. How audacious! Su Qin would not indulge her, unleashing his full power to help Zhang Ruhan recognize her own limitations. With time still on their side, Su Qin immediately entered a state of cultivation, eager to test the capabilities of his newfound talent. As soon as he assumed the first posture, a notification resonated within him. Everything proceeded smoothly. He maintained the first posture for over 30 breaths, officially advancing to the 9th rank of martial arts with all attributes enhanced. Taking advantage of this momentum, after this breakthrough, his 4-dimensional attributes surged significantly, nearing the threshold of 30 points. With an exceptional physique, coupled with this talent that had undergone multiple evolutions, Su Qin's training speed soared as if propelled by a rocket, skyrocketing upwards. It was astonishing. Compared to his former self, he had indeed been a mere waste. The 2nd, 3rd, and 6th postures. Within just half a day, Su Qin accomplished what would typically take him 6 months, if not a year, to complete. The world of geniuses is always so refreshingly simple. Su Qin achieved yet another breakthrough, reaching the 8th rank of martial arts. With a further substantial enhancement of his 4 attributes, though this was still not his limit. Regrettably, time was short, and he had to enter the fortune battle soon. Otherwise, he might have broken through to the 7th rank of martial arts. Su Qin could not help but lament. This was the hallmark of true genius. He activated his interface. Host, Su Qin lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 63 years, strength, 35 speed, 33 physique, 35 spirit, 34 initial talent. Random evolution can enhance others' talents. Randomly obtaining unexpected rewards, new talent, blood devouring, Devour the blood and vitality of corpses to enhance oneself. Currently can only convert 1%. With a certain chance to plunder the original host's talent as nourishment to strengthen one's own talent. New talent. Posture is power. You have a deep understanding of postures, often recording high difficulty movements. Every time you assume these movements, you gain continuous enhancements. Through repeated studies, your talent gradually evolves. You have leveled up. The postures you record are no longer static. Each time you record, they are automatically corrected and adjusted, accelerating your recording speed. Currently, you can record 5 postures. And you have recorded 5 replaceable talent fragments. Shadow Empress Mask 1 Fortune Points. 11600 Weapon. Sharp Tang Dao Deceptive Tool. Pig Slaughtering Knife Items. Deceptive Tool. Dog Bell. Space Underwear. Surprisingly, the lifespan section had changed. Su Qin was taken aback. Could it be due to his breakthrough to the 8th rank of martial arts? Every advancement in martial arts represents an elevation in the realm of life, so an increase in lifespan is inevitable. Su Qin felt increasingly confident in his hypothesis. Observing the splendid data on the interface, Su Qin believed he had finally risen to prominence. He eagerly anticipated the upcoming fortune battle, ready to shine brilliantly. The 12-hour countdown swiftly came to an end, and Su Qin and Zhang Ruhan once again entered the interstellar battlefield. Beep. Welcome back to the interstellar battlefield. The next fortune battle will commence in half an hour. In the star disk space, since the two had been transmitted from the same location, they were allocated to the same room. Just as they arrived, the chat box on the panel erupted with frantic notifications. Su Qin opened the chat box, only to be greeted by a flurry of rapidly scrolling messages. Where's this place? I was merely taking a nap at home. How did I suddenly end up here? What is going on? Is this still within the borders of our homeland? Oh dear, where am I? I feel so frightened. I just want to return home and find my mother. Hello everyone, and goodbye. What on earth is the interstellar battlefield? Is this game spilling into reality? Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a coward, appearing friendly and amiable, but should you touch my bottom line, I will lower my standards. For I have declared myself a coward. Blessed be the Bodhisattva. Haha. Welcome to the interstellar battlefield. Newcomers always greet in such a unique manner. I am a post, 2000 born, and I intend to bring order to the interstellar battlefield. A certain Zhang remarked. Wait, are newcomers this brave? I hope after experiencing a bout of luck warfare, you can remain true to yourselves. What is luck warfare? Can anyone explain? Shui Runrun responded. It is a place where you would wish you were dead. Guaranteed to be unforgettable once you enter. Winning by showing off. Shui Runrun, do not frighten the newcomers. Let me explain. In half an hour, everyone will be teleported to a random world to participate in tasks such as evasion, reconnaissance, assault, ambush, and plunder. Completing these tasks will earn you luck points, which can be used for lotteries or talent upgrades. I do not wish to participate. I just want to go back to sleep. Rewarding once. Not wanting to participate is fine. If you die, you can return, and no one will disturb your slumber again. Newcomer kneeling before the Buddha. I am back here again, and I am reminded of him. A certain Zhang. Kneeling before the Buddha. It has been so long. Why have you not moved on? Su Qin noticed that Zhang Ruhan was furiously typing beside him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the ID belonged to Zhang. Do you enjoy commenting under others' posts? Su Qin was surprised to discover that the account named Zhang belonged to Zhang Ruhan, whom he had seen commenting numerous times before. Of course, the people in the comments section are humorous and articulate. I absolutely adore this place. Watching her fervently reply, Su Qin could not help but reminisce about their first encounter when she displayed an air of aloofness. That version of her might never return. Indeed, beauties often enjoy playing with contrasts. Chapter 45. Smuggling into the high martial world. Su Qin opened his chat backend and discovered several private messages. It seemed that someone had noticed the advertisement he had previously posted. Is this for real? 800 luck points. Why don't you just go grab it? Su Qin replied. Grabbing it involves risks. I prefer my current approach. He also inquired whether a physical exchange was possible, but upon viewing the other person's photo, he lost interest. No one believed him, and Su Qin did not care. He was no longer in need of trifles. With that thought, Su Qin exited the chat box and turned his attention to the star chart. Currently, he had 11,600 luck points and hoped to exchange them for something useful to prepare for the upcoming luck warfare. While perusing the star chart, he suddenly received a notification. Ding! Your luck points have exceeded 10,000 and meet the requirements for upgrading the star chart. Would you like to upgrade? What are you waiting for? Upgrade me now. Upgrading does not require spending luck points. It is a free opportunity, so Su Qin wasted no time in deciding. The star chart began to spin rapidly. transforming into a blinding white light before gradually slowing down. When it finally came to a halt, the original first-tier items had vanished, replaced by unfamiliar new objects. Su Qin's eyes widened as he beheld an array of intriguing items, such as Doll Sister, Substitute Technique, Gender Transformation Experience Card, Role Customization, and Electronic Wooden Fish. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He spotted a life-substituting puppet. The life-substituting puppet can take your place in death at a critical moment. The possibility of substituting death was enticing. Su Qin was excited. Possessing this would be akin to having an extra life. He clicked on the designated lottery, eager to obtain this item. However, upon seeing the exorbitant cost, he was deterred. This specific lottery required 11,000 luck points. It seemed the star chart was deliberately targeting him. Aware of his ample luck points and attempting to extract them all at once, I refused to comply. Su Qin resolved not to let it have its way. Nevertheless, he considered trying his luck with the lottery. Perhaps he might win something valuable. However, just as he prepared to click on the lottery, he was once again shocked by the steep cost. After the upgrade, each draw required 500 luck points. Ultimately, he had fallen for its trap. Every day, there is a new trick. Su Qin could not help but sigh. He had thought that since the upgrade was free, he might as well go for it, not realizing the surprise awaiting him. Nonetheless, the items on the star chart were too alluring. Su Qin decided to draw 5 times, as 10 draws would surely cause him pain. Congratulations. You have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations. You have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations. You have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Good grief. Su Qin exclaimed in disbelief. The game started with such a sting. He contemplated giving up, but felt a tinge of reluctance. Fine, I promised myself 5 draws, so I shall complete them. Congratulations. You have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations. You have drawn Earth Dog Transformation Experience Card. Su Qin felt his blood pressure spike and a sense of dizziness wash over him. Thankfully, there was a small gain. The Earth Dog Transformation Experience Card grants you the opportunity to transform into an Earth Dog once. After reading the description, Su Qin thought this roulette should only be played during lunch, for otherwise, it might drive him to frustration. He wondered aloud, who would willingly turn into an Earth Dog? Su Qin thought about discarding it, but recalling that it had cost him 500 luck points, he resigned himself to keeping it with a heavy heart. Please send me away quickly. Su Qin wished to enter the luck battlefield as soon as possible. His temper was flaring, and he needed an outlet. Half an hour passed swiftly, and in a flash of white light, he vanished from that space. When Su Qin awoke, he found himself standing in a shallow waterway. His feet already submerged beneath the surface. The flowing, clear water stimulated his skin, awakening him fully. Looking around, he realized he was in a vast shallow pool. The white expanse stretching endlessly. Squinting into the distance, he could barely discern a massive, dark object suspended in the mist at the far edge, from which the water beneath him seemed to originate. Su Qin surveyed his surroundings. This waterway appeared to be circular, with the enormous dark object at its center. Scattered around were figures, all participants chosen for this luck warfare, much like himself. Su Qin roughly estimated that there were at least 1,000 participants. 1,000-person luck warfare seems to pose a significant challenge. Extraterrestrial smugglers die. Suddenly, from the edge of the sky, a grand voice resonated, and a colossal hand descended from above, obscuring the sun. My goodness. Su Qin felt a chill run down his spine. What is happening? The opening thunderclap. As the giant hand fell, it seemed as though the very fabric of this world was about to collapse. Su Qin stood frozen in place. Originally believing that his progress was sufficiently rapid, during this auspicious battle, he had aspired to showcase his prowess and dominate with an invincible stance. However, what did the commencement reveal to him? A formidable force struck him with a titanic palm, obscuring the sky and earth. It seemed this round was over. System, I curse your ancestors. Su Qin screamed in desperation. He was unwilling to accept his fate, having been thrust into peril by the system. Suddenly, a blood-red radiance emerged, swelling in the wind and soon blotting out the sun. It completely shielded him from the descending giant hand, dissipating it into nothingness, formed like a Tai Chi diagram. Its appearance was blood-red with faintly visible squares. Was this the star disk? Su Qin regained his composure, realizing that the system had intervened to protect them from this cataclysmic strike. Oh, esteemed system, please do not misunderstand. I retract my previous statements. Aware of his salvation, Su Qin hurriedly apologized. Regardless of whether the system could hear him or forgive him, it was better to express remorse. He feared that his earlier bold remarks would be remembered by the system, leaving him oblivious to his demise. Fellow comrades, follow my lead and vanquish these outer realm malevolences. A grand voice resonated across the horizon. Great Luo Buddha hand. In an instant, countless colossal hands appeared in the sky, crashing down repeatedly upon the immense blood-red star disk. The star disk visibly sagged and diminished in size. System, you must hold firm. Su Qin's heart raced to his throat. If the star disk faltered, they would be doomed. At that moment, a blood-red flower ascended from the star disk. One flower, one world. A faint whisper echoed in his ears. The blood-red blossom bloomed in the wind, swaying gracefully. In the sky, the incoming giant hands dissipated like bubbles once more. Nevertheless, the assault did not cease. The powerful beings behind the scenes continued their onslaught, with titanic hands raining down upon the blood-red flower. Yet, astonishingly, the flower appeared remarkably resilient, slowly rising amidst the terrifying attacks. Witnessing this, Su Qin exhaled in relief. It seemed they were stable for the moment. Chapter 46. The unique aspects of the Qianji floating island. He never anticipated that one day he would witness such a grand battle. Su Qin felt compelled to thank the 18th ancestor of the system. Just then, a notification sound from the system reached his ears. Welcome to the auspicious battle, the great escape from the other realm. This operation is codenamed the Other Shore Flower. Time-limited mission. Smuggle into the Qianji floating island. Please locate the hidden teleportation space within 24 hours and infiltrate the Xinglong continent. Failure to complete the task in time. Annihilation. Mission 2. Infiltrate the Fanshu sacred land and scatter the petals of the Other Shore Flower. Completion reward, 30,000 fortune points. To infiltrate the sacred land. System. You overestimate my capabilities. Su Qin suspected that this system had gone mad, casually assigning tasks. He even doubted that this time-sensitive mission had been added at the last minute, as the system had failed to successfully smuggle them in and was now surrounded, forced to endure for 24 hours. At that moment, a voice resonated from the sky once more. All disciples of the Fanshu sacred land, receive my holy command. Immediately enter the Qianji floating island through the teleportation array and slay all invading outer realm malevolences. We shall obey the holy command. Ding. A temporary task has been activated. The great escape from the Qianji floating island. Evade the pursuit from the Fanshu sacred land. Note, each counterkill rewards at least 100 fortune points, which can increase based on the opponent's strength. The system's task issuance is indeed flexible. Just as a pursuit order was issued, it promptly released a grand escape mission. Fellow companions, let us act swiftly. I wish you good fortune. As the system's voice faded, everyone sprang into action. Thousands rushed through the water's edge, their target, the central Qianji floating island. Time was of the essence. Only 24 hours remained. Su Qin acted with great urgency. He needed to ascend to the central floating island, locate the hidden teleportation space, and enter the Xinglong continent. Ideally, he would escape before the disciples of the Fanshu sacred land arrived on the island. From a distance, it appeared unremarkable, but as he drew closer, the central Qianji floating island loomed larger. Su Qin could not help but exclaim. This was no island, but rather a miniature planet. The Qianji floating island hovered in midair, partially shrouded in light and partially cloaked in darkness, with clouds swirling around it, imparting an aura of mystery. Ding! The system has issued a temporary gift package. Will you spend 500 fortune points to receive it? The system's voice echoed unexpectedly. Ah, a temporary gift package? Could it be that the system has finally shown some benevolence and is providing them with life-saving items? 500 fortune points is not exorbitant. I shall accept it. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the temporary gift package. One petal of the Other Shore Flower, a dossier on the Qianji floating island, and proficiency in the language of the Xinglong continent. System, you are truly despicable. Su Qin's anticipation for the temporary gift package was dashed. This was all he received. These items could have been given for free. Yet the system demanded 500 fortune points. Disappointment washed over him, leading to a deeper understanding of the system's low standards. Having accepted the items, he could not let them go to waste. He opened them one by one. Other Shore Flower Petal allows for the marking of a location with no other use. Isn't this just a task item? The system actually charged him 500 fortune points for this. Truly shameless. Su Qin lamented. Upon clicking on the proficiency in the Xinglong continent language, a wealth of knowledge suddenly filled his mind. Within a short time, he mastered the lingua franca of the Xinglong continent. The final item was the introduction to the Qianji floating island. Qianji floating island, a natural island located beyond the Xinglong continent, serving as a natural barrier against all meteorite attacks from the cosmos. It is one of the 72 satellites of the Xinglong continent. The Qianji floating island is quite unique, constructed from unknown meteorite materials, capable of floating while simultaneously changing form at random. Its name derives from this very characteristic. The island consists of 72 segments, each changing randomly every hour. Those upon it will find themselves randomly positioned with each transformation. Additionally, each change will randomly reveal teleportation, treasure-seeking, spaces, allowing individuals to be transported to sites where fortuitous events are about to unfold on the Xinglan continent. Thus, the Qianji floating island is also a sacred treasure hunting ground for many cultivators of the Xinglan continent. Remarkable. It is truly extraordinary that such a natural treasure hunting locale exists in this world, Su Qin exclaimed in awe. At the same time, he felt a renewed confidence for the impending grand escape. Soon, as he approached, the enormity of the Qianji floating island became even more apparent. Su Qin estimated that it was at least half the size of the moon on Earth. From a distance, it appeared concealed by mist, rendering it less distinct. Now, as he drew close, the sensation was utterly breathtaking. One could only imagine the feeling of a star looming before them. If someone with a fear of colossal objects were to appear here, they would likely faint on the spot. The Qianji floating island floated high above. However, its marvel lay in the pitch-black area on the surface, which was the reflection of the entire floating island. According to the records, standing on this reflection would allow for immediate teleportation into the island's interior. Without hesitation, Su Qin stepped boldly into the reflection, and before he knew it, the world spun around him, and he soon found himself in a peculiar location. This is a dense primeval forest, with mountains rising one after another. On the mountains, shrubs flourish, and the grass grows lush. Thick trunks of trees stretch skyward, with birds flitting about among the branches. And one can even faintly hear the roars of wild beasts. Setting aside the floating island, it appears as though this is a natural primordial world. The expanse here is immense, an endless primeval forest, and this is merely one of the 72 parts that make up the Qianji Xuankong Dao. Su Qin could not help but marvel. Such a vast area for just one island. One can only imagine the grandeur of the Xinglan Dalu. However, judging by the numerous colossal hands that had previously appeared, the Xinglan Dalu is no simple place. It is a realm where martial arts endure. Just as Su Qin was lost in thought, a flying vessel streaked across the distant sky, heading straight for this primeval forest. As it drew closer, Su Qin could discern the 4 large characters Wen Chu Xue Yuan inscribed upon it. Was it not said that those pursuing them were from the Fanchu Xingdi? Where did this Wen Chu Xue Yuan come from? Could it merely be passing by? Su Qin found a thicket, concealing himself beneath the greenery, holding his breath and striving to minimize his presence. The flying vessel slowed down and finally came to a halt in this area. Moments later, over 100 young men and women, led by a middle-aged man, slowly descended from the vessel. Students, today marks the annual martial arts assessment of Wen Chu Xue Yuan. A crucial moment to evaluate the fruits of your hard work over the past year. This time, we have received orders from the Fanchu Xingdi to hunt down the foreign evil beings lurking within the Qianji Xuankong Dao. The Academy has decided to combine this hunting mission with this year's martial arts assessment. Each foreign evil being you slay will contribute to your evaluation in this momentous test. I am Lu Zhini, your leading instructor for this mission. We have received word of the hidden evil beings here, and your hunting assessment will commence from this point. Additionally, I bring you good news. This operation is of particular importance to the Fanchu Xingdi and will be personally led by the Holy Maiden of Fanchu. Therefore, those who rank in the top 10 will have the opportunity to gain the attention of the Fanchu Xingdi, and may even be directly chosen for training in that esteemed place. The duration of this assessment is 3 days. You now have an incense stick's worth of time to ask any questions you may have. Teacher, will the Holy Maiden also be coming to Qianji Xuankong Dao? I have heard she is not much older than us, yet her strength is unfathomable. It is said that she has surpassed the Blood Martial 9th level and reached the Fate Martial realm, awakening her divine destiny. I must inform you that the Holy Maiden of Fanchu has indeed arrived on the floating island and has already begun her efforts to hunt the evil beings. As for her exact realm, I am uncertain. The middle-aged man's eyes glimmered with a hint of desire upon hearing about the Fate Martial realm, yet regrettably, he recognized his own limited aptitude, standing as a chasm between him and that level of power. Teacher, I have heard that the Holy Maiden possesses an unparalleled beauty, captivating all who see her. If she is indeed here at Qianji Xuankong Dao, do we not have a chance to behold her true visage? At this point, some students displayed eager expressions, all around 18 or 19 years of age, prone to fantasizing about romantic scenarios. What if they could encounter the Holy Maiden during this mission and win her affection? What a glorious scene that would be. The middle-aged man shook his head at their naivety. Youth often indulges in fanciful dreams, yet reality is starkly different. Such melodramatic scenarios exist solely within tales. He too had once harbored dreams of taking shortcuts in his youth, but reality had taught him that such paths are futile. Let me remind you all, do not aim too high. Only by laying a solid foundation step by step can you hope to soar to great heights. Furthermore, I must caution you that the foreign evil beings are exceedingly vicious. Always assess your capabilities, should you encounter an adversary beyond your means. Do not hesitate to signal for assistance, and stronger individuals will come to your aid. This hunting operation involves not just our Yuan, but other academies and sects are participating as well. Let us commence our actions swiftly, for delays may allow others to seize the opportunity. A single misstep could lead to a series of setbacks. Do not let this chance slip away before your eyes. Students, I wish you all success in your endeavors. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man returned to the flying vessel, preparing to welcome the disciples of the Fan Chu Xingdi. The true dragons and phoenixes among them were soon to arrive. One crucial detail he withheld from his students was that these so-called elite from the academy were, in essence, merely scouts and informants for the disciples of the Fan Chu Xingdi. Come, let us form a team. We have 3 tall and lovely female classmates, but we need one more strong man to complete our group. Look over there. Who is that daring to enter the forest alone? Is he not afraid of death? If he encounters a foreign evil being, he might not even have a chance to call for help. You don't know? He is Duan Kuan, one of the top 10 in our academy. His strength is unfathomable. He doesn't team a team. Can't you see that those in the top 10 all prefer to operate solo? Alas, I envy him, but us lesser skilled individuals should team up, otherwise, we might end up sacrificing our lives instead of hunting evil beings. Look, it's the number 1 in the academy, Situ Ziue. She is also making her move. I've heard that she reached the 5th level of the blood martial realm at merely 17 years of age, a true martial arts genius. Such achievements are rare, even in the Fan Chu Xingdi. It is said that she is the most likely candidate from our academy to attract the attention of the Fan Chu Xingdi. This trial is bound to showcase her brilliance. Su Qin, concealed in the dense shadows of the forest, listened intently to their conversations. At this moment, his emotions were complex. He had never anticipated that the villain would be himself. How could it be that he, Su Qin, who had dedicated his life to benevolence, was now branded as an evil being? Is there still justice? Is there still law? Yet, as an evil being, to not engage in the deeds expected of one would be too unjust. These youths, all in the bloom of their lives, how easily they could be led astray. Su Qin quietly retreated. He was too close to the main camp of those students, making it inconvenient for him to act. He stealthily departed, retreating deep into the mountains. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qin arrived at a high cliff, atop which lay a narrow path that could accommodate only a single person. This is the perfect spot. It is an ideal location for carrying out a deadly deed. Su Qin immediately took a liking to it, having just concealed himself. He soon noticed a man and a woman sneaking nearby. They reached a sheltered spot, and the man eagerly lunged at the beautiful woman. Ah, senior brother, let us move further away. I see Chu Yang is also headed this way. If he discovers us like this, it would be troublesome. Chu Yang, that waste. What does it matter if he comes? He has been stuck at the 1st level of the blood martial realm for 3 years. What can he do? What if we act before him? You don't understand. For this trial, my father specially prepared a chi blood pill for me. I have already broken through to the 3rd level of the blood martial realm, and I can easily crush him. If that waste Chu Yang dares to show up, it would only be more thrilling to do so before him. Ah, Tiange, you're so naughty. I'm not talking to you anymore. The girl pretended to turn away. Don't worry, I'll ask my father to get you a chi blood pill when we return, to help you break through to the 3rd level of the blood martial realm. Tiange, is that true? If so, I want to know how to thank you. Yao Mei, of course it is true. Can Tiange possibly deceive you? As for gratitude, you can express it now. Tiange is rather impatient, preferring to cut straight to the chase. Suddenly, a sharp tang dao pierced through the hearts of the embracing couple. The expressions of the young man and woman shifted from excitement to astonishment, and then to terror. With a single stroke, both were slain, and Su Qin, devoid of emotion, activated his devouring talent to absorb their life essence. In no time, the 2 vibrant youths transformed into withered corpses. The evil spirit must embody the essence of malevolence. A fleeting satisfaction crossed Su Qin's face after the consumption, as their life force augmented his physique by 2 points. Could the blood martial realm of this world correspond to the 9th rank of martial Dao as he understood it? Su Qin felt his speculation was not far from the truth. Hence, the so-called fate martial realm must correlate with the transcendence realm. Remembering that the saintess leading the pursuit might have reached the transcendence realm, Su Qin felt an immense pressure. He was merely at the 8th rank of martial Dao. which should correspond to the second level of the blood martial realm, a vast distance from the fate martial realm. However, Su Qin's strength defied conventional metrics. Although he was only at the 8th rank, his extraordinary talent brought his attributes close to 35 points. Such intensity would likely grant him a fighting chance against someone at the 5th level of the blood martial realm in this world. Chapter 48. Flight and Slaughter. Nevertheless, Su Qin felt it was precarious and resolved to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. Should he confront the Saintess now, he would likely have no chance to escape. He had to expedite his ascension, as a sense of urgency enveloped him. He thoroughly looted the 2 corpses, then discarded them over the cliff and swiftly distanced himself. Shortly after he departed, a group of academy students appeared at the cliff's edge. Look, there are 2 corpses. These are Xietian and Fuyao. They have been murdered. Encountering evil spirits here, their blood completely drained. Some familiar faces recognized the names of the deceased, and upon witnessing the horrific state of the bodies, their scalps tingled in terror. Quick, signal for help. Evil spirits have appeared here, and someone has already been killed. Soon, a large number of students gathered at the base of the cliff. Chuyang, my condolences. I never expected your fiancé to perish alongside the young master of the mountain city here. You must stay strong. Some classmates attempted to console the silent Chuyang. His expression remained neutral. Had they perished at the hands of the outlandish evil spirits? Such a pity, he thought, arriving too late to personally slay those 2 wretches. At this moment, the students grew significantly more cautious towards the evil spirits. Many dared not act alone, opting instead to form teams for deeper exploration. Some weaker students even contemplated withdrawing, while others, brimming with youthful vigor, sought to hunt the evil spirits, aiming to obtain merit for advancement. Su Qin examined the spoils from the 2 corpses. Apart from some silver and provisions from Xinglan Dalu, nothing else was of use. He stowed the silver and food in his spatial pouch, discarding everything else. Finding a concealed cave, he consumed some provisions and began practicing his exercises. Half an hour later, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes. During this time, he had acquired 2 new postures, significantly enhancing his strength. However, he did not continue, as hunger struck. The food from the 2 corpses had been depleted, and he prepared to venture out in search of sustenance. Additionally, an hour was approaching, heralding changes in the suspended island. He could not afford to train at this time. He needed to seek out the hidden teleportation space. Not long after Su Qin exited, he was discovered by a searching party. Look, the evil spirit is over there. Let's charge and kill it. A small team of 5, 3 men and 2 women, spotted Su Qin. Their faces aglow with excitement as if they had discovered a treasure, rushing towards him with weapons drawn. Su Qin remained vigilant, uncertain of their strength, and promptly turned to flee. Quick, stop him. Don't let him escape. Our team has already slain 2 evil spirits. This is the 3rd. If we can kill it, we will outpace the majority. The group rushed forward, but Su Qin quickly discerned the truth. Their speed could not match his. If he unleashed his full speed, he could easily leave them behind in an instant. Realizing this, Su Qin gauged their capabilities. He deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for an opportunity to test the waters. While running, he suddenly turned around, launching a swift attack that sent the foremost individual, along with his weapon, flying. They were far too weak. Su Qin swiftly moved to intercept the falling figure, delivering a fatal blow from behind. The remaining 4 were left aghast at the sight. Damn it! This cunning evil spirit has concealed its power. It's at least above the 5th level of the blood martial realm, beyond our capacity to contend with. Quick, flee. Signal for help. The group hastily halted their advance and turned to escape without hesitation. The young men and women scattered, but Su Qin offered them no quarter. He quickly pursued and dispatched the 2 young men, then set his sights on the girls. As Su Qin closed in, one girl stumbled and fell in panic. Yuan Yuan. The other girl cried out, wanting to turn back to help her. However, seeing Su Qin approaching, she gritted her teeth and ultimately fled into the depths of the forest. Ling Ling, don't leave me. Save me. The girl struggled to rise, but her body betrayed her in this moment of crisis. Please don't kill me. As Su Qin neared, she desperately recoiled. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced her heart, and the light in her eyes gradually faded. Since they were adversaries, it was a matter of life and death, with no need for further words. Su Qin withdrew the Tang Dao, wiped the blood clean, and continued to pursue the last girl. Soon, he found her trembling in a ravine. Please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I will give you anything you want. The girl, having been discovered, fell to her knees in supplication. Do you know where the teleportation space will appear? Su Qin inquired in the language of Xinglan Dalu. I don't know. Please, don't kill me. The girl's face showed a glimmer of hope as she realized he understood their language. After failing to obtain the desired information, Su Qin thrust his blade into her heart. Her hopeful gaze slowly dimmed. Afterwards, he gathered the corpses together and activated his devouring talent, reducing them to dry husks. Their life essence further enhanced his physique by 2 points, and combined with his earlier training, his physical attributes had now surpassed 40. Su Qin opened his status panel. Host, Su Qin, lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 63 years, strength, 37, speed, 35, physique, 40, spirit, 36. Su Qin nodded in satisfaction. His physique was now the highest among all attributes. Evil spirits, dare to disrupt? Die. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from a nearby ridge. A young man clad in black leaped into the air, covering several zhang in a single bound, and brought his sword crashing down. Su Qin barely had time to raise his blade in defense. Clang! The clash of blades ignited sparks in the air. The immense force compelled Su Qin to retreat continuously until he had created a series of significant depressions in the ground, barely managing to halt his backward momentum. Bang! 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 The two combatants exchanged rapid strikes, and in this moment, Su Qin unleashed his utmost prowess without reservation. However, the youth opposite him proved to be extraordinarily formidable, exhibiting a keen battle instinct that placed Su Qin at a distinct disadvantage in this regard. As their skirmish continued, even the stout trunks surrounding them were splintered by their exchanges. Yet, as time progressed, Su Qin gradually acclimated to the combat dynamics, drawing upon his robust physique. His endurance began to manifest, allowing him to engage the young man in a more balanced exchange. However, Su Qin foresaw the necessity of not prolonging the confrontation, concerned that an extended battle might attract even more powerful adversaries, which would undoubtedly complicate matters for him. He seized an opportunity during a moment of impact to propel himself backward, and then swiftly turned to flee deeper into the forest. You cannot escape, foreign evil. Prepare to meet your demise. The youth's expression was stern as he pursued relentlessly. Their chase caught the attention of several disciples who were searching in the vicinity. Look, it's the senior from Fan Chu Shengdi. I didn't expect them to arrive so soon, pursuing an evil creature. Chapter 49, Situ Ziyue. Everyone, stop the evil creature. By time for our senior. Some rushed forward, attempting to obstruct Su Qin's path, but he effortlessly severed one's head with a single stroke, the headless body collapsing in a spray of warm blood. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Stand back. Do not sacrifice yourselves in vain. This evil is beyond your capability to confront. The youth admonished from behind, unwilling to see them meet a futile end. Step aside. Let me assist the senior in stopping the evil. A strikingly beautiful girl clad in purple emerged, wielding a long spear adorned with purple patterns, aiming to impede Su Qin's advance. It was Situ Ziyue, the foremost among the disciples of Chuyang Academy. Her intervention would ensure the evil could not escape. Get lost. Su Qin swung his Tang Dao from below, attempting to cleave the girl in two. Yet, she reacted swiftly, her spear intercepting Su Qin's forceful strike. With his path obstructed, the youth behind him finally caught up, positioning themselves to trap Su Qin in between. Evil creature, today marks your end. The girl flourished her spear with spirited confidence. Su Qin remained unperturbed, meticulously calculating the passage of time. As anticipated, the surrounding space began to tremble. The hour had arrived, and everyone prepared for random teleportation. Act quickly. Do not allow him to escape. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. The youth in black called out, and he and Situ Ziyue struck simultaneously. Knife and spear aimed at Su Qin's vital points. Su Qin fought back with all his might, his Tang Dao blocking the youth's blade, yet the spear pierced his shoulder. With a swift kick, Su Qin sent the youth in black staggering back, and in that fleeting moment, he reached into his trousers to retrieve a butcher's knife, countering with a decisive strike against the spear, which shattered with a resounding crack. The spearhead lodged itself in Su Qin's arm, while the shaft remained in the girl's grasp. What? Situ Ziyue gasped in shock. Her spear, crafted from exquisite meteorite iron by a renowned master, was no ordinary weapon. And now it lay severed. That butcher's knife is extraordinary. At that moment, teleportation commenced, randomly transporting everyone within the area to various locations. Soon, Su Qin found himself in a realm of darkness upon a rocky expanse. This appeared to be another segment of the Qianji floating island, entirely shrouded in night. He hastily sought refuge in a crevice, extracting the spearhead from his shoulder. Fortunately, it had not penetrated deeply, merely a couple of inches, sparing him from serious injury. He quickly fashioned a rudimentary bandage and reflected on his prior actions. He realized he should not have been tempted by the vitality of others. Knowing that stronger reinforcements could arrive, he wasted precious time, resulting in his current injury. Su Qin vowed to remember this lesson, ensuring not to repeat such folly in the future. Upon accessing his status panel, he discovered a reduction of 3 years from his lifespan, leaving him with 60 years remaining. The butcher's knife was indeed sharp, having severed the spear as easily as slicing through tofu, yet it came at a considerable toll on his life force. Fortunately, Su Qin's cultivation and assistance to others could potentially grant him additional lifespan. Thus, he did not dwell excessively on this trifling loss. After consuming some provisions, he noticed an itch at his shoulder, where small flesh buds were beginning to sprout, indicating a swift healing process. His recovery speed was astonishing. Su Qin sensed a subtle energy emanating from the wound, aiding in his recuperation. Could it be that the vitality he had previously consumed also possessed healing properties? Su Qin believed he had uncovered a hidden function of his vitality absorption ability. Regrettably, the conversion rate was presently too low, and it was time to seek an opportunity for an upgrade. However, despite having consumed many lives, he had yet to trigger the secondary characteristic of this talent. Perhaps it was a matter of probability? Currently, he required 1,000 fortune points for the upgrade. His fortune points remained insufficient. The individuals he had previously vanquished had only yielded about 1,000 points, leaving him short of his goal. It was not necessarily a flaw of low probability. Perhaps those individuals simply lacked any innate talents. Su Qin noted a peculiar detail. The individuals he encountered on the Qianji floating island seemed to possess no innate abilities. Coupled with previous dialogues with the disciples of Chuyuan Academy, he began to formulate a hypothesis. A student had mentioned that the Fanchu Saintess had transcended to the Mingwu realm, awakening her Tian Ming Shenfu. Could this Tian Ming Shenfu be synonymous with innate talent? Transcendence corresponds to the Mingwu realm. According to the descriptions in the comprehensive martial arts texts, upon transcending, one acquires a wondrous innate ability. Su Qin speculated that ordinary individuals must reach transcendence, Mingwu realm, to awaken their talents. The interstellar battlefield was unique, allowing an ordinary person to awaken their innate capabilities without any martial arts cultivation. Upon this realization, Su Qin felt a gradual elevation in his perception of the interstellar battlefield. He could not deny that entering this domain had significantly streamlined his path in martial arts. Had he not awakened his talent early, given his aptitude, he might never have achieved transcendence in his lifetime. As his shoulder wound healed, Su Qin decided not to linger in the rocky crevice any longer. He intended to venture forth in search of isolated corpses to absorb their vitality, hastening his recovery while also seeking hidden treasure spaces. The 24-hour escape mission loomed over him like a guillotine, urging him to remain vigilant at all times. This rocky terrain appeared to have been long enveloped in darkness, barren of any verdant flora. The night here was not an absolute void. He could still discern the path beneath his feet and the surrounding environment. Su Qin chose a direction and departed, surrounded by bizarrely shaped stones, a stark contrast to the previously vibrant forest. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard the sounds of combat ahead. He crouched low and advanced cautiously, witnessing a purple-clad girl engaged in battle with a middle-aged man. Evil creature, surrender. You wretches lurking in the shadows cannot escape. Yield, and perhaps I shall grant you a complete corpse. It was her. Su Qin recognized the identity of the purple-clad girl. She was none other than Situ Ziyue, the one who had previously obstructed his path and inflicted a wound upon him. What a twist of fate. Silently, Su Qin drew his Tang Dao from his trousers. Amidst the tumultuous stones ahead, it was less a battle between two individuals and more an overwhelming display of dominance. Situ Ziyue exhibited formidable strength as she wielded a steel blade, relentlessly pressing against her opponent, forcing them into a state of disarray. Su Qin recognized the individual before him as a fellow combatant in this fateful contest, yet the attire suggested they hailed from another realm rather than launching. He refrained from intervening, instead concealing himself behind the rocky outcrop, poised for action. The battle swiftly evolved, with Situ Ziyue gaining the upper hand, plunging her blade into her adversary's side. Yet, the opponent, resolute despite the agony, retaliated with a powerful elbow strike that struck Situ Ziyue squarely in the chest. She let out a muffled groan, staggering backward several paces. Chapter 50. Ambush from the shadows. The opportunity had arrived. Su Qin leapt onto the stone platform, his Tang Dao sweeping towards the long legs clad in purple robes. Situ Ziyue reacted swiftly, attempting to leverage her blade to deflect the blow. But Su Qin's timing was impeccable. Even her quick response was insufficient to evade the strike. Ultimately, a deep gash marred the upper portion of her thigh. stumbling back. Situ Ziue's expression morphed into one of fierce anger upon recognizing Su Qin's form. It was this nefarious figure who had previously severed her beloved spear and had now dared to launch a surprise attack. Had she not reacted in time, she would have faced a future of lopsided mobility. Filled with dread, Situ Ziue retreated a few steps, her back pressed against the stones as she warily regarded Su Qin. The tide of battle had turned drastically against her, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Su Qin chose not to strike immediately. Her leg continued to bleed, and the longer he delayed, the more favorable the situation became for him. Approaching the fallen middle-aged man, he noted that his breaths were becoming shallow. "Brother, I owe you my gratitude for your timely intervention." The young man managed a strained smile upon seeing Su Qin approach. "Your condition appears dire," Su Qin remarked, eyeing the wound at the man's waist, which had been grievously pierced. "That woman is merciless, plunging a blade into my side." The young man's gaze turned to Situ Ziue, his eyes filled with animosity. Situ Ziue barely acknowledged him, her focus unwaveringly on Su Qin, who had yet to make a move. She swiftly tore a strip of cloth from her attire, wrapping it around her thigh to staunch the flow of blood. Observing this, Su Qin refrained from immediate action. Turning his attention to the injured youth once more, "Your situation seems beyond remedy." "No, I can still be saved. I brought healing medicine." He trembled as he reached for his pocket, but the injury impeded his strength. "Please, assist me." He gestured towards his pocket. Su Qin extended his hand, retrieving a blue porcelain vial from within. "Is this it? For internal or external use?" "For internal use," the youth stammered. Su Qin poured the contents into his palm, revealing a green pill that emitted a faint medicinal aroma. After swallowing it, the potent essence began to mend the wounds on his shoulder almost instantaneously. "You." The youth pointed unsteadily at him. "Regrettably, your injuries are too severe. Even if healed, it would be a waste of the medicine." "You." The youth began to cough up blood. To spare him further suffering, Su Qin swiftly broke his neck. "Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 3,200 fortune points." A glimmer of excitement sparked in Su Qin's eyes. What a bountiful harvest. The rules of the interstellar battlefield came rushing back to him. Killing others would yield their fortune points. This unexpected boon illuminated a path forward. In gratitude for the young man's assistance, Su Qin resolved to preserve his remains from being devoured by beasts. Utilizing his devouring talent, he swiftly absorbed a substantial amount of vitality, the wound on his shoulder beginning to scab over, revealing unblemished flesh without a trace of a scar. Situ Ziue, witnessing this, internally cursed. A devil indeed. He spares not even his allies. He is less than a beast. Yet, noting that the devil was momentarily distracted, she swiftly produced a vial. Sprinkling the powder over her wound, the blood flow visibly halting. "Do not waste my healing medicine," Su Qin taunted while absorbing the youth's vitality. Employing the language of Xinglan Dalu to disrupt Situ Ziue, her shock was evident for a fleeting moment. "You can speak Xinglan? Where do you vile creatures originate?" "Vile? I am no devil. I am, in fact, a good person." Su Qin transformed the middle-aged man into a desiccated corpse, unexpectedly gaining a talent during the process of absorption. After extracting all valuable items from him, Su Qin retrieved a lighter from his trousers and ignited the body. The desiccated remains ignited easily, catching fire at a mere spark. Situ Ziue's lips twitched. "A good person? Have you considered what you are doing?" Her wariness of him deepened. Every move he made was deliberate. Every word and action intended to distract her. Tightening the cloth around her leg, she made a swift escape to the left. "Now you wish to flee? Is it not too late?" Su Qin pursued her with his Tang Dao in hand, having absorbed the vitality of the fallen man, enhancing his physical prowess once more. "Perish!" Su Qin leapt, delivering a powerful strike. Situ Ziue managed to block with her blade, yet the force nearly brought her to her knees, causing her previously staunched leg to reopen. Su Qin, emboldened by his advantage, unleashed a relentless series of strikes, with Situ Ziue struggling to withstand the onslaught. Sustaining yet another wound to her shoulder, though she narrowly avoided serious injury, her predicament grew increasingly perilous. Su Qin's intent was clear, to exploit her vulnerability and claim her life. Each strike was more forceful than the last, each movement swifter. Situ Ziue rolled desperately across the ground, attempting to evade him, her body growing cold from excessive blood loss. Would she perish here today? She refused to accept such an end. Her life had only just begun, and she was unwilling to let it conclude so abruptly. "Devil, do not be so brazen." From the shadows, a massive stone hurtled towards Su Qin's head. Seeing this, Su Qin had no choice but to retract his blade for defense. He cleaved through the stone, but a young man followed closely behind, his palm emanating a dark glow as he struck out. The clash of blade and hand resonated sharply. How is this possible? Su Qin squinted, feeling the impact of the young man's strike against his formidable blade, shattering his understanding of the battle. The youth unleashed a flurry of strikes, his speed astonishing, and in an instant, the air was filled with shadows of his palm. Su Qin swung his blade in response, only to find the strikes both real and illusory, absorbing 2 blows that left him at a disadvantage. Fortunately, although the attacks were peculiar, their strength was lacking, and his robust physique endured the impact. As we speak of Su Qin, his attributes are remarkably balanced, rendering him akin to a hexagonal warrior. Yet, in the presence of a youth whose strength surpasses his own, he often finds himself at a disadvantage. This young man possesses a wealth of combat experience and exhibits an ever-changing array of attack methods, leaving Su Qin struggling to keep up. Despite his brute strength, he is unable to inflict any damage. In Chapter 51, Chu Yang, the protagonist template, is introduced. When C2 Ziyu, lying on the ground, finally discerns the identity of the approaching figure, she cannot help but exclaim in surprise. It is not that she intends to distract him during battle, but rather that her astonishment overwhelms her. She has heard of Chu Yang, notorious within the academy as a useless individual, having struggled in the first realm of blood martial for 3 years. Had it not been for certain special circumstances, he would have long been expelled from the academy. Little did she expect that this so-called waste would manifest extraordinary prowess to save her. With her keen perception, she quickly realizes that Chu Yang has reached the pinnacle of the 4th realm of blood martial, on the verge of breaking into the 5th, matching her own capabilities. Coupled with his elusive methods of attack, she begins to doubt her own strength. At this moment, her emotions are a tangled web. The academy's so-called top person, revered as such, is now saved by someone labeled as a waste. Upon hearing the youth call out Chu Yang's name, Su Qin is reminded of the 2 individuals he had pierced through the heart with a single stroke. Is it possible that they referred to the same Chu Yang? It feels oddly peculiar. A 3-year waste, a betrothed who betrayed him, and yet he hides his strength only to emerge as a savior of the academy's flower. Surely, he is wielding the protagonist template. And what of Su Qin? In this moment, a realization dawns upon him. He has unwittingly taken on the role of the antagonist. The implications are staggering. Is it possible that Chu Yang harbors a formidable hidden power, or perhaps a wise old mentor? No, he cannot engage in combat with him. With great resolve, Su Qin turns to flee. After all, one does not provoke a protagonist. Seeing Su Qin retreat, Chu Yang makes no effort to pursue him, fully aware that his current strength is insufficient to contend with that wicked entity. Nonetheless, he is untroubled. Achieving a draw with such an opponent is an accomplishment worthy of lifelong bragging rights. In future encounters, Su Qin is destined to be defeated even more swiftly. Are you all right? Chu Yang inquires with genuine concern as he approaches C2 Ziyu. My leg is severely injured, compounded by excessive blood loss. I have little strength left. Could you assist me with a bandage? C2 Ziyu's cheeks flush with embarrassment, as her injury is rather private. First, take this pill to stabilize your condition. I will bandage you immediately. Chu Yang produces a golden pill from his chest and offers it to her. This is a 3rd-grade recovery pill. It is far too precious. C2 Ziyu stammers, attempting to push the pill away in refusal. Consume it. It will hasten your recovery. You wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to enter the Holy Land due to your injuries, would you? Chu Yang insists, placing the pill in her mouth before she can protest. Thank you, Chu Yang. C2 Ziyu reflects her gratitude with her gaze. Chu Yang tears open a slit in her robe, revealing blood-stained, fair skin, and slightly higher, the hint of a mysterious warning line. At this moment, the girl's face turns crimson. Chu Yang rips a section from his sleeve to rebandage her. He remains a paragon of propriety, steadfastly avoiding any glance that might betray his composure. Observing C2 Ziyu's excessive blood loss and difficulty in mobility due to her leg injury, he ultimately decides to carry her on his back as they depart together. Every movement of the pair is keenly observed by Su Qin, who has not truly fled but rather pretended to escape, only to return immediately. At this juncture, he is increasingly convinced that Chu Yang possesses the protagonist template. Such individuals typically enjoy abundant fortune. Eliminating him might yield a significant reward of fortune points from the system. However, Su Qin understands that such a person is not easily vanquished. He is, after all, the protagonist capable of turning calamity into fortune. Su Qin has his own plans. He believes that with such a rich reservoir of luck, the protagonist will inevitably uncover hidden treasure spaces. He resolves to follow discreetly, hoping to seize an opportunity at a critical moment. However, he has only 1 hour to do so, for after this time, random teleportation will occur, and the chance of encountering these two again becomes uncertain. Although Chu Yang carries C2ZU, he does not move slowly. His feet dance with an unusual rhythm, his form flowing like the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. Su Qin watches enviously, considering the valuable possessions Chu Yang must hold, contemplating the possibility of an opportune heist. In any case, he has experienced a windfall. Having inherited the legacy of a middle-aged man, Su Qin now possesses a total of 13,200 fortune points, which not only replenishes his previous expenditures, but also provides a significant surplus. Yet, these points are insufficient to upgrade his primary talent. Nevertheless, enhancing the abilities of blood devouring and posture is certainly within reach. After some contemplation, he resolves to upgrade his talent. Posture is power. His current speed of acquisition is swift, yet he finds his 5 available slots woefully inadequate. In contrast, the blood-devouring talent is not the most pressing upgrade needed. Soon enough, he invests 10,000 fortune points, successfully upgrading the talent. Posture is power. Su Qin opens his panel, revealing, host, Su Qin lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 60 years, strength, 37 speed, 35 constitution, 41 spirit, 36 initial talent. Random evolution can strengthen others' talents. Randomly obtaining unexpected rewards. Upgraded new talent. Blood devouring. Devour the essence of corpses to enhance oneself. Currently, only 1% can be converted, with a chance to seize the original owner's talent as nourishment. New talent. Posture is power. You possess great insight into posture. You frequently acquire high difficulty movements, and each time you assume these postures, you gain continuous enhancement. Your talent gradually transforms through repeated study. You have leveled up. The postures you acquire are no longer static. Each collection will automatically correct and adjust, accelerating your acquisition speed. Currently, you can collect 20, current collection, 5, interchangeable. Talent fragment, Shadow Steel 1 fortune points, 3, 200 weapon, Sharp Tang Dao trick, Pig slaughtering knife items, trick, Dog bell, spatial underpants. To his surprise, the upgrade has expanded his capacity to 20. An increase of 15 slots, far beyond his expectations of merely 10. This is indeed a delightful surprise. His constitution attribute is now vastly superior, while the other 3 attributes lag behind. As Su Qin stealthily observes, he diligently records the remaining calisthenics movements, striving to elevate his other 3 attribute points promptly. Unbeknownst to him, he has followed the duo to a charred expanse of rock. Ahead, the inky darkness gives way to a flickering crimson glow, and the air grows increasingly stifling with a burning heat. Chapter 52, Saintus Fanshu. As they crest a hill, the unfolding scene reveals to Su Qin the source of the oppressive heat. A fiery red, concave volcanic crater emerges, where faint traces of dark red ravines can be discerned upon the grayish-brown rocks. Occasionally, tiny tongues of flame flicker, scattering sparks that leave behind charred holes in the ground. This is a volcano on the brink of extinguishment. At this moment, a woman clad in a flowing white gown stands serenely at the edge of the volcanic precipice. The gentle breeze caresses her dress, causing her long, ebony hair to dance in the wind. Adorning her face is a white veil, which the breeze tenderly lifts at one corner, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful visage. The young woman appears to be no more than 18 or 19 years of age, her dark hair swirling gracefully, and her long eyelashes fluttering. Her eyes, reminiscent of the cold stars and the vastness of the universe, possess a depth akin to a tranquil pool, seemingly capable of freezing one's very soul. She is an extraordinarily beautiful woman, akin to an orchid in a secluded valley, exuding a solitary elegance that is hauntingly exquisite. Standing there quietly, she seems to be the sole scenery in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Su Qin has never believed in the existence of perfection in this world, yet the woman standing on the volcanic cliff before him imparts an impression of flawlessness, not only in her captivating beauty, but also in her ethereal grace, untouched by the mundane. Su Qin admits he is spellbound, momentarily lost in reverie. Indeed, the legend of the exceptional Fan Shu Sheng is true. Having seen her today, her reputation is upheld. Such a woman should undoubtedly serve under my banner. I shall unveil your sacred exterior and guide you to experience the fervor of the mortal realm. Suddenly, a voice filled with excitement emanates from the very center of the dying volcano. Su Qin then notices that in the heart of the crater, a figure exists. A man, bare from the waist up, leaps from the center of the volcano, landing on the edge of the cliff, confronting the woman in white from a distance. His gaze is intense as he locks eyes with her and declares, "Fan Shu Sheng, you have pursued me relentlessly, Yet what can you do? Instead of harboring grudges, why not join hands with me and embrace the splendor of the mortal world? Your realm has already been marked. Escape is futile. It would be wise to submit and accompany me back to Hexian. Our domain is vast and brimming with wonders. Follow me, and your cultivation journey will be unimpeded, leading you straight to the pinnacle. The woman, Fan Chu Sheng, remains unperturbed by the man's words, her demeanor icy and composed. Abruptly, she moves, her figure gliding as if carried by the wind. With a delicate hand, she strikes out, and the entire volcanic crater erupts into chaos. As this seemingly gentle strike possesses immense force, shattering the ground where Hexian stands. However, Hexian is no weakling. He embraces the air with both hands, and a furnace rises slowly behind him, as if the volcano has awakened, spewing forth magma. Burn everything here, he exclaims, and the land ignites, transforming into a realm of fire. In the shadows, Su Qin's expression grows grave as he swiftly retreats to a safe distance. To his astonishment, such formidable powers exist within this contest of fate. He had initially thought himself a high-tier combatant in this endeavor, but he realizes he has overestimated his own abilities. Hexian is powerful, and the furnace behind him is truly unsettling. He begins to grasp the origins of this volcano, realizing it is a man-made disaster. Such an ability is beyond imagination. Fan Chu Sheng's crystalline hand sweeps through the air, shattering the erupting magma into fragments. The two engage fiercely amidst the flames. And to Su Qin's surprise, Hexian, despite his strength, finds himself at a disadvantage, nearly overwhelmed. Watching the intense clash between the two, Su Qin is entranced. Is this the prowess of transcending the realm of destiny? This level seems closer to him than he had thought. The white gown and veil worn by Fan Chu Sheng, composed of an unknown material, remain unscathed amidst the roaring flames, evoking a sense of loss. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, standing a bit closer, carries Situ Ziyue as they hastily flee from the oncoming flames. Su Qin feels a stirring within, contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to strike. Yet, after a moment's thought, he ultimately decides against it. A rash move could draw Fan Chu Sheng's attention, and that would spell trouble. Guang Hanpa, Fan Chu Sheng's cold voice resonates. And in that instant, a grand and ancient scroll materializes behind her. The scroll does not fully unfurl, merely revealing a corner, which depicts a magnificent ice crystal palace. The palace, adorned with intricate carvings, evokes a sense of grandeur. As her words fade, the icy palace trembles and manifests, hovering above her. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature plummets, extinguishing all flames, including the furnace behind Hexian, which dims in an instant. Is this her innate talent? How powerful? Su Qin cannot help but withdraw further, evading the approaching chill. I cannot perish here. I have sacrificed too much. Hexian roars in fury, fighting desperately. Once more, I summon the heavenly fire to consume all. At that moment, strange totems appear upon the furnace behind him, and the flames shift from a fiery red to a pale blue. The world ignites anew. With ice and fire opposing one another, their powers intertwining and distorting in the center. Just then, the scroll behind Fan Chu Sheng continues to expand, revealing another grand, ancient palace. The previously stalemated flames are once again suppressed, and the furnace behind Hexian begins to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Impossible. How can your talent be so formidable? Hexian exclaims, his voice laced with despair. At that moment, the ground between the two begins to crack, fissures spreading as if something is about to emerge. What is happening? It hasn't even been an hour yet. Why is it starting to transport? Su Qin's face reflects confusion. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and his expression brightens. Indeed, there is no dead end in heaven. I never expected the hidden treasure space to be here. Hexian cackles madly, rushing toward the space, only to be ensnared by the scroll behind Fan Chu Sheng just as he draws near. You cannot escape, she states flatly. Step aside, do not hinder me. Hexian screams in madness, pulling out a pill and swallowing it. Instantly, his aura surges, and the flames from the furnace behind him erupt once more, causing the ice palace to begin melting as the two resume their standoff. Chapter 53, Escape from the Floating Island. Su Qin is elated, indeed. Being near the protagonist yields extraordinary results, leading him swiftly to the hidden treasure space. He never imagined this treasure would be concealed underground. Who could find it? If it were left to him, he wouldn't have found it in 10 days, let alone one. Observing the standoff between the two, Su Qin stealthily approaches, intending to take advantage of the chaos and infiltrate early. Just as he prepares to act, a notification from his talent panel echoes in his mind. Due to Li Li's breakthrough in her current realm, you have received 5 free attribute points. Li Li has broken through? What a delightful surprise. Su Qin wore a joyful expression, secretly pondering whether it was at this moment that his fortune was surging and all things beautiful were arriving as promised. One must admit that Li Li's talent was extraordinary. It had not been long since his last breakthrough, and here he was achieving yet another. He allocated all 5 of his free attribute points to strength, for the foremost priority remained enhancing his combat power. With a little more strength, the dangers he would face would diminish correspondingly. Upon completing his allocations, he felt a significant increase in his power. Su Qin opened his status panel. Host, Su Qin. Lifespan, 20. Remaining lifespan, 60 years. Strength, 42. Speed, 35. Constitution, 41. Spirit, 36. At this moment, his strength finally occupied the top position among his attributes. Without delay, he resumed his stealth, for the utmost importance was to leave Qianji's suspended island as soon as possible. Just as he was nearing his destination, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. An evil spirit is approaching the treasure-seeking space. The 2 scholars over there, please intercept the evil spirit and prevent it from entering Xinglan continent. The speaker was the holy maiden of Fan Chu, who was currently suppressing the desperately struggling He Xian, while also noticing Su Qin lurking in the shadows. Chu Yang and Sidu Ziyue were taken aback by her words and turned to see that someone had unknowingly crept to the edge of the treasure-seeking space. The 2 instantly recognized that it was the same evil spirit from before. How dare it follow? Chu Yang was enraged. This evil spirit was audacious beyond measure. Having stealthily arrived here, with that thought, he charged forward with Situ Ziyue on his back, intending to block Su Qin. Su Qin paid no heed to their actions. He quickened his pace, and with a sudden surge, he forced his way into the treasure-seeking space. Chu Yang followed closely behind, carrying Situ Ziyue with him. He glared at Su Qin and sneered. I let you escape last time, but who would have thought you would dare to follow me stealthily? This time, I shall not grant you another chance. Since you have come, you shall remain here forever. Is that so? What audacity grants you such courage? Su Qin dismissed his words. For now that he had entered, leaving Qianji Island was a foregone conclusion. Evil spirit, perish. I shall not allow you to escape. Chu Yang was the first to launch an attack, unleashing a myriad of palm shadows that encircled Su Qin from all directions. Su Qin did not falter. He unleashed a flurry of blade shadows with his Tang Dao, which soon clashed with the onslaught of palm shadows, creating a cacophony of metallic sounds. A surge of immense force accompanied by sharp blade light descended, causing Chu Yang to stagger backward repeatedly. He inwardly lamented, what is happening? In such a short time, how has this evil spirit's strength increased so dramatically? Seizing the advantage, Su Qin pressed the attack relentlessly, forcing Chu Yang out of the treasure-seeking space. Chu Yang, put me down. We must confront him together. Situ Ziyue, sensing Chu Yang's struggle, urged him immediately. All right. Chu Yang did not hesitate. He swiftly set Situ Ziyue down, and the 2 charged back in together. Seeing that the treasure-seeking space was still activating, Su Qin decided to avoid any unnecessary complications by sheathing his Tang Dao and drawing out his slaughtering knife instead. Upon witnessing this, Situ Ziyue's pupils constricted. It was this very slaughtering knife that had severed her spear, leaving her without a suitable weapon and thus at a disadvantage in combat. Be cautious of that slaughtering knife. It is extremely sharp, and it is best not to catch it with your hands, Situ Ziyue warned in time. Extremely sharp, you say? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. His unique cultivation method allowed him to absorb various metals to temper his body. At present, his hands had assimilated a special form of gung metal energy, rendering them nearly indestructible. He did not believe that such a petty slaughtering knife could possess any real power. Then let me test just how sharp it is. Chu Yang's hands turned a deep black, his fingers resembling razor-sharp hooks. The 2 attacked Su Qin from opposite sides, with Situ Ziyue striking first. Her blade aimed at Su Qin's lower regions, seeking revenge for her previously severed leg. Soon, the slaughtering knife clashed with her weapon, and with a resounding crack, her long knife shattered. Su Qin's slaughtering knife did not pause, aiming directly for Situ Ziyue's fair neck. In a moment of peril, Chu Yang's obsidian claws lunged forward, attempting to seize the slaughtering knife. The sound of clashing metal accompanied a muted grunt, as Situ Ziyue desperately pulled Chu Yang back. In that instant, Chu Yang's hand dripped with blood. A deep gash, nearly a foot long, marred his left hand from palm to elbow, exposing bone. Cold sweat beaded on his brow. Had Situ Ziyue not pulled him back just then, he would likely have lost that hand. Just as Su Qin sought to press the advantage, a pure white palm shadow suddenly struck from outside. It was the holy maiden of Fan Shu intervening, seeing that Chu Yang and Situ Ziyue could not stop Su Qin. She forcefully propelled He Xian toward the treasure-seeking space. Fortunately, He Xian was desperately creating distractions, which diminished the impact of her strike considerably. Su Qin barely managed to evade this blow, and upon seeing the woman charging toward him, he felt a surge of anxiety. Why was the activation of the treasure-seeking space so slow? If that woman were to enter, would he still have a chance at survival? Fortunately, in a critical moment, the treasure-seeking space emitted a brilliant light. However, the unfortunate news was that the holy maiden of Fan Shu had also followed in. At this crucial juncture, the treasure-seeking space initiated teleportation, and the individuals within began to be transported. On the eastern side of Xinglan continent, a multitude had gathered. For the once-in-a-decade Lingjing ancient path was about to open. Many congregated there, preparing to board a vessel destined for that wondrous place. In search of treasures said to alter their fates. The ancient path has opened. Hurry forth. It opens only once every decade. Those who are swift shall board, while the slow shall be left behind. Countless martial artists surged forward like a tide, rushing ahead. Su Qin felt as if he were in a daze, and in an instant, the environment around him underwent a dramatic transformation. Before him lay an endless expanse of black ocean, and beneath his feet was a grand vessel sailing forth. This ship boasted 9 levels, and he appeared to have manifested in the midst of one of the floors. Alongside him were the holy maiden of Fan Shu, He Xian, Chu Yang, and Situ Ziyue. As soon as they landed, an ancient scroll materialized behind the holy maiden, prepared to ensnare both Su Qin and He Xian simultaneously. Just then, a deep voice resonated from the bow of the ship. Cease all fighting aboard this vessel, or be cast into the Dead Sea. It was only then that Su Qin noticed a shadowy figure seated quietly at the front of the ship. Dressed in a conical hat, cloaked in dark mist, his true visage remained obscured, appearing as if he were present yet distant, as if not of this world. At that moment, he held a fishing rod, its hook submerged in the dark sea below, seemingly engaged in angling. The holy maiden of Fan Shu merely furrowed her brow slightly. The scroll behind her quickly vanished into her being. She had recognized this place and was astonished that the treasure-seeking space had transported her here. Holy maiden, where is this? Situ Ziyue inquired, drawing closer to the holy maiden. This is the Lingjing ancient path, and I am no holy maiden. You may simply call me Chun Yunqing, she replied in a cool tone, exuding an air of detachment as though nothing in this world could disturb her tranquility. Sister Yunqing, what exactly is this Lingjing ancient path? Could you elaborate further? Situ Ziyue asked, her face brimming with curiosity. She glanced at the other floors and noticed a few individuals holding fishing rods, engaged in angling, while others cast their gazes upon them, with many fixated on Chun Yang. The Lingjing Gulu is a pathway leading to the Qiyun Tianji, and as this route traverses the Lingjing Sea, it has been aptly named the Lingjing Gulu. Sister Yang, didn't that mysterious figure say that the pitch-black sea beneath us is a dead sea? How can it also be referred to as the Lingjing Sea? Furthermore, what exactly is the Qiyun Tianji? Situ Ziyue, ever the curious soul, inquired. This dark expanse of ocean is indeed a dead sea. Any living creature that falls into it would instantly perish, sinking to the depths. It is rumored that this black sea has traversed numerous worlds, with our Xinglan continent being one among them. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery, yet it harbors many wondrous entities. Legends suggest that with special fishing rods, one can extract spiritual objects from its depths. These objects are peculiar, some capable of enhancing one's constitution and elevating one's potential, hence the name Lingjing Sea. If it is called the Dead Sea, how can it give rise to spiritual objects? Situ Ziyue posed her doubts once more. Perhaps it is due to the yin and yang philosophy, where the yang breeds yin and vice versa. This Dead Sea, perpetually cloaked in deathly energy, has undergone countless years of evolution, making the emergence of spiritual objects not entirely surprising. Qin Yang explained, albeit uncertainly, as she had merely heard her master say as much. How marvelous! Situ Ziyue exclaimed, gazing at the boundless black sea in awe. Sister Yang, what about the Qiyun Tianji you mentioned earlier? The Qiyun Tianji is the destination of this vessel. En route through the Lingjing Sea lies an ancient sky street, replete with many shops that sell extraordinary items. These items are peculiar and bizarre, yet it is said that acquiring even one can irrevocably alter one's fate. Will we be able to return? Chu Yang suddenly interjected. Once this journey concludes, we shall retrace our steps. At this moment, Su Qin, who had been listening intently, furrowed his brow. If they were to return along the same route, once they disembarked from this vessel, freed from the mysterious figure's constraints, He was certain he would be pursued by this formidable woman. The thought of being hunted by such a powerful adversary left him somewhat disconcerted. Sister Yunk, can we fish in the Lingjing Sea? Situ Ziue observed some fishing rods dangling over the sea from other floors and eagerly asked. Just as she broached this topic, she noticed Su Qin and He Xian also eavesdropping. Annoyed, Situ Ziue thought, surely they have not overheard all this information? Hey, you two, stop eavesdropping on our conversation. Little girl, we are all aboard the same vessel. Can we not be civil? Besides, we might end up friends after all, He Xian remarked, dismissing her words with a teasing grin. Bah, who would want to be friends with you? You fiends dare to intrude upon our world. Your fate is destined to be ashes. Little girl, do not harbor such hostility. I assure you, I am a good man. If you do not believe me, come and touch my conscience, He Xian said, puffing out his chest with an inexplicable smile. How shameless you are. I will kill you. Situ Ziue seethed with anger. Just as she was about to strike, Chu Yang seized her arm, warning, Ziue, do not be impulsive. We are still on the ship. Hearing this, Situ Ziue felt a wave of fear wash over her. Should she act here, the black-clad figure might plunge her into the depths, and she doubted she would survive. Sister Yunk, we must not let these two fiends off the hook upon our return. We will dismember them. She cast a wary glance at Su Qin, feeling an inexplicable trepidation towards him. Rest assured, they will not escape, Qin Yunk said with a calm demeanor. Su Qin and He Xian exchanged glances, both aware of the looming threat awaiting them upon their return. At that moment, the two outsiders from the interstellar battlefield felt an inexplicable kinship in this unfamiliar environment. However, recognizing the impossibility of acting here, He Xian's mind began to buzz with ideas. He turned to the Saintess Fan Chu and said, Qin Yunk, who would have thought that the one who always cries for the extermination of us fiends would one day coexist peacefully with us? I see that the ship is packed with people. Perhaps we will find ourselves sharing a room soon, huh? He Xian's provocative jest elicited no response from Qin Yunk, who seemed well-versed in the ship's rules and had no intention of escalating the situation. Qin Yunk? Su Qin felt a flicker of familiarity with the name. Suddenly, he recalled that during the last star chart lottery, he had drawn a blue garment, which appeared to belong to the Saintess Qin Yunk. This seemed to be the same individual, and that garment now lay quietly within his spatial trousers. With this thought in mind, Su Qin took the blue garment from his trousers and approached Qin Yunk, politely asking, Excuse me, may I ask if this garment belongs to you? Upon seeing the blue garment Su Qin presented, a piercing chill radiated from Qin Yunk's cold gaze. She had indeed lost a piece of undergarment she had recently changed out of, having searched for it extensively only to find it now in the hands of a man. She suddenly recalled that this garment had seemingly just been extracted from the depths of his trousers. With this realization, she could hardly conceal her murderous intent, wishing to dismember this shameless individual immediately. This isn't yours? Su Qin remarked, bringing the item closer to his nose for a whiff. You are doomed. Qin Yunk's icy voice carried a hint of anger, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Though veiled, the redness was evident on her ears. Clearly, her composure was shaken. What is wrong with you? I am not holding a grudge against your earlier attack. I am merely returning your lost item with goodwill. Yet you show no gratitude and regard me with such disdain. Do you wish to kill me? Is this how ungrateful you are? Su Qin expressed in Xinglan language. Qin Yunk merely glared at him in silence, her anger palpable but restrained. This left Su Qin momentarily disappointed. He had hoped to provoke her into action, triggering the ship's rules to backfire, ideally removing her as a threat. However, her restraint was unexpected. If he could not eliminate Qin Yunk, he would still face the fate of being hunted upon his return. This is not mine, Qin Yunk declared, turning her head away defiantly. What? This is not yours? Su Qin raised his voice to draw the attention of many nearby. The onlookers, who had previously been focused on Qin Yunk, now shifted their gazes to the blue garment in his hand, some revealing enigmatic smiles. He Xian sauntered over with a lewd grin, saying, Well done, my boy. You managed to procure this. From Qin Yunk's reaction, he was convinced there was more than met the eye. He had been teasing her with words earlier, and this was the first time he had witnessed a flicker of fury in her eyes. Little brother, is this truly hers? Absolutely, though she denies it. What can I do? Su Qin shrugged, asking, Would you like it? If so, I can sell it to you. Su Qin shot He Xian a meaningful glance. He Xian immediately grasped the situation and exclaimed loudly, How can you prove that this is the personal garment of the esteemed Saintess Qin Yunqing? Upon hearing this, Su Qin declared, The fragrance is identical to that which lingers on her, and I believe it is not merely the scent of perfume, but rather her natural body fragrance. Tell me, if we were to hastily organize an auction here, could we potentially sell this item? He Xian displayed a lecherous grin, seemingly intrigued by the prospect. Su Qin nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Their banter continued harmoniously. As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, the fishermen aboard the vessel were drawn to their conversation. The woman exuded an extraordinary aura. Merely gazing into her captivating eyes revealed her to be an unparalleled beauty. If this item truly belonged to her, it might fetch a handsome price at auction. You two scoundrels dare to flaunt someone's personal belongings here. Such shamelessness. Chu Yang, unable to contain his indignation, stepped forward to voice his disapproval. Would you like to buy it? I can sell it to you. Su Qin turned his gaze towards him. Chu Yang was momentarily speechless. He wished to acquire it, but feared that Chun Yinqing might misunderstand his intentions. Enough. The item is mine. State your terms directly. Chun Yinqing interjected, her patience wearing thin. Although she practiced the path of detachment, emphasizing an unshakable heart, she was still young, only 18 or 19 years old. Despite her elevated state of mind, it was difficult for her to remain entirely unperturbed in such a situation. The condition is that you refrain from taking action against us afterward, Su Qin proposed. That is out of the question. Chun Yinqing promptly rejected the idea. The decree to hunt down evil beings had been issued by the Saint Lord personally. She could not acquiesce. Su Qin, unfazed by her response, had merely suggested it offhandedly. Even if Chun Yinqing had agreed, he would not place his life in jeopardy based on another's moral integrity. Contemplating this, he inquired, where can one procure those fishing rods? They can be exchanged at the black-clad man's location. Chun Yinqing indicated towards the enigmatic figure standing still nearby. Please help us exchange for a rod, Su Qin requested. That is not possible. The exchange must be conducted in person, she replied. Is that so? Then produce something of value for trade. If I deem it worthy, I shall return the item to you, Su Qin suggested. I possess nothing of significant worth. Chun Yinqing shook her head. Do you wish to take advantage of me? Su Qin retorted angrily. How could a saintess possess no valuable items at all? Upon hearing the implication in his words, Chun Yinqing felt a surge of indignation. Her delicate fists clenched tightly. Had it not been for the presence of the mysterious figure, she would have struck this shameless rogue into oblivion. Here, I possess a third-tier healing elixir. If you wish to trade, you may do so, she offered. Are you begging for alms? A third-tier healing elixir can be freely produced by Chu Yang. Do you truly think I am unknowledgeable? Su Qin scoffed. Trade if you wish. I have grown tired of this, Chun Yinqing responded, for this was indeed the most valuable item she possessed. Let us auction the personal garment of a saintess. The highest bidder wins. Su Qin raised his voice to call out. Silence. I possess a rare martial arts technique of special footwork that is exceedingly precious. I will trade it with you. Chu Yang interjected, unable to restrain himself, pulling out a tome from his chest. The title inscribed upon it read, Chasing Wind and Pursuing Shadows. Could this possibly be the footwork he had previously employed? Su Qin became intrigued. Indeed, Chu Yang possessed a considerable array of valuable items. However, Su Qin's greatest desire remained the technique that could transform his hands into a deep black hue. Those hands were quite extraordinary. Previously, using a butcher's knife had cost him 4 years of his life to inflict a single cut. Nevertheless, such a precious item would not be easily relinquished. He was already content to acquire this footwork technique. After receiving the ancient tome, Su Qin inquired, should I hand this over to you, or return it to its rightful owner? You may return it to Qin Xianzi. Chu Yang gestured dismissively, stating earnestly, Xianzi, you are indeed correct. It is truly an honor for me to come into possession of a saintess's personal garment. Su Qin feigned reluctance, inhaling deeply before extending the personal item back to her. Chun Yinqing accepted the item and promptly stowed it away, her beautiful eyes flashing with cold light. Wishing to pierce Su Qin with her gaze, Su Qin shrugged, completely unfazed, and turned away. He tucked the manual away, intending to review it at his leisure later. The others, seeing that there was no longer entertainment to behold, returned to their fishing. Subsequently, Su Qin approached the black-clad figure to inquire about the method of exchanging for fishing rods. The ethereal nature of the Lingjing Sea was truly remarkable. It would be a pity not to give fishing a try. Young man, place your hand on the scale, and you will naturally see what you desire. The mysterious figure waved, causing a pale cream-colored balance to appear before them. Upon witnessing this, Su Qin promptly complied, placing his hand upon the scale, which was the size of a basket. At that moment, a shop materialized before his eyes. Chapter 56, A Bountiful Catch. The display read, Beginner Fishing Rod. Exchangeable for 1 year of life. Intermediate Fishing Rod. Exchangeable for 5 years of life. Advanced Fishing Rod. Exchangeable for the Talent Fragment Shadow Empress Steel. Top Tier Fishing Rod. Exchangeable for the Talent's Blood Chi Devourer Posture is Power. Su Qin was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a unique method of exchange for the fishing rods. The conditions for exchange were tailored to each individual's possessions. The top-tier fishing rod required a talent to obtain. Elder, may I inquire what one can catch with the top-tier fishing rod? What you catch depends entirely on luck. Often, even with a top-tier rod, one may return empty-handed. The mysterious figure replied candidly. Su Qin was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed rather uncertain. Why exchange for a top-tier fishing rod when a basic one would suffice? The mysterious figure appeared to sense his thoughts and continued. The quality of the fishing rod merely determines whether it will break when you hook something good. Did you see? That individual previously exchanged for a beginner's rod and unexpectedly hooked something valuable, only for it to snap midway, leaving him empty-handed. Following his gaze, Su Qin observed a middle-aged man sitting at the bow of the boat, lamenting and occasionally slapping himself in frustration. How absurd. Su Qin mused, gaining new insights. However, he would certainly not trade two of his talents for a top-tier fishing rod. Both talents were selectively chosen and of great utility. As for the talent fragment, Su Qin figured it could be held onto for now, as it could be acquired at any time in the future. With this in mind, he resolved to exchange the talent fragment for an advanced fishing rod. Soon, a dark red fishing rod appeared in Su Qin's hands. The rod was lightweight, intricately carved with unusual patterns, and possessed a unique texture. Elder, what bait is used with this fishing rod? No bait is needed. Simply hook directly. Once you traverse the Lingjing Sea and return, the fishing rod will retract automatically. So, the fishing rod had a time limit. Su Qin inwardly lamented the unfairness of it all. With the fishing rod in hand, he found a vacant spot to begin fishing. Meanwhile, Chen Yunqing and her companions also began exchanging for fishing rods. However, these few individuals only acquired intermediate rods, while both Chu Yang and Su Qin managed to obtain advanced rods. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out from below. I've hooked something. It was a mass of blood qi. Such a thing was immensely nourishing. As the individual raised the fishing rod, a large, blood-red mass was affixed to its hook. How enviable it was that such a rudimentary fishing rod had managed to catch something so vital. It was truly a windfall. Unlike my own experience of merely snagging some rotting wood, which felt rather unfortunate. Some rejoice, while others lament. Su Qin gazed at that mass of vital essence. Nearly the size of a basketball. Even he would need to consume several individuals to amass such a quantity. Contemplating this, Su Qin's anticipation for fishing grew even more fervent. On his inaugural cast, the fishing hook sank into the inky depths of the sea, and he settled down to await patiently. 1 minute, 2 minutes. A quarter of an hour passed without any sign of movement on the fishing rod. Su Qin focused intently on the bobber, his eyes growing weary. Yet the rod seemed to mock him with its stillness. My friend, fishing is not about fixating on the rod. Often, the more you anticipate, the more disappointing the outcome. The leisurely voice of He Xian drifted from a short distance away. Among the passengers on this boat, he and Su Qin were the only ones hailing from the interstellar battlefield. Hence he chose a spot not too far from Su Qin. After casting his line, He Xian disregarded it entirely, his gaze flitting between the two beautiful women, Chen Yunqing and Situ Ziyue, provoking Situ Ziyue's ire as she repeatedly shot him warning glances. Do you fish often? Su Qin inquired. No, I never fish. He Xian replied. Then what are you talking about? Su Qin rolled his eyes. However, my father is an expert angler, and by being around him, I have picked up some knowledge. Su Qin, who was receptive to advice, pondered this and found merit in He Xian's words. Resolving to ignore it for the moment, he assumed a posture and began his practice of calisthenics. If my father could come here, he would never want to leave. This place is truly a paradise for fishermen, He Xian exclaimed. At that moment, noticing Su Qin's movements, he queried, my friend, are you practicing? You are quite diligent. Unlike me, I suffer from procrastination regarding such monotonous training. Before I commence, I have to repeatedly motivate myself. And only after a significant portion of the day has passed do I force myself to train for a brief while. Well, that is commendable, Su Qin casually replied. He Xian seemed to be quite talkative, and once he opened the floodgates of conversation, he could not be silenced, chattering incessantly. Su Qin's current practice was relatively straightforward. He merely needed to record the movements and allow them to progress naturally. Thus, he did not mind exchanging a few words with He Xian during this process. Do you find me impressive? My friends often say the same. You share their discernment. He Xian boasted, seemingly oblivious to any criticism. If you don't enjoy training, how have you attained such strength? Su Qin wondered, suspecting He Xian might be some kind of genius. This brings us to my father, who is quite obsessive. He projects his own unfulfilled ambitions onto me, a classic case of hoping for one's son to become a dragon, because he squandered his youth on fishing and failed to achieve success. He has compelled me to succeed in his stead, forcing me to train since I was 5. Can you imagine? I spent half of my childhood dedicated to training. It was a dreadful childhood. I sympathize with you. Some heal their entire lives with their childhood. Others endure a lifetime to mend their childhood. However, you have persevered. And at such a young age, your prowess is remarkable. Your father must be very proud. You are mistaken. My father is not satisfied with my achievements. He constantly drives me forward with thorns. He Xian declared. I have a dream, to surpass my father. I vow that once my strength exceeds his, I too shall use thorns to motivate him and urge him to train. As He Xian spoke, his eyes sparkled, envisioning a bright future. You are truly filial. Su Qin could not help but exclaim. Of course, this is for his own good. He Xian replied, self-satisfied with his plan, which he had been formulating in his mind for years. The days without supervision are indeed wonderful. Feeling the ocean breeze and admiring the beauty around him, He Xian sighed, suddenly turning to gaze intently at Situ Ziyue and Chen Yunqing. What are you staring at, you pervert? Situ Ziyue snapped, unable to withstand his gaze. He Xian, unperturbed, turned back to converse with Su Qin. My friend, after chatting for so long, may I know your name? I am Su Qin. He offered a brief introduction. Su Qin, do you have any way to escape that woman's pursuit once we disembark? Upon hearing this, Su Qin shook his head, replying, if you cannot, how could I? With my meager abilities? Just then, an unexpected crackle reverberated through his body. The 8th posture was completed, and his strength experienced a slight increase. Su Qin, have you broken through? He Xian exclaimed, astonished. Just a minor gain, no breakthrough. Su Qin clarified with a shake of his head. No, I must train as well. I cannot waste any more time. He Xian urged, hastily beginning his practice, but he soon abandoned it, his eyes wandering once more. At that moment, a shout erupted from Situ Ziyue's direction. She had caught something. Both Su Qin and He Xian turned to look, witnessing a vibrant green mass being hauled up from her fishing hook. This mass appeared far more substantial than the vital essence caught earlier, clearly extraordinary. Chapter 57. Chu Yang's astonishing harvest. As Situ Ziyue pulled the mass closer, it swiftly darted into her body the moment she grasped it. Instantly, her face radiated ecstasy, seemingly lost in some delectable experience. After a prolonged moment, she opened her eyes, her joy nearly overflowing. Ziyue, what did you catch? Chu Yang inquired nearby. I struck gold. This life essence has extended my lifespan by 10 years. It is truly marvelous. 10 years. Everyone's faces lit up with envy, including Su Qin, who had been depleting his lifespan rather quickly, now left with only 56 years remaining. Gazing at his unmoving fishing rod, Su Qin began to pray. Not seeking much, just a portion identical to hers would suffice, particularly since he possessed a superior fishing rod. After observing the commotion, Su Qin returned to his training. Shortly after, an unusual sound erupted from He Xian's direction. Su Qin glanced up to see his fishing rod bending and contorting, evidently snagging something substantial. Following this, a mass of pure white began to emerge. Your catch seems quite impressive. Su Qin approached to assist in reeling it in. This could be a big win. He Xian exclaimed excitedly. The hook was soon lifted, revealing a massive shell attached. Both were taken aback. Such creatures existed in these waters? However, upon opening it, they quickly realized their assumptions were misguided. Inside the shell lay a pearl no larger than a grain of rice. The shell seems merely ornamental, He Xian lamented, his excitement waning. Is it possible the valuable item is the shell itself? Su Qin speculated. Perhaps. He Xian's eyes brightened. He cradled the shell, but to his dismay, it slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the deck. He Xian was taken aback at this moment. He was certain that the treasure he had unearthed was that minuscule pearl, no larger than a grain of rice. Nevertheless, he thought to himself that a small gain was still better than none at all. He gingerly cradled the pearl in the palm of his hand. To his surprise, upon mere contact, a wave of clarity surged through his body. Amusingly, such a tiny pearl would surely be lost if it fell to the ground. Seeing this, Situ Ziyue immediately unleashed a merciless mockery. Do not underestimate such a small object, little sister. It can be exceedingly potent at crucial moments. He Xian had already discerned the pearl's significance. This was indeed a miraculous healing elixir, capable of rapidly mending injuries when worn. If you were to call me good uncle right now, I might even lend it to you to heal your leg wound. Utilizing this remedy would leave no scar. He Xian's gaze lingered on Situ Ziyue's fair thighs, still bandaged and not yet fully healed. You might as well use it yourself, though I suspect it will be of no use to you. As Situ Ziyu ridiculed him, Her lively eyes shot a fierce glare at Su Qin, the source of her leg's knife wound. However, Su Qin disregarded her glare and turned back to his position to continue his cultivation. Soon, exclamations of surprise echoed from the ship, indicating that someone had caught something. Conversely, there were also cries of despair. Su Qin observed someone struggling to haul a silver-colored chest, only for their fishing rod to snap midway. The person broke down in tears amidst the joy and sorrow. Su Qin looked at his own quiet fishing rod and remained speechless. Were it not for the fact that Chen Yunqing and Chu Yang were also experiencing no action, he might have doubted the authenticity of his own purchase. Good fortune often requires perseverance, he consoled himself. As time passed, the sailboat continued its journey across the sea, and Su Qin had no notion of how long it would take to reach their destination. He merely felt that several hours had slipped by. Throughout this time, he did not cease his cultivation, taking breaks only to eat when hunger struck. Suddenly, an extraordinary wave coursed through his body, as his vital energy surged like a mighty river, enveloping every inch of his flesh. Indeed, he had broken through, ascending to the 7th rank of martial arts. In that instant, his physical attributes experienced a significant enhancement. Su Qin opened his status panel. Host, Su Qin lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 61 years, strength, 49 speed, 41 physique, 48 spirit, 42 initial talent, random evolution, capable of enhancing others' talents and acquiring unexpected gains. Level up. New talent, blood energy devouring, devour the life force of corpses to strengthen oneself. Currently, can only convert 1%, with a chance to plunder the original owner's talent as nourishment to enhance one's own talent. New talent, posture is power. You possess profound knowledge of postures, often incorporating high difficulty movements. Each time you exhibit these postures, you gain continuous improvements. Through your repeated studies, your talent gradually transforms. Your repertoire of postures is no longer static. Each recording automatically corrects and adjusts itself, accelerating your acquisition speed. Currently, you can record a total of 20 postures, with 18 recorded, modifiable. Fortune points, 3200 weapon, sharp tang dao curious item, slaughtering knife items, curious item, dog bell, space shorts. This time, he successfully recorded 13 postures, finally breaking through to the 7th rank of martial arts. Moreover, with this breakthrough, his lifespan, minus the consumption from the slaughtering knife, had reverted to 61 years. Each advancement in martial arts seemingly added years to his life. Over in the corner, Chu Yang and C2ZU had also taken notice of his actions, casting him veiled glances. This sorcerer, how could he cultivate so swiftly? The two felt an undeniable sense of pressure emanating from Su Qin, stirring a sense of crisis within them. Chen Yunqing quietly cast her gaze in his direction. If she were to name the person she most wished to eliminate, Su Qin would undoubtedly top the list. With her higher cultivation realm, her perception was more refined. She recognized that this sorcerer had only just breached the 3rd level of blood martial realm. Previously, he had been able to contend against Chu Yang at the pinnacle of the 4th level and C2ZU at the 5th level. This sorcerer was indeed formidable. She suppressed her murderous intent, contemplating that once they disembarked, she would strike swiftly to eliminate him in his cradle. Unbeknownst to Su Qin, he had been marked as a target for assassination. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. After all, the two had already become adversaries, and it was a matter of either his demise or theirs. Soon, there was commotion from Chu Yang's side. Suddenly, a pale yellow glow emerged from his fishing rod, resembling the life essence C2ZU had previously caught, albeit with a different appearance. The yellow entity shimmered with ethereal radiance, captivating the gaze of many, including the enigmatic figure seated at the bow of the ship. Su Qin discerned that Chu Yang had indeed caught something extraordinary, as it had drawn the attention of the mysterious individual. Truly, he was living up to the protagonist archetype, he mused. As soon as the object was drawn up, it transformed into a stream of yellow light and entered Chu Yang's body. In an instant, a soft halo enveloped Chu Yang, most notably around his hands, where radiant streams circled, visibly mending and reinforcing the knife wounds inflicted by the slaughtering knife at an astonishing rate. Accompanying this was a breakthrough in his cultivation, as he leaped 2 levels to reach the 6th rank of blood martial realm. Observing this scene, Su Qin couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, he was embodying the protagonist archetype. With any fortuitous encounter, his cultivation soared, evoking envy in others. In Chapter 58, a wisp of mysterious yellow qi, C2ZU inquired with curiosity, Chu Yang, what have you obtained this time? Your progress surpasses even mine. This is a wisp of mysterious yellow qi, truly remarkable. Chu Yang replied, his spirits high. The rare treasure he had acquired matched perfectly with his cultivation method, and his strengthened hands could now slice through gold and jade with ease. Upon hearing mysterious yellow qi, Chen Yunqing's eyes flashed with astonishment. She recognized its worth, knowing it belonged to legendary treasures. Even a mere wisp was coveted by many. Suddenly, she spoke up. Chu Yang, C2ZU, after this journey concludes, would you be willing to accompany me to the sacred land for cultivation? If so, I shall personally recommend you. I am willing. They both eagerly responded. Gaining entry to the sacred land for cultivation had been their greatest aspiration since joining the academy, and with the holy maiden's endorsement, this endeavor was as good as secured. I too wish to enter the sacred land for cultivation. Might the holy maiden be willing to recommend me? He Xian interjected. Attempting to ingratiate himself, he recalled the mission issued by the system, which was worth a staggering 30,000 fortune points. The sorcerer must be eradicated. Chen Yunqing replied coldly, her voice devoid of warmth. Could you make an exception? If you grant me entry, I would even be willing to be your companion. He Xian persisted, seemingly unfazed by Chen Yunqing's indifference, prompting glares of disapproval from C2ZU and Chu Yang. Yet, Chen Yunqing remained unperturbed by his words. Having regained her composure after recent adjustments, her understanding of cultivation became even more profound. Su Qin, having paused his cultivation, took out the ancient tomes acquired from Chu Yang and began to study them meticulously. This is an esoteric martial art focusing on body movement. According to the description, it is a spirit-level martial art, though the specifics of what constitutes a spirit level are not elaborated upon. However, it is meticulously categorized into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and completion. As described in the text, when one reaches completion in the technique of Zhui Feng Zhuing, chasing the wind and pursuing shadows, they can move with the wind and traverse thousands of meters in a mere breath. Furthermore, this technique is ethereal and agile, moving like an antelope with no trace left behind. This description seems quite impressive, and Su Qin is already somewhat impatient. He is delighted that this set of steps consists of 8 postures, which is precisely in his wheelhouse. As long as it involves postures, it falls under his purview. Merely 8 postures are trivial to him. Su Qin quickly begins to assimilate the steps. His progress is remarkably swift, and soon, he has mastered all 8 postures. Practicing them one by one, his body races across the deck, moving east and west, left and right. His steps adopt peculiar postures, and his form soon becomes elusive. One cannot help but marvel at Zhang Ruhan's extraordinary talent. In just 3 hours, Zhui Feng Zhuing has reached minor success, doubling his speed from what it once was, moving stealthily with an unpredictable grace. Nearby, Chu Yang, who has been secretly observing Su Qin's actions, wears an increasingly astonished expression. What has he witnessed? Someone has actually managed to cultivate this set of steps to minor success in a mere 3 hours. Such an innate understanding exists in the world. Chu Yang feels a pang of envy. It is worth noting that he himself has spent over half a month grasping this technique and only recently attained minor success, a feat that had previously astonished an elder. However, compared to this prodigy, his own achievement now seems insignificant. At this moment, he experiences a sense of defeat. Although he had never voiced it, he had previously looked down upon others, believing those so-called geniuses to be trifles compared to himself. Now he is awakened, casting aside his condescension. The world is brimming with exceptional talent, and he must remain humble and diligent to keep pace with them. No longer does he underestimate Su Qin. This prodigy, with extraordinary gifts, is now his lifelong rival. Only by vanquishing this formidable opponent can he prove himself capable of standing alongside his peers. As Su Qin immerses himself in practice, he remains oblivious to the profound shift in Chu Yang's mindset. Had he known, he might have offered words of comfort. Fear not, for you are the protagonist, not reliant on mere techniques. Your fortune lies in serendipity. A single fortuitous encounter could leave others in the dust. Alas, he is unaware. When Chu Yang glances his way, Su Qin flashes a grin and says, "Thank you. This martial art is proving immensely beneficial." Upon hearing this, Chu Yang instinctively tightens his fists. This must be a provocation. That arrogant prodigy has gone too far. He silently vows to work doubly hard, determined that one day he will place Su Qin beneath his feet. Just as Su Qin pauses his training, he suddenly receives a notification. Someone has perished, and the system prompts him to check if a talent has been scattered. Who has died? Su Qin opens the panel to find the talent available for reclamation, thickened fingers. Previously, after Su Qin's evolution, this talent had transformed into flexible fingers, able to change thickness at will. He recalls that its original owner was a simple-looking middle-aged man, reputed to have a son and daughter, and now he has unexpectedly passed away. However, Su Qin feels little sympathy. In this place, death is inevitable. This talent is rather trivial, of no use to him, and he promptly disassembles it. Upon conversion to materials, it reduces his fortune points by 500. The talent, which once required 28,000 fortune points to upgrade, now only needs 23,500. While over 20,000 may still seem astronomical, Su Qin remains unhurried. He is still far from the next upgrade. The sailboat beneath him continues its rapid journey, sailing faster than any known speed on launching. Ahead lies the endless Black Sea, and Su Qin is uncertain when they will arrive. He hopes for a prolonged journey, allowing him ample time to prepare, for upon disembarking, he must confront a chase. During this time, he also observes the other anglers and their catches, most of whom haul in only rotting wood. However, it is curious that some have managed to reel in food and water, while others have even caught everyday items. At this moment, Su Qin feels a sense of absurdity. What secrets does this Black Sea hide? How can such peculiar items be caught? The Black Sea is suffused with death. Anything that falls into it disintegrates almost instantaneously. And logically, food should also dissolve, making its appearance here improbable. Yet, the contrary is true. He even sees someone pull up a silver treasure chest, revealing a silicone doll inside upon opening it. Ultimately, Su Qin concludes, this Black Sea defies logic. As time passes, Su Qin remains empty-handed, but his old friend, Chen Yinqing, has finally caught something on her hook. As she lifts her fishing rod, Su Qin instantly sees the item she has reeled in. Chapter 59. The Elephant Trunk Clam. It is a pink elephant trunk clam, approximately 20 centimeters long and as thick as a baby's fist, with a remarkably unique shape. Its surface is exceedingly smooth, resembling neither gold nor jade. As Su Qin approaches, he feels a profound sense of peace, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind dissipate. This sensation is akin to having just intensely exercised, entering a sage-like state, where he is clear-minded and desires only the companionship of a quiet lamp. Is this object truly so miraculous? Su Qin cannot help but stare in astonishment, casting a peculiar glance at Chen Yinqing. Ha! He Xian. Upon seeing the elephant trunk clam Chen Yinqing is caught, bursts into laughter. Chen Yinqing, with this catch, surely your thoughts are not wandering. He Xian intended to tease her further, but upon nearing, his laughter suddenly halts, his previously lewd expression turning serious as he solemnly states, I should begin my training. With that, he promptly sits cross-legged. Observing this, Su Qin realizes that He Xian has been influenced by the clam. It seems that those with more nefarious thoughts are affected more profoundly. The elephant trunk clam can be viewed as a sacred object for cultivation by some, yet for others, it may be a mere trifle. It ultimately depends on one's perspective. Regardless, Su Qin finds it useless for himself. Chen Yunqing's rare blush deepens. The clam's appearance can easily lead to misinterpretation, yet its effect is precisely what she requires. With this clam, her practice will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. She swiftly stows the clam in her sleeve, then turns her back to the others, feigning to continue fishing, though the flush on her ears lingers. As soon as the clam is tucked away, He Xian regains his senses, glancing around at himself in confusion. Su Qin, what has come over me? You must strive harder. Su Qin remarks casually. Good heavens, why am I feeling so motivated? It must be that wretched clam misleading me. He suddenly realizes and hastily scrambles away from Chen Yinqing. For a lecherous individual, the elephant trunk clam poses a danger, a malignant influence on the mind. Upon witnessing He Xian's actions, Su Qin contemplated that his father was indeed correct. Given He Xian's inherently languid demeanor, without any external motivation to cultivate, it was highly likely that his current level of cultivation would be inferior to Su Qin's. Just as Su Qin returned to his spot, he was surprised to see that Situ Ziyue had made a discovery. She had managed to reel in a bronze treasure chest. Upon opening it, a trove of delectable foods was revealed. Situ Ziyue opened a can, and the enticing aroma instantly stimulated everyone's taste buds. Could such culinary delights truly be sourced from this desolate Black Sea? Su Qin felt as though his worldview was being reshaped. The flavors were exquisite, utterly delightful. As Situ Ziyue savored a bite, her eyes narrowed in satisfaction. She shared the can with Chu Yang and Chen Yunqing, who, after tasting a morsel, could no longer restrain himself and eagerly began to devour the contents. Chen Yunqing lifted a corner of her veil to discreetly sample a bite, and her eyes immediately sparkled with delight. Their reactions indicated that this canned food was not only fragrant, but also remarkably flavorful. He Xian, unable to contain himself, approached to request some, but was met with 3 pairs of icy glares that dissuaded him. Su Qin, maintaining his dignity, deliberately averted his gaze and turned his back to the sea. To distract himself from the tantalizing aroma of the can, he retrieved the compressed biscuits he had drawn from the star plate and stuffed them into his mouth. They were utterly tasteless. The products of the star plate were bland and flavorless. At that moment, as he observed the fishing rod that had remained still for nearly a day and night, doubts began to gnaw at him. Could it be that the item was a mere sham? However, the remnants of his rationality admonished him not to confront the mysterious figure, lest the consequences spiral into severe repercussions. Yet, fortune favors the diligent. After enduring 3 hours of tedious waiting, his fishing rod finally exhibited some movement. It bent into a bow shape under the weight of something substantial. Excitement flickered across Su Qin's face as he exerted all his strength to reel it in. Slowly, a black, dilapidated wooden chest emerged from the depths. Su Qin's expression fluctuated from exhilaration to shock, and then to disappointment and numbness, as he experienced a whirlwind of emotions within mere minutes. Soon, the black wooden chest was drawn up, and with trembling hands, Su Qin opened it. Inside lay a single, tattered shoe, and he fell into a state of utter confusion. After waiting an entire day and night, was this all he received? A broken shoe? Su Qin felt a surge of anger rising within him. He approached and gently patted his shoulder, offering words of consolation. Buddy, temporary setbacks are insignificant. There is still plenty of time ahead, and rewards will surely come. After speaking, he turned to leave, believing that laughing in front of others under such circumstances would be inappropriate. Su Qin attempted to reassure himself. Life is filled with ups and downs. Smooth sailing is a rarity, and a moment of despair is inconsequential. After weathering storms, one is bound to encounter rainbows. Despite his self-soothing, gazing at the worn shoe in the chest still left him feeling vexed. Could he not tolerate even this? Ultimately, Su Qin succumbed to his frustration, seizing the shoe with the intent to cast it into the sea. However, as his hand grasped the shoe, a surge of information flooded into his mind. This was the broken shoe worn by the mistress during her clandestine escapades. When donned, it would cause one to slip away effortlessly. Wearing this shoe would grant the ability to traverse space, allowing one to randomly reappear within a 10-kilometer radius with each traversal. The shoe was in a state of disrepair, and caution was advised. Su Qin halted his throwing motion. This tattered shoe seemed to possess some value. According to the description, it was a treasure for fleeing from illicit encounters. A smile crept onto his lips, and he struggled to contain his joy. This item was a timely boon for him. He envisioned the possibility of survival after disembarking. He stowed the shoe away, striving to regain his composure and prevent others from noticing any signs of his excitement. Situ Ziue leaned closer to Chu Yang, unable to suppress her murmurs. Could it be that he's lost his mind, hiding that broken shoe instead of discarding it? Chu Yang shook his head, believing that the creature would not be so fragile. Ignoring their whispers, Su Qin felt a diminished sense of crisis with the shoe in his possession, allowing him to relax. Over the next day and night, it seemed fortune smiled upon him. Soon enough, he felt a tug on the fishing line. A bronze treasure chest was pulled up, revealing a bounty of food. And he finally indulged in that delicious canned delicacy. Indeed, it was delightful. Moreover, he also reeled in a golden treasure chest, which contained a smooth, polished purple gold ingot, exuding an impressive quality. Chapter 60. A fortuitous heavenly street. Su Qin studied the purple gold ingot for quite some time, but could not discern its significance. It appeared unremarkable, lacking any extraordinary qualities. However, given that it was housed within a golden chest, it must possess some value. He merely lacked the insight to recognize it. With that thought, he decided to store it away for further examination later. Additionally, through relentless effort over the day and night, his cultivation level had once again progressed. Now reaching the 6th tier of martial arts, his strength had escalated to a new level, and his attributes had significantly increased. Su Qin opened his status panel. Host, Su Qin lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 68 years, strength, 57 speed, 51 constitution, 56 spirit, 50 indeed. His lifespan had increased once more. This breakthrough had granted him an additional 7 years. Su Qin reflected on the improbability of living a full life. He felt an overwhelming surge of vitality and strength at this moment, instilling him with immense confidence. Beyond the joy of his breakthrough, ahead of them, at the terminus of the Black Sea, a faint glimmer of light was discernible, signaling to the crew that their journey was nearing its conclusion. Everyone began to anticipate what the fabled heavenly street of fortuity might be like. After half a day's journey, the heavenly street finally came into view. It was a magnificent street, resplendent and colorful, suspended above the Black Sea by a formidable force, reaching into the heavens. From a distance, the dazzling street resembled a lighthouse standing resolute amidst the Black Sea, shining brightly for centuries and guiding the drifting ships through the darkness. Furthermore, Su Qin observed that they were not the only ship traversing this route. Numerous vessels were docked near the heavenly street and in the distant skyline. He could faintly see ships approaching, all likely filled with individuals from various worlds seeking opportunities, much like them. At the bow of each ship sat a mysterious old man donning a straw hat, shrouded in black mist. Yet, judging by his general appearance, they all seemed to be the same individual. What manner of sorcery was this? A doppelganger or an illusion? Regardless, he was undoubtedly a figure of great renown. Su Qin felt an inexplicable sense of reverence. It was evident that one vessel could not possibly navigate alone. The Black Sea connected numerous worlds, its vastness beyond ordinary comprehension. Relying solely on a single ship to traverse myriad realms would be utterly impractical. However, gazing at the multitude of vessels filling the harbor, Su Qin pondered another perspective. This Black Sea must have traversed through many worlds. The number must be exceedingly vast. Otherwise, why would so many sailing ships traverse the waters? Yet the Xinglan Dalu only opens a voyage once every decade. In this moment, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of gratitude for his fortunate circumstances, having stumbled into the treasure-seeking realm and found himself aboard this vessel. With voyages occurring only once every 10 years and limited spots for those able to board, the others must have engaged in fierce competition before setting foot on this ship. Watching the passing vessels, Su Qin's thoughts flitted by. Could it be that this Black Sea and these sailing ships are akin to an interstellar battlefield? Shaking his head, he recognized that all of this remained mere speculation. At present, he was still quite weak. Only by acquiring sufficient strength could he probe the truths behind these phenomena. The boundless starry sky, with its myriad planets shimmering like grains of sand, would always give rise to splendid civilizations. Only those who truly matured would be qualified to explore those bizarre and wondrous realms. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at Qiyun Tianjia. Please ensure you have your belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion. A friendly reminder, this ship will dock here for 1 day and 1 night. Those who do not return in time will have to swim back. Swim back? The crowd exchanged glances, staring down at the Black Sea, with a singular thought arising in their minds. How could one swim? Astral projection, perhaps? Regardless, they had finally arrived, and the eager crowd wasted no time. As soon as the mysterious figure at the bow finished speaking, they rushed down the gangplank. Su Qin made a mental note of the ship's docking position, as he would need to return, lest he stray off course. In truth, he was overthinking it. Each ship here bore a unique identification mark, making it impossible to board again without having arrived on it in the first place. Once ashore, Su Qin followed the throng through a long corridor, emerging into a dramatically transformed environment. A kaleidoscope of colorful lights flickered, leading to an endless celestial street. Gazing at the opulence of the thoroughfare ahead, Su Qin felt a sense of bewilderment. Had they truly arrived? Turning to glance back at the dimly lit corridor, so plain and unassuming, he hadn't anticipated its concealed wonders, having unknowingly guided them all into the floating Tianjia above the Black Sea. Hurry, hurry. If we delay, we shall fall behind. The earlier we arrive, the greater our opportunities. Some had just disembarked and were already racing forward. Su Qin was perplexed. Where were they so hastily headed? Could there be some insider information promising immense benefits? Yet, it was reasonable to assume that, given the rarity of the sailing ships connecting to Qiyun Tianjia every decade, previous visitors must have returned with news, allowing future arrivals to prepare in advance. However, Su Qin was oblivious to such insider knowledge. His presence on this ship was solely due to the peculiarities of Qianji Xiankong Island. Of course, Su Qin maintained a tranquil demeanor. He did not necessarily expect to gain anything from this place. His harvest from fishing aboard the ship had already satisfied him. He viewed this as a marvelous journey. Chun Yinqing, accompanied by Chu Yang and Situ Ziyue, departed with the crowd, clearly possessing greater knowledge of this locale. He Xian, observing this, shamelessly followed suit. Like Su Qin, he was an outsider unfamiliar with this place, but that did not deter him from wishing to join the excitement. Before leaving, he beckoned Su Qin to follow. But Su Qin shook his head in refusal. He knew nothing of this place and preferred to explore at his own pace. Once the crowd had swiftly dispersed, Su Qin gradually began to stroll through this enchanting Tianjia. As he traversed the street, he noticed that he could read the characters adorning the shop fronts, a fascinating occurrence where the language seemed to translate itself into familiar script. He observed with curiosity the diverse shops, each adorned in a style that harmoniously blended ancient aesthetics with modern flair, perhaps a fusion of myriad cultural influences. The first shop resembled an ancient emporium, filled with a variety of stones, the smallest no larger than a fist, while the largest could be embraced by a person. While stones themselves were not rare, what intrigued him were the remarkable items hidden within some of the half-sliced or corner-cut stones. Take, for instance, a black-gray stone with a corner cut off, within which lay an ancient tome, faintly encircled by crackling lightning. Regrettably, only a corner was exposed, barely revealing its form, leaving much obscured. Su Qin realized that this shop was akin to a gambling house for stones, albeit they were betting not on jade but on the rare treasures of the world. Chapter 61. The unexpected Zijin brick. Su Qin did not enter, for gambling with stones was beyond his means. Moreover, he was entirely unaware of the currency used here. He moved to the second shop, a modern tea house run by a woman with the head of a bird and the body of a human. As he passed the entrance, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted out, instantly refreshing his spirit and clearing his mind. Questions that had once perplexed him during his cultivation now seemed to unravel themselves with clarity. Su Qin's eyes brightened. This tea fragrance appeared to possess the power to enlighten. If he could linger here, enjoying the benefits without cost, it might be a splendid choice. Yet, before he could act on this thought, the bird-headed woman waved her hand, causing the enticing aroma to vanish instantly. Disheartened by his failure to indulge, Su Qin departed, muttering to himself about the peculiar human-bird construct, wondering if it had yet to fully evolve. The third shop was decorated in a savage style, and standing before it felt as if one were transported back to a primitive age. Behind the counter stood an imposing figure with a striking beard, clad in animal skins and wielding a hefty club bone, exuding an air of menace. The shop was filled with ancient weaponry, among which a dark red short sword caught Su Qin's eye instantly. To his astonishment, the bearded man informed him that he could either trade 20 Qiyun coins or forfeit 200 years of his lifespan to purchase it. Su Qin was taken aback. 200 years? He wouldn't be worth that much even if sold. He exclaimed that he could not afford it and turned on his heel to leave without a backward glance. Nonetheless, he gleaned useful information from the bearded man. The eighth pawn shop could facilitate exchanges for Qiyun coins, located not far from his current position, right at shop no. 8. Su Qin pondered what he might have that was worthy of pawn. After much deliberation, he considered a pair of worn shoes that might hold some value. Yet these were vital for his survival, and he was reluctant to part with them. There was also the dog bell. Recalling the dog bell he had acquired earlier, he thought it might be worth something. He resolved to take it for appraisal, and if the value proved satisfactory, he would exchange it for Qiyun coins, as it seemed of little use to keep it on him. There was also the pig-killing knife. While it was powerful, it consumed too much of his lifespan. If it could be traded for a weapon that did not deplete his vitality, he would consider it, as the Tang sword was becoming too ordinary. Having already developed several chips from previous encounters, it seemed imperative to acquire a new weapon. Soon enough, he arrived at the eighth pawn shop, where the proprietor was a yellow-skinned individual, much like himself. Su Qin felt an inexplicable fondness upon encountering someone of similar complexion, as if he were meeting a fellow compatriot. "Esteemed guest, will you be pawning or exchanging?" the shopkeeper inquired. "I wish to exchange some items," Su Qin replied, producing the pig-killing knife and the dog bell. Eager to ascertain their worth, the shopkeeper examined the pig-killing knife casually before stating, "This is a peculiar pig-killing knife, with commendable characteristics, yet the backlash is too significant. It is not worth it. I can offer you 3 Qiyun coins in exchange." "Only 3? Su Qin shook his head, realizing the value was far below his expectations. However, considering the perilous side effects, he acknowledged that it was indeed not a worthwhile exchange. "What of this bell?" Su Qin handed the dog bell over. The proprietor cast a casual glance and remarked, "A dog bell, not lacking in characteristics, yet its side effects are considerable. It holds a value of 3 Qiyun coins. However, considering that there may be peculiar customers who might fancy it, I shall offer you 5 Qiyun coins." 5 coins seemed fair. Yet Su Qin felt it was still too low, an unwise bargain. After some contemplation, he produced a tattered shoe, intending to have the proprietor appraise its value. To his surprise, as he extended it, the proprietor waved his hand dismissively and said, "Are you jesting with me, customer?" Puzzled, Su Qin looked at the worn shoe and inquired, "Is this not worth anything?" The proprietor chuckled, "A dilapidated shoe holds no worth. If you truly wish to trade, I can offer you a mere 1 Qiyun coin." Su Qin was nearly taken aback. How could this battered shoe be valued at just 1 Qiyun coin? Gazing at the shabby footwear in his hands, he mused that with a good cleaning, it might yet hold promise. Ultimately, he decided against selling it. While it may be deemed a worthless shoe to others, to him, it was a lifeline. Different meanings yield different values. He resolved not to reveal the space undergarment, as removing it in front of others would be exceedingly awkward. With this thought, he prepared to exchange the dog bell. For a man of wealth is a man of confidence, while a man devoid of coin finds it hard to enter even the doors of shops. As for the butcher's knife, he would keep it for now. It might serve an unexpected purpose at a critical moment. Just as he was about to proceed with the exchange, he suddenly remembered the piece of purple gold brick he had caught earlier. Uncertain of its utility, he considered bringing it forth for the proprietor's insight. With that in mind, he retrieved the purple gold brick and presented it to the proprietor, saying, "Sir, could you please assess its value?" To his astonishment, the proprietor's eyes brightened at the sight of the brick, which he carefully examined before weighing it on a scale. This purple gold brick weighs 13 pounds and 4 ounces, valued at 388 Chiyun coins. Su Qin was taken aback. Something that appeared to hold little value was worth so much. Yet, despite his astonishment, he maintained a composed demeanor. Observing the proprietor's expression, it seemed this item was indeed of significant worth, likely exceeding the stated value. With this in mind, he replied, "This item is entrusted to me by a friend. I do not intend to sell it in the short term, as I must await their return to make a decision." To his surprise, the proprietor chuckled and said, "Young brother, you seek to wait for a better offer, I presume? To be frank, this item is one of the materials for crafting Chiyun coins. It is not the primary component, but is nonetheless essential. I shall add a little more to make it an even 400 Chiyun coins, as a gesture of friendship. What do you think?" Su Qin, upon hearing this, rubbed his nose and pondered before stating, "If you agree to 500 Chiyun coins, I shall complete the exchange now." He proposed this price merely to gauge the proprietor's willingness. To his surprise, the proprietor responded with a smile. "Deal?" Su Qin inwardly mused, "What a loss. I should have asked for more." Nevertheless, the price had been settled, and he chose not to retract his offer. This place was filled with peculiarities, and the proprietor's true strength remained unknown. However, anyone capable of operating a shop in such a place must possess some degree of power. The proprietor was adhering to the rules because they existed here. Should he renege on the agreement and disrupt the order, the proprietor could very well resort to force. Moreover, the purple gold brick had been an unexpected delight, and receiving such a sum of Chiyun coins was already a boon. Did he not observe that the coveted butcher's knife was only worth 3 Chiyun coins, let alone the shoe valued at a mere 0.1 Chiyun coin? With this thought, his spirits lifted. Chapter 62. The newcomer's free lottery machine. Having completed the exchange, Su Qin left with 500 Chiyun coins. He chose not to trade the butcher's knife or the dog bell, for with such a substantial amount in his possession, he found those trifles beneath his notice. When one possesses wealth, one walks with confidence. With 500 Chiyun coins in hand, Su Qin strolled through the streets with a swagger, entering shops to browse and critique the wares. Before long, he arrived at a street corner where a long line of people had gathered. Those who had left early were now present, and he spotted Chen Yunqing and others waiting in the queue. What were they doing? Su Qin curiously peered towards the front of the line. Before his eyes stood a towering figure, a muscular man standing at 3 meters tall, exuding a faint metallic sheen that lent him an imposing aura. From a distance, those queuing appeared as mere children before him, easily subdued. Behind him loomed a massive lottery machine, standing 5 meters tall, adorned with a splendid exterior and intricate design, radiating a futuristic aura. A large screen above displayed a plethora of prizes, while below lay a red lever that, when pulled, set the prizes in motion. Su Qin spotted Hisu in the crowd, positioned midway in the line. Judging by the current arrangement, it might be until the early hours of the morning before it was his turn. Su Qin approached Hisu, eager to inquire about the situation. To his surprise, upon seeing him, Hisu exclaimed with excitement, "Su Qin, why have you arrived so late? You have no idea what you've missed. What is going on?" Su Qin was utterly bewildered. "Do you know that we first-time visitors to Chiyun Tianjia are entitled to a free lottery draw?" Hisu gestured enthusiastically towards the giant lottery machine ahead. "What is the issue with that?" Su Qin questioned. "Take a good look at the prizes displayed above. Have you seen the first one? A martial arts mastery card. With this card, any martial art you use will instantly reach perfection, sparing you the arduous time of training. You will master it flawlessly at once. How extraordinary is that?" Hisu was animated, gesturing wildly. For someone lazy and disinclined to train, this was incredibly appealing. Su Qin, hearing this, exhibited a look of astonishment. Indeed, this was an extraordinary item. "Now look at the second one," Hisu urged, pointing to the next prize. "A talent fruit? Indeed, it is a valuable item. Do you understand that most individuals possess only one talent throughout their lives? The probability of acquiring a dual talent is exceedingly rare. And this talent fruit, do you know what it signifies? Consuming it grants you an additional talent. And what of it? Su Qin felt no particular excitement for this talent fruit. What kind of attitude is that? You have no idea how precious an additional talent is. It represents growth, strength, and advantages that double those of others. Such individuals are undoubtedly the cream of the crop, as long as they do not meet an untimely end. They will undoubtedly shine brightly one day. Hisu was animatedly gesturing. Su Qin found it hard to resonate, thinking to himself, should I reveal that I possess 3 talents? He lacked for nothing in that regard. Yet, to humor Hisu, he feigned surprise, saying, hearing you speak of it, I feel as though I have missed a fortune. Hisu looked at him with suspicion, replying, why does it feel as though you are mocking me? Are you truly not the least bit excited? Upon hearing this, Su Qin touched his nose, pondering whether his acting skills were truly so inadequate. It seems he must practice more diligently. However, he would not concede this. Instead, he shifted the topic, saying, even if the prizes are substantial, there are so many people ahead of you. How can you guarantee that those coveted items won't be claimed by those in front of you? Xian, initially filled with anticipation, felt deflated by this remark. His face fell as he replied, what you say is indeed true. I am filled with regret. Why did I not learn of this news sooner? Otherwise, I might have already secured the first position. You must understand, none of the splendid items from this update have been claimed yet. Xian's expression suggested he had missed a fortune. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and said with pride, Su Qin, although I am currently in a middle position, I still have chances. Perhaps the people ahead of me will not win anything, and when my turn comes, I might just draw something good. Upon hearing this, Su Qin couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself, are you making wishes here? Those who make wishes typically know to light an incense stick. You, on the other hand, are merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. However, Su Qin did not wish to dampen his spirits. After all, daydreaming could be harmless, and sometimes a little whimsical thinking is beneficial for one's mental health. Why not queue up now? Perhaps when your turn arrives, you may also have a chance to draw something good, Xian suggested, unable to suppress his laughter, clearly regarding this as a fanciful notion. He shook his head, seemingly pitying Su Qin. Suddenly, Su Qin leaned in closer and whispered, Xian, what do you think would happen if I were to sneak ahead in the line? Xian glanced at him quizzically before pointing at the towering figure at the front of the line, saying, do you think he's just a decoration? If you dare to cut in line, you might end up broken. However, Xian's tone shifted. But what if? Su Qin inquired. If you truly wish to cut in line, there is indeed a way, Xian teased, shaking his head. Is there another method? Su Qin immediately pressed. I have heard that if you are willing to spend money on Krypton gold, cutting in line becomes a breeze. However, this route is impractical for you. After all, we've traveled together, and I know all too well how financially strained we are. You probably don't even know what a Qi Yunbai looks like. Xian boasted about his limited knowledge. Is this what you meant? Su Qin produced a Qi Yunbai and flicked it with his fingers. How did you acquire that? Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Su Qin smiled mysteriously, offering no explanation as he tossed the Qi Yunbai to Xian and proceeded towards the front of the queue. Xian fumbled to catch the Qi Yunbai and called out, Su Qin, brother, are you planning to cut in line? But one Qi Yunbai isn't enough. Su Qin waved his hand dismissively. Xian's limited imagination could not fathom the fortune he currently possessed. As Su Qin approached Chun Yunqing and the others, they looked at him in confusion, seemingly perplexed by his behavior. Disregarding their gazes, Su Qin strode ahead with confidence. Had he lost his mind? A voice behind him, belonging to Situ Ziyue, questioned his actions. Chapter 63. The lottery. Su Qin soon reached the towering figure, clearly stating his intention to spend money. Krypton gold. Do you have the funds? The towering man questioned, his nostrils flaring, exuding an air of stern authority. In response, Su Qin produced 100 Qi Yunbai, subtly showcasing his financial capability. The expression on the man's square face instantly transformed into a broad smile. Dear guest, how much would you like to spend? Su Qin pointed to the first position and inquired, how much do I need to spend to secure the first spot? The man's smile widened. Dear guest, to secure the first position, you must pay 35 Qi Yunbai. The price took Su Qin by surprise, but he had already committed. So he gritted his teeth and counted out 35 Qi Yunbai, handing them over to the towering man. Upon receiving the payment, the man bowed with utmost formality and guided Su Qin to the front of the line. Each person who cut in line contributed to his earnings. Thus he was exceedingly courteous. Although the individual in the first position was displeased with Su Qin's intrusion, he dared not voice his anger. Now closer. Su Qin could see the prizes on the lottery machine more clearly. Beyond the first and second prizes, he noticed many remarkable items, formidable martial arts, profound cultivation techniques, and extraordinary runes. Even the least valuable was a 50% discount voucher from a store in Qiyun Tianjia. His gaze fell upon the martial arts listed in third place, its aged cover inscribed with the words Da Huang Qiu Tianji. Below it were the words Jiji Martial Arts. Jiji Martial Arts? Su Qin pondered the classification, recalling the Zhui Feng Zhu Ying he obtained from Chuyang, which was marked as Ling level. He was uncertain how the classifications were delineated. However, being listed in third place suggested this martial art was indeed rare and precious. Qiyun Tianjia was truly grand, offering so many splendid items for the newcomers to win. How generous. Before the lottery, Su Qin began to pray for ancestral blessings. He made a promise that if he were to draw something exceptional this time, he would return and offer paper offerings of double ponytail lolas and black silk beauties, allowing them to witness and enjoy the experience. Just as he prepared to approach the lottery, the towering man suddenly pulled him aside with an air of mystery. Seeing Su Qin turn around, he immediately said, "Dear guest, I have a magical item that may assist you in obtaining something good." "Oh, what item is that?" Su Qin expressed interest. "I possess a long-kept wish card, which, when used, can make your desires come true in a short time. Such a thing exists? Is it genuine?" Su Qin was intrigued. "Absolutely authentic. I acquired it through great effort and have hesitated to use it. Today, seeing you, I feel a kinship and am willing to share it to assist you." Su Qin chose to overlook his words, aware that the man aimed to sell more. However, he had already made up his mind to purchase it. "How much do you intend to sell it for?" "Dear guest, this item is hard to come by. 60 won't do. 58 Qi Yun Bai will suffice." Upon hearing this, Su Qin promptly counted out 65 Qi Yun Bai and handed them over, stating, "Here's 65. The extra is for our newfound friendship." He had numerous questions regarding Qiyun Tianjia and intended to engage in a thorough discussion with the towering man after the lottery. "Oh, my friend, you are truly generous. I, Xiu Long, shall be your most loyal companion." Su Qin couldn't help but marvel. Regardless of the locale, financial prowess is a remarkable asset, capable of persuading even the most formidable individuals to lower their stature and befriend him. After understanding the usage of the wish card, Su Qin confidently approached the lottery machine. The onlookers, including Situ Ziyue and her companions, were left astonished by his actions, unable to fathom how this seemingly wicked individual had acquired such a wealth of Qi Yun Bai. Yet, no one paid heed to their thoughts. After utilizing the wish card, Su Qin immediately pulled the red lever. The grand and intricate machine whirred to life, and the vibrant display above began to spin rapidly, showcasing all the prizes. Accompanied by the sound of a bell, the screen ceased its scroll, and the results of the lottery were announced. A card fell into his hand. Su Qin picked it up, and, to his delight, it was undoubtedly a martial arts max-level card. The wish card from Qiu Long proved to be remarkably effective, allowing Su Qin to procure the top prize effortlessly. He looked up and noticed that the position for the max-level martial arts card was now vacant, with no new item to replace it. Holding the max-level card, Su Qin found himself in a quandary. The only enhancement he could currently pursue seemed to be the previously acquired martial art, Zhui Feng Zhuing. However, utilizing such a valuable item on this particular martial art felt rather imprudent. Furthermore, with his talent posture is power. He was confident he could master this technique in a very short time without expending such a precious resource for enhancement. As for the military combat technique he had drawn earlier, it hardly qualified as a martial art and certainly did not merit the use of this card. After some contemplation, Su Qin decided to store the card for future use when he encountered a more suitable martial art. "Dear guest, congratulations on winning the first prize." Qiu Long promptly offered his congratulations from the side. "I owe it all to your wish card," Su Qin replied. Without this card, he doubted he would have been fortunate enough to hit the jackpot. "Qiu Long, might I be permitted to draw again?" Su Qin grasped a handful of fortune coins. His intention to bribe was unmistakable. There were still items in the prize pool that would be quite beneficial for him, and he wished to take advantage of the wish card's current validity to try his luck once more. "Oh, esteemed customer, that is not allowed. There are strict regulations here. Each newcomer is permitted only one draw. Even I cannot contravene these rules." This time, Qiu Long was not swayed by the allure of currency and firmly declined. It seemed the regulations here were exceedingly stringent. Seeing this, Su Qin had no choice but to concede, stepping aside to clear the drawing area. Next, Qiu Long resumed his previous demeanor, looking down his nose. The person behind Su Qin promptly stepped forward. Although the best prize had been claimed by Su Qin, He had no grounds for complaint. Any dissatisfaction he felt remained unexpressed. Qiulong, I have some questions I would like to discuss with you. Su Qin approached Qiulong. Little brother, please articulate your inquiries. I shall answer you fully. Qiulong's haughty expression vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Do you have any recommendations for utilizing this max-level skill card? Upon hearing this, Qiulong responded immediately. This card is exceedingly rare, even within the Qi Yun Tian Street. Ideally, it should be used with martial arts of the GG level or higher. Employing it on lower-tier martial arts would be a waste. How is the ranking of martial arts categorized? Su Qin asked, voicing a long-held curiosity. In our realm, martial arts are classified from lowest to highest as Fanji, Lingji, Gurji, Jiji, Shuliji, and Tanyunji. Among these, martial arts of Shiji and above possess unique growth potential. Su Qin listened, his face contorted with confusion. This categorization seemed to carry an unsettlingly peculiar nature. What kind of categorization is this? He thought. However, he realized that this classification was beyond his ability to change. After a moment's contemplation, he continued. Do you know where one might obtain superior martial arts? You may visit shop number 88. There is a specialized martial arts store there, offering top-tier martial arts collected from around the world. If you're interested, you should take a look, Qiulong advised. Su Qin nodded appreciatively upon hearing this. Next, Su Qin divulged his ultimate objective. Qiulong, would you be willing to assist me in dealing with someone? He indicated that he had an adversary in the vicinity and was prepared to offer some fortune coins for Qiulong's help. Little brother, considering the number of fortune coins you've provided, I must earnestly caution you. All fighting and vendettas are strictly prohibited here. No one is allowed to contravene this rule, and violators will face severe penalties. Su Qin felt a twinge of frustration. It would have been ideal to resolve the matter with Chun Yunqing here and now. With this in mind, he offered 5 more fortune coins, asking, Qiulong, is there truly no way at all? Upon seeing the fortune coins, Qiulong donned a contemplative expression. Soon, he replied, the prohibition against fatal combat and vendettas is an unalterable decree. However, there is a grand theater at the center of Tian Street where beast fighting spectacles frequently occur. If you can find the theater's proprietor, perhaps he might have a solution. Su Qin understood and planned to visit after finishing here. At that moment, the results of the previous lottery participant were revealed. His luck was mediocre, having drawn a 50 discount shopping card usable at all shops on Tian Street. Disheartened, he returned with a glum expression. This card was of little use to him, as he had no fortune coins. However, Su Qin found the card intriguing. If used wisely, it could save him a significant sum. Su Qin approached to express his interest in purchasing the card, but to his surprise, the individual demanded an exorbitant 50 fortune coins. Little brother, do not heed such greedy individuals. This shopping card ranks at the bottom, belonging to the basic draw. Most individuals with poor luck can obtain it. If you wait a little longer, I'm sure someone else will draw a better item, and you can redeem it later, Qiulong advised. Unmoved, Su Qin waved dismissively at the man, signaling him to depart. Do I appear to be such an easy mark? He thought. The man, realizing he had lost his opportunity, grew anxious. Wait, I'm willing to trade. Just 20. No, only 10 fortune coins will suffice. He attempted to persist, but Qiulong's reprimand swiftly sent him away. As expected, another participant soon drew a 50 shopping card. When Su Qin proposed a trade, she readily agreed, and they concluded the exchange at the price of 3 fortune coins. Having secured what he desired, Su Qin bid farewell to Qiulong and departed. With Qiulong's guidance, his goal was clear. He headed straight for shop number 88. Before long, he arrived at his destination, which, as Qiulong had indicated, was a martial arts specialty store named Chuanwu Lu. The store was tended by a balding old man clad in a white vest and matching loose-fitting shorts, sporting flip-flops. This attire and demeanor unmistakably suggested a figure who had grown weary of bloodshed and preferred to enjoy life in seclusion. Su Qin stepped in with a sense of reverence. As he entered, he was astounded to find an array of GG and higher martial arts casually displayed on wooden tables, overwhelming his senses. He even spotted several Shuiji martial arts, carelessly arranged, seemingly lacking the respect they deserved. What a surprise! I've inadvertently stumbled into a collector's haven. Such rare Shuiji martial arts. Su Qin's demeanor became increasingly deferential, lowering himself in the presence of true strength. Noticing Su Qin's entrance, the old man nodded slightly, saying, choose any that you like. Thank you. Su Qin responded gratefully, picking up a Shiliji martial art to examine its price. The Shenglong Fist is classified as a sequence-level martial art, priced at 288 Qi Yun coins. Su Qin's first thought was, sequence level, is it really so inexpensive? This price certainly took him by surprise, especially since he still possessed a shopping cart at this discounted rate. He seemed capable of purchasing 2 volumes. Su Qin continued to browse other sequence-level martial arts, merely glancing at their names and prices, refraining from opening them for fear of overstepping boundaries. The elder, noticing that he bypassed the ritual-level martial arts and headed straight for the sequence level, realized that this individual had considerable financial means. Contemplating this, he suddenly spoke up. If there's any volume that piques your interest, feel free to open it and take a look. It's no trouble at all. Grateful for the elder's encouragement, Su Qin picked up another sequence-level martial art and opened the first page to read the introduction. Guxing Shuelian Shu, a sequence-level martial art. Priced at 228 Qi Yun coins. Utilizing blood as a medium, it can remotely detonate another's life force, capable of triggering an explosion even across vast distances. The overview was succinct, yet the functionality was unexpectedly formidable. An attack from within is always difficult to defend against. The key lies in its growth potential. As it matures, it can lock onto a target across the cosmos. Who could possibly withstand such a thing? Zhou Sha Shu, a sequence-level martial art priced at 218 Qi Yun coins. This is a rare spiritual assassination technique. At least for Su Qin, this was his first encounter with such a martial art. He felt a stir of interest. Spiritual attacks are particularly insidious and an effective method against those with lower mental fortitude. Unsure, he continued to peruse more sequence-level martial arts, but gradually, he found himself no longer satisfied with the sequence level. With money in hand, he naturally wished to experience the wonders of the Tianyuan level martial arts. With this thought, he inquired of the elder, "Good sir, do you have any Tianyuan level martial arts for sale?" "Indeed," the elder replied, gesturing to reveal 3 ancient tomes exuding an aura of antiquity. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined them one by one. The first left him utterly astounded. Deng Xinjian, a Tianyuan level martial art, priced at 1188 Qi Yun coins. The sheer cost left Su Qin disheartened, lacking even the courage to flip through its pages. After all, what good would it do to look when, even with a shopping cart, the discounted price was still beyond his reach? Even though he knew he could not afford this price, curiosity compelled him to glance at the second volume. Shen Nianjin Duan, a Tianyuan level spiritual martial art, priced at 888 Qi Yun coins. The price caught Su Qin's attention. Although he could not purchase it, might the price of the third volume be lower? With this thought, he eagerly lifted his gaze. Fusheng Tu Lingzhan, a Tianyuan level martial art, priced at 758 Qi Yun coins. Upon seeing the price, Su Qin's anxious heart finally found solace. 758, when discounted, amounted to 329 Qi Yun coins. He could afford this Tianyuan level martial art. With excitement swelling within him, he opened the first page. Fusheng Tu Lingzhan, a blade technique that, when perfected, can cultivate the concept of extinguishing blades with each life taken. The blade intent grows stronger. The blade technique. Su Qin could hardly contain his exhilaration. This martial art seemed tailor-made for him. From his conversations with Qiu Long, he learned that martial arts at the sequence level and above possess growth potential. This Fusheng Tu Lingzhan could enhance the concept of extinguishing blades with each life claimed. Truly terrifying. As he continued reading, there was a notice stating that Fusheng Tu Lingzhan has extremely high requirements for aptitude. Only extraordinary talents in blade techniques could learn it. Otherwise, even with forced cultivation, one would remain barred from entry for a lifetime, wasting their time. Upon reading this, Su Qin couldn't help but chuckle. Such concerns might have troubled him in the past, but now, having just drawn a martial arts mastery card, he felt no anxiety. The advantage was secured. He was merely awaiting the feast. With this in mind, Su Qin confidently declared, "Elder, no, boss, I wish to purchase this martial art." In his moment of pride, he inadvertently addressed the elder as old man, nearly causing a cold sweat to break out. This was a hidden expert, after all. He certainly didn't want to offend and face dire consequences. At that moment, he reminded himself to uphold virtues, respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Fortunately, the elder did not take offense at his slip of the tongue, merely chuckling softly, his voice slightly hoarse, saying, "If you wish to buy it, that's perfectly fine. Once the payment is made, it belongs to you." Upon hearing this, Su Qin quickly counted out 329 Qi Yun coins from his pocket. Then, to the elder's astonishment, produced the shopping card offering a 50% discount. "They said this is universally accepted," he stated, handing the card to the elder. The elder accepted the card, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Su Qin initially feared he might face difficulties, yet to his surprise, the elder simply nodded and said, "Very well. With a sigh of relief, Su Qin transformed his initial anxiety into excitement. He had truly acquired a Tianyuan-level martial art. After obtaining the martial art, he prepared to practice on the spot, but recalling that he was on the elder's territory, he felt it prudent to ask for permission. Thus, he spoke, "Elder, may I attempt to practice here?" "Of course, but be warned, this martial art has very high requirements for practitioners. With your aptitude, I fear it may be quite challenging." The elder was blunt, suspecting Su Qin sought to test its authenticity. Yet this martial art was not something just anyone could master. Su Qin paid little heed to the elder's skepticism. He was well aware of his own aptitude, which, after all, was not that of a martial arts genius. However, he did possess the martial arts mastery card. He produced it, and the elder's face displayed a hint of surprise as he remarked, "This item is no trifling matter. Young man, you are truly fortunate to have obtained one." Indeed, Su Qin nodded in agreement. With this mastery card, he could swiftly attain full proficiency in this Tianyuan-level martial art. The elder nodded, permitting him to practice there. Without further ado, Su Qin took out Fu Sheng Tu Ling Zhan and directly utilized the mastery card. In an instant, he felt his aptitude and comprehension receiving exceptional enhancements. Within an ethereal space, Su Qin began practicing from the first strike, repeatedly wielding his blade. In this void, he appeared insatiable, unwearied, continuously absorbing the essence of each cut and movement. Gradually, a force began to coalesce around him, emanating an aura of destruction, desolation, and stillness. As time passed, the intensity of this aura grew ever more profound. Before long, his blade intent progressed from initial understanding to minor mastery, then to major mastery, becoming seamless and harmonious. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and Su Qin's blade intent reached its zenith. No longer practicing the blade, he sat in silent contemplation. A year, 10 years. Suddenly, one day, the aura surrounding him began to undergo a transformation, emitting a destructive essence from within. Sharpness, lifelessness, annihilation. In an instant, everything within a 3-meter radius disintegrated into dust. The blade intent had metamorphosed into blade concept. However, Fu Sheng Tu Ling Zhan was not yet perfected. Su Qin's cultivation had not concluded. In the time that followed, he continued to practice each strike and movement. After an indeterminate period, Su Qin finally ceased his efforts. At this moment, his aura was contained, and his blade concept flowed freely. He had achieved it. Su Qin knew that he had reached the pinnacle of mastery in this Tianyuan-level martial art. The duration of the Wuxia Max level card was swiftly approaching its end. Yet Su Qin remained in deep contemplation, his eyes closed for an extended period. The Tang Dao had somehow materialized in his grasp, and an aura of desolation enveloped him, followed by a pervasive blade intent that radiated around him. However, this sudden surge of blade intent was quickly contained within his body, revealing not a trace of its presence. At this moment, Su Qin abruptly opened his eyes, and 2 streams of blade intent emanated from his gaze, annihilating everything in their path. Just as he was about to charge towards the elder, a mere flick of the elder's hand extinguished his momentum. Regaining his composure, Su Qin began to sense the transformations within his body. The Wuxia Max level card had not only granted him mastery over the Desolation Blade intent, but had also altered his physique through years of relentless training. He raised his hands, calloused from years of wielding a blade, a testament to the countless hours spent in practice. Su Qin began to savor each technique of the Fuxing Tuling Zhan, a martial art that was unpredictable in its variations and inherently infused with the Desolation Blade intent. Those struck by his attacks would find their wounds nearly impossible to heal, as the blade intent gradually eroded their vitality, leaving them desiccated. Feeling the overwhelming blade intent capable of obliterating all, Su Qin felt an undeniable thrill. Indeed, this was a martial art of celestial caliber, truly formidable. He sensed that with this celestial-level martial art mastered, his understanding of other blade techniques would significantly accelerate, allowing him to learn at an exponentially greater speed. Not bad for a young lad. The elder's nostalgic voice broke through, pulling Su Qin back to reality. He touched his head, a hint of youthful smile gracing his face, and replied, "It is merely due to fortunate circumstances that I have found this opportunity. Do not be so humble. Luck is a component of strength. Your current prowess has surpassed many, and your future is boundless. Thank you for your kind words, elder. Should fortune favor me again, I shall return to patronize your establishment." Su Qin expressed his gratitude before preparing to depart. "Very well, but remember to bring more fortune coins next time. For that shopping card can only be used once per person," the elder advised. Upon hearing this, Su Qin's departure was momentarily halted. He had intended to return to the previous lottery location to exchange for more shopping cards, as they were exceedingly valuable. However, the elder's words abruptly dashed his plans. He resolved to visit the Grand Theater next, hoping to find an opportunity to keep Chen Yinxing here ahead of schedule. Chapter 66. The Grand Theater, however. He was left with only 66 fortune coins, making this endeavor seem quite challenging. Nonetheless, Su Qin did not regret acquiring the celestial level martial art. Although his strength had not dramatically increased, it was no exaggeration to assert that he could now vanquish 10 versions of his former self. Looking back, he understood just how clumsy his previous techniques had been. From his current perspective, he recognized the myriad flaws in his past self. As Su Qin exited the Chuanwu building, he finally located the Grand Theater in the evening. This venue, typically a place of joyous entertainment, was starkly different. Its exterior resembled a bloody octagonal cage palace, more akin to a gruesome arena than a theater. Upon entering the grand doors, he felt as if he had traversed through time and space, abruptly finding himself in an unfamiliar realm. In the dim, misty shadows ahead, rows of spectator seats ascended from low to high, filled with an audience shrouded in obscurity. Su Qin attempted to draw closer for a clearer view, yet no matter how wide he opened his eyes, the scene remained indistinct. Just as he prepared to approach further, an entity within the mist seemed to wave its hand, causing the haze to dissipate and revealing the unsettling scene within. What lay before him was not human at all, but a creature enshrouded in black mist, with only its crimson eyes visible. Beside it stood a dog-headed bride, seemingly attending to its needs. The dog-headed figure possessed a human body, exquisitely alluring, yet its canine head imparted a surreal quality that still conveyed a certain charm. "Young one, what are you staring at?" came a chilling voice, the crimson eyes fixating on him with ill intent. "My apologies for intruding." Su Qin quickly apologized, recognizing the formidable nature of the creature. "To enter the audience seating, proceed to pay your fee over there, and do not disturb me again." With a flick of its hand, the mist reappeared, obscuring all that transpired within. Following the direction indicated, Su Qin noticed a dark vortex beside the wall, resembling a miniature black hole from a distance. Approaching it, information flooded his mind. To enter the audience seating, pay 2 fortune coins per hour. No other options were presented. Su Qin scanned the surroundings, but found no attendant in sight. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to spend 2 fortune coins to explore further. As soon as he completed the transaction, a tremendous force from the black hole drew him in. In an instant, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. He found himself in an immense space where the ceiling was beyond sight. Tiered seating stretched before him, and beyond the second level were luxurious private boxes. Looking around, he realized he was seated at the very back of the audience section, with seats filled to capacity. Su Qin scrutinized the crowd, noting the diverse array of spectators, some humanoid, others in various beastly forms, and even some eerie and sinister beings among them. He glanced up at the private boxes, their contents concealed from view, suggesting that entry required a certain status beyond mere wealth. His gaze shifted to the grand screen, which displayed a human world where a robust young man confronted a wild beast in the forest. 3 options appeared before him: fight barehanded, use a spear, or turn and flee. Opposing him was a wild boar with sharp tusks. The young man chose to fight barehanded, and the expectation value on his panel surged by 2%. A gleam of excitement crossed the young man's face as he charged at the wild boar without hesitation. "Would you like to enter immersive mode?" A prompt suddenly appeared before Su Qin. Confirming his selection, he felt as if he had been transported into the forest, gaining a divine perspective to witness the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, he noticed an expectation value indicator beside him. The expectation value was accompanied by red and green buttons. When he pressed the red button, the expectation value on the young man's panel increased slightly. Su Qin realized that pressing the green button would decrease it. At that moment, another piece of information flashed through his mind. If the expectation value fell below 10 points, the audience could influence the plot's direction. If it dropped below 5 points, they could intervene. Su Qin glanced at the young man, noting that his current expectation value stood at 33%. Soon, the young man engaged in a fierce battle with the wild boar. After a bloody struggle, he emerged victorious. Su Qin noticed something burst forth from the boar's body. It was a limited-time skill, Tua Dao Zhan, lasting 3 hours with a 30% chance of instantly killing the opponent. This promised to be quite the spectacle. The atmosphere grew increasingly intriguing, as Su Qin overheard murmurs from the audience. Simultaneously, the young man's anticipation level rose to 38%. Could this be a genuine world? Su Qin could not help but speculate. The young man cautiously moved forward and soon encountered a stunning woman clad in animal skins, her figure alluring. Through their conversation, they learned that they had been selected by a game. Should their anticipation levels rise to a certain threshold, they would be rewarded with mysterious prizes. The young woman's anticipation was quite low. Her previous choices and actions had continuously diminished it, now resting at around 15%. At that moment, she faintly heard numerous strange whispers, incomprehensible yet laden with malice. The lower her anticipation, the more intense this malevolence became. She sensed that if her anticipation fell too low, unfortunate events might befall her. The two continued their journey together until they encountered a massive beast. At the critical moment, she abandoned the young man and fled alone, unexpectedly witnessing her anticipation skyrocket to over 30%. Simultaneously, she received a reward, an increase of 1 to all attributes, effectively doubling her overall strength. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had not anticipated that rising anticipation could yield rewards. Perhaps the higher the anticipation, the more bountiful the rewards. How could she elevate her anticipation? She recalled her impulsive decision to leave the young man behind, realizing that this unintentional act had indeed boosted her anticipation. An idea suddenly blossomed in her mind. Watching the young man grapple with the beast, she pondered whether her anticipation might increase if she were to betray him at the moment of mutual destruction. The thought exhilarated her. Chapter 67. Shop for Rent. Su Qin was unaware of the subsequent developments in the tale. Just moments ago, as an hour elapsed, he was extracted from the experience. Reappearing in the grand hall, his emotions were complex. He had not anticipated this theater-esque gameplay. Clearly, the forces behind it were no ordinary matter. He contemplated the interstellar battlefield, pondering whether there were higher-dimensional entities observing him as well. However, overthinking was futile. He needed to focus on strengthening himself. Even if there were hidden powers, he intended to rise to their level. Regrettably, he currently lacked the qualifications to engage with the theater's proprietor, and with plans stalled, Su Qin could only depart. He began to wander through the Tianjia. Soon, he spotted a rental advertisement for a shop nearby. The shop was available for rent, with the price negotiable. Standing before this advertisement, Su Qin appeared deep in thought. Initially, he merely glanced at it, intending to move on quickly, as he would not be present for long. However, one particular line captured his attention. The shops on Qiyun Tianjia could be carried with him, providing alerts whenever customers approached. Could this mean that if he opened a shop here, he could conduct transactions regardless of his location? If that were the case, could he rent a shop to sell talent evolution? His ability could assist others in evolving, aligning perfectly with the characteristics of Qiyun Tianjia. If the shop opened, it would be a mutually beneficial situation. Not only could he help others evolve and receive feedback, but he could also earn Qiyun coins. With Qiyun coins, he could indulge in the myriad treasures available here. Most importantly, possessing a portable shop would offer immense advantages. In times of peril, he could retreat inside, leaving his opponents bewildered. The feasibility seemed remarkably high. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Yet, he wondered how many Qiyun coins it would take to rent a shop. Negotiable price? Where would he negotiate? Continuing to read, he eventually discovered the address left at the end. Interested parties could visit shop number 88 for negotiations. Shop number 88? Wasn't he at the Chuanwu building? Su Qin recalled the old man. Could he be the one behind Qiyun Tianjia? This seemed plausible, especially given the old man's attire, which perfectly suited the image of a hidden master. Resolute in his decision, Su Qin returned to the Chuanwu building, where the old man lounged comfortably in a rocking chair. Upon seeing him enter, the old man's surprise flickered momentarily. Young man, you've acquired Qiyun coins so quickly. Your pace surpasses that of this old man. Elder, please do not misunderstand. I am not here to purchase martial arts this time. I have business to discuss, Su Qin clarified, expressing his desire to rent a shop. The old man was genuinely astonished. He scrutinized Su Qin, puzzled by his audacity to wish to open a shop here. After all, those who could establish shops were typically ancient monsters who had survived for countless years, and merely having a shop was not enough. One had to possess a unique characteristic as well. Qiyun Tianjia's essence lay in its ability to alter destinies, and thus, not just anyone could rent a shop. The old man had only been able to open the Chuanwu building due to connections. Otherwise, who among those long-lived monsters would lack some top-tier martial arts? Contemplating this, he regarded the young man with renewed intrigue. What kind of shop do you wish to open? Su Qin immediately replied, my talent is rather unique. It can assist others in permanently evolving their talents. After evolution, they may randomly gain an additional characteristic, making them significantly stronger than before. Su Qin elaborated on his talent and shared examples of previous evolutions. Can I open a shop with such a talent? He asked, feeling anxious about whether he would receive the old man's approval. The old man remained silent, his gaze fixed on him, seemingly assessing and pondering. In truth, his inner thoughts were far from calm. Qiyun Tianjie had gathered many peculiar items. Even talent fruits were available. However, he had never heard of talent evolution before. He could not help but marvel at the wonders of the world. If what this young man claimed were true, it would align perfectly with the essence of Qiyun Tianjie. Young man, are you certain that what you just said is true? If so, I will promptly relay this matter. Whether it can be approved is beyond my control. The old man stated cautiously, concerned that the young man might be exaggerating. It is entirely true. If you doubt me, I can conduct a live demonstration. A live demonstration? There is no one else here. I cannot find a test subject at the moment, the old man murmured softly. He contemplated whether to report the matter first or conduct a test. Verification was essential. If the young man's claims were accurate, then the prospect of opening a shop would be assured. Indeed, the incorporation of such gifted individuals is undoubtedly advantageous for Qiyun Tianjie. How do you wish to conduct the experiment? The elder pondered for a moment, deciding it prudent to first ascertain the authenticity of the talent. How about I personally enhance your gift here and now, allowing you to experience it firsthand? To lend greater credence to his proposal, Su Qin resolved to assist the elder in this evolution, enabling him to feel the transformation directly. Are you saying that I too can undergo evolution? The elder's expression shifted upon hearing this. He had been a formidable figure for many years, but after sustaining irreparable injuries in battle, he was compelled to retire and settle here to enjoy his twilight years. His talent had been upgraded more than once. Contemplating this, he suddenly inquired, "Young man, are you aware that my talent is of the utmost caliber and has been upgraded multiple times? Are you certain you wish to experiment with me?" Upon hearing this, Su Qin's confidence wavered. The elder's prowess was of little concern to him. What troubled him was the latter part of the statement. If the talent has already been upgraded, could he still evolve? Such instances had not occurred before. With this thought, Su Qin hesitated, suggesting, "Perhaps we should attempt it. I have yet to encounter a powerhouse such as yourself." A twinge of anxiety coursed through him, but he quickly regained his composure. "Regardless, let us proceed with the trial. Should evolution be possible, it would be a joyous occasion, and if not, there would be no loss on his part. Then, do proceed." The elder was not one to dawdle, urging Su Qin to take action. Chapter 68. Limitless Willpower. Su Qin grasped the elder's arm, and soon, the azure energy within him reacted. It detected whether the talent Limitless Willpower could evolve. Limitless willpower signifies a steadfast resolve, enabling one to endure great hardship. Thus, when focused on a task, one can invest 300% of their effort. 300%? Has this talent been upgraded thrice? The energy within responded, confirming the possibility of evolution. A look of elation spread across Su Qin's face. If evolution were achievable, then all would be well. He promptly chose to proceed with the evolution, and soon, a wave of azure light enveloped the elder, initiating the transformative process. To Su Qin's surprise, this evolution lasted an extensive duration, concluding only after half an hour. He could not help but marvel. Indeed, limitless willpower requires greater perseverance than others. However, this evolution appeared to yield significant changes. Post-evolution, absolute willpower grants one the ability to commit 300% to any endeavor, during which one's spirit becomes increasingly invigorated, and sensations of pain diminish. As a reward for assisting in the evolution of another's talent, he received Absolute Willpower Fragment 1. Collect 5 fragments to synthesize the talent. Strength 3, Speed 2, Constitution 3, Spirit 8. A bountiful harvest. Truly, a remarkable windfall. Su Qin could not contain his joy. The time spent was not in vain. And this abundance surpassed anything he had previously experienced. He felt enhancements across all aspects of his being, particularly in terms of spirit, where he perceived a notable increase. His mind was clear, and his thoughts were agile. This newly evolved talent appeared quite promising, and Su Qin contemplated retaining it. However, synthesizing it required 5 fragments. After some contemplation, he abandoned this idea, deeming the collection process too protracted for his patience, and opted to directly decompose it into nourishment. As for acquiring this talent, he could only hope for the elder's early demise. At this moment, the elder was engrossed in examining his newly evolved talent, and Su Qin refrained from interrupting. He opened his status panel to assess his recent gains. Host, Su Qin lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 68 years, strength, 60 speed, 53 constitution, 59 spirit, 58. His strength had surpassed the 60 mark, and his other attributes were commendable, with spirit particularly flourishing. His overall power had risen a notch, and Su Qin felt a sense of elation, convinced of a promising future. The elder, now regaining his composure, could not hide his astonishment at the evolution of the talent. He could not help but exclaim how extraordinary it was that such a talent existed in the world. Following this evolution, he seemed to glimpse the possibility of healing his lingering injuries. At this moment, his gaze toward Su Qin resembled that of one beholding a rare treasure. "Young brother, come sit here. Standing must be tiring. Please, take a seat." He warmly urged Su Qin to sit down, and then asked, "May I know your name?" "Young brother? My name is Su Qin." Su Qin responded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the elder's sudden enthusiasm. "Ah, Su Qin, what a splendid name." The elder replied, engaging in idle flattery. "Rest assured, regarding the matter of the shop, I shall take care of it for you. I will reach out immediately to finalize the arrangements." The elder began to produce a black, crescent-shaped item, muttering incantations in an incomprehensible tongue. Su Qin noticed no outsiders arriving, nor did he observe how the elder made contact. After a brief moment, the elder abruptly regained focus and announced, "Young brother Su Qin, the shop matter has been settled." Su Qin inquired about the rent, feeling somewhat anxious about whether his limited Qiyun coins would suffice. The rent is 50 Qiyun coins per year, with a minimum lease of 10 years. Upon hearing this, Su Qin's countenance shifted, yet he mustered the courage to ask, "Is it possible to issue an IOU?" "Alas, young brother Su Qin, the establishment of Qiyun Tianjia has never entertained such practices." The elder's earlier warmth dissipated, replaced by a serious demeanor, as he adopted a businesslike attitude. Then, he suddenly shifted his tone. "Young brother, I genuinely wish to assist you. I have spoken highly of you, but alas, my abilities are limited, and my voice carries little weight. I can hardly believe you." Su Qin could not suppress a roll of his eyes. Despite his advanced age, the elder's theatrics were rather exaggerated. Surely, he had lived long enough to know better. However, Su Qin understood the elder's intentions, which were merely to inflate the price. Although he had just aided the elder in evolving his talent, he did not expect any profound gratitude. After all, those who rise to power are seldom benevolent. Having established this understanding, Su Qin remained unfazed, contemplating how to obtain a shop without cost. With this thought in mind, he abruptly shifted the topic. "If I were to open this shop, how much Qiyun coins do you think I should charge for assisting others in evolving their talents?" Before the elder could respond, he mused aloud, "I wonder if a price of 100 Qiyun coins per session would attract customers?" The elder's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. He had personally experienced the benefits of talent evolution. He knew that even if it were 100, 200, or 300, he would readily agree. He recognized that Su Qin was subtly gauging his interest, especially after having just helped him awaken his potential. With this in mind, he suddenly proposed, "Young brother, how about this? In gratitude for your assistance in evolving my talent, I am willing to support you. Let us draft a contract whereby I will invest in your shop, covering 5 years of rent, as well as assisting with renovations and attracting customers. In the future, for every evolution you assist others with, I shall take 30% of the fees. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Su Qin displayed a pensive expression. In truth, the old man's proposal piqued his interest, for it represented a risk-free venture for him. Moreover, with the old man's assistance and introductions, he would no longer need to worry about clientele. However, he was not naive enough to allow the old man to benefit without fair compensation. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, 30 is excessive. I can offer you a maximum of 5%. You must understand that there is substantial profit to be made here. My young friend, the old man countered, I have covered your rent for 5 years, and the renovations have required considerable time and effort. 5% is insufficient. How about 25%? Surely, you wouldn't want to see an old man suffer such a loss, would I? Su Qin thought, but business is about negotiation. With this in mind, he responded, you are aware of my talents. They are highly sought after. Once the shop is established, you will quickly recoup your investment. Let us settle on 8%. Once we pass the initial phase, the rest will be profit. My young friend, you seem unaware that your current strength is rather limited. Each entry into this unique shop requires a 12-hour interval, and with your present capabilities, you can only remain in the shop for a maximum of 30 minutes at a time. Su Qin was taken aback, realizing there were such restrictions. He had assumed he could enter without limit. Chapter 69. Challenge Authority. Had he set his expectations too high? Ultimately, after much haggling, they agreed on a 15% share. For each awakening he facilitated, 100 Qiyun coins would be charged, with the old man taking 15. In approximately 2 years, Su Qin would break even, and thereafter, he would earn a profit. The old man produced a contract, and Su Qin inscribed his name. Once the contract was finalized, the old man produced a golden seal to affix his stamp. As the seal descended, Su Qin immediately sensed the emergence of a new space behind him, a roughly 100 square meter shell of a building yet to be renovated. Subsequently, the old man presented a selection of identifiers for him to choose from, all pertaining to unleased commercial spaces. Ultimately, Su Qin selected number 111, marking the future location of his shop. "Old man, I am unsure how to address you," he remarked, as it was customary for partners to have a proper form of address. "Su Qin, after so many years, my name has long been forgotten. You may call me Gu Lao too." Upon hearing this, Su Qin briefly described his envisioned design for the shop, a minimalist style, predominantly modern, to be named Tian Fujinhua. After articulating these details, he made another request, saying, "Gu Lao too, there is one more matter I wish to seek your assistance with." Su Qin recounted the situation involving Chun Yunqing. To his surprise, the old man shook his head, stating, "The rules of Qiyun Tianjia are of utmost importance and cannot be altered for anyone, not even for me." Upon hearing this, Su Qin felt a wave of disappointment. However, the old man continued, "As you are now my partner, I cannot stand idly by and watch you suffer losses at her hands. That would leave me at a loss as well." He continued, "I possess a challenge authority granted by Qiyun Tianjia, which allows one to draw another into a special challenge space, where their strengths will be equalized to your current level. If you are confident in your ability to defeat her at the same level, I could sell you this challenge authority." Su Qin's eyes gleamed at this proposition. Previously, he might have struggled against Chun Yunqing of the same tier, but now, he was a man well-versed in the perfection of Tianyuan-level martial arts, a different caliber altogether. "This authority is quite precious. I expended great effort to acquire it. Keeping it as a trump card for my safety." The old man began to raise his price. "What do you propose for an exchange?" Su Qin inquired. 800 Qiyun coins, the old man declared, an audacious demand. Su Qin frowned slightly. While this authority was undeniably valuable, it was certainly not worth that price. However, he had no intention of conceding to such a fee. His life principle dictated that obtaining benefits without cost was paramount. "Once my talent is upgraded, I can assist with your talent evolution once more, to offset the cost of this authority." The old man was taken aback, exclaiming, "My talent can evolve again? If it were to evolve with the same intensity as before, what might it become after the next upgrade?" He could not help but envision the possibilities. Would he simultaneously mend his hidden injuries and advance his cultivation? Such a prospect would undoubtedly astonish many. "Evolution is possible, but you must wait until my talent upgrades first." Su Qin was intentionally vague, in truth. He could evolve again in a short while, but he could not let the old man know. Otherwise, such a talent might inspire nefarious thoughts. Ultimately, after much discussion, they agreed to wait until Su Qin upgraded before proceeding with the evolution, but Su Qin also issued an IOU for 250 Qiyun coins. Although he did not acquire the benefits without cost, 250 was a manageable debt. The old man transferred the challenge authority to Su Qin, cautioning, during the challenge, "Do not harm the other's life. Otherwise, you will face repercussions from the rules of Qiyun Tianjia." Su Qin nodded in acknowledgement. Once he had secured the authority, he bade farewell to the old man and set out to find Chun Yunqing. He first arrived at the newcomer lottery area, only to discover that Chun Yunqing and her companions had already departed, leaving He Xian behind, waiting in vain. Rather than greeting He Xian, Su Qin returned to the location of the first shop on Tianjia, methodically searching his way forward. Soon, he spotted her at a street corner. Dressed in white, Chun Yunqing appeared ethereal. At that moment, she was alone, with Chu Yang and Situ Ziyuan nowhere in sight. She stood transfixed, her bright eyes fixated on a toy horse not far away. Following her gaze, Su Qin found himself disinterested. It was merely a trick to captivate children. Noticing that Chun Yunqing remained oblivious to his presence, he decided to approach her. "Hello," he said, gently tapping her shoulder. Chun Yunqing turned to see Su Qin, and the murderous intent and anger in her eyes flickered momentarily. "You vile demon, how dare you show yourself?" she said, her tone icy. Su Qin, hearing this, chuckled coldly. "How do you know I am a demon? Little do you know that I, Su Qin, am not devoid of virtue. If you are not a demon, then why did you invade our world unprovoked? Is it wrong to indulge in what I like?" Su Qin shrugged nonchalantly. Chun Yunqing frowned slightly. What kind of answer was that? This demon was truly shameless. Were it not for the constraints of the rules here, she would have no hesitation in silencing him with a single blow. Seeing the murderous glint in her eyes, Su Qin suddenly smiled. "Aren't you eager to kill me? Then allow me to grant you that opportunity." As he spoke, he activated the challenge authority. Chun Yunqing blinked, and when she regained her senses, She found herself on a vast arena, with the insufferable figures standing before her. Did you orchestrate this? She glared at him. You wished to kill me, did you not? Now, your chance has arrived. Realizing her strength, originally at the mid-tier of Mingwu realm, had been reduced to the 4th tier of Shuwu realm. She understood the implications of their equalized strengths. Now that we are on equal footing, do you have the confidence to battle me, the demon? Su Qin made no immediate move, but instead took the initiative to explain to Chen Yunqing. He was confident that, in a battle of equals, she would not be his match. After a brief moment of panic, Chen Yunqing quickly regained her composure. Once her mind returned to tranquility, she found herself in a transcendent state. Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige you. Her tone was matter of fact, imbued with unwavering confidence. She had previously witnessed this nefarious being in combat with Chu Yang and noted his numerous flaws, even when facing him at the same tier. She felt assured of her superiority. Very well, then, let the confrontation commence. Su Qin shrugged, signaling her to make her move. Without hesitation, Chen Yunqing advanced, her movements graceful and imbued with an aesthetic charm. Yet, beneath her beautiful exterior lurked a deadly intent. Each strike was fraught with boundless variations. Alas, at that moment, Su Qin perceived only vulnerabilities in her approach. Her speed was insufficient, her strength lacking, and her techniques lacked fluidity. Overall, she was far too weak, rendering him disinterested in employing his signature technique, Fuxing Tullingzhen. Su Qin felt a tinge of disappointment, but he rationalized it. Although he stood at the 4th level of Shua Wujing, his innate talents far surpassed this stage, making him a match even for those at the 6th or 7th levels. It was understandable that Chen Yunqing, at her level, found herself at a disadvantage. At that moment, Chen Yunqing's attack finally reached Su Qin. As she aimed to kick at him, Su Qin merely sidestepped and remarked on the pristine whiteness of her attire. When her initial strike missed, she swung her fist again, targeting Su Qin's forehead. Su Qin effortlessly grasped her wrist, and despite her attempts to break free, she found his grip unyielding. She attempted to strike with her other hand, yet he captured that as well. After several futile struggles, a flicker of panic crossed her otherwise composed visage. How could this wicked being possess such strength, far beyond what a mere 4th-level Shua Wujing should have? Before him, she felt like a frail woman. Her emotions were in turmoil, and a blush crept onto her face. The closeness of their positions felt far too intimate, reminiscent of lovers embracing from behind. Despite her training, she found it impossible to ignore the situation. Su Qin leaned closer to her ear and softly said, "You are exceedingly weak, offering me no interest whatsoever. Get away from me." Chen Yunqing retorted coldly, suddenly channeling an unexpected surge of power to break free from his grasp. She immediately pressed her attack once more. Su Qin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This was beginning to hold some interest for him. However, it was still insufficient. Her strikes were merely a gentle tickle to him. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges. As Chen Yunqing's demeanor grew increasingly solemn, Su Qin remained unfazed. The mastery of his heavenly abyss-level martial arts allowed him to effortlessly discern the flaws in her techniques. For instance, he easily sidestepped her powerful kick and seized her ankle. In desperation, Chen Yunqing resorted to a desperate maneuver, attempting to entangle him like a great serpent. They engaged in close combat once more. Her face flushed, her composure shattered. She realized she was at a significant disadvantage, her every effort thwarted. Su Qin had no desire to prolong the fight. He had initially wished to gauge the combat prowess of someone of her stature, yet was taken aback by her feebleness, which failed to ignite his fighting spirit. Upon this realization, he firmly grasped both of Chen Yunqing's wrists with one hand, while his other hand sought something within his spatial trousers. "What are you planning to do?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling involuntarily. "You shall soon find out." Su Qin swiftly produced a dog bell. He silently rejoiced that he had not sold it earlier. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding how to deal with this woman, whom he could neither kill nor release. With this item, however, the scenario transformed entirely. Let us not forget the bell's function. Not only does it restrain one's power, but it also gradually enslaves the wearer. Applying it to Chen Yunqing was simply perfect. In due course, he might even possess a formidable ally. With this thought, he promptly affixed the bell around her neck. In an instant, Chen Yunqing felt her strength rapidly diminishing, rendering her powerless and reducing her to the status of an ordinary person. "I will kill you," she seethed, her eyes ablaze with fury, fixating on Su Qin. Su Qin, hearing her words, tore away her veil, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face, each feature meticulously crafted, akin to a masterwork of art. Startled, Chen Yunqing gasped as her veil was removed, gazing into her crystalline eyes and soft lips. Any man would find it difficult to resist her allure. Yet Su Qin remained resolute. To him, even the most beautiful enemy was merely a skeletal figure. He gripped her delicate neck, fixing his gaze upon her as he pronounced, "It seems you have yet to grasp the current situation. I am the butcher, and you are the fish, a captive. It would be childish play for me to end your life." As he applied pressure, a crimson mark swiftly appeared on her fair neck. Observing her face reddening, Su Qin felt a fleeting desire to snap her neck, yet reason prevailed, reminding him that such an act would violate the rules, leading to his own demise. Thus, he released her. Chen Yunqing gasped for breath. Having nearly believed she was on the brink of death, despite her internal resistance, she recognized her position. She turned her head away, unwilling to meet Su Qin's gaze. However, she soon noticed that the scoundrel atop her was rummaging within her attire. "What do you intend to do?" She stifled her fear, dreading the potential for inappropriate actions. Su Qin paid her no mind, continuing his search, but after thoroughly inspecting her person, he found nothing. "This makes no sense," he murmured. Just then, his eyes lit up as he spotted a silver ring clenched in her fist. Could this be a spatial ring? With that thought, he carefully pried the ring from her grasp. Attempting to access its contents with his mental energy, he discovered it was bound and utterly inaccessible. "You will unbind this ring for me," Su Qin threatened, gripping her lovely face. Chen Yunqing exhaled discreetly, relieved that his intentions were not as sinister as she had feared. He merely sought her possessions. Yet, the humiliation she felt at his hands ignited her inner fury. She silently vowed that once she escaped, she would bring this man to ruin for the indignities she had suffered today. For now, however, she resolved to comply. She unbound her spatial ring. Su Qin's expression brightened as he immediately began to inspect its contents. Alas, apart from a few garments belonging to Chen Yunqing, he only found the previously acquired conch. A saintess, yet so impoverished. Su Qin could not help but complain. Chen Yunqing, upon hearing this, instinctively clenched her fists but, having learned her lesson, kept her head bowed in silence. Su Qin ultimately adorned his finger with the spatial ring. Although its interior space was not as expansive as his spatial shorts, it proved to be remarkably convenient. With it on his finger, he could access his belongings at will, sparing himself the embarrassment of awkwardly reaching into his trousers each time he needed something, an action that would certainly tarnish his image. He rose to his feet and threatened Chen Yunqing, warning her to behave. Should he discover any underhanded schemes on her part, he would strip her bare and cast her into the streets. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunqing's complexion turned ashen. In such a scenario, she would rather meet her demise. For now, she decided to comply with him, walking obediently beside Su Qin to convey her understanding. Observing her demeanor, Su Qin nodded in satisfaction and commenced the dissolution of the challenges in the area. Soon, they returned to their previous location, with the sole difference being an additional item adorning Chen Yunqing's neck. Upon exiting, Su Qin promptly led Chen Yunqing in the direction of Chuanwu. Chapter 71. Ice Soul Blade. As the elder noticed their arrival and beheld the compliant Chen Yunqing trailing behind, he jested, remarking that after all his efforts, it seemed Su Qin had his sights set on the young lady. He added, however, that she was indeed beautiful, and Su Qin had an eye for fine things. In response, Su Qin clarified that the woman was his formidable adversary, not merely an object of desire. The elder chuckled, perceiving the hypocrisy in Su Qin's words. Not wishing to engage further in this banter, Su Qin shifted the topic, requesting the elder's assistance with the renovation. With only a few hours remaining before his departure, he had come to extend his greetings. The elder reassured him that the matter would be addressed promptly, as he had a stake in it as well. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Chen Yunqing could not help but feel puzzled. Why was he so familiar with the locals? It seemed they had reached a mutual understanding, while she, despite being part of the same group, remained an outsider. Confounded, she pondered how he had gained their trust. After exchanging a few more words with the elder, Su Qin took his leave. Noticing Chen Yunqing still standing there, he approached her and nudged her, reprimanding her for lingering. Awakened from her reverie, she complied without hesitation. Following him closely, to prevent any potential mischief, Su Qin grasped her hand, ensuring she walked beside him. Although she felt a desire to resist, she ultimately restrained herself. She had already surrendered. After all, during their previous battle, he had claimed all the advantages, and now, merely holding hands was something she could endure. Su Qin led Chen Yunqing to the shop, where he had previously purchased a blade. With over 60 Qi Yun coins still in his possession, he intended to exchange them for a superior weapon, as the Tang Dao no longer matched his burgeoning strength. Now possessing nearly 10,000 pounds of force, the Tang Dao felt too light and unwieldy in his grasp. Upon entering the shop, the proprietor quickly approached, familiar with Su Qin from his earlier visit. He pointed to a blood-red long sword displayed nearby, inquiring if Su Qin was interested in purchasing a blade this time. Su Qin nodded, finding the sword's appearance appealing. However, upon picking it up, he realized it was far too light, failing to meet his current standards. He returned the sword to its place and asked the proprietor if he could recommend some heavier blades, as this one was simply too light. The proprietor replied that they did indeed have some heavier swords available, but in order to make suitable recommendations, he inquired about Su Qin's preferred price range. Su Qin requested options valued under 100 Qiyun coins. "Please follow me," the proprietor said, leading them into a room where numerous swords and blades adorned the walls. He indicated a large sword, approximately 2 meters in length, stating that it was priced at 98 Qiyun coins, weighed 8,000 pounds, and was crafted from exceptional starry iron, boasting an exceptionally sharp edge capable of slicing through iron with ease. Moreover, this sword possessed the ability to absorb refined iron for growth. Intrigued, Su Qin took hold of the sword but found it somewhat cumbersome, realizing he would need to enhance his strength further to wield it with ease. Additionally, the sword's length was disproportionate to his stature, making it feel unwieldy. He returned the long sword, and the proprietor pointed to another option, stating that this blade weighed 6,000 pounds, was priced at 78 Qiyun coins, and also possessed the ability to slice through iron effortlessly, with adjustable weight for ease of use. Su Qin grasped the blade, which shimmered in a reddish-golden hue, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. It was comfortable in his hand, prompting him to inquire if the price could be lowered. The proprietor laughed, explaining that their prices were fixed and non-negotiable. He then directed Su Qin's attention to a third option, which was priced lower than the previous two at 58 Qiyun coins. Upon inspecting the third blade, Su Qin noted its narrow design and icy blue surface, approximately 1 meter in length. This blade caught his eye immediately, resembling the Tang Dao in form. This blade is called Ice Soul Blade, the proprietor explained. Weighing 3,800 pounds, forged from cold ice meteorite iron, with an edge crafted by master artisans that was exceptionally sharp, making it a perfect match for Su Qin. Furthermore, if it encountered more cold ice meteorite iron, it too could absorb and grow. Recognizing Su Qin's interest, the proprietor enthusiastically recommended the Ice Soul Blade. Su Qin nodded, feeling satisfied with his choice, deciding to purchase it for now and replace it with a better weapon when finances allowed. Holding the Ice Soul Blade, he found its weight agreeable and well suited to his capabilities. After completing the transaction, he grasped the blade and led Chun Yinqing away, feeling accomplished as their outing concluded successfully. On the return journey, Su Qin received 2 notifications regarding talent reclamation, indicating that 2 individuals had perished. Upon reviewing the reclaimed talents, he found them unsuitable for himself and opted to deconstruct them. At that moment, he realized he needed 13,000 Qiyun points to reach his next upgrade. Upon returning to his designated area, he noticed that the fishing rods had not been collected, allowing those who had returned to continue fishing. Su Qin cast his rod into the dark sea and settled into a meditative posture, intending to enhance his strength before returning to Xinglan Dalu. Observing his focus, Chun Yinqing remained still, standing quietly beside him. Before long, most of the group returned. As Chu Yang and Situ Ziyue boarded the ship, they were astonished to find Chun Yinqing already back, and even more surprised to see her standing obediently next to that wicked figure. What transpired? They exchanged glances, both reflecting mutual confusion. "Sister Yinqing, how did you end up entangled with this villain?" Situ Ziyue inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. As she approached to pull Chun Yinqing away, she was suddenly restrained by Chu Yang. "Don't go over there, it's dangerous. The saintess is under the control of that evil being." Chu Yang pointed at the bell around Chun Yinqing's neck. Though he could not fathom why she would adorn herself with such an object, it was evident that no rational person would do so. "Alas, what should we do? We must rescue her. We cannot simply stand by and watch as Yunqing Jiejie falls into the clutches of evil. Rescue is indeed imperative. Yet the question remains, how shall we execute it?" Chu Yang sighed and shook his head. "Look at the bell on Yunqing Jiejie's neck. I suspect it is the very instrument of her control." Situ Ziyue pointed at the bell. Chu Yang fell into deep contemplation, for matters were undoubtedly more complex than they appeared. If they attempted to approach, the evil would surely obstruct them, and fighting aboard the ship was not an option. They could only watch helplessly. However, at that moment, Chun Yinqing slowly shook her head at the two. Only she understood the extent of the evil's power. It was far beyond what the two could contend with. "Dear friends, I seek your support for love. Today, I yearn for marinated eggs once more. A day without them leaves me longing, and each recollection brings back the delightful taste of those eggs." Chapter 72. Consumed by her geoduct, Chuyang and Sidu Ziyue exchanged glances, both deciding to abandon their immediate plans for action. Let us bide our time. Neither Qiyun Tianjie nor this vessel permits conflict. The evil can control a saint far stronger than us, indicating that it possesses some nefarious means. Chuyang continued, our priority must be to uncover its ulterior motives. You are correct. This evil has undoubtedly employed some unscrupulous tactic for Yunqing Jiejie to have fallen into its snares. Situ Ziyue gritted her teeth, harboring a deep disdain for Su Qin. Let us observe for now. At least the saint is safe for the moment. We shall seek an opportunity once we disembark. Chuyang reassured her. The two resumed their previous positions, but Sidu Ziyue was unwilling to relent, her eyes glaring angrily at Su Qin. In response, Su Qin did not even glance up. Aboard this ship, he felt no apprehension and was at ease with his cultivation. He could hear their conversation distinctly, but paid it little heed. Currently, Situ Ziyue posed no threat to him. If it came to it, a swift strike would easily suffice. Of course, as the protagonist, Chuyang had to remain vigilant. He could not dismiss the possibility that Su Qin harbored some hidden ace or a formidable treasure that could turn the tide against him at a critical moment. Before long, Heishuan returned. Upon stepping on board, he immediately noticed the peculiar situation. Observing Qin Yunqing standing obediently beside Su Qin, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Su Qin, impressive. Silently, you have managed to win over this woman. Su Qin, hearing this, casually replied, there was no choice. She willingly succumbed to my charm. Being handsome brings its challenges. Upon hearing this, Qin Yunqing's expression turned furious. Heishuan, however, was not swayed by Su Qin's fanciful words. A grave expression crossed his face. He was aware of how formidable Qin Yunqing could be and was astonished that Su Qin had managed to subdue her. This suggested that Su Qin must possess some undisclosed advantage. Nonetheless, this was advantageous for him, as it alleviated his concerns about being pursued after disembarking. With this thought, he suddenly adopted a mysterious demeanor and asked, Su Qin, do you know what they drew after your departure? Su Qin, intrigued, leaned in to listen. Heishuan pointed at Chuyang and remarked, that fellow's luck is astonishing. He drew the second prize, the fruit of talent. Su Qin glanced at Chuyang and inquired, do you know what talent he acquired? Heishuan shook his head, saying, he did not use it on the spot. So I am unaware of what talent he has gained. Su Qin nodded. It came as no surprise that Chuyang secured the second prize, for as the protagonist, he was bound to possess extraordinary fortune. Had he not taken the martial arts max level card beforehand, Su Qin surmised that Chuyang would have undoubtedly drawn that as well. With this thought, Su Qin pointed at Qin Yunqing and asked, what did she draw? Heishuan promptly replied, she also drew something valuable. It was the fifth prize, the Light of Enlightenment, which seems to bestow a chance for a moment of insight. The Light of Enlightenment? Su Qin turned his gaze towards Qin Yunqing, pondering whether she had utilized it. In any case, he did not see it in her spatial ring. It was likely concealed within her body. Su Qin thought to himself that once the bell had been worn long enough and the enslavement took effect, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to acquire it. And you? What did you draw? Su Qin asked. Heishuan replied excitedly, I drew something wonderful. It was the 8th prize, a refining medicine manual. You know my talent is related to fire. With this manual, I need not worry about cultivation any longer. I can simply consume pills to ascend. Do exercise restraint. Su Qin cautioned. Fear not. I am well aware of my limits. Once I become a master, I shall offer you an internal price. Heishuan was exhilarated, already fantasizing about the future. As the two continued their leisurely chat, soon all the passengers were back aboard, and the sailboat set sail once more. In the ensuing days, Su Qin occasionally conversed with Heishuan while dedicating the remainder of his time to cultivation. However, a day later, he suddenly opened his eyes. A look of alarm on his face, he felt a subtle ache in his kidneys. What was happening? Su Qin's heart raced as he recalled the description of the bell. It was said that its use could inexplicably cause discomfort in the kidneys. Could it be? The side effects manifested so swiftly? What was going on? He had yet to even engage with a woman, yet here he was, inexplicably weakened. Where could he voice his grievances? Su Qin was in a panic. He glanced at Qin Yunqing, who was meditating with her eyes closed, her expression cold and distant, exuding a faint air of defiance. This situation was truly beyond Su Qin's comprehension. The promised enslavement showed no signs, yet the discomfort in his kidneys had arrived prematurely. Thankfully, the pain was bearable. Su Qin sighed, gritting his teeth to continue cultivating. 2 hours later, the pain in his kidneys became pronounced, as if he had endured an exhausting night. He looked pale and weak. Surely, this could not be happening. He contemplated removing the bell from Qin Yunqing's neck, but was loath to abandon his efforts. He still planned for her to guide him into the Fanchu Shingdi once she was ensnared, fulfilling the task assigned by the system. After all, the reward for this task was a staggering 30,000 luck points, a truly generous sum. With his kidneys under siege, Su Qin was in great discomfort. He began searching for methods to alleviate the pain, attempting to mobilize his vital energy for healing, yet it proved futile. Just as Su Qin was growing anxious, an idea suddenly illuminated his mind. He recalled the geoduck that Chen Yunqing had caught. It was rumored that geoducks could remedy such ailments. In desperation, Su Qin turned to it. He retrieved the geoduck from his ring, scrutinizing it closely, pondering whether consuming it might alleviate the discomfort in his kidneys. He decided to taste it. This peculiar object resembled neither gold nor jade, yet it was not particularly hard. With this thought, he placed it at his lips and took a bite. Discovering it was indeed chewable. With that, he eagerly took a hearty bite. As soon as the geoduck was swallowed, a warm current surged through him, heading straight for his kidneys. Su Qin's eyes lit up. It truly seemed to be beneficial. Soon, he devoured a significant portion with great fervor. Indeed, the pain in his lower back vanished entirely, replaced by a pleasant warmth. When Chen Yunqing heard the commotion and opened her eyes, she was immediately taken aback. Her treasured xiangbang had been consumed by this vile creature. Tears threatened to spill as she realized that her cherished possession, cultivated through her arduous training, was now but a memory. Her fists clenched tightly, and her inner fury surged uncontrollably. The disturbance drew the attention of others. Situ Ziwe witnessed the scene and was equally astonished. This devil was indeed grotesque, consuming Yunqing's precious item without a care. Chapter 73. Chen Yunqing's sudden ambush nearby. He Xuan jested. Su Qin, who would have thought you had such peculiar tastes? Nonetheless, it is for the best that this source of evil is consumed. Its mere existence is a threat. As an ardent hedonist, he held a deep disdain for the xiangbang, believing such aberrations should be eradicated. Su Qin disregarded his remarks, thinking to himself that He Xuan would only come to appreciate its value when he, too, experienced pain in his lower back. He remained indifferent to the curious gazes directed at him, yet he refrained from consuming every last morsel, saving a bit for unforeseen circumstances. 2 days later, the sailboat was nearing the shores of Xinglan Daolu. At last, Su Qin's strength had surged, reaching the 5th rank, correlating to the 5th level of Xue Wujing. His abilities had escalated significantly. Opening his status panel, Host, Su Qin age, 20, remaining lifespan, 80 years, strength, 70 speed, 63 physique, 69 spirit, 68 his lifespan had increased, filling him with delight. He could now truly be called a centenarian. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his body, Su Qin surmised that if he unleashed the Fuxing Tuliang Zhan with the Bing Padao, he could rival He Xuan at his peak. Even when facing Chen Yunqing, although he might not prevail, he could certainly escape with ease. Absent the heavenly grade martial art Fuxing Tuliang Zhan, with his current attributes, he could contend against practitioners of the 2nd and even 1st ranks, Xue Wujing's 8th and 9th levels. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown so formidable. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the rolling black sea, a swell of pride enveloped him. Su Qin, the sea breeze is biting. You should sit down lest the chill invade your body. A voice chimed beside him, its clarity akin to a mountain spring, imbued with a hint of concern that naturally instilled tranquility. Turning to behold the breathtaking figure draped in white behind him, Su Qin was momentarily stunned. When had this situation arisen? It seemed that this morning, Chen Yunqing had exhibited a rare softness in her gaze, no longer piercing with cold malice, but rather tinged with subtle admiration. As he beheld her large, glistening eyes filled with genuine concern, an unexpected thrill surged within him. One could not deny the potency of such enchanting eyes. They momentarily ensnared his senses. Was this the power of beauty? This damned gentleness? Humph, a mere illusion. Shaking his head, Su Qin swiftly regained his composure, reminding himself that even the most exquisite visage ultimately decays into dust. The so-called beauty was but a mere crimson skeleton. With this thought, he cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yunqing and coldly remarked, "Are you instructing me on how to act?" "No, I merely." Su Qin turned away, choosing to ignore her, his gaze shifting toward Xu Yang, who was busy with his fishing rod, which bent and dipped, indicating another catch. Throughout the return journey, Xu Yang had netted more than one prize, consistently reeling in various treasures. As the fishing rod slowly ascended, the object he had caught finally surfaced. It was a massive ball of vital energy, significantly exceeding what others had previously caught. Su Qin estimated that he would need to absorb the energy of at least 50 individuals to match this quantity. Upon absorbing this mass of blood vitality, the energy within Chuyang underwent a qualitative transformation, radiating an aura akin to wild flames, instilling in him a primal vigor. This was a potent male hormone, evident in Situ Zu's sparkling gaze, which unmistakably desired him. Truly, the protagonist's fortune was enviable. Su Qin felt a pang of jealousy on this return journey. Apart from some provisions, his haul consisted solely of worthless scraps of wood. Alas, he sighed at the disparity of treatment afforded to protagonists. That night, Su Qin sought out Qin Yunqing to inquire about the light of enlightenment, only to be met with a shake of her head. She had already utilized it. This left him feeling somewhat dejected, as if something that rightfully belonged to him had been snatched away. The following morning, the sailboat finally reached a secret realm on the eastern side of Xinglan Daolu, the original site where the Lingjing Gulu would open. As the vessel docked, Su Qin hastily pulled Qin Yunqing ashore, making a beeline for the exit of the secret realm. He felt an urgency to depart swiftly, fearing an ambush. On board, he had observed Chuyang frequently mingling with others, leading him to speculate about his intentions. The boat was filled with powerful individuals, and should they conspire against him, it would spell disaster. As soon as Chuyang and Situ Ziyue noticed this, they promptly disembarked. Upon stepping off the boat, Chuyang called out, "Everyone listen! A foreign evil creature has invaded our Xinglan Daolu. I beseech you all to join forces and stop this fiend, ensuring the safety of our realm." The crowd exchanged glances. Though some who had previously made pacts with Chuyang acted without hesitation, most remained hesitant, lacking a fervent sense of justice. At that moment, Chuyang suddenly revealed another piece of information. "Quickly, seize that fiend. It possesses a martial arts mastery card at its peak level. Whoever obtains it shall claim it as their own." The allure of reward stirred the crowd into action, and as Chuyang's words echoed, they surged forward with fervor. "I can attest that I was right there," some shouted as they charged, having witnessed Su Qin's lottery process in its entirety. Initially, these individuals had intended to wait until they exited the secret realm before making their move. However, Chuyang's shout disrupted their plans. In truth, their targets extended beyond Su Qin. Anyone who had acquired valuable items along the way was fair game. Some had even set their sights on Chuyang and Situ Ziyue long ago. Now, with their plans in disarray, they had no choice but to change tactics, first assaulting the two fiends, while plotting to claim the treasures possessed by others later. The exit of the secret realm lay ahead, and Su Qin urged Qin Yunqing to flee quickly, with He Xuan trailing closely behind, displaying remarkable acumen. He had anticipated Su Qin's thoughts. Seeing the throng of raucous figures charging from behind, Su Qin wasted no time, taking Qin Yunqing's hand to hasten their escape through the entrance of the secret realm. At that moment, a sudden force pulled at him, and it seemed as though Qin Yunqing had halted. Su Qin thought swiftly. He had to act decisively, releasing Qin Yunqing to make his escape alone. "Perish!" A chilling voice rang from behind. An icy sensation enveloped him as he turned, witnessing the collar around Qin Yunqing's neck shatter explosively. Her entire demeanor transformed. The warmth and tenderness vanished, replaced by an aura of frigid intensity. In that instant, her presence radiated with overwhelming might, her hair flowing as if caught in a tempest, while her white dress shimmered with a layer of azurized crystals, resembling an ice queen. How reckless! Qin Yunqing was merely playing her part. The cursed collar could not contain her. Su Qin miscalculated, overestimating the significance of the dog bell. His mind raced as the Bing Pig Dao materialized in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a full-scale assault, a surge of annihilative blade intent radiating from him. "Kneel before me." The chilling voice echoed, laced with intense hatred. A delicate hand wielded the ice palace, pressing down with relentless force. The grand and majestic ice palace loomed like a mountain, enveloping the entire area where Su Qin stood, seemingly intent on crushing him beneath its weight. "Be annihilated." Su Qin gripped his blade with both hands, striking with a flurry of 1,000 cuts in the blink of an eye, each strike infused with the intent to extinguish. Along his path, everything succumbed to obliteration. Chapter 74. The infuriating broken shoe. The ice palace, confronted with the terrifying blade intent, melted away like snow under the sun, swiftly vanishing amidst the torrent of annihilative energy. Qin Yunqing expressed a hint of astonishment. This was indeed unexpected. She had already greatly overestimated his strength, yet here she was, a master of the Mingwu realm, fully exerting herself, only to find her efforts thwarted. It was utterly inconceivable, considering the vast disparity in their realms. Today, she was determined to eradicate him here. Recalling her previous actions aboard the ship, a surge of hatred filled her heart. That dog bell was too peculiar. Nearly seizing control of her, had it not been for the illumination of sudden enlightenment, allowing her mental cultivation to break through and thus shatter the dog bell. It was unimaginable what fate awaited her. The scroll behind Chun Yunqing unfurled once more, revealing an ice palace far grander than the last, magnified dozens of times. Simultaneously, the gates of the ice palace swung open, and Chun Yunqing's figure suddenly appeared upon the icy throne at the palace's center, resembling a queen of unparalleled stature. This icy throne was no ordinary seat. It was the only artifact she had managed to bring forth from the world of her painting, serving as one of her trump cards. With a wave of her delicate hand, the ice palace seemed to come alive, soaring above Su Qin, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull. Su Qin felt as though the very world had been immobilized, his movements and speed gradually slowed, icy tendrils spreading rapidly. He swung his blade in desperation, the annihilative intent coursing through his strikes. Yet this time, the energy was absorbed into the ice palace, merely leaving faint blade marks upon its walls before dissipating entirely. Was it the ice palace itself, or perhaps the throne at its center, that held such strange properties? The blade intent vanished before it could even approach. Su Qin could not help but marvel at her peculiar talent. What mysteries lay hidden within that scroll? With no time to ponder further, he turned to flee. Given the ice palace's impenetrable nature, coupled with the throne's enigmatic power, if he were to enter, escape would be nearly impossible. Glancing toward the exit, he noticed He Xian had unknowingly reached its edge, on the verge of vanishing. Just before leaving, his voice carried back, "Brother Su Qin, hold on. I will fetch help." This old fox. Su Qin was speechless. As the main force in their previous confrontation, He Xian had now chosen to flee. He wanted to say, "Brother, what about your status as a transcendent master of the Mingwu realm? Are you really sneaking away like this?" If He Xian were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Do you even see what you are doing?" After all, he had been watching from the sidelines, fully aware of Su Qin's mastery over blade intent. A mere blood martial realm cultivator could wield such power. Moreover, it was not ordinary blade intent, but rather one imbued with the essence of destruction, which even he dared not confront directly. He sighed, realizing how swiftly the world had changed. Once a protagonist, he now found himself a mere bystander. Survival was paramount. He fled without a backward glance. Watching He Xian's figure disappear at the entrance to the secret realm, Su Qin sighed, taken aback by his cowardice. Had the two of them joined forces, they might not have been able to slay Chun Yunqing, but at least they could have confronted her head-on. Nevertheless, seeing the throng of pursuers closing in behind him, he understood. Had he been in that position, he too would have opted to slip away unnoticed, perhaps even more decisively. Without a sound. However, Su Qin was surprised by Chun Yunqing's relentless pursuit of him, a mere insignificant figure, while watching He Xian escape without a second thought. Ultimately, the ice palace had indeed immobilized Su Qin. Even as he cleaved open several gaps, he failed to cause any substantial damage. At that moment, a figure rushed forward. Seeing Su Qin ensnared, and with a sinister grin, wielding a massive iron hammer, aimed to crush his skull. What an obvious opening, how laughable. Su Qin did not evade. Raising his blade, he cleaved through the assailant before the hammer could descend, severing him in two, causing the hammer to crash uselessly to the ground. Do not engage him at close quarters. The bloody scene jolted some into awareness, prompting them to retreat to a safe distance, preparing to strike from various angles. Su Qin unleashed a flurry of strikes with the Bing Padao, the terrifying force combined with the annihilative intent, causing instant death to those of lesser strength. Simultaneously, he seized a nearby corpse and hurled it toward the ice palace's entrance, momentarily staving off the pull of its gravitational force. Seizing the opportunity, he finally broke free from his predicament and surged toward the exit of the secret realm. Block him. The attackers launched a frenzied assault. Seeing this, Su Qin became elusive, dodging their onslaught, occasionally striking with his blade, causing those who failed to evade to collapse with cries of anguish. At long last, Su Qin reached the entrance of the secret realm and stepped through. "I'm finally out." However, the scene outside was far from the expansive skies he had hoped for. Numerous individuals awaited to intercept him. The earlier arrived He Xian was already embroiled in a life-or-death struggle. More figures emerged, eager to cut off the returning victors and seize their treasures. "That blade is extraordinary. It is mine, for I saw it first." Some had set their sights on the Bing Padao in Su Qin's possession, grinning as they charged at him. "Su Qin, there are people lying in wait to seize the spoils of our return. We must join forces and fight our way out." He Xian, bearing a furnace, ignited the surrounding mountains, and upon seeing Su Qin, immediately extended an invitation to ally. Su Qin, with the Bing Padao, slashed at the incoming assailants. Glancing back at the secret realm, Chun Yinxing had already emerged. Fortunately, the chaotic attacks from the outside prevented her from acting immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Chun Yinxing, the Saintess of Fan, Chu Holy Land. Are you declaring war against the Holy Land? Some paused at her declaration, yet others pressed on regardless, intent on claiming the rewards for themselves, dismissing her status. However, Chun Yinxing was no pushover. Seeing her words fell on deaf ears, she launched an attack. The ice palace descending, annihilating a large number of her adversaries. Her fierce assault intimidated many, and she turned her focus back to Su Qin, her murderous intent unabashed. Su Qin cleaved through the surrounding attackers to carve a path, swiftly producing the broken shoe and activating it. This was no place to linger, should she immobilize him again. Escape would become exceedingly difficult. As the broken shoe activated, Su Qin began his spatial leap, and suddenly, his surroundings shifted. His figure vanished from sight, only to reappear in an unfamiliar location. Yet upon arrival, he found numerous weapons raining down from above. What is happening? Wasn't it supposed to be within 100 miles? Where has this taken me? Su Qin quickly maneuvered, evading the incoming assaults. Quickly, the malevolent being possessing the ultimate martial arts card is right there. Everyone hastened to intercept him. Su Qin, upon hearing this voice, felt a sense of familiarity. He raised his eyes and saw that it was none other than Chu Yang speaking. Chapter 75. The pitch-black cave surveying his surroundings. Su Qin recognized the familiar environment. It was indeed within the secret realm. He felt a wave of despair. This wretched shoe was utterly absurd. Just as he had escaped the entrance of the secret realm, he found himself ensnared once more. It was indeed unreliable. No wonder they only offered 0-1 Qian coins. The truth had been laid bare. However, since he was already here, he gazed upon the corpses strewn about, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Thank you, nature, for your bounteous gifts. He swiftly darted to the side of the lifeless bodies, activating his innate talent, watching as the vibrant corpses rapidly decayed into desiccated remains. Indeed, it was a malevolent being. Everyone, come together and slay him. Some were filled with trepidation, yet many surged forward, intent on extinguishing his life. A cruel smile crept across Su Qin's lips as he wielded his blade with one hand while the other grasped the corpse to consume its essence. Both hands were busy, both growing stronger. With so many slain today, the intent of his annihilation blade had expanded to a radius of 4 meters. Without the primary combat force, Chun Yinxing, to restrain him, he felt as though he were a fish in water. Soon, Su Qin's face brightened. This particular corpse possessed a talent that, when absorbed, enriched his own capabilities. Currently, he was merely 7,000 Qiyun points shy of an upgrade. What an unexpected delight. This corpse had reached the Mingwu realm in life, yet had met its end here. Su Qin noted the scorch marks on the corpse, deducing they were the handiwork of He Xian. Every possession had been thoroughly stripped. He Xian was indeed meticulous. Chu Yang, pulling along Situ Ziyue, retreated cautiously, refraining from recklessness, merely urging others to attack. Having witnessed the malevolent being's methods, he understood that with his current strength, he stood little chance against such a foe. Unless he resorted to his trump card, but that was a last resort, a means of survival that came with a heavy price each time it was used. He could not help but lament the rapid growth of someone who had once been his equal. Such thoughts left him disheartened, even questioning his own capabilities. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. Years of cold disdain and ridicule had forged within him a resilient spirit. The masses charged forward, yet against Su Qin, who wielded the annihilation blade, they were little more than walking corpses. Those who rushed in continued to fall, turning to dust before his eyes. Su Qin reveled in the bounty, invigorated as his blood surged, enveloping him in a mist of crimson, reminiscent of a demon unleashed. Demon indeed. This was a veritable fiend. Everyone flee. Those who had charged in with such valor now found themselves in utter disarray. The fallen corpses instilled fear in the hearts of many as Su Qin's ruthless visage etched itself into their memories. Here, there was no one who could contend with him. It was only to be expected. The fierce warriors had already pressed ahead. No one anticipated that this malevolent being would suddenly launch a counterattack. In their desperate bid for survival, many wished they had been born with more legs. Su Qin was merciless, each swing of his ice soul blade silencing his foes. An idea sparked within him. Why not block the entrance of the secret realm and eliminate everyone inside? Under Chun Yinxing's watchful gaze, he could enact his plan in the shadows. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. He began to deliberately obstruct the throngs fleeing toward the exit of the secret realm. In the distance, Chu Yang discerned the malevolent being's intentions, his expression grave. It seemed he must fight with all his might. He prepared to unveil his trump card. However, before Su Qin could implement his scheme, Chen Yunqing burst onto the scene. At this sight, he could not help but shake his head. The news had leaked. His plan to execute the ambush was thwarted before it could even begin. Chen Yunqing had been searching for Su Qin's whereabouts, having witnessed his sudden disappearance. She contemplated many possibilities, yet never imagined the malevolent being would return to the secret realm. Had it not been for the reports from within, he would have succeeded. Truly, he was a cunning villain. Unbeknownst to Su Qin, if he were aware of Chen Yunqing's thoughts, he might have laughed heartily, praising her vivid imagination. No one knew he had been ensnared by those wretched shoes. Upon seeing Chen Yunqing's arrival, Su Qin wasted no time in producing the cursed shoe, preparing to teleport. If it had brought him in, it should be able to take him out. He hoped this accursed shoe would prove reliable this time. Should it fail him again, he would sever it in twain, turning it to dust. Chen Yunqing recognized the shoe as well, recalling it as his acquisition aboard the ship, initially deemed useless, now revealing its true potential. As Su Qin sought to flee once more, she dashed forward, but ultimately, his figure vanished from sight. Seizing this moment, Chen Yunqing could no longer contain her wrath, raising her hand to reduce the desiccated corpses to dust. Soon, Su Qin's form reappeared in an unfamiliar location, an inky black cave, reeking of filth. Seemingly a den for some wild beast, though the creature was absent, perhaps out foraging. Where was this? Had he escaped danger? Su Qin prepared to venture outside to assess his surroundings. At that moment, he faintly heard the sounds of combat from beyond. Su Qin's expression shifted in surprise. Could it be that he had not yet left this area? These cursed shoes were utterly outrageous. With a heart full of trepidation, he stealthily approached the cave's entrance to investigate. Indeed, as he had suspected, he remained within the vicinity. His current location appeared to be halfway up the mountainside, with the entrance to the secret realm directly below. He even spotted two individuals engaged in combat not far away, both possessing strength within the Mingwu realm. The shockwaves from their clash causing the very cave to tremble. Su Qin glanced toward the exit of the secret realm, where Chen Yunqing emerged once more, searching for him. There was no hiding here. He retrieved the cursed shoe, intending to leap through space once again. Yet, just as the shoe activated, it suddenly shattered. Staring at the fragmented remains in his hand, Su Qin was dumbfounded. Was it only usable twice? This item, which he had placed such high hopes upon, was utterly worthless. It seemed the pawnshop owner's assessment was accurate. This thing was of no value. His hopes were dashed. As the cave swayed precariously, he began to seek an escape route. Suddenly, he recalled that before entering the Qi Yun battlefield, he had received a Yenka, to go Ti Yenka. An idea sparked in his mind. He had long looked down upon this experience card, yet it now seemed it might prove invaluable. Without further ado, Su Qin retrieved the Duga Yenka, gritted his teeth, and activated it. Before transforming, he stripped off all his clothing, storing them within his space trousers, deciding to keep the dark red space trousers on. After all, even as a Dugu, he could not leave his second brother exposed to the cold. As a being with a sense of shame, he resolved to retain one pair of trousers to distinguish himself from the beasts. Chapter 76. Transformation into a Wugu. Soon, a fresh Wugu emerged. Su Qin noticed his perspective had lowered. Taking a few steps, he found that walking on four legs was indeed a different experience. Turning to gaze at his canine form, he marveled at his sleek black fur and sturdy limbs. Between its hind legs, a pair of dark red shorts were snugly fitted, possessing the remarkable qualities of self-cleaning and size adjustment, exuding an unconventional sense of fashion. This canine form was rather appealing. Su Qin nodded in satisfaction, having previously worried that it might resemble a small dog like a teddy, but now he realized such concerns were unfounded. After all, it was stated to be a local dog, thus it would not be a delicate breed of pet. Upon transformation, Su Qin discovered that as long as he did not revert back voluntarily, this canine existence could persist indefinitely. However, he had no intention of living his life as a dog. He vowed that once he escaped this place, he would immediately seek a secluded spot to return to his original form. Above, influenced by the aftermath of the battle between the two individuals, the cave began to collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qin dashed out. Before departing, he briefly assessed his recent gains. Opening the panel, he noted, Host, Su Qin, lifespan, 20, remaining lifespan, 80 years. Strength, 70, speed, 63, constitution, 90, spirit, 68. This time, the consumption was substantial, resulting in a remarkable increase of 21 points in his constitution, enhancing both his endurance and resilience. Not only that, Having just eliminated numerous foes, his luck points surged to 5,000. This harvest was quite gratifying. Upon emerging, he attracted no attention. A frightened wild beast fleeing would not draw the notice of those blinded by rage. As long as Su Qin did not obstruct anyone's path, he would remain unnoticed. He trotted along, observing, and soon spotted Chun Yunqing. The woman was still searching for him, unaware that he was right beneath her nose. Su Qin did not linger on her, fearing detection. He continued running until he reached a valley, nearing the edge of the battlefield. Just as he descended a hill, a delighted voice reached his ears. What a magnificent large black dog! Turning towards the sound, he beheld a woman gazing at him with curiosity. Su Qin was taken aback. He had unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. The woman was Situ Ziyue, and beside her stood Chu Yang. It's just a wild dog. What is so special about it? Chu Yang replied nonchalantly, focused on locating Su Qin. No, it appears it's not a wild dog. It seems to be someone's pet. Look, it's even wearing pants. It must have gotten lost. Why don't we adopt it? Situ Ziyue's compassion overflowed, recalling her former large dog that had passed away due to certain circumstances, which had left her heartbroken for quite some time. Thus, she instantly took a liking to the unexpected large dog. Only then did Chu Yang's attention shift to the large black dog, his previously casual demeanor suddenly brightening as he remarked, "It looks quite robust. It appears delectable." He was tempted. Su Qin's eyes narrowed at his words. The protagonist was narrowing the path. Had it not been for the necessity of disguise, he would have leapt up and slapped him for daring to harbor such thoughts about his canine form. "Oh, Chu Yang, how cruel you are. The dog is so adorable. How could you even think of eating it?" Situ Ziyue reproached playfully. "I merely find it strange, in such desolate wilderness, whose dog would appear here. There must be something amiss. We should eliminate this dog to avoid unnecessary troubles," Chu Yang reasoned sagely. Su Qin was startled. Could he have discerned something? It seemed imperative to leave quickly. Chun Yunqing was lurking nearby, and if he were exposed, all prior efforts would be in vain. "Chu Yang, no, you cannot kill it. I've decided to keep it close. In this wilderness, if it runs off alone, what if it encounters a fierce beast? It might not survive." Situ Ziyue interposed, determined to take the dog with her. Observing this, Su Qin's gaze turned icy as he prepared to push past her and flee. However, he was captivated by their conversation. "I can't keep it at home. We're about to return to the Holy Land with the Saintess for training," Chu Yang stated. "That's all right. I'll speak to Sister Yunqing, and we can take it back with us. I'll care for it," Situ Ziyue eagerly proposed. Hearing this, Su Qin pondered for a moment before a sudden shift in resolve occurred. If he could leverage Situ Ziyue's entrance into the Holy Land, it might not be a bad idea. If this were the case, his task of infiltrating the Holy Land seemed to hold renewed promise. Previously, he had been troubled over how to blend into the Fan Chu Holy Land, not realizing that the conversation between the two had provided him with a glimmer of hope. As for entering the Holy Land through strength, that was out of the question. Unless he concealed himself and cultivated for decades, there might be a slim chance. However, that method was not feasible. He did not wish to remain in Xinglan continent for a lifetime. With this thought, Su Qin found no urgency to depart. "Dog, do you wish to come with me?" Situ Ziyue inquired. Su Qin did not respond verbally, but rubbed against her leg, signaling affection. "Chu Yang, this dog seems to like me very much," she noted, reaching out to stroke the dog's head, observing that the large black dog did not shy away. "What if it intends to bite you? They say dogs that bite don't bark," Chu Yang rationally analyzed. "Chu Yang, don't speak nonsense. Look how obedient this dog is." Watching the large black dog allow her to pet it, Situ Ziyue's heart swelled with joy, and her fondness for the dog grew. "I've made my decision. I'll take it back to the Holy Land." Seeing this, Su Qin immediately rubbed his head against her thigh, eager to bolster his likability. Eventually, under Situ Ziyue's pleading, Chu Yang agreed to keep the black dog by their side. After accepting the large black dog, their conversation returned to Su Qin. "I wonder where that evil creature has escaped to. It has completely vanished. Who knows?" When Su Qin was mentioned, a hint of trepidation flickered in Situ Ziyue's eyes. The bloody carnage within the secret realm had cast a shadow over the 17-year-old girl's perception of the evil creature. "It's unfortunate it got away. Chu Yang couldn't help but lament. Perhaps we'll encounter it again in the future." Unbeknownst to them, Su Qin had been relegated to a target for them to aspire to, filled with both fear of his rapid growth and a desire to defeat him. Just as they conversed, Su Qin suddenly noticed He Xian had burst forth from the battlefield, free from Chun Yunqing's constraints. With his capabilities, he faced little opposition here. Chapter 77. 1,000 miles of pursuit. Meanwhile, Chun Yunqing was preoccupied with searching for Su Qin, affording him the chance to escape. As he passed through the valley, he unexpectedly spotted Situ Ziyue standing with Chu Yang. He Xian's eyes lit up, while he couldn't contend with Chen Yinqing. He wouldn't pass up the opportunity to seize the beautiful Situ Ziyue. With this thought, he dashed over, intent on abducting her to add some scenery to his escape. Observing this, Su Qin was instantly enraged. This man dared to target his tool for entering the Holy Land. With this in mind, he barked several times to alert Chu Yang and Situ Ziyue, then without hesitation, charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to He Xian's back. Caught off guard, He Xian, unprepared for an attack from a dog, fell flat on the ground. Damn it, you wretched dog. He Xian was furious. In a moment of carelessness, he was ambushed by a dog, thwarting his plans. Just as he contemplated turning to roast the robust black dog, it wisely darted away. Chu Yang and Situ Ziyue, alerted by the commotion, quickly grasped the situation. Chu Yang positioned himself in front of Situ Ziyue, shielding her. With He Xian missing his opportunity for a sneak attack and noticing that Chen Yinqing was now aware of the situation, he could only curse the dog before fleeing without a backward glance. It was only then that Situ Ziyue realized that the large black dog had, in fact, saved her at a critical moment. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she entertained the notion that this might be a reincarnation of her previous beloved dog, returned to rescue her. With this thought, she suddenly embraced the dog tightly. Su Qin, feeling stifled by the two little buns, was about to stick out his tongue for a reminder. But Situ Ziyue had already released it. She then gently patted the dog's head and solemnly declared, "Dog, from now on, you shall accompany me, Situ Ziyue. For every morsel of meat I consume, there shall be a bone for you to gnaw on. To commemorate our first encounter, I shall bestow upon you a name." Deep in thought, she scrutinized the black dog from head to tail, and suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Dog, given your robust stature, I shall name you De Zhuang Zhuang." Upon hearing the name De Zhuang Zhuang, Su Qin nearly burst into laughter. Did this woman suffer from a naming affliction? He restrained himself, enduring for the sake of infiltrating the Fan Chu sacred land. "Dog, why do you lower your head? Are you unhappy?" He mused cynically, wishing he could question Situ Ziyue about her choice of name. The thought of enduring this appellation for a while made him uneasy. Su Qin resolved that once he had utilized this woman, he would seize an opportunity to chastise her. As He Xian fled, Chen Yinqing quickly pursued. She felt a pang of guilt. In her obsession with locating the malevolent Su Qin, she had neglected He Xian, nearly allowing him to ambush Situ Ziyue. Resolving to abandon her search for Su Qin, she decided to lead Chu Yang and Situ Ziyue in pursuit of He Xian. Just before departing, Chen Yinqing's gaze fell upon the black dog, a sense of unease creeping in. Every time she saw it, an inexplicable discomfort washed over her, yet when she focused, that feeling vanished without a trace. What could be the reason for this? Unable to fathom it, she attributed it to a natural aversion to dogs. Turning to Situ Ziyue, she inquired, "Ziyue, what is the story behind this dog?" "Yinqing Jie, I don't know who lost this dog, but it now belongs to me. You didn't see it. It scared off that evil being just now, saving me. I've decided to keep it by my side. Could you allow it to accompany us to the sacred land?" Chen Yinqing was about to refuse when Situ Ziyue suddenly clung to her arm, pleading, "Yinqing Jie, please. It resembles the dog I had before, just let me bring it along." Faced with her earnestness, Chen Yinqing refrained from voicing her refusal. After considering her options, she concluded that bringing a dog along wouldn't matter much, and thus nodded, saying, "I can permit you to take it along. But we are to pursue that malevolent creature, and if it cannot keep up, then that is that." "All right then, thank you, Yinqing Jie." Su Qin, who had felt somewhat anxious, relaxed upon hearing Chen Yinqing's consent. He reminded himself to keep his distance from Chen Yinqing. Her mental acuity was formidable, and prolonged interaction could lead to her uncovering his secrets. Soon, Chen Yinqing led Chu Yang and Situ Ziyue in pursuit of He Xian. Before they set off, Situ Ziyue signaled for the black dog to follow. Along the way, she frequently glanced back, noticing the dog steadfastly trailing behind her, filling her heart with warmth. This black dog seemed to be a divine gift. "This black dog is extraordinary," Chen Yinqing remarked suddenly. Given their rapid pace, it was remarkable that a dog could keep up, yet this one managed to stay right behind them. Indeed, De Zhuang Zhuang is fierce. When that malevolent being appeared, it leapt up and knocked it down, Situ Ziyue exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. Chen Yinqing, though still harboring many questions, chose not to voice them, instead directing more attention towards the black dog. For the next several days, the trio and their canine companion relentlessly pursued He Xian over thousands of miles, ultimately driving him into a marshland in the eastern region of the Xinglan continent. Upon reaching the marsh, Qin Yinxing halted Chu Yang and Situ Ziyue from advancing further. What's wrong, Yinxing Jiejie? Aren't we going to chase him? Situ Ziyue asked. There's no need to pursue further. Ahead lies the Lost Marsh, a notorious trap in the eastern domain. Since that malevolent being has entered here, the likelihood of survival is virtually non-existent, Qin Yinxing explained, gazing at the mist-shrouded marsh with a sense of relief. Few had ever returned alive from such a place, and in her mind, she had already determined He Xian's fate. What shall we do now? Chu Yang inquired. Let us return, Qin Yinxing replied, turning to find a place to rest before commencing their journey back. On their way to the sacred land, Qin Yinxing unexpectedly received news from the sect. Their mission had failed, and those dissatisfied with her would seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Upon their return, she would likely face punishment from the sacred land. With her absence from Xiankong Island, many malevolent beings had escaped, hiding throughout the Xinglan continent, making it a daunting task to recapture them. Upon hearing this news, Qin Yinxing fell silent, already suspecting such an outcome. It was indeed her fault for departing Xiankong Island prematurely to pursue the two malevolent beings. Without her oversight, the disciples who had pursued them suffered severe backlash. Punishment upon her return was inevitable. Those who sought to exploit her misstep would not let this chance slip away. However, this might prove beneficial for her. Throughout the journey, Qin Yinxing repeatedly glanced at the large black dog, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity. Yet the dog remained focused on Situ Ziyue, and despite her several attempts to uncover the source of her feelings, she found no opportunity. Coupled with the various troubles awaiting her at the sacred land, she lacked the inclination to investigate further. Before long, she, along with the two companions and the dog, returned to the Fanchu sacred land. Su Qin silently observed this pinnacle force of the Xinglan continent. The Fanchu sacred land was situated at the extreme eastern edge of the Xinglan continent, nestled among towering mountains. Here, peaks soared thousands of feet into the sky, shrouded in mist at mid-elevation, with cascading waterfalls flowing through the ravines, resembling a white dragon coiling around the mountainside, radiating an aura of grandeur. In the afternoon, the blazing sun hung high, casting rays through the clouds and illuminating the verdant branches, showering them with dappling shade. At the summit stood a vast complex of palatial structures, perched atop numerous peaks, majestic and resplendent, yet retaining an air of solemnity. After several hours of arduous travel, the group finally arrived at the gates of the sacred land. Su Qin could not help but express his disdain, remarking on the idleness of the inhabitants of Fanchu Xingdi. They had constructed their sacred land at such a lofty altitude, and the arduous journey through treacherous terrain nearly left him fatigued beyond measure. Fortunately, the journey was not entirely devoid of interest. Along the way, his talent panel emitted notifications indicating that 2 talents awaited reclamation. Upon reclamation, Su Qin discovered that he had no use for either talent, prompting him to decompose them. Following the decomposition, the number of fortune points required for his next upgrade diminished further, now only necessitating 10,000 fortune points to elevate his original talent once more. Initially, Su Qin had intended to upgrade the Qi blood-devouring talent first, but he altered his decision. This particular talent could be enhanced by consuming corpses, albeit at a slow pace, yet he was willing to wait. He resolved to conserve all his fortune points to upgrade his primary talents instead. As Qin Yinxing and her entourage arrived at the entrance, they were suddenly obstructed by several individuals. Among them were 2 women and a man. The man, in his 40s, donned a green robe and sported a topknot, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Su Qin sensed that this individual possessed immense power, as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. To his surprise, he encountered a formidable figure upon his arrival, and he endeavored to remain inconspicuous, hoping not to attract any attention. However, it seemed his concerns were unwarranted, as the man's gaze did not linger on him at all. Observing this, Su Qin felt a sense of relief. His attention subtly shifted to the 2 women, both seemingly around 20 years of age. Their first impression was of fair skin, beauty, and long legs. Although their appearance did not surpass Qin Yinxing's, they would still be considered remarkable beauties elsewhere. Among them, the most striking was the woman on the left, clad in a form-fitting qipao. She exuded an aura of voluptuousness, and her bold attire, a black and purple ensemble, featured a high slit that tantalizingly revealed her long, fair legs, captivating the attention of any man. Her figure resembled that of a ripe cherry, with slender legs and a curvaceous waist. She was clearly adept at enhancing her appearance, though Su Qin noted the only flaw was her lack of black stockings, contemplating the opportunity to gift her a pair. As for the other woman, while she too was beautiful, She appeared much more innocent and youthful, dressed in a light blue dress that failed to accentuate her figure, presenting a rather flat silhouette. Su Qin lost interest after a mere glance. "Is there a reason for your obstruction, Hallmaster?" Chun Yunqing inquired, directing her gaze toward the middle-aged man. "Saintus, your performance in the recent assassination mission at Qianji Xiankong Island has been disappointing," he replied. "The Holy Lord, after much deliberation, appointed you to this position. Yet many are dissatisfied with this decision and are preparing to appoint a new Saintus. The Holy Lord has dispatched me to escort you to the punishment hall." Upon hearing this, Chun Yunqing's brow furrowed slightly. The situation had indeed escalated. Although she had anticipated such a development, she was still unprepared. The failure of the recent mission had caught her off guard, disrupting her plans. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope for resolution. Noticing Chun Yunqing's silence, the woman in the light blue dress could no longer contain herself and spoke first. "Chun Yunqing, how presumptuous of you. The head of the law enforcement hall is speaking to you, and you offer no response? Do you believe that your status as a saintess places you above everyone else?" Chun Yunqing cast a fleeting glance at her, perceiving her foolishness in stark contrast to her sister. It was unclear if they shared the same parents. Nevertheless, her sister was a crucial piece in her strategy, and there was no need to create conflict with this woman. Although Su Qin kept his head down, his ears perked up, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, albeit lamenting the absence of sunflower seeds. "Chi, you may not be aware, but some individuals, upon being appointed as saintess, have developed an air of superiority, making it understandable that they would look down on the hall master," the voluptuous woman remarked, her voice dripping with sarcasm, which resonated with the men present. "Ting Ting, what do you think gives her the audacity to be so arrogant? Were it not for the Holy Lord's direct appointment, how could she ever attain the position of saintess? When it comes to talent and strength, only my sister is truly deserving of this role." Lu Chi-Chi's face flushed with indignation, as if she had been grievously wronged. "What can we do, Chi-Chi? We lack the good fortune to catch the Holy Lord's eye," the alluring woman replied, embodying the spirit of a tea-color representative. At that moment, a deep and magnetic voice suddenly interjected from the side. "Zhang Ting Ting, Lu Chi-Chi, there is no need for your veiled barbs here. If you are dissatisfied with the Holy Lord's arrangements, you may address him directly." The crowd turned to see the speaker, a young man exuding warmth and charm, tall and upright with a demeanor akin to jade. His handsome features would undoubtedly render him the dream of countless girls in Lanxing. His mere presence drew the attention of the women present, transforming even the previously fierce Lu Chi-Chi into an innocent neighbor girl. The audacious Zhang Ting Ting instinctively adjusted her qipao to conceal her fair skin, striving to maintain the image of a respectable woman. "Greetings, Holy Sun Shixiao." The two women spoke softly, revealing a tender side characteristic of their gender. The warm-hearted man raised his hand, his expression turning serious as he addressed the two women. "Ruanqing has only just returned, and you two block her at the door. What is the meaning of this? Do you truly think the saintess can be bullied? Ingze Shixiao, why do you always defend her? What is it that you see in this cold woman? My sister adores you, yet you turn a blind eye." "Always stepping in for her," Lu Chi-Chi retorted, her face marked with discontent as she defended her sister. Ingze turned to glance at Chun Yunqing, noting her composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the situation. He then returned his gaze to Lu Chi-Chi, furrowing his brow. "Did your sister Lu Shuefeng send you two here?" "Not at all. My sister has been engrossed in her training and has no time to concern herself with this matter. I took it upon myself to express my disdain," Lu Chi-Chi declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Chun Yunqing. "This woman lacks strength. What right does she have to occupy the position of saintess? She constantly wears a frosty expression, pretending to be something she is not. After the failure of this task to subdue the evil, I doubt she can retain her status as saintess. The position should be determined by strength. Even without my sister, it should rightfully be mine, as I have surpassed her in breaking through the Ming Wu realm." Lu Chi-Chi spewed forth her grievances against Chun Yunqing, her motivations remaining ambiguous. Whether it was truly for her sister or for her own sake was uncertain. In any case, Su Qin listened with keen interest, pondering the intricate dynamics within this esteemed sacred land. "Enough, this task cannot be solely blamed on Ruanqing. Everyone has moments of failure," Ingze asserted, unabashedly defending Chun Yunqing. Su Qin raised his head, eager to gauge Chun Yunqing's response, only to be met with her icy gaze, devoid of reaction to the animosity directed at her or Ingze's support, as if she were impervious to it all. Realizing that she could not sway Chun Yunqing, Lu Chi-Chi let out a cold snort. "Today, with Ingze Shixiang present, you are fortunate. Ting Ting, let us depart." With that, She turned to leave. As she turned around, she noticed her dear sister was utterly motionless. When she glanced over, she found her good friend fixated on the handsome visage of Inja, her eyes seemingly on the verge of sparkling. Observing this, Lu Qiqi let out a discontented huff once more, directly dragging the reluctant Zhang Tingting away. Watching the two depart, Inja addressed the middle-aged man, saying, "Master, could you possibly make some allowances regarding Yinqing? I shall speak on her behalf to the Holy Master shortly." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Had it been anyone else, he would have readily dismissed such a request. However, considering Inja's status as a holy son and the Holy Master's direct disciple, along with the fact that the Holy Master was contemplating passing on his position to him, he found it necessary to consider the request. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Since you, Inja, have made this appeal, I shall refrain from further discussion. I will grant her a day's grace. However, she must report to the law enforcement hall punctually after 1 day. As this is a command issued by the Holy Master himself, that is unnecessary. I am grateful for your plea on my behalf, but I do not require it. I will accompany the master directly now." Chen Yinqing interjected unexpectedly. "Yinqing, why must you be so stubborn?" Inja expressed concern. "Brother, thank you for advocating for me, but I have my own considerations." She indicated to Chu Yang and Sidu Ziyue, both of whom she had brought along. "These two are under my guidance. Please assist in settling them, as they are both promising talents." Inja's gaze fell upon the pair, lingering on Chu Yang for a moment longer. It was indeed surprising that his usually aloof sister had brought a man along. "Take care of yourself, sister." Inja, understanding Chen Yunqing's temperament, seized his persuasion, waving his hand. "Come with me." Su Qin, who had been an onlooker, quickly followed suit, as Inja suddenly halted and turned to the large black dog. "Sister, what is the story behind this dog?" Before Situ Ziyue could explain, Chen Yunqing interjected, "This dog is with us. Let us bring it along." Upon hearing this, Inja said no more and led the group onward. Relieved, Su Qin felt he had finally infiltrated the Holy Land, a rather unconventional approach to gaining entry. Just as he crossed the threshold of the Holy Land, a notification from the system rang in his mind. "Ding. Detecting that you have infiltrated the Fan Chu Holy Land. Please follow the instructions to bury the petals of the other shore flower beneath the deep river ancient well to complete the task." Su Qin was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be disposed of casually within the Holy Land? Why must it be buried in that deep river ancient well? Where was that well? He realized he had been duped. This task was a labyrinth of complexity. Simultaneously, another piece of information surfaced in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations on unlocking a new task, to aid others and oneself. Detecting that you have infiltrated the Fan Chu Holy Land, a special task has been assigned. Please select talents for the interstellar battlefield. The system will reward you with items. You must find a way to persuade the talents to voluntarily join the interstellar battlefield. Based on the caliber of the talents, the system will randomly reward you with varying amounts of fortune points. Among them, excellent talents will receive 3,000 fortune points each. Outstanding talents will receive 8,000 fortune points each. Special talents will receive at least 10,000 fortune points, depending on circumstances." As Su Qin scrutinized this new task, contemplating its merits and drawbacks, he realized that while the rewards appeared substantial, accomplishing it would be no simple feat, particularly since it hinged on the willingness of others. Had the final condition not existed, he could have easily seized a few opportunities to forcibly recruit a couple of individuals, but securing their voluntary consent posed a significant challenge. Why was it that in the interstellar battlefield, they were conscripted without question, yet here, it required volunteers? Such evident preferential treatment felt rather unjust. With no clear direction at present, Su Qin decided to disregard it. After all, the task was not mandatory. Failing to complete, it would merely mean foregoing the fortune points. For now, he resolved to focus on completing the main storyline task. He planned to seek an opportunity to uncover the whereabouts of the deep river ancient well, aiming to finish early and return swiftly. As Inja led the group into the Holy Land, he suddenly glanced back at Lu Qiqi and her companion. With a wave, he called out, "Qiqi, I have some matters to attend to. These are the newcomers Yunqing has brought. Please assist in settling them in the outer sect." Su Qin was taken aback by Inja's arrangement, realizing it was rather clever. Entrusting the newcomers to Lu Qiqi, who harbored animosity towards Chen Yunqing, seemed quite risky. "Dear friends, after reading this, I would greatly appreciate your support. A simple gesture would mean the world to me, allowing me to enjoy an egg with my noodles, something I have longed for." In Chapter 80, Sudden Action, it became evident that Inja was not as harmless as he appeared. He was clearly attempting to use others for his own ends. But whom was he targeting? Surely not his own large black dog. Su Qin felt entirely at ease on that front. No one would intentionally harbor ill will toward a dog. He surmised the target was likely Chu Yang. Given that the unexpected arrival of a man could incite jealousy from the elder brother who admired Chen Yunqing. Yet, it was hard to overlook that Inja's perspective seemed a bit narrow. After all, Chu Yang was the protagonist, and it appeared that Chen Yunqing might be one of his leading ladies. Although the future remained uncertain, one could never predict what was to come. Thus, Inja's preemptive caution seemed justified. Lu Qiqi and Zhang Tingting exchanged glances, a fleeting expression of surprise crossing their faces before they readily agreed. Rest assured, Brother Inja. We will ensure they are settled safely in the outer sect, Lu Qiqi declared earnestly. Su Qin shook his head, bemused by the two women, who were undoubtedly Inja's sycophants. Despite their earlier unpleasantness, they now eagerly offered to assist him. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Was it truly the case that being handsome granted one such liberties? As Zhang Tingting and Lu Qiqi walked ahead, beckoning Chu Yang and Sidu Ziyue to follow, Su Qin, a mere shadow, trailed quietly behind. After traversing several peaks, they finally reached their destination. Suddenly, Lu Qiqi turned around. Her gaze icy as she fixed it on Chu Yang and Sidu Ziyue. Speak. What is your relationship with that vixen, Chen Yunqing? Upon hearing this, Chu Yang promptly replied. In response to the esteemed lady, we have only recently acquainted ourselves with her. We were selected due to our exceptional performance and brought here to cultivate. Quick-witted and astute. Chu Yang deftly distanced himself from Chen Yunqing. His respectful address of her as esteemed lady lightened Lu Qiqi's mood, easing the atmosphere considerably. However, Zhang Tingting interjected. Your words are pleasing, yet even if you claim no connection, you are still associated with her and bear her mark. I now offer you an opportunity to prove your innocence. If you publicly denounce Chen Yunqing's pretentiousness and expose her chaotic private life within the Holy Land, we shall not pursue further. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in thought, yet inwardly seething. These two women were indeed overstepping their bounds. His repeated humility seemed to have given them the impression that he was a pushover. With a sudden surge of resolve, he lifted his head, his eyes ablaze, and declared, how can such celestial beauties as yourselves resort to such despicable tactics to ensnare another? Such behavior is no different from that of those treacherous scoundrels. If that is the case, I, Chu Yang, disdain to associate with you. Oh, what a tough nut you are. Truly unexpected. Zhang Tingting, who had been nonchalant, suddenly showed interest. She exchanged glances with Lu Qiqi and then chuckled. Are you not afraid that I might slap you to death? Upon hearing this, Chu Yang replied solemnly. If I am outmatched, it is my misfortune. However, the education I received since childhood forbids me from degrading others' dignity. Your strength surpasses mine only because you have trained longer than I have. Given 3 months, the likes of you shall be easily subdued by me. Chu Yang, so resolute. Su Qin, standing nearby, seemed to see Chu Yang for the first time, and this sudden display of strength astonished him. You appear quite confident, Zhang Tingting remarked. Her smile fading, her expression shifting, yet her aura gradually intensified. Observing this, Chu Yang felt the flow of yellow Dao rhythms circulate around him, ultimately converging in his hands. Recently, he had been severely challenged by that evil creature, and at this moment, he no longer wished to endure. After all, it was merely the realm of Mingguo. He certainly possessed the strength to fight back. Zhang Tingting focused on the yellow glowing Dao rhythm emanating from Chu Yang's hands, and a fleeting surprise crossed her eyes. At that moment, she began to understand why Chen Yunqing had brought these two individuals to the Holy Land. At this juncture, Situ Ziyue also approached Chu Yang, standing resolutely by his side, declaring, Sister Yunqing has done nothing wrong. Do not expect us to engage in any slanderous acts. He's still two tough nuts. However, I have suddenly changed my mind. Since you desire 3 months, I shall grant you those 3 months. Nonetheless, I am short a few hands for menial tasks. So during this period, you two will assist me with chores. Zhang Tingting began to scheme, deciding to preemptively outmaneuver Chen Yunqing. Tingting, what are you doing? Since these two are tough, why not eliminate them? Why keep them around to spoil our eyes and bring unnecessary displeasure? Lu Qiqi was perplexed by her sister's thoughts. Zhang Tingting, however, refrained from revealing her true intentions and casually offered an excuse, saying, Qiqi, since these two were brought by Chen Yunqing, would it not be a waste to kill them outright? Instead, let us take them back and make them suffer by forcing them to perform menial tasks. Wouldn't that be more satisfying than a quick death? Upon hearing this, Lu Qiqi contemplated and found some truth in it. However, she still believed that a direct death would be more gratifying. But since her sister had other plans, she did not wish to dampen the mood and asked, What do you plan to do? Take them back? Indeed. I intend to take them back and put them through rigorous training to see if their resolve is truly as firm as they claim, Zhang Tingting replied, her expression growing increasingly excited. It seemed she could hardly wait. As the two women discussed openly, Chu Yang furrowed his brows, having prepared to fight desperately only moments before. Yet, it appeared that matters had not reached their worst stage. Since the other party had not yet acted, this was his opportunity. If he could buy himself some time. The outcome of who would train whom could very well be uncertain. Although Lu Qiqi supported her sister's approach, she still felt dissatisfied and sought an outlet for her frustration. Soon, she fixed her gaze on a target, channeling her strength and striking with all her might at the large black dog trailing behind. The impact sent the dog flying several meters before it landed and rolled over in confusion. What just happened? Zhuang. Situ Ziyue exclaimed in surprise. Su Qin was bewildered as well. How could he be the one to receive a blow? This woman must be insane, attacking her own ally for no reason. Anger surged within him. This debt shall be remembered. He glared ominously. This woman had launched a surprise attack without warning. A normal dog would have surely been killed by such a blow. She was clearly attempting to take his life. Chapter 81. Scheme. Su Qin suppressed his fury. Had he not been concerned about attracting the attention of the strong here, he would have made this woman understand why flowers are so red. Huh? Lu Qiqi exclaimed, bewildered. How could she, a practitioner of Mingwu, strike with full force and merely cause the large black dog to tumble? Was this absurd? Su Qin shared the same question. Internally, he scoffed. How could someone with such weak strength dare to claim to be in the Mingwu realm? The hit barely registered. It was utterly pathetic. Lu Qiqi was puzzled. She had released all her strength in a fit of rage. Yet, the large black dog appeared lively and unscathed. This bizarre scene made her question whether her earlier strike had been a dream. With this thought, she decided to strike again. Observing this, Su Qin's eyes glinted with malice. He resolved that if this woman dared to attack again, he would risk exposure to teach her a memorable lesson. Just as Lu Qiqi prepared to strike once more, Zhang Tingting suddenly intervened. She too had sensed something unusual. This large black dog was extraordinary. Qiqi, let's hold off on this large black dog for now. It may have awakened some special bloodline. If we can tame it, it could become a great asset to us. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi acquiesced. Sensing the peculiar aura surrounding the trio, Situ Ziyue rushed to the large black dog, inspecting it thoroughly. Upon confirming it was unharmed, she relaxed. At this moment, she stood defiantly before Lu Qiqi, glaring at her in anger. In response, Lu Qiqi chose to ignore her. Ultimately, it was Zhang Tingting who stepped forward, addressing Chu Yang. Since you require 3 months, I shall grant you those 3 months. I hope that by then, you will leave me in awe. With that, she gestured, come with me. Seeing the situation easing, Chu Yang abandoned his earlier desperation and followed her, leading Situ Ziyue along. Before leaving, Situ Ziyue waved for the large black dog to follow. Chu Yang observed the dog that had followed them, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. This dog had withstood Lu Qiqi's full strike without a scratch. How peculiar. Soon, Zhang Tingting and Lu Qiqi parted ways, leading the two individuals and the dog to a secluded courtyard. From now on, you will stay here and assist me with various tasks. She pointed at Situ Ziyue, saying, you will first clean this entire courtyard. Make sure it is spotless. Situ Ziyue, although displeased, understood that circumstances were beyond her control and decided to endure for the time being. Noticing that Situ Ziyue did not protest, Zhang Tingting nodded in satisfaction and then turned her attention to Chu Yang, saying, as for you, come with me. Chu Yang, though uncertain about her intentions, did not protest and silently followed her. Situ Ziyue, after the two had left, began to complain, Zhuang, what do you think she wants with Chu Yang? This woman is simply insufferable, making me clean. I have never done such chores at home. Su Qin ignored her grievances and found a clean spot to lie down. Now that he was entangled in this situation, he considered the tool's importance trivial and could not be bothered to engage with her. After venting her frustrations, Situ Ziyue turned to find a broom, casually mimicking the motion of a flower gun. She must have honed her marksmanship. Su Qin recalled that during their first encounter, she wielded a gun, albeit one that he severed. With no distractions, Su Qin began to contemplate the intricacies of his mission. The matter concerning Xinchuan Gujing would be temporarily shelved, and he would seek opportunities to gather information later. He found a secluded corner and began to examine the identity tokens provided by the system. There were over a dozen, categorized into 3 colors, pale purple, dark red, and purple gold, representing the identities of talented individuals classified as excellent, outstanding, and special, respectively. Upon inspecting the pale purple identity tokens, he was pleasantly surprised to find a considerable number of individuals classified as excellent. Notably, he saw C2 Ziyue, Zhang Tingting, and Lu Qiqi among them. Securing one individual would yield 3,000 fortune points, and if he could manage to elevate all three, it would enhance his primary talent. Turning his attention to the outstanding identity tokens, he discovered several familiar names, including Yin Zhe and Lu Qiqi's sister, Lu Xuefang. In contrast, the special category revealed only two names, Chu Yang and Chen Yunqing. Chu Yang was valued at 12,000 fortune points, while Chen Yunqing was astonishingly valued at 15,000. This perplexed Su Qin. Why was Chen Yunqing so highly esteemed, even surpassing the protagonist Chu Yang? It was baffling, as prior to entering the Lingjing Ancient Road, her most impressive possession was merely a third-tier elixir. What could possibly account for her exceptional value? Was it a matter of her innate talent? With this thought, Su Qin became increasingly convinced. Chen Yunqing's talent was indeed peculiar. He had yet to comprehend the nature of her abilities, which seemed to encompass numerous facets. The mere unveiling of a corner of her scroll exhibited such formidable power. What might emerge if it were completely unfurled? The task at hand was straightforward. As long as the holders of the identity tokens consented, they could enter the interstellar battlefield with their tokens. However, the prerequisite was their agreement, which proved to be the most challenging aspect. Yet, the enticing rewards were hard for Su Qin to resist. If he could gain entry for these individuals, his fortune points would undoubtedly surge. But how could he persuade them to volunteer? As he pondered, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. What if he transformed these identity tokens into golden opportunities, subtly allowing those individuals to acquire them? This might yield unforeseen results. The more he contemplated this notion, the more feasible it appeared. After all, often when a valuable item is forcefully presented, it elicits skepticism rather than gratitude. Conversely, if an individual stumbles upon something by chance or perseveres to obtain it, even warnings about its potential dangers may lead them to suspect ulterior motives, distancing themselves from you. By exploiting this contrarian psychology, many challenges could be easily navigated. With this strategy in mind, Su Qin was eager to experiment. He retrieved the identity tokens and began to modify them. Soon, he communicated with the system, adjusting the tokens to a configurable state. Selecting a pale purple token, he set his sights on Zhang Tingting. Logically, C2 Ziyue should have been the easiest to sway, but since she was currently with Chu Yang, who was not easily manipulated, it would be prudent to secure Zhang Tingting first. As he commenced the setup, he envisioned packaging the token as a celestial treasure that had drifted through the cosmos to arrive at Xinglan continent, fortuitously discovered by Zhang Tingting. With this in mind, he began to input commands, transforming the identity token into a login device. By holding the token and agreeing to log in, one could enter a mysterious realm and complete certain trials to earn rewards. Su Qin infused the setup with an air of mystery and alluring phrases tailored to Zhang Tingting's preferences, making specific adjustments accordingly. Once completed, he tested the token, and a notification chimed. Congratulations, you have acquired a treasure token left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Upon passing the trials, you may obtain the Tianyuan level spiritual martial arts meet Xian Defa, what AI Ijin Chai once learned. This technique will compel any opposite sex to fall irresistibly in love with you. Note, this technique is peculiar. Please exercise caution in its study. This final note was deliberately crafted to provoke a contrarian response in the token's holder. Indeed, Su Qin's design was entirely illusory. His sole aim was to entice these individuals into the interstellar battlefield. Once inside, the rewards would be his, and should they realize they had been deceived, Su Qin could only remark, "Now that you are here, let's have an adventure." It was time for these otherworldly individuals to experience a humorous twist of fate. And if they were deceived, it was purely voluntary. He tailored different rewards for each person. For Lu Qiqi, he included not only me Xian Defa, what AI Ijin Chai, but also a breast enhancement secret technique and Ada de Gua. Surely, she would be unable to resist the allure of these promises. As for Chu Yang, he crafted the token as a genius selection token from the myriad realms, confident that he would find it appealing. C2 Ziyue's setup was far simpler. A secret treasure or a powerful cultivation method would suffice. He was even too lazy to devise names for those cultivation methods, simply setting it up so that logging in would result in an early awakening of talent. This was no deception. It was a genuine benefit of the interstellar battlefield. However, he was not in a hurry. He needed to ensure that C2 Ziyue and Chu Yang were kept apart, lest her indecision lead her to consult him about the token, revealing the scheme. Satisfied with these arrangements, Su Qin nodded approvingly. It was time to conjure up some serendipity. Meanwhile, C2 Ziyue was feeling exhausted and overwhelmed. She had barely been busy for a short while before throwing down the broom and plopping down in front of the big black dog, beginning to vent her frustrations. Zhuang Zhuang, why must I endure such toil in this holy land? I long for my mother's snow pear syrup. Back at home, I was a young lady. When did I ever do such menial labor? Su Qin glanced at the large characters drawn in the dust where the broom had swept, feeling incredulous. A young lady, indeed, she had a plethora of bad habits. He chose to ignore her and turned his head away. C2 Ziyue, however, was undeterred, prattling on incessantly. Just as Su Qin was on the verge of losing his patience, Chu Yang appeared, cradling a wooden basin filled with an array of colorful undergarments. His expression mirrored that of someone suffering from constipation, a complex mix of discomfort and an undeniable thrill. Upon seeing him, C2 Ziyue rushed over, concerned. Chu Yang, how did it go? Did she give you a hard time? Chu Yang shook his head and held up the basin. That woman is simply insufferable. She commanded me to wash her undergarments. Seeing Chu Yang's indignation, C2 Ziyue quickly comforted him. Su Qin, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Is this a punishment for you? Are you sure it's not a reward? Because your expression hardly seems like one of suffering. Rather, it appears tinged with a hint of excitement. Certainly, these subtleties are imperceptible to C2 Ziyue, who genuinely believes that Chu Yang has suffered injustice and is presently comforting him. While C2 Ziyue remains oblivious to his facade, Su Qin sees through it with remarkable clarity. Chu Yang is indeed hypocritical. As expected, C2 Ziyue hesitantly suggests, Chu Yang, would you like me to help you with the washing? You should take on the chores instead. As a man, you should not endure such humiliation. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang swiftly hides the basin in his hands and asserts with righteous indignation, Ziyue, how can I allow you to bear such a grievance? Rest assured, as a man, I can withstand it. It is merely a trifling humiliation. I will endure it and seek my chance for retribution once I grow stronger. He silently muses that he would make her wash for him every day then. Seeing Chu Yang's forlorn figure retreating with the wooden basin, C2 Ziyue cannot help but feel a pang of compassion for him. He must have endured a great deal of hardship. Observing this, Su Qin shakes his head, thinking what a naive child he is. Just then, a notification suddenly rings out from his shop in Chiyun Tianjia. Delving into his thoughts, he realizes that the shop renovations have been completed. Although he has not yet entered, he can sense everything within. Indeed, it has been adorned according to his vision, featuring a minimalist style that is visually pleasing at first glance. Inside, the old man is inquiring when the shop will open, as he has already arranged a client for him, just waiting for his return. Hearing this, Su Qin circles the courtyard, and after ensuring no one is watching, he discreetly slips into an empty room. After closing the door, he sets up a simple alert system to detect any visitors. Then he directly enters the shop. The old man, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a large black dog, is momentarily stunned. Su Qin, noticing this, quickly explains that he cannot reveal his true identity at the moment, hence his disguise as a dog. The old man chuckles, acknowledging his peculiar choice. As everyone has their own unique quirks, Su Qin understands the old man is jesting and does not feel the need to elaborate further. He initiates the evolution process. This is the son of an old friend of mine, the old man states. Upon hearing of your remarkable talent, he specifically came to see you. Su Qin, skeptical, scrutinizes him, suspecting the old man might intend to exploit the situation. The old man seems to sense his thoughts and reassures him. Everything will proceed as per the normal protocol. You will charge the standard fee. Nodding in agreement, Su Qin collects 100 Chiyun coins from the young man and promptly facilitates his awakening. The young man's arm rests upon Su Qin's as the internal system emits a notification. Detected talent Thunderous Hands. Will you evolve? Thunderous Hands indicates that one's hands are inherently attuned to thunder and lightning, significantly enhancing the rate of learning thunder-based martial arts. Su Qin opts for evolution. After evolution, Thunderous form reveals that one's body is innately close to thunder. Practicing thunder techniques will yield unexpected effects. Congratulations on assisting another in evolution. Rewards: 1 year of lifespan. Strength 1, Speed 3, Thunderous Form Fragment X1. The rewards are satisfactory, yet he dismisses this talent, planning to decompose it instead. Chapter 83. Little Black Dog. The young man examines the changes in his talent post-evolution, his face lighting up with excitement, though he eventually regains his composure. After expressing his gratitude to Su Qin, he turns to leave. Once he departs, Su Qin hands the Chiyun coins to the old man, repaying some of his debts. He then indicates that he cannot linger any longer and prepares to depart. The old man assures him he will bring more people tomorrow. Su Qin nods and exits the shop, reappearing in the previously empty room. He checks the marks he left earlier and finds that no one has come. Situ Ziyue is still sweeping, and Chuyang is busy washing clothes. Suqin reopens the door and starts wandering about the courtyard, preparing for his upcoming plans. He decomposes the fragment of thunderous form, noting that his primary talent needs just 9,000 Qian points to upgrade. Currently, he only needs to secure 2 exceptional talents for evolution. Unbeknownst to him, Suqin finds himself at the highest point of the small courtyard's back mountain, surveying the overall layout. At that moment, his eyes catch a glimpse of a stunning sight from a room on the 3rd floor. Zhang Tingting is changing clothes, her graceful figure laid bare to his gaze. Suqin's eyes widen, and he fixates intently. Such a sight is rare, and he thinks it unwise to miss this opportunity. Zhang Tingting soon notices the large black dog staring intently at her. At first, she pays little mind to it, thinking it merely a dog, ignorant of human concepts. However, as it continues to gaze at her with an almost human-like anticipation, she grows uncomfortable and hastily adjusts her clothing. In that moment, a flicker of disappointment flashes in the dog's eyes. Shocked, Zhang Tingting realizes this is no ordinary dog. The animal exhibits too many surprising traits for her to ignore. Contemplating this, she waves her hand at the large black dog. Suqin, albeit puzzled, descends the steps and approaches the door to her room. Recognizing the dog's behavior, Zhang Tingting deduces that it is not only a lecherous creature, but also exceptionally intelligent. At this moment, a desire to tame the black dog surges within her. With this thought in mind, she beckons Suqin inside. Upon entering, however, she unexpectedly slaps him without warning. Suqin is startled, torn between dodging and bracing for impact. The slap seems to be a test, as it is not heavy. After a moment's reflection, he chooses to endure it. As the slap lands, he pretends to stagger, noting that it is not forceful, likely an intentional restraint of power. This slap is a punishment for your earlier peeping while I changed, she states. I know you can understand me. Now, just nod or shake your head. Without waiting for Suqin's response, Zhang Tingting immediately inquires, have you awakened a special bloodline? Realizing she has misunderstood, Suqin finds the misapprehension advantageous and nods in affirmation. Zhang Tingting thinks to herself, as expected, this large black dog is indeed extraordinary. She then asks, do you wish to follow me? Suqin feigns confusion, glancing around. He is not one to allow this woman an easy acquisition. Such a prize would be taken for granted. With this thought, he turns to leave, intending to find Situ Ziyue. Observing this, Zhang Tingting hastily grabs some pastries from the table and continues, if you follow me, there will be delicious treats every day. Suqin glances back, then pretends to deliberate. Seeing this, Zhang Tingting believes she has a chance and produces even more food to entice him. Suqin feigns succumbing to temptation and rushes over to devour what is in her hand. Delighted, Zhang Tingting recognizes that although this dog may be motivated by food, emotions can be nurtured over time. With this in mind, she strokes the dog's head and declares, from now on, you shall be called Xiao Haizi. Suqin feels exasperated but concedes. After all, it is merely a name. Let us go, Xiao Haizi. I shall take you out for a stroll. Upon hearing these words, Suqin's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a splendid opportunity, as he currently craved an outing. With this thought in mind, he eagerly followed behind Zhang Tingting. Observing this, Zhang Tingting couldn't help but smile subtly. Just as the duo stepped outside, they were spotted by Situ Ziyue, who, upon noticing her beloved dog, Dahe, trailing after the woman, immediately grew anxious and questioned, where are you taking my Zhuangzhuang? Zhang Tingting, with a hint of mockery, replied, your Zhuangzhuang? Not at all. This is Xiaohizi, my pet. Call it and see if it responds. She beckoned, Zhuangzhuang, come here quickly. However, Suqin, intent on leaving, did not even glance back. When Situ Ziyue's call yielded no response, she grew frantic and crouched down, attempting to beckon her cherished dog. Yet, Dahe, usually obedient, now ignored her completely. Zhang Tingting, witnessing this, wore a triumphant smile and declared, Xiaohizi, let us go. Upon hearing this, Suqin quickly jogged to keep up with her. Situ Ziyue was left dumbfounded, almost on the verge of tears. How could her beloved dog betray her so soon? Chuyang, observing the scene, quickly consoled her. Zia, do not be disheartened. That rebellious pup is of no worth. I will help you find a more obedient one. He had always found the dog peculiar and was not surprised by its defection. Unbeknownst to Suqin, who was blissfully following Zhang Tingting, he had been labeled a rebellious pup. His excitement grew as they moved towards the direction of Shun Chuangu Jing, as indicated in his mind. Could it be that this task would be completed today? He couldn't help but feel hopeful. Before long, the pair arrived at the main peak, an impressive sight dominated by a colossal golden palace surrounded by several smaller palaces. Su Qin sensed that the location of the deep well, which had been indicated in his mind, was located just behind this grand palace. As the target drew nearer, anticipation began to blossom within him. However, at that moment, Zhang Tingting suddenly turned, altering their course. Su Qin felt a pang of urgency and tugged at her sleeve, attempting to steer her back on the original path. Puzzled, Zhang Tingting inquired, "Do you wish to enter?" "That is not permitted. It is the Holy Lord's palace. An entry is reserved for elders, and only the Holy Son and Holy Daughter." Su Qin, feeling disgruntled, thought to himself how the system had chosen such a challenging location. The difficulty of the task had escalated, and he realized he would need to devise an alternative approach. He resolved to explore the vicinity when the opportunity arose. As they continued, Zhang Tingting led him on a circuitous route from the inner gate to the outer gate, greeting many disciples along the way. Su Qin strode confidently beside her, exuding an air of authority, intentionally making himself memorable to reduce future complications when he ventured out alone. Being a direct disciple, Zhang Tingting was admired by many for her beauty and bold fashion sense. Her mere presence commanded attention, causing many male disciples to bow in respect as she walked by. Along their journey, Su Qin observed that only disciples at the 4th to 7th levels of Blood Martial Realm were permitted in the outer gate, while only those at the 8th and 9th levels could enter the inner gate. To be a true disciple, one must have transcended to the Fate Martial Realm. Alongside age requirements, during their walk, Su Qin spotted the young man in black who had previously intercepted him on Xiankong Island, but here in Fan Chu Xingdi. He was merely an outer disciple, unremarkable. Seeing him, Su Qin couldn't help but reflect on how he had once needed to exert all his strength to contend with him. Now, with the passage of time, he was no longer even a worthy opponent, capable of severing him with a mere flick of a blade. After completing their circuit, Su Qin had become somewhat familiar with the surroundings, and he noted two exceptionally talented individuals, each eliciting a reaction from the pale purple identity tags. He silently committed their locations to memory, hoping to offer them an opportunity in the future. Traversing several peaks, Zhang Tingting guided him to a secluded summit in the south. Upon reaching the top, they were greeted by a lush bamboo grove, swaying gently in the breeze. After traversing the bamboo, they soon encountered a clear stream, its waters flowing serenely, dividing the bamboo forest into two. Following the path alongside the stream, they soon arrived at a quaint wooden cottage adorned with blooming flowers. By the stream, a woman clad in a red dress sat barefoot, playfully splashing water with her porcelain-like feet, which sparkled under the sun's rays. "Sister Xuefeng, you have emerged from seclusion," Zhang Tingting exclaimed, her voice filled with delight. The woman turned slightly, and her perfect silhouette captivated Su Qin's attention. She was breathtakingly beautiful. With delicate brows and luminous eyes, her charming nose and soft, red lips exuded an irresistible allure, presenting an enchanting blend of innocence and desire. Beneath her flowing skirt, her exquisite collarbone peeked through, her tall and slender figure accentuated by flawless, porcelain-like skin. She was undoubtedly one of the most stunning women Su Qin had ever encountered, rivaled only by Chun Yunqing. However, while Chun Yunqing emanated an air of aloofness, this woman radiated a captivating blend of purity and desire. Shouting, "You must be here looking for Chi-Chi, right? She has yet to return. That girl, I wonder where she has wandered off to," the woman spoke, her voice melodious and clear, bringing a sense of tranquility to the heart. She hasn't returned yet? She must have gone out to play. We just parted ways not long ago." Zhang Tingting replied, "Sister Xuefeng, have you managed to break through during your seclusion?" "Just broke through. I stepped out and found you." Lu Xuefeng smiled gently. Curiously, her gaze shifted to the large black dog behind Zhang Tingting. "Tingting, it's been a few days since I've seen you. Where did you get this large black dog? Planning to keep a pet?" "Sister Xuefeng, you have no idea. Xiahizi is quite extraordinary. Chi-Chi's full force strike barely phased it. I suspect it has awakened some unique bloodline." "Oh." Lu Xuefeng's interest peaked as she raised her hand, causing Su Qin to levitate effortlessly, floating gently before her. Upon realizing this, Su Qin instinctively struggled, feeling firmly restrained. What manner of technique was this? He regarded her with apprehension. This woman was formidable, and in his current state, he had no hope of victory should they face off. Lu Xuefeng's pure eyes scrutinized the large black dog, her curiosity intensifying. This made Su Qin anxious. She wouldn't suddenly strip him of his spatial pants for an in-depth examination, would she? If that were to happen, he would resolutely refuse. Fortunately, the scene he dreaded did not unfold. After a brief study, Lu Xuefeng simply set him down. "Tingting, This dog is indeed remarkable. Its physical strength rivals that of the Fate martial realm. Nurture it well, keep it close by, and it may become a formidable ally in the future. All right, Sister Xuefeng. Zhang Tingting beamed at Lu Xuefeng's affirmation, her resolve to keep the dog by her side solidifying. Sister Xuefeng, do you know that Chen Yunqing has returned? Zhang Tingting suddenly shifted the topic to Chen Yunqing. Is that so? Has she completed her task during this outing? Upon hearing this, Lu Xuefeng suddenly became intrigued. Sister Xuefeng, you may not know, but her recent mission ended in failure. Due to a miscalculation, she left Xiankong Island prematurely to pursue the evil spirits, resulting in a lack of oversight. Consequently, the disciples who ventured forth were met with a fierce backlash from the malevolent entities, and many lost their lives. Where is she now? Lu Xuefeng abruptly inquired. She has just returned to the sacred land, and was taken away by the head of the law enforcement hall. It appears she can no longer retain her position as the saintess, Zhang Tingting explained, her tone shifting to one of excitement. Sister Xuefeng, perhaps this position is about to fall into your lap. However, Lu Xuefeng did not display any elation at the prospect of becoming the saintess. Instead, she casually asked, what about Inza? Has he made an appearance to plead for that woman? Sister, you guessed it right. I cannot fathom what Inza sees in her. She is as cold as ice, like a block of ice herself, and she is particularly good at putting on an act. I suspect he has fallen under her spell. Zhang Tingting expressed her indignation. Lu Xuefeng shook her head in response, choosing not to speak further as she furrowed her brow in contemplation. Zhang Tingting misinterpreted her silence as sorrow, considering it common knowledge that Lu Xuefeng harbored feelings for Inza. Alas, the flowers have feelings, yet the flowing waters remain indifferent. Zhang Tingting could not help but lament that, were she a man, she would surely choose the understanding and sensible Lu Xuefeng over the proud and frigid Chen Yunqing. Sometimes, the choices of men are truly perplexing. Of course, she admired such an exceptional man as Inza, though she kept her affections hidden, which only amplified her disdain for Chen Yunqing. After a brief stay, Zhang Tingting returned home. Upon her return, she endeavored to foster a bond with the large black dog, intending to keep it in her room. However, just as she was about to wash up, she caught sight of the dog's lecherous gaze. Unable to tolerate it, she promptly banished it to the adjacent room. Once Su Qin emerged, his demeanor returned to normal. His earlier behavior had merely been a deliberate facade, not a genuine display of intent. His lewd expressions were solely a preparatory act for subsequent endeavors. Remaining in the same room as Zhang Tingting would have hindered his future plans. As night fell, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes, noting the stillness in Zhang Tingting's room. He stealthily descended the stairs and, upon exiting the courtyard, transformed into a shadowy specter, stealthily making his way toward the depths of Chuangujing. Chapter 85. The disappearance of Lu Qiqi. He intended to investigate that location further, seeking an opportunity to fulfill his mission. Along the way, he arrived at the location of the 2 exemplary talents he had marked earlier in the morning. He discreetly placed 2 identity tokens atop their doors, ensuring they would fall and strike their heads upon opening the doors in the morning. Unfamiliar with the 2, he set the tokens to emit a sequence-level martial art and a faintly intoxicating powder as bait. The 2 cast unwholesome glances at Zhang Tingting, undoubtedly harboring ill intentions. This arrangement would prove even more enticing. Having completed his tasks, Su Qin quietly departed, his hopes for success tempered. He then proceeded directly toward his intended destination. Before long, Su Qin arrived at the foot of the main peak, resolved to search for a path to the rear mountain. Shortly thereafter, he indeed discovered a route that circumvented the Golden Hall, leading directly to his destination at the rear mountain. Just as he prepared to proceed, he suddenly noticed an approaching figure in the distance. The individual was Inza, and judging by his trajectory, he appeared to be heading toward the sacred hall. To avoid detection, Su Qin pondered for a moment before turning away. This person was formidable, exuding a presence akin to Lu Xuefeng's. Su Qin decided not to provoke him for the time being, having already discerned the path, with opportunities aplenty in the future. His figure flickered, quickly retreating from sight. As he neared Zhang Tingting's small courtyard, Su Qin's pace unexpectedly quickened. At that moment, he had mastered the spirit-level body technique, chasing wind and shadow, which he had acquired from Chu Yang. This did not surprise him. In fact, had he practiced regularly, he would have perfected it long ago. However, his recent days spent with Chen Yunqing had prevented him from training, causing him to miss significant cultivation opportunities. With his mastery, his speed increased significantly, allowing him to traverse the night unnoticed, with outer sect disciples merely perceiving him as a gentle breeze. At dawn the following day, before Zhang Tingting could set out, Lu Xuefeng proactively sought her out. Through their conversation, she learned that Lu Qiqi had gone missing and had not returned the previous night. Ting, please recount the scene from yesterday when you parted ways with Qiqi, Lu Xuefeng implored, her anxiety palpable. Sister Xuefeng, do not fret. This is the Fanshu sacred land. Nothing untoward will occur. Qiqi possesses considerable strength. She is not someone easily dealt with. She may have simply gone off to enjoy herself, Zhang Tingting reassured her. Let us hope so, Lu Xuefeng nodded in agreement. Do you think she may have gone to see Yinza? Zhang Tingting suddenly suggested, while others might be oblivious. She understood her sister well. Privately, they had both harbored affections for Yinza. Had it not been for Yinza's singular devotion to Qin Yinqing and the overshadowing presence of the stunning Lu Xuefeng, they might have become adversaries by now. I doubt it, Lu Xuefeng replied firmly, shaking her head. Zhang Tingting, however, was convinced of her own assessment, believing she knew Lu Qiqi even better than Lu Xuefeng did. With her insistence, Lu Xuefeng ultimately agreed to accompany her to see Yinza. Upon their unexpected arrival, Yinza was taken aback, but soon donned a gentle smile. Xuefeng, Tingting, is there something you wish to discuss so early in the morning? Yinza, has Qiqi been here? Lu Xuefeng inquired anxiously. Qiqi? No, I have not seen her since we parted ways yesterday, Yinza replied. She has yet to return last night. And we came to see if she was with you, Zhang Tingting added. Do not worry. You should search separately and inquire if anyone has seen her along the way. Yinza advised, shaking his head to indicate she had not visited. The two women quickly departed, setting off to search. Zhang Tingting, noticing the large black dog trailing behind, suddenly had a bright idea. She turned and petted its head, saying, Little Hay, your nose is keen. Lead the way and see if we can find her. Su Qin, upon hearing this, felt exasperated. He was not an actual dog. How could he help? Nevertheless, seeing Zhang Tingting push him to the forefront, he could only feign compliance, walking and sniffing as they went. Meanwhile, he could not shake the suspicion that perhaps others, like himself, had infiltrated the area and used identity tokens to whisk Lu Qiqi away. After all, if he could conceive such a method, others might as well. With this thought, Su Qin felt a sense of urgency. He needed to act swiftly. With so many talented individuals around, if someone else intercepted them, it would be a painful loss. He resolved to distribute the identity tokens without delay, planning to execute his strategy upon his return. Soon, Zhang Tingting learned from others that after leaving the previous day, Lu Qiqi had ventured out of the sacred land alone, heading south. Judging by her direction, it seemed she had gone hunting. Su Qin speculated that perhaps this woman sought to vent her frustrations. A solitary figure accompanied by a dog ventured into the southern mountain woods. As they delved deeper into the vast mountain range, discoveries soon awaited them. After searching for several hours, they stumbled upon a lost shoe belonging to Lu Qiqi in a drainage ditch. A sense of dread washed over Zhang Tingting. Could it be that Qiqi had encountered danger? As they proceeded along the path, they quickly found a pool of blood in a disheveled grassy area. Overcome by fear, Zhang Tingting hesitated to pursue further alone and signaled for Lu Xuefeng to join her. After a short while, Lu Xuefeng arrived, her expression troubled, confirming the suspicion that Qiqi was in peril. Together, the trio, 2 humans and a dog, followed the traces left behind, and soon, by a stream, they discovered Lu Qiqi's figure. She sat upon a smooth stone slab, her hair and dress damp, sobbing quietly with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Strangely, she was alone. Sister? Upon seeing Lu Xuefeng's sudden appearance, Lu Qiqi's eyes sparkled with surprise, but then a flicker of fear crossed her face as she glanced sideways, as if something terrifying lurked nearby. As Lu Xuefeng approached, Qiqi's lips quivered, yet no words escaped them, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the side. The others sensed something amiss. But when they followed her gaze, they found nothing but some weeds. Be careful. Lu Xuefeng suddenly halted, her eyes narrowed in vigilance towards that direction. What's wrong, Xuefeng? Zhang Tingting asked, puzzled. Be cautious. Something is strange there, Lu Xuefeng urged, gesturing for Zhang to look. But there's nothing there. Zhang Tingting replied, bewildered. Su Qin followed their gaze, and indeed, there was nothing to be seen. Suddenly, a raucous laughter pierced the air. From the previously empty space, figures emerged, 2 of them, to be precise. Upon recognizing one of them, Su Qin gasped in astonishment. It was He Xian, who had vanished not long ago into the abyss. Now miraculously alive and present here. Dear ones, after reading, please show your love with a click. Your simple gesture could treat me to a delightful meal. However, He Xian's appearance had drastically changed. His eyes were sunken, lips a ghastly blue, resembling a ravenous specter of debauchery. Intriguingly, he bore on his back an elderly woman clad in a burial garment, her white hair unkempt. Her skin, wrinkled and dry like a walnut, displayed features nearly compressed together. With merely a pair of slit-like eyes gleaming ominously, she clung to He Xian's neck, her frail limbs entwined around his waist. What a bizarre performance art! Su Qin marveled in disbelief. Ah, two beautiful women, they are all mine, He Xian exclaimed, his eyes devoid of any thoughts but those of insatiable desire. Sister, you must kill him. He has sullied my purity, Lu Qiqi cried, her voice quivering with distress. Damn it! Lu Xuefeng erupted in fury, unleashing a powerful strike. He Xian, sensing the impending danger, swiftly turned, positioning the elderly woman as a shield against Lu Xuefeng's oncoming attack. With a thunderous crash, He Xian was sent hurtling back several meters, landing in a disheveled heap. Yet, astonishingly, he emerged unscathed, dusting himself off with a ravenous gaze fixed upon Lu Xuefeng. Su Qin observed keenly as Lu Xuefeng's attack collided with the old woman. Her frail form emanated a powerful aura that absorbed most of the force of the blow. Embrace the summons of the elder, He Xian screeched, abruptly turning. The previously squinting eyes of the woman widened, revealing blood-red beams that sliced through the air, invoking fear and awe. A sinister smile crept upon her lips as she muttered incantations, her dry hands lifting to beckon toward the group. In an instant, a whisper echoed in their ears. They felt the elder's call urging them to depart. Lu Qiqi and Zhang Tingting appeared dazed, unconsciously stepping forward. Awaken, Lu Xuefeng commanded, her voice piercing through the haze, causing the two girls to regain clarity. They exchanged fearful glances, recognizing the dread reflected in each other's eyes. With a swift motion, Lu Xuefeng expelled her companions from the immediate vicinity to shield them from danger. When the elder's summoning faltered, the old woman's gnarled fingers formed intricate seals. Suddenly, a majestic mountain loomed above Lu Xuefeng, crashing down with a deafening roar, shaking the very ground beneath them. Su Qin retreated to a safe distance, observing the ensuing chaos where rocks crumbled and rivers reversed their flow. He marveled at how He Xian had emerged from the abyss bearing the elder, which had augmented his strength to contend with Lu Xuefeng of the Xingxing realm. However, such an encounter did not evoke envy in Su Qin. He had no desire to carry a terrifying elder upon his back at every turn. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity, yet ultimately, Lu Xuefeng began to gain the upper hand. Dear elder, the winds are tumultuous. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, He Xian prepared to flee. The elder suddenly dismounted, her frail body trembling. In a flash, He Xian leaped onto her back, and with a blur of motion, they vanished beyond the distant hills. Lu Xuefeng turned to Zhang Tingting, urging, Tingting, take Qiqi back. I shall pursue that wretched creature. As she soared into the heavens, Su Qin watched in envy. Those of the Xingxing realm could effortlessly traverse the skies, and he longed for such freedom. With danger momentarily abated, Lu Qiqi collapsed into Zhang Tingting's embrace, sobbing bitterly. My purity is lost. I had merely sought to hunt and release my frustrations, only to encounter that shameless villain. Zhang Tingting, filled with empathy for her sister's plight, consoled her throughout their journey home. Upon returning to the sacred grounds, Zhang Tingting focused on comforting Lu Qiqi, oblivious to Su Qin's quiet departure as he slipped away to his secluded courtyard. Once in his room and assured of solitude, he entered the Tianjia shop. The old man had brought another individual, a bald youth whose glistening head resembled a boiled egg from a distance. Without delay, Su Qin placed his hand upon the youth, instantly comprehending his talents. In a moment of crisis, one can astonishingly maneuver beneath the trousers of others, always remembering to wield the Huachan. Upon witnessing this remarkable talent, Su Qin could not suppress a peculiar expression. Was this a manifestation of conquering an adversary without engaging in battle? Might the frequent utilization of such a gift lead to feelings of inferiority? However, upon seeing the beaming smile on the bald youth's face, Su Qin comprehended that he had undoubtedly cultivated an indomitable spirit, accepting his fate with serene composure. Su Qin promptly facilitated his evolution. After the transformation, the talent Lange Huachan, Lianga Huachan, emerged. With two Huachan, each attack would come from both the front and the back, rendering defense nearly impossible. The enhancement, however, was not markedly pronounced. Su Qin shook his head. Yet, after the bald youth personally tested it, he expressed immense satisfaction. Previously, when attacking beneath the trousers, opponents could anticipate and block his Huan. But now, with strikes coming from both directions, they would be unable to guard against him. From this evolution, Su Qin garnered certain rewards. Strength Attribute 4, Langer Huachan Fragment 1. Although the gains were modest, he discovered that the luck points required for the main talent's next upgrade would only amount to 8,000. After completing the evolution, Su Qin exited the shop. He then returned to the Qingzhou wooden house, where he encountered Zhang Tingting and Lu Qiqi. The two were seated by the stream, engaged in heartfelt conversation. Lu Qiqi had changed into fresh garments, yet her eyes were still swollen from weeping, and tears lingered at the corners of her mouth. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, Su Qin stealthily entered Lu Qiqi's room and concealed a light purple identity token within her bedding, anticipating she would find it upon turning in for the night. Given her circumstances, she had lost hope for receiving Inze's affection, and this unexpectedly appearing token would surely lead her down an unconventional path. Su Qin was quite certain of this. As evening approached, Lu Xuefeng returned, weary from her travels, revealing that Xian had escaped. He had ridden away on an elderly lady, his speed enhanced by invisibility. Even Lu Xuefeng, capable of flying, had been unable to pursue him. Su Qin could not help but marvel at Xian's audacity, having entered a perilous situation unscathed and bringing the elderly lady along. He was indeed fortunate. With Lu Xuefeng's return, Zhang Tingting opted to depart as evening settled in. On her way home, Su Qin deliberately toyed with the identity token in her presence, inevitably capturing her attention. Initially, Zhang Tingting assumed it was merely a toy he had discovered and paid it little mind. However, upon catching sight of the unique material, her curiosity was piqued. As she attempted to have her companion, Xiao Haizi, showcase it, the creature clutched it protectively, arousing Zhang Tingting's interest further as she pursued it to glimpse what it was. Upon returning to her courtyard room, she presented an array of food, successfully coaxing the identity token from Xiao Haizi. Upon examining the token, she was immediately taken aback, glancing cautiously around to ensure no one was present before swiftly concealing it at her waist. She recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity. Observing Xiao Haizi devouring his meal, she affectionately patted its head, marveling at how this little creature had proven to be her lucky star. Su Qin, witnessing this, knew that his plan was secure. Zhang Tingting held the identity token in high regard, believing herself to be extraordinarily fortunate. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she began to daydream about the potential benefits of acquiring Mishindafa. She commenced preparations for her treasure-seeking endeavors. As dusk fell, Su Qin received a notification, informing him that having successfully guided the two individuals to the interstellar battlefield, the system had rewarded him with 6,000 luck points. Who had taken the bait? Su Qin's curiosity was piqued. He swiftly pinpointed the source, realizing that the two light purple identity tokens he had distributed the previous night had indeed made an impact. A smile crept onto his face as he contemplated the fortune that had befallen those he had sent to the interstellar battlefield. At this moment, his luck points reached 11,000, ample for upgrading his primary talent. Observing Zhang Tingting bustling about in preparation, he chose not to disturb her. Silently retreating to his room, he closed the door and initiated the talent upgrade. This upgrade process took an extensive amount of time, lasting a full hour before achieving success. Post-upgrade, the system panel's overview did not exhibit any clear changes, yet within Su Qin's body, the Honglo, experienced a profound transformation. The once deep blue flow had morphed into a brilliant crimson, imbued with an air of mystique and spawning numerous layers, each cloaked in a red mist, appearing both enchanting and eerie. The layers were in a constant state of flux, as if something extraordinary were on the verge of emergence. Su Qin sensed that perhaps the next upgrade would yield astonishing results from the talent Tao. Presently, the only drawback was the system panel's failure to display the specific alterations following the talent's elevation. Of course, he speculated that his talent was particularly unique, even eluding the full detection of the interstellar battlefield's panel. If this were indeed the case, it would be a fortunate circumstance for him. Anticipation for the arrival of the following day surged within Su Qin, as he eagerly yearned to experiment with the benefits derived from assisting others in evolving their talents after upgrading his own Honglo. Reflecting on the day's achievements, he accessed the panel. Host, Su Qin age, 20, remaining lifespan, 81 years, strength, 74 speed, 66 constitution, 90 spirit, 68 initial talent. Random evolution can enhance others' talents. Randomly obtaining unexpected rewards. Upgraded twice new talent. Blood devour. Devour the vitality of corpses to strengthen oneself. Currently able to convert only 1%. With a chance to seize the original owner's talent as nourishment to enhance one's own talent. New talent. Posture is power. You possess profound knowledge of postures, often cataloging intricate movements. Each time you assume these postures, you gain continuous enhancement. Through repeated study, your talent gradually transforms. You have recorded a total of 20 postures. Currently recorded 20 can be changed and upgraded. Martial techniques, broadcast gymnastics, martial arts, floating life, spirit slaughter, celestial level, perfected chasing wind and shadow, spirit level, major achievement, luck points, for 1,500 weapons, ice soul blade, deceptive tool, pig killing knife items, spatial underpants. Upon reviewing the luck points required for the next upgrade of his primary talent, the staggering number nearly caused him to falter. The next upgrade would necessitate a staggering 150,000 luck points. Glancing at his remaining 4,500 luck points, Su Qin shook his head. Upgrading the primary talent would have to wait, and it would be prudent to focus on enhancing Blood Devour. Notably, this time, the cooldown for talent evolution had been halved, now requiring only 2 hours to complete. The following morning, Su Qin learned from Zhang Tingting that the punishment regarding Qin Yunqing had been decided. Initially, the sanctuary had intended to downplay the matter, opting for mere confinement. Unexpectedly, Qin Yunqing exhibited remarkable stubbornness, declaring that due to her own reasons, many innocent lives had perished, which left her deeply unsettled. She voluntarily chose to guard Xinchuan Gujing, determined to thwart the invasion from the abyss. Some opposed her decision, yet others believed it was the only rightful course. According to Zhang Tingting, upon hearing this news, Inza was overwhelmed with sorrow, empathizing with Qin Yunqing. However, under the weight of numerous influential decisions, he found himself compelled to comply. Zhang Tingting felt a pang of dissatisfaction and resolved that upon her return from acquiring the treasure, she would demonstrate to Inza the true allure of a woman. This was Su Qin's first encounter with the information regarding Xinchuan Gujing. He was astonished to learn that it connected to a realm of the abyss. From Zhang Tingting, he learned that this ancient well had existed since the inception of the Holy Land. And the reason the band Chu Holy Land had chosen this location was to suppress the well. After digesting this information, Su Qin began to ponder extensively. Why had the system selected Xinchuan Gujing as the site for this mission? Could it be that there was an intrinsic collusion with the abyss? Upon this realization, he promptly inquired with the system, and indeed, as he suspected, the interstellar battlefield had long been in league with the abyss, having already delineated their plan to jointly plunder the resources of Xinglan continent. Su Qin could not help but lament the system's moral decay. However, armed with this intelligence, Su Qin conceived a bold plan. He negotiated with the system, proposing whether the abyssal race could create some disturbances to draw the attention of the band Chu Holy Land. Providing him with an opportunity, he was prepared to make sacrifices, but to his surprise, the system readily agreed, which aroused his suspicion regarding its unusual generosity. He soon deduced that there must be immense benefits at stake, leading the system to dismiss these trivial gains. Before long, the system informed him that significant actions were planned for that night, advising him to prepare in advance. As the day unfolded, Zhang Tingting was exceptionally busy. To maintain secrecy, she even sent away Chu Yang and Situ Ziyue. Due to his strength, Chu Yang was dispatched to the inner sect, while Situ Ziyue was assigned to the outer sect. Zhang Tingting held Chu Yang in high regard, personally attending to his arrangements in the inner sect. With her involvement, everything proceeded smoothly. Su Qin followed closely behind, discreetly concealing his identity token in Chu Yang's new quarters, which included an invitation to the selection competition of the world's talents, surely enticing him. As for Situ Ziyue, being an old employer, Su Qin decided to personally visit her, placing an identity token beside her vanity. By noon, Zhang Tingting had completed all preparations. Before departing, she reminded Xiao Haizi to keep an eye on the house, assuring him of her swift return. Watching her vanish from sight, Su Qin shook his head and left the small courtyard. With a prompt from the system, he noted that his luck points had reached 7,500. Walking along a forest path, Su Qin contemplated the apparent issues with Lu Qiqi. The identity token he had placed yesterday had yet to elicit a task completion notification from the system. This was unexpected. How could she possibly resist? Could it be that Lu Xuefeng had intervened, thwarting the plan? The thought of that woman instilled a sense of trepidation in him. He decided it prudent to find a secluded spot to lay low while awaiting the night's events. For safety's sake, he sought refuge in an unoccupied culvert, lying quietly and awaiting the fall of night. That evening, as the disciples of the Holy Land returned in groups, a thunderous explosion erupted from the back mountain, resonating throughout the entirety of Ban Chu Holy Land. An unusual disturbance at Xinchuan Gujing prompted everyone to mobilize in defense against the abyssal invasion. A commanding voice echoed, and many, still bewildered by the situation, suddenly heard the orders of the Holy Master, compelling them into action. Su Qin opened his eyes. The moment had finally arrived. Observing the disciples rushing towards the back mountain from all directions, he swiftly followed suit. Upon arriving at the back mountain, the location of Xinchuan Gujing soon came into view. It was an ancient well measuring several zhang in circumference, emanating a vast black mist that darkened the sky. An unceasing stream of disciples leapt into the well without hesitation. Seeing this, Su Qin also took the plunge. Upon entering, he discovered an entirely different realm. The landscape before him was dim and boundless, devoid of vegetation, with the ground exhibiting a desolate gray-brown hue. As he ventured further, the coordinates in his mind grew increasingly precise. Without hesitation, he followed the indicated direction. Soon, he encountered peculiar beings, half-transparent and shrouded in black mist, their heads being the only solid part, devoid of features except for a pair of eyes radiating a faint green glow. Their method of attack was unique. Upon spotting a living person, they would charge, enveloped in black mist, infecting and then parasitizing their victim, resulting in the emergence of two heads, one large and one small, creating a rather comical appearance. The strength of these entities appeared to correlate with the color of their glowing eyes. Su Qin observed one with a pale yellow glow that exhibited rapid parasitism. When it approached, it emitted a peculiar howl that could disorient the mind, making it difficult to defend against. Nevertheless, their weakness was evident. A blow to the head would inflict fatal damage. As he watched others engage in combat, Su Qin attempted to navigate around them. When avoidance proved impossible, he unleashed a blade of annihilation, dispersing the black mist. After successfully defeating several, he noted an enhancement to his blade of annihilation, indicating that these creatures still fell within the realm of sentient life. Noticing the severed heads on the ground, he approached, drawing close to inhale, causing the remnants to decay and fortify his constitution. Regrettably, the vitality contained within these heads was scant, primarily composed of spiritual energy, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Zhuang, what are you doing here? A voice filled with curiosity interrupted Su Qin's thoughts. Upon turning, he was taken aback to find Situ Zue standing before him. Zhuang, come here. She beckoned tentatively. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Qin slowly approached her and suddenly spoke. Zhuang and Ima, I have endured this name for far too long. The unexpected utterance from the large black dog left Si-Tu Ziyu momentarily stunned, rendering her speechless. No, your voice. You are that malevolent spirit. It dawned on Si-Tu Ziyu that this voice was eerily familiar. Upon reflection, she realized it belonged to the very demon she had encountered. With this revelation, she instinctively retreated, dismayed to discover that the demon had transformed into a dog, hiding in plain sight. She cursed herself for not recognizing it sooner and for unwittingly bringing it into the sacred grounds. Perhaps the events that transpired at Xinchuangujing earlier that day were also its doing. In that moment, Si-Tu Ziyu felt an overwhelming burden of guilt. Produce your identity token. Su Qin glanced at the token affixed to her waist, which she had previously placed on the vanity but now carried with her. Upon hearing his command, Si-Tu Ziyu immediately concealed the token behind her, fearing he intended to seize her opportunity. Now, I shall grant you 3 breaths to utilize the identity token and enter there. Su Qin's expression bore impatience, unwilling to squander further time. Is this token placed by you? Even Si-Tu Ziyu, despite her lack of cunning, grasped the implication of his words. It was evident he had deliberately left the token there. Although the motive behind his actions eluded her, she was certain it was nothing benevolent. You shall not succeed. I refuse to comply. Si-Tu Ziyu defiantly cast the token to the ground, her fear dissipating as she assumed a combative stance. Resolute in her conviction, she understood it was time to atone for her transgressions. Seeing her response, Su Qin's patience waned, and he spoke in a low voice. I shall give you one final opportunity of 3 breaths to retrieve the identity token and enter. Otherwise, I will be compelled to end your life. Were it not for the prospect of fortune points, he would have deemed it unworthy of further discussion. 3, 2. I will not yield. Perish. Si-Tu Ziyu drew the newly acquired spear from her back and charged forward without hesitation. It appears you have made your choice. Su Qin's claws glimmered with a lethal sheen, and in the ensuing moment, Si-Tu Ziyu's spear shattered into 2, while simultaneously, a line of crimson appeared upon her neck. At that instant, her once bright eyes were clouded by desolation as memories of the past surged forth. She recalled the earnest admonitions of her parents as she departed, the broad back of Chu Yang carrying her, and the long-lost large black dog. Her thoughts abruptly ceased as blood gushed forth, and her head fell to the ground. Su Qin wasted no time. He activated his ability to drain her essence, transforming the once vibrant young girl into a mere husk. He then stomped his foot, obliterating the desiccated corpse into dust, scattering it across the sky as if it had never existed. Once more, Su Qin departed. This act of consumption had enhanced his physique by a fraction. Throughout his journey, he remained undeterred, drawing closer to the destination indicated in his mind. Just then, a violent tremor erupted from the southeast. Su Qin turned to behold a multitude of powerful beings standing in the void. The air was thick with energy, and he could faintly discern golden figures amidst it, accompanied by pairs of piercing crimson eyes that penetrated the fabric of reality. This was the battleground of the strong, and Su Qin opted for a detour, seeking to avoid being caught in the chaos. As he advanced, the location in his mind drew nearer. After crossing several ravines, he suddenly heard the sounds of combat ahead. Peering forth, he beheld a golden realm of runes, flowing like water, intertwining and moving in harmony. Below lay a bottomless abyss, but at its entrance, golden runes swirled, preventing the creatures of the abyss from breaching the surface. Here, a formation had been established by the strong to thwart the incursion of abyssal beings. Yet many areas had already suffered damage, the runes swirling without forming a closed circuit, merely flowing in a chaotic manner. Within that golden realm of runes, Su Qin spotted two familiar figures, Chen Yinqing and Yin Zhe. Almost there, Chen Yinqing, we shall merge completely. Alas, time is of the essence. The abyssal symbiosis technique has yet to be perfected, otherwise, we would be inseparable by now. Dear ones, after reading, please show your support with a free gesture of love. A simple click from you allows me to enjoy an egg with my noodles. If 20 of you click, I can indulge in a marinated egg. If 200 of you click, I can savor a tart. If 2,000 of you click, I can relish a cake. If 20,000, I shall feast on bullets. If 200,000, I shall devour missiles. If 2 million, I shall consume Dongfeng missiles. If 20 million, I shall partake in nuclear warheads. If 2 billion, Dear ones, let your fingers dance. Go, go. Chapter 89. Chen Yunqing's talent. Su Qin discerned that it was Yin Zhe who spoke at that moment. His appearance and aura had drastically transformed. His form was shrouded in black mist, his upper body bare, and his hair billowed like a demon. Opposite him, tendrils of black mist coiled around Chen Yunqing, eroding and tainting her essence, gradually closing the distance between them. At this juncture, the scroll behind Chen Yunqing emanated a faint glow, forming a semicircle that enveloped her entire being, repelling the encroaching black mist. Yin Zhe, I never anticipated you would ultimately tread this path, embracing the abyssal symbiosis technique and forsaking your humanity. Despite the peril she faced, Chen Yunqing's tone remained calm, as she had foreseen this moment. Yunqing, you are mistaken. I remain human, both in body and soul. I have merely drawn upon the abyssal symbiosis technique to merge our essences. This does not signify my descent into the abyss. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunqing shook her head and replied, the moment you embraced the abyssal symbiosis technique, you positioned yourself against humanity. How can you still claim to be one of us? Yin Zhe, earnest in his rebuttal, insisted, Yunqing, as long as my heart is aligned with humanity, I shall remain one of them. The abyssal symbiosis technique is but a means of learning and borrowing to enhance my strength. This is the outcome of my deliberate choice, my path of cultivation. Cease your resistance. Once we merge, it will benefit us both. At that point, our talents will be shared, and we shall coexist. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunqing refrained from further discourse. Such arguments had become futile. The so-called symbiosis was nothing more than a transformation into a grotesque abomination, a fate she would rather evade at all costs. Regardless of the reasoning, she would not remain passive to safeguard her own life. At this moment, she waved her hand, and the scroll behind her unfurled, from which a grand ice palace emerged. The palace doors swung open, and her figure reappeared atop the ice throne at its center. This ice throne was extraordinary, unparalleled in defense. It also enhanced her attributes, serving as a treasure of both offense and defense. As long as she sat upon it, even an attack from a significantly higher realm would fail to harm her. Moreover, the ice throne could bolster her attributes, amplifying them by 50%. Upon witnessing the emergence of the ice throne, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yin Zhe's eyes. Indeed, the wonders of that world were remarkable. Merely bringing forth a seat yielded such extraordinary effects. One could only imagine the treasures concealed within that realm. This talent was his to possess. With this thought, Yin Zhe intensified his efforts, the black threads encircling him swelling and breaking through the palace doors, lunging towards the throne. Just then, a melodious voice resonated. Yin Zhe, it is hard to fathom that the once sun-like you would choose to tread this path. Before long, a lady clad in a crimson dress approached gracefully, holding a golden compass that emanated a gentle radiance. You have arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Yunqing greeted her. I apologize for my tardiness. I was delayed by certain matters, Lu Xuefeng replied, her tone laced with regret. In the evening, her sister had sought her out, revealing that she had encountered a fortuitous event and intended to depart for a while. However, when pressed for details about this fortuity, Lu Qiqi hesitated, prompting Lu Xuefeng to sense something amiss. She intended to inquire further, yet Lu Qiqi mysteriously retreated to her room, and by the time Lu Xuefeng entered, her sister had vanished without a trace. Frantically, she searched but found no sign of her. It was as if her sister had evaporated into thin air. Reluctantly, she could only hope that her sister's words were truthful and that she would return after discovering her fortune. Upon the arrival of the lady, Inze's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by his declaration, Xuefeng, I never imagined you would misunderstand me as well. You cannot fathom the strength of those abyssal creatures. If you understood, you would realize that all my actions were merely to delve deeper into the abyss and uncover their weaknesses. I would sacrifice myself if necessary. He spread his arms wide, his face radiating a sense of righteous resolve, embodying unwavering determination. Hearing this, Lu Xuefeng shook her head in disappointment and retorted, Inze, do not delude yourself. You have fallen. There is no need to seek excuses. Now that I am here, I shall not allow you to succeed. Inze, taken aback, self-deprecatingly remarked, Xuefeng, you still do not comprehend my motives. Do you know why I have embarked on this path? If not for the sake of the entire Xinglan continent, would I have come to this point? In recent years, the invasions from the abyss have grown increasingly frequent, their methods of attack exceedingly sinister. And those powerful beings seem nearly immortal. Even the Lord Saint struggles to eradicate them completely. We have no choice but to turn our focus inward for research. To prevent widespread devastation, the Lord Saint ultimately decided to enter the abyss, to study their structure, even transforming into an abyssal entity. All these actions were taken to forge a path forward. Inze, I must admit your words almost swayed me, but they do not justify your covetous intentions towards your fellow disciples' talents. Upon finishing her statement, the compass in Lu Xuefeng's hand shone brilliantly, quickly linking to a formation array, gradually expanding as the previously fragmented runes rapidly repaired themselves. The formation rose, thoroughly suppressing the abyss. Witnessing this scene, Inze's countenance darkened, his once handsome face now clouded with gloom. Lu Xuefeng, why can you not comprehend my intentions? The Lord Saint's plan is on the verge of success. Yunqing's talent has given us hope. Her abilities connect to an ancient world. If I can merge with her, we shall share that talent. And together we will find a way to eradicate the abyssal race. Inze said, slowly approaching the ice palace. Yunqing, cease your resistance and let us merge as one. Inze, what you propose, I can achieve as well. Given time, I shall surpass the Lord Saint. The so-called abyssal world will be extinguished at my fingertips. Chun Yunqing declared confidently, her innate gifts formidable, requiring merely the time to mature. Yunqing, the abyssal invasion is imminent. We do not have the luxury of time. Let us merge and share our talents. With my assistance, your growth will accelerate. Inze's form suddenly split in two, an exhibition of his gift that allowed him to manifest a body with identical strength to his own. His ability bore striking similarity to the abyssal symbiosis technique, which provided him the confidence to practice this forbidden art. Two identical Inzes emerged, one restraining Chun Yunqing while the other impeded Lu Xuefeng. No matter how much you speak, it is all to covet my talents. If that is the case, let us settle this through combat. Chun Yunqing's voice turned frigid. With the formation's support, her figure radiated brilliance, her aura expanding, isolating the mist from the palace entrance. Lu Xuefeng did not disappoint her. At the critical moment, she brought forth an ancient engraved array, activating it within the vicinity. Her choice was indeed astute. Once activated, it would serve as a natural barrier. Unless the formation was entirely dismantled, even the Lord Saint would be powerless against her. However, should the formation dissipate, the abyss would launch a full-scale invasion. She was gambling, betting that the Lord Saint would not destroy the formation. Should she lose, death or fusion awaited her. This was the best strategy she could conceive since learning of the Lord Saint and Inze's schemes. The only shortcoming was her insufficient strength, as her talents had not reached their fullest potential. On this metaphorical gambling table, she would remain in a position of passivity. Upon hearing her words, Inze ceased his rhetoric, stating, since you do not understand, I need not say more. Today, let us engage in a proper duel, an opportunity to test the skills you have honed over the years. With that, both bodies unleashed terrifying auras, and simultaneous assaults commenced. In the shadows, Su Qin, privy to these secrets, could not help but marvel at the unfolding narrative. Since this was the case, he would grant them a stroke of fortune. He produced a petal of the other shore flower, which floated autonomously before settling in the center, upon the golden runes. The petals took root upon landing, rapidly growing before the naked eye, expanding continuously, one stem, two stems, and more, proliferating outward. The other shore flower flourished at an astonishing rate. Yet Su Qin did not receive a notification that his task was complete. Why was that? Was it not yet time? The sudden shift attracted the attention of the combatants within, who sensed the change. Upon seeing the large black dog, they could not help but gasp in surprise. Xiao Haizi, why have you come here alone? Where is Tingting? Did you cause these petals to appear? Lu Xuefeng, familiar with the large black dog, was the first to voice her perplexity. Su Qin remained silent, his focus fixated on the other shore flower, which continued to spread. At its current pace, it seemed unlikely that the task would be completed any time soon. Just then, Chen Yunqing suddenly spoke. I should have realized it was you. I never expected the malevolent being that has been pursuing us would be so close at hand. In that moment, she awoke to the truth, recognizing the identity of the large black dog. Seeing her realization, Su Qin ceased his pretense, reverting to his original form before the two women, donning his garments and stating, "And what of it?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, memories flooded Chen Yunqing's mind, igniting a fierce hatred within her. Yunqing, are you implying that he is the malevolent entity from beyond? Lu Xuefeng pieced it together, her thoughts racing. In that instant, she recalled many things. Could her sister's disappearance be connected to him? With this thought, she urgently inquired, "Did you make my sister disappear?" Su Qin nodded, a serious expression on his face as he explained, "You are correct. I sent her away. Not only her, but also Zhang Tingting. They have both gone to my world. They may return in the future, or they may not. It is all an uncertainty. For the sake of your sister's safety, I recommend you visit as well. If you delay, given Lu Qiqi's character, it may be difficult for her to return alive. I possess some identity tokens that grant access to our world. Take one. Once you arrive, it may protect them." As he spoke, he tossed an identity token towards her. "Take good care of it. It is your only chance to see them again." Lu Xuefeng caught the token, her expression darkening. "Xuefeng, do not trust him. Let us join forces and subdue this malevolent entity." Chen Yunqing's voice resonated, filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing the words, Su Qin smiled faintly and said, "Old friend, it has been a long time since we last met. Here, I present you with an identity token. If you wish to kill me, come and find me." As he spoke, Su Qin tossed a pale golden identity token towards him. "No need," Chen Yunqing replied, elegantly sweeping her hand to send the token flying away. Fortunately, the token was made of a special material and remained undamaged. Observing this, Su Qin sneered, "Pick up the identity token, or you shall forfeit your only opportunity to pursue me." With that, he began to retreat slowly, as his task here was not yet completed, and he sought a place to conceal himself. Seeing this, Chen Yunqing suddenly spoke, "Inze, why don't we both cease hostilities and join forces to eliminate this evil creature?" Before addressing the grievances between us, upon hearing her words, Inze did not acquiesce. Instead, he intensified his assault, stating, "Yunqing, vanquishing this evil creature is quite simple. If you merge with me, this insignificant fiend can be extinguished with a mere flick of the finger." Witnessing this, Su Qin could not help but exclaim, "What a good teammate." With this thought in mind, he produced another identity token and tossed it to Inze, saying, "Inze, I have taken you as a friend. Here is an identity token for you. Should you have the chance to visit our world, I shall ensure you receive a warm welcome." Upon catching the identity token, Inze's expression abruptly changed. The hands that were previously aimed at Chen Yunqing now turned and descended upon Su Qin's head. Su Qin exclaimed in astonishment, "What a guy! I thought we were connected in mind, yet you turn around and play tricks on me." As he observed the four individuals rushing toward him, Su Qin understood that they had secretly allied themselves. However, he remained unfazed, having already prepared an escape route. In an instant, he vanished into the store on Tianjia. As the evil creature disappeared, the others searched for a while, but found nothing and resumed their standoff. Yet, they refrained from attacking again. As they witnessed the rapidly expanding petals of the other shore flower, a look of grave concern flashing in their eyes, Lu Xuefeng suddenly spoke, "Inze, cease hostilities. These flowers are damaging the grand formation here. If this continues, the barrier containing the abyss will be destroyed. You, who claim to act for the sake of humanity, surely do not wish for the abyss to invade once the formation collapses. Let us join forces to destroy those spreading flowers." After a moment of contemplation, Inze nodded slowly. Although he coveted Chen Yunqing's talent, he too did not desire the invasion of the abyss. The three once again united their efforts. Yet their attacks upon the petals of the other shore flower proved futile. Instead of being destroyed, their assaults only fueled the spread of the flowers, akin to dry tinder meeting a roaring flame. After several futile attempts, their faces quickly turned ashen. The crimson flowers were truly bewitching. Not only could they not be eradicated, but they also absorbed all energy and grew rapidly. Soon, the grand formation was on the verge of destruction. Chun Yunqing's expression darkened. Her reliance had vanished. At that moment, she picked up the token once more, preparing to seek an alternative path. As the information from the token coursed through her mind, she realized that the evil creature had spoken the truth. This identity token truly led to a vast world. In that instant, her thoughts shifted. Originally intending to rely on the formation to grow gradually, she now considered that perhaps stepping into another world was an opportunity not to be overlooked. Not only was she pondering this, but the other two also harbored their own thoughts. Chapter 91. Task completion. Shortly after Su Qin appeared in the shop, the old man arrived with a group, among them a robust woman with a wide figure. Upon seeing Su Qin restored to his human form, the old man teased, "Kid, what's this? Not planning on role-playing this time?" Su Qin chuckled wryly and shook his head, replying, "That was merely a last resort, not a matter of interest." The old man, realizing the gravity of the situation, returned to the matter at hand. "Kid, I have some good news for you. The master of the Grand Theater has heard about your talent and is quite interested in discussing a potential collaboration." "What kind of collaboration?" Su Qin inquired. "They intend to incorporate your evolution as a form of reward within the theater, granting players rewards upon unlocking certain levels." Su Qin shook his head. "Old man, as you can see, my strength is too weak. I can only visit the shop once every 12 hours. Any collaboration would be a case of good intentions without the strength to follow through. Indeed, I will temporarily decline on your behalf. We can revisit this when you become stronger," the old man concurred. He beckoned the woman to come inside. Su Qin wasted no time. Once she entered, he prepared to assist her with her evolution. As he grasped her hand, he sensed her talent. Charm. You possess the ability to effortlessly captivate the hearts of others, ensnaring them in fascination. Charm. Su Qin scrutinized her rugged exterior and robust physique, unable to suppress the urge to probe once more. Indeed, it was charm. Oh no, Su Qin thought internally. If someone falls under her spell, they are surely doomed. While he pondered this, his face remained impassive as he initiated the evolution process. Evolution successful. Profound charm. Due to your image and aura, it is challenging for you to successfully charm others. However, after evolution, your failures now have a limit. After every 10 attempts, you are guaranteed 100% success, with each successful charm controlling the target for 1 hour. By assisting another in their evolution, you gain rewards, 2 spirit, 1 charm fragment, and 3 days of training time. Upon hearing this, Su Qin felt a surge of excitement. He never anticipated that after this talent upgrade, aiding another's evolution would grant him training time. This was indeed a valuable asset. With this, it was as if he had activated a time cheat. This function was akin to a max-level martial arts card, albeit with a less potent effect. He did not try to immediately use it, but instead conferred with the old man regarding his gains. After completing this evolution, he had repaid all the fortune coins owed to the old man, resulting in a surplus of 5 fortune coins. Once the woman and the old man departed, he began utilizing the training time. Su Qin contemplated and allocated the entirety of these 3 days to the practice of calisthenics. As he anticipated, in a brief period, his strength surged dramatically, equivalent to having trained without rest for 3 days. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days elapsed. His strength had increased significantly, nearing the edge of the 4th rank. He was confident that it would not be long before he broke through. Upon concluding his training, Su Qin did not wait long before receiving a notification indicating the completion of a task. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have earned a reward of 30,000 points of fortune. Simultaneously, Su Qin received another notification. Ding! Due to your outstanding completion of the task, you now have the following 2 options. 1. Choose to return directly. 2. Continue to remain in Xinglan continent. I choose option 1. Before the system could finish its explanation, Su Qin made his choice. After all, there were several individuals outside waiting to kill him. Remaining here would be akin to courting death. With his choice made, Su Qin was set to depart in 10 minutes. In a fleeting moment, as the 10 minutes drew to a close, the system issued a notification. Ding! Due to your presence in a special space, you are temporarily unable to return. Please vacate this area promptly and return to Xinglan Dalu. Upon hearing this, Su Qin's face displayed a trace of astonishment, realizing that the system could not facilitate his immediate departure. Reluctantly, he opted to exit the shop. As his figure reappeared in Xinglan Dalu, the landscape had dramatically transformed. The golden ruins had vanished, replaced by an abundance of foliage blooming everywhere. In the distance, abyssal creatures relentlessly emerged, and Chun Yinxing along with two others were striving valiantly to combat them. Upon sighting Su Qin's return, the trio dispatched the abyssal beings in their midst and surged towards him once more. Observing this, Su Qin directly contacted the system to return, and before departing, he waved his hand and proclaimed, "Farewell, everyone. The opportunity has been bestowed upon you. Welcome to my world to challenge me." As Su Qin's figure vanished once again, the expressions of the three shifted unpredictably, ultimately resigning themselves to the reality of the situation. Shortly thereafter, Su Qin materialized once more in the star map space. Returning to this realm brought an air of melancholy, as he had yet to reclaim some luck points from Xinglan Dalu and pondered whether they would choose to enter the interstellar battlefield. Noticing some notifications on the chat panel, he opened them to find messages from others, the first being from Zhang Ruhan, dated 5 days prior, inquiring about his return. She had participated in a relatively easy luck battle this time and returned early. Additionally, there were queries regarding his talent evolution, but he chose to disregard them for now. Su Qin began to assess his gains and was pleasantly surprised to discover that, aside from the 30,000 luck points acquired upon task completion, there were also 12,000 luck points provided by Chu Yang. He had indeed entered the fray. Now he possessed a total of 45,000 luck points. And if Chun Yinxing and the others also joined the interstellar battlefield, he would soon be on the path to upgrading again. With this thought in mind, Su Qin decided against participating in any lottery, opting instead to conserve these luck points to expedite the enhancement of his primary talent. With no intention of indulging in a lottery, he returned directly to Blue Star. As he re-entered, it was early morning. Just upon arriving at the villa, he was suddenly met with some jarring noises emanating from downstairs. Peering down, Su Qin was utterly astounded by the scene before him. He saw Qin Shuo standing before a steel grinding stone, engaging in some rather unmentionable actions. "Qin Shuo, what on earth are you doing?" Su Qin felt as though his worldview had been entirely reshaped. "Are you so desperately thirsty?" He could not comprehend such behavior. Even if you are truly famished, you ought to opt for something softer. Upon noticing Su Qin, Qin Shuo was startled and hurriedly donned his trousers. "Su Qin, you're back." A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Qin Shuo's face, his dark complexion turning a deep shade of red. "You're impressive." Su Qin gave a thumbs up, genuinely admiring him. "Su Qin, it's not what you think. I was testing my talent," Qin Shuo hastily clarified. "Talent? Have you been selected for the interstellar battlefield?" Su Qin's interest was piqued. "Indeed, right after you all departed, I was selected and have recently completed a luck battle, returning just yesterday. That is impressive. However, I am quite curious about your talent. What kind of testing involves such eye-watering actions?"